If we don't encounter a time traveler in our lives, it means humanity went extinct before we invented time machines. Stephen Hawking. Lee stared blankly at the worn wooden desk in front of him, eyes unmoving for a long time. It was a shared student desk, its surface scarred by countless knife-carved grooves left by generations of bored students. The ink stains layered over each other like abstract art, forming a chaotic blend of colors that whispered of youthful idleness and restless minds. On the desk lay an exam paper, not one printed by machine, but an old-style oil-printed test, a relic from decades past. These were made by etching words into wax paper with a metal stylus, then manually pressing ink through the stencil onto blank sheets of paper. The print was rough, the ink smudged easily, but they were cheap and convenient, perfectly suited to the 1980s. Yes, the 1980s. Lee slowly lifted his head and looked at the portrait of a leader hanging above the blackboard, a symbol of a bygone era. He still couldn't believe he had truly been reborn into an alternate version of the year 1981, taking the place of another Li Yi, a high school repeater. Yellowed walls, cracked blackboards, broken desks, and classmates dressed in plain, outdated clothes. The scene sent shockwaves through his soul. His consciousness hadn't fully merged with this new body yet, even after being here for hours. He stretched out a hand, revealing a young man's arm beneath the sleeve-taut skin, defined muscles, faint blue veins running just below the surface. Such low body fat, such smoothness, nothing like the sleep-deprived, prematurely gray-haired office worker he used to be. He couldn't help but marvel inside. Being young feels amazing. Who man, not a single person in the class got this question right. Did you figure out? This hyperbola problem is confusing, I think maybe. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but I ran out of time. No, that method doesn't work. I tried it and didn't get any points. A heated discussion buzzed behind Li Ye's ears, pulling him out of his thoughts. Time Traveler Rule 1. Adapt to society by first understanding the people around you. Li turned his head and peered through the gap between classmates, quickly figuring out the math problem they were arguing about. Seeing them scratching their heads and struggling without success, he leaned in and grabbed a pen. It's actually pretty simple. We already know the right focus of hyperbola C1.m3. T lies on C1, so we can write an equation to find T squared. Then, silence. Deafening silence. Li hadn't even finished writing when he was forced to stop. The group that had been discussing just moments ago now stared at him as if he were some kind of rare creature. After a few seconds, Hu Man reached out, gently took her pen back from Li Ye's hand, clearly disliking others using her beloved Hero brand fountain pen. And the rest of the group simply turned away, resuming their conversation without acknowledging Li Yi at all. This was awkward. Super awkward. I'm trying to help, and you're treating me like I'm invisible? What? You think you did it right, Li Yi? Huh. You're lecturing Hu Man when you yourself got it wrong? What's the saying again? Oh yeah, a blind man riding a blind horse. The mocking voice came from the back row. Li glanced back. It was Yi Weiguo, a two-time repeater, known for his nerdy fashion sense and tendency to stir up trouble. He was the class clown, protected by his distant relative, a teacher who let him get away with anything. Li turned back to his test paper. 28 points. Two big red numbers stood out against the oil-stained page. Sigh. Back in his previous life, even during his gaming days playing World of Warcraft in Honor of Kings, had never scored this low. Looking at the mistakes only made him feel worse. Wrong formula, calculation errors, misread questions. How did someone with these results dare to repeat a grade? Shouldn't he just go work at a factory? But while Li Yi remained silent, Yi Weiguo wouldn't let it go. Still dreaming of chasing Lu Jingyao to Beijing. Li Yi, you're decent at Chinese. Why don't you explain to us what a toad desires a swan means? Laughter erupted in the quiet classroom. Even some boys sitting near Li Yi snickered under their breath. Only Hu Man and a few girls frowned in disapproval. Meanwhile, Li Yi felt a sharp pain in his mind. Since his reincarnation, his brain had become like a hard drive. Both his previous lives' memories and the original soul's leftover thoughts were stored deep inside, ready to surface when needed. Flashes of memory flooded his mind, the original Li Yi's relationship with Lu Jingyao. First soared upon reaching shore, cut your lover? Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. These days, even those returning from the countryside could break things off coldly. So why would someone who passed the entrance exam and became a government employee stay loyal? Brother, rest in peace. She wasn't worth it. In his last life, Li had plenty of experience dealing with toxic relationships. He knew every kind of heartbreaker. Loss didn't scare him anymore. He refused to fight over something so meaningless. As he muttered quietly to himself, the lingering emotional pain finally faded. But peace is fragile. His calmness infuriated Yi Weiguo, who saw it as a provocation. He stood up and marched toward Li Yi, reaching for the test paper. 28. Not bad. You gained 7 points last year. Next year, you'll hit 14. By the third year, Lu Jingyao will have graduated already. Haha, ouch, ow. Before he could finish, Li grabbed his hand, bent 2 fingers backward, and slowly stood up, staring coldly at He Weiguo's grimacing face. Let go, ow. Let go, damn it, Lu Jingyao. His fingers bent dangerously close to breaking, pain paralyzing his body. But the true fear came from inside. This wasn't the Li Yi he remembered. Once upon a time, Li had fists of iron. Though thin, he was strong, trained since childhood by his military grandfather, who taught him basic martial arts. Li had never lost a fight. But ever since He Weiguo found Li Yi's weakness, Lu Jingyao had tormented him mercilessly. Every time he mentioned Lu Jingyao, Li Yi fought back, and every fight led to rumors spreading like wildfire. Lu Jingyao left Li Yi after going to Beijing. With no entertainment, gossip was king. Each time, Li Yi wanted to crawl into a hole. And school fights weren't taken lightly. Beatings meant parent-teacher meetings, lectures, and shame. Over time, even his family grew tired of him. Teachers looked at him differently. At 17, Li Yi began to shrink inward, hurt, quiet, angry, but unable to express it. He wanted to get into university. He wanted to go to Beijing. He couldn't ruin everything because of a fight. But silence only invited more abuse. So what? You think you're special? You think the girls like you? Then let me make you suffer. Jealousy fueled He Weiguo's antics. If Li Yi did well, he mocked him. Oh, aiming for Beijing again? If he failed, he laughed louder. You really think you can reach her? Each time He Weiguo provoked him and watched Li Yi suffer silently, he felt sweet satisfaction. He believed he was the class bully, feared and admired by all, especially the girls. But now, looking into Li Yi's eyes, He Weiguo felt genuine fear. Too calm. No anger. No pain. Just icy indifference. To him, Li now seemed like a tiger in a zoo, lazy and harmless unless threatened. And in that moment, Li Yi locked eyes with him like a predator sizing up prey. There was no comparison. Reborn with 2 lifetimes of experience, Li Yi's mental strength towered over He Weiguo. He Weiguo was scared. Truly scared. Was the brick-breaking delinquent back again? Teacher's coming. The warning echoed across the room. Moments later, a thin little old man stepped into the doorway. What are you doing? Are you all asking for a beating? The crowd scattered instantly. Every student dove into their seats, pretending to be angels. This was the 1980s. Corporal punishment wasn't seen as abuse. Teachers didn't lecture, they slapped. Students kept quiet because telling parents only meant double trouble. He's back, He Weiguo gasped, trying to twist free and frame Li Yi as the aggressor. Li Yi released him, gave the teacher a slight bow, and sat down calmly. Back in modern times, Li Yi had been bullied too. He knew the secret. The less you care, the less power they have. The teacher paused, surprised by Li Yi's composed reaction. Normally, students would be fidgety and anxious, not sitting there like a wise sage. Class monitor, what happened? Who man stood up? Teacher who? He Weiguo was making fun of Li Yi, saying he did poorly. But Li Yi was sick, he caught a fever. Li Yi blinked in surprise. The girl who had taken her pen back earlier was now defending him? Of course, I was sick was a classic excuse. But in this case, it was true. The original Li Yi had been ill, just not quite in the way anyone imagined. He'd gotten a fever and swapped souls. But He Weiguo sneered, he got sick after the exam. Enough. Snapped teacher, who? He Weiguo, you've got nerve. Back to your seat. Grumbling, He Weiguo returned to the back row, shooting Li Yi a glare that screamed, well, see. Li Yi didn't flinch. What teenager hasn't thrown a punch or two? One good fight keeps 100 away. His body had elite fighting potential. As long as he didn't back down, ruling the campus was possible. As for the teacher's attitude, once he showed his academic potential, the school would understand. This practice test was tough, closer to the real gaokao. Many students scored only 10 or 20 points. But scores don't define everything. Some students show great promise. Take Li Yi, for example. He scored 28, admittedly low, but it's a big improvement. With continued effort, he has a good chance of passing the preliminary round. Even getting into a vocational college isn't impossible. Wait, what? Li Yi froze. 28 points is considered a big improvement? Barely passing? Dear teacher who, you're far too kind. You wanted to go to a vocational college? Are you joking? Back in a modern world, had battled through endless exams, aiming for a top-tier university. I won't settle for anything less than a national key university. Otherwise, I'd be betraying all those years my PE teacher spent training me. Chapter 2. The well-fed tiger is not to be provoked. The slender and unassuming mister, who commenced the class by announcing the top 10 students from the recent mathematics mock examination. It was at this moment that Li Yi realized that this seemingly frail old man was not one to offer consolation. Rather, his score of 28 was indeed rather meager. Reflecting on the earlier remarks of the troublemaker He Weigua, who lamented that he had missed the previous college entrance examination by a mere 7 points, scoring only 21. Li Yi grasped the gravity of the situation. In this academic landscape, high school students must first pass a provincial pre-examination to qualify for the college entrance examination, with an acceptance rate of less than 50. Astonishingly, a score of 28 placed Li Yi firmly in the middle tier of the province. Can you believe it? This predicament cannot solely be attributed to the students' lack of intelligence or their laziness. After listening to Mr. Hu's lecture for just 5 minutes, Li Yi discerned that the teacher's proficiency was even greater than his own. This was the mathematics instructor for a county-level high school S repeat class. How long has it been since the college entrance examination was reinstated in 1981? What is the current educational environment? It is not just the junior high students from the closed-off era. High school students have also faced significant gaps in their educational knowledge, compounded by their teachers' own lack of continued learning. Thus, we find ourselves in an era marked by a general revival of knowledge education. The tenacity and diligence of today's students are not inferior to those of future generations, yet their reservoir of knowledge remains alarmingly shallow. Li Yi recalled hearing a university student from the late 1970s mention that when they received their college entrance examination notification, they could barely comprehend a linear equation. At the time, Li Yi dismissed it as a mere anecdote, but in hindsight, it does not seem so outlandish. In Li Yi's repeat class, students range in age from 18 to those in their 30s. Many of them must begin their studies anew from the foundational knowledge of junior high, competing alongside individuals more than a decade their senior to traverse the narrow bridge to success. In Li Yi's time, a 34-year-old who had attempted the examination 14 times was considered a rarity. Now, it is not uncommon to see young adults nearing 30 among the examinees. After all, just over a decade ago, they too were vibrant youths. Currently, the national university acceptance rate stands at 4. Not merely reflective of recent graduates, but encompassing youths aged 16 to their early 30s. It is quite typical for high school students to sit for the examination for 3 to 4 consecutive years in Li Yi's class. There are students who have attempted the exam for 4 years, with most of those who successfully advance being repeat students. For context, in a total score of over 600 for the college entrance examination, a score in the low 400s is sufficient for admission to a prestigious undergraduate program, while scores in the low 300s can secure a place in a vocational college. Is this not surprising? Is it not unexpected? Li Yi is unaware that Ma Ali, during the second round of the college entrance examination, scored merely 19 in mathematics. Nor does he know that the current average score in college entrance examination mathematics hovers around 30. All he understands is that he is assured of his performance. Regarding the questions on the examination paper before him, Li Yi need not delve into the painful memories of his past life. With mere instinct and a reflexive mental acuity, he can masterfully navigate through them. This is no boast. Had Li Yi been granted the opportunity to partake in this era's college entrance examination, it would indeed be a monumental advantage. Do you expect a group of high school students who struggle with even linear equations to compare with the prodigies of future generations? The arduous journey through mountains of books and seas of problems is an experience of profound resilience. Can today's students truly comprehend the merciless trials of the Huanggang intensive papers? Can they endure the harrowing methods of the Hengshui training regime? In comparison, Li Yi resembles a monkey born from the alchemical furnace of the great sage, having undergone a transformative refinement. Throughout the remaining duration of the class, Li Yi scarcely absorbed what teacher who was expounding upon at the podium. He feared that should he listen too intently, he might be unable to restrain himself from standing and imparting the anguish of being a student to the teacher, who might retaliate with a flurry of punches. Teacher, your explanation of this problem is excessively tedious, don't you think? Teacher, I am aware of a far superior method. Spit, behold the fists. Less than a day into this journey, and it felt like a swift demise. Li Yi, momentarily distracted, discreetly engaged his mind, retrieving those long-buried painful memories from his mental archive for self-revision. He recalled the nights of relentless study until midnight, the endless exercises, the innumerable equations, navigating the treacherous waves of academia, where one misstep could lead to ruin. Yet now, those eye-straining papers and those pages that had worn his fingers raw could be vividly recalled at will, their knowledge points and annotations seamlessly integrating into Li Yi's current intellect, animatedly coalescing into one. Copy, paced, and transport successfully executed. The once cruel experiences that had brought tears now transformed into Li Ye's ultimate secret for success. In the early 1980s, there truly existed a Dragon Gate. There was no need to rely on familial connections. Even a mere wild tadpole could leap over the threshold of the college entrance examination, paving the way for extraordinary fortune. The talent gap created in recent years has afforded capable, aspiring, and educated youth ample opportunity to flourish. Many graduates from the early 80s ascended to prominent positions within major state-owned enterprises. It could be said that as long as one was not exceedingly unfortunate. University students of this era could traverse the shortcut of the college entrance examination to reach the pinnacle of life. Even the village dogs had become police dogs. And this was no jest. Of course, there are always exceptions. Among those admitted to university, some have proven to be rather lackluster talents. For example, Master Ma, a practitioner of the lightning-fast 5-section whip, was among the first generation of university students in '77, single-handedly undermining the reputation of traditional martial arts, becoming a figure of remarkable renown. As the class bell rang, teacher who lingered for 3 additional minutes before departing, while students trickled out to enjoy some fresh air, many brazenly lighting cigarettes in the corridor. The repeat students, in their 20s and seasoned smokers, were often overlooked by the teachers. Li Yi, however, chose not to step outside. As he had been battling a fever for the past 2 days, leaving his body somewhat weakened and reluctant to move, he lay on the desk, feigning slumber while perusing the fragmented memories of the original owner, striving to fully acclimate to this world. Yet, just moments later, chaotic footsteps rushed closer from outside the classroom. Li Yi, who man, the class monitor seated behind him, exclaimed in alarm. Li Yi turned promptly, only to find Hu Man staring in terror at an imposing figure bursting through the door. The newcomer, a hulking brute with a round face, wielded a severed chair leg, bellowing menacingly as he charged in. He Wei Guo, I swear, do you wish to endanger my brother? I told you last time. If you mention that again, I will break your legs. The students in the classroom hastily scattered, yielding a path for the enraged assailant. Meanwhile, He Wei Guo, seated at the back, brandished his weapon and shouted back defiantly, Li Deyong, mind your own business. I am not afraid of you. I dare you to call me Grandpa. The burly figure thundered across the podium, his heavy footsteps resonating on the classroom floor like a rampaging bear as he advanced toward He Wei Guo. However, as he swept past Li Yi, the latter grasped his arm. The remnants of the original owner's memories informed him that this furious giant was his childhood friend, seeking retribution for the events that transpired prior to class. Yet, Li Yi underestimated Li Deyong's strength and fury, his own body still frail. He found himself nearly toppled by the force of the oncoming giant. Immediately, Li Deyong halted, steadying Li Yi with concern. Bro, are you all right? Are you okay? I'm fine, Li Yi assured, regaining his balance and deftly seizing the chair leg from Li Deyong's grasp, leading him toward the exit. Observing Li Ye's sudden retreat, He Wei Guo and his few henchmen, who had been prepared for a fight, now regained their bravado, unleashing jeers of mockery. Li Deyong's tempestuous anger was palpable. Yet Li Ye's response was swifter. He refrained from cursing or lunging forward in aggression. Instead, he merely turned and raised his hand. With a swift motion, the chair leg slipped from Li Ye's grip, careening across the classroom and narrowly grazing He Wei Guo's ear before striking the blackboard at the back. He Wei Guo leapt in shock, realizing that a direct hit to his head could have resulted in a serious injury. His face contorted in rage as he glared at Li Yi, only to be met with an unyielding, chilling gaze. 5 seconds passed, then 10, during which He Wei Guo found himself rendered speechless, hardly daring to breathe. It seemed to him that any movement on his part would incite Li Yi, the ferocious tiger, to pounce with its sharp fangs poised to greet his cheek. The fabled tiger slayer from the textbooks, armed with an axe and a shovel to eviscerate the beast, was a skill He Wei Guo knew he could never master. It was as if Li Yi had just traversed through 40 years into the future. From an era where a mere punch could prompt a swift retreat to the latest motorcycle, a time of lawful restraint that felt utterly alien to the present. Otherwise, one might truly leap upon him. Yet, even the mere pressure of his imposing presence rendered He Wei Guo momentarily timid. And it was not until he had pulled Li Deyong out of the classroom that he could exhale with relief. Why had I never perceived him as so fierce before? He Wei Guo took a couple of breaths, and upon raising his gaze, he was instantly taken aback. The surrounding individuals were all staring at him, their expressions peculiar, with some even displaying looks of disdain. There is no situation more uncomfortable than this. Just moments ago, he had been thumping his chest, posturing like a gorilla. And now he found himself with his tail tucked, playing the part of a submissive hound. The contrast was indeed stark. What are you laughing at? I cannot be bothered to contend with such a petty rival. What is so remarkable about a mere landlord? He spat, pledging fervently that if he were to gain admission to the capital, the heavens themselves would be blind. Chapter 3. Li Xiao settles the debt. Li Yi pulled Li Daong out of the classroom, whereupon Li Daong skillfully extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Li Yi and lighting it with a match. Brother, you shouldn't have held me back just now. That scoundrel He Wei was becoming increasingly brazen. If we let him off this time, he'll think he can do anything next time. While others feared He Wei would due to his influential connections, Li Daong remained unfazed. His grandfather's family was deeply entrenched in the electrical system, wielding considerable authority akin to that of a farmer overseeing their crops. Nevertheless, even Li Daong understood that if he were to inflict harm upon He Wei, it would lead to considerable trouble. Hence, Li Yi had intervened earlier. It wasn't worth getting riled up over such a person. Coughing violently after taking just one puff, Li Yi exclaimed, "What is this?" He scrutinized the cigarette in his hand before disdainfully tossing it away. The absence of a filter was one thing, but the uneven, dark tobacco mixed with numerous small sticks was clearly subpar refuse. Yet, before the cigarette could hit the ground, Li Daong nimbly dashed forward, swiftly retrieving it before several classmates could. "My bad. I forgot your throat was still recovering from that fever. But this is all I have. I can't afford the luxury of those premium brands like you do." As Li Daong extinguished the cigarette and carefully returned it to his flattened cigarette case, Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He then reached into his own pocket and, as anticipated, pulled out a pack of high-end cigarettes. "Here, have one of mine." He offered one to Li Daong and, noticing the gazes of those around them, began distributing them casually. Several familiar classmates eagerly accepted, lighting up and indulging in the clouds of smoke. Unlike the privileged youths of the past, who carried hundreds of yuan in their pockets without a second thought, these students were generally short on funds. It was commonplace to have only a few dimes as pocket money for the month. Possessing a few yuan made one a veritable millionaire among peers. With limited finances, students often had to be frugal, rolling their own cigarettes with loose tobacco. The 8-cent economy brand and the 9-cent popular brand were well regarded among student smokers. If one were to smoke a 15-cent goldfish, that would afford them considerable prestige within their circle. A bold purchase of a 23-cent de feng show would surely attract envy and jealousy. Li Yi, however, was often the subject of such envy and admiration. His childhood had been quite challenging. Both his father and grandfather had lost their jobs, and he had no recollection of his mother, who had reportedly left due to special circumstances. Once his grandfather and father regained employment, Li Yi received a compensatory affection, with packs of premium cigarettes and brand-new Warrior shoes becoming coveted luxuries among his peers. In that era, Warrior shoes held a status far surpassing that of Nike or Adidas in his previous life. Possessing a new pair would elevate one's appearance and aura significantly. In recent years, Li Yi has led a rather pleasant life, until a few months ago when he was dealt a devastating blow by Lu Jingyao's betrayal. This transformed a pure, kind-hearted, and confident young man into a timid, insecure, and introverted individual. Li Yi and Lu Jingyao were high school classmates. He was handsome, and she was beautiful, and during their youthful blossoming, they ignited the flames of romance. However, in this era, despite the notion of free love having long existed, the people remained quite reserved and traditional. For a student in the 1980s, engaging in early romance was frowned upon, or even holding hands could lead to reprimand from teachers, and an embrace might result in expulsion. Thus, Li Yu followed the conventional path in engagement. Although the state had implemented family planning policies, local customs had not adapted so swiftly. It was quite normal for an 18-year-old to become engaged, with several classmates even marrying without formalities at the age of 20. Last winter, Li Yi pleaded with his family to formally propose, offering a sum of 120 yuan along with a Phoenix bicycle, fish, meat, and various goods as a bride price, thus uniting the Li and Lu families. This amount of betrothal gifts was quite notable in the entire Qing County. Li's grandfather was a veteran revolutionary who worked in the grain system after resuming his duties, and his father held the position of workshop director at a fertilizer plant, providing them with a comfortable life. In contrast, Lu Jingyao's father was merely an uncredentialed substitute teacher, making the marriage appear to be a significant elevation for the Lu family. After the engagement, the Li family not only financed the construction of a house for the Lu family, but also used their connections to assist Lu's father in securing a formal teaching position, treating Lu Jingyao as if she were already a granddaughter-in-law. However, everything changed a few months ago when Lu Jingyao was accepted into university. Upon receiving her acceptance letter, the Li family promptly resolved to marry the two children. Elated at the thought of their impending nuptials, Li rushed to Lu's home to share the joyous news with Lu Jingyao. He believed that their love, which had defied familial opposition and social disparity, was finally blossoming, and the contraceptives he had secretly stashed away would soon be put to use. Yet, Lu's family's reaction struck Li Yi like a thunderbolt. He recalled the scene from the remnants of the original owner's memory the next day. Lu Jingyao's timid father, having struggled all his life, timidly arrived at Li Yi's doorstep, carrying 2 large fish and half a slab of pork, nervously producing a handful of coins that were clearly cobbled together. My daughter has been accepted into university. She may not return to Shui County after starting work, so we won't hold you back. Li Yi, I will return the bride price. I still owe you 45 yuan, which I will repay. Soon the fury of the Li family was palpable. If it were merely a case of 2 children dating freely, parting would be inconsequential. However, Li Yi and Lu Jingyao had undergone a formal engagement process and had received congratulations from Li's family and friends. Such an affront? Could it be tolerated? Even Xiaoyan would find it intolerable. Relentless persistence is not the hallmark of a soldier. Li Yi's father, Li Kaijian, disregarding his son's pleas, took no measures to remedy the situation. He promptly cast the returned betrothal gifts out the door, cursing his own blindness, declaring the gifts were fit only to be fed to dogs. However, turning his wrath upon Li Yi, he unleashed a torrent of punishment that left the boy's backside bruised, rendering him unable to sit. We studied at the same school. How is it that you couldn't gain admission to university? If it weren't for your insistence on marrying his daughter, I wouldn't be so humiliated. Feeling wronged, Li Yi, despite his swollen backside that rendered riding impossible, insisted that Li Daong take him to confront Lu Jingyao. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Lu family, they found the door firmly shut and unwelcoming. It was only when the boisterous Li Daong began to shout, drawing the attention of neighbors, that Lu's father finally appeared, leading Lu Jingyao to meet Li Yi. Lu's father, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, I actually quite like you, Li Yi. If you manage to get into BJ next year, I won't stand in the way of you too. As he spoke, Lu Jingyao remained silent, head lowered. Yet her tightly clenched fists and trembling form betrayed the resentment brewing within her. Naive as he was, Li Yi took Lu Jingyao's father's words at face value and enrolled in a repeat class at County No. 2 High School, diligently preparing for the exams. However, just days prior, a remittance from the capital arrived at the school, revealing that Lu Jingyao had sent him 45 yuan. In the 1980s, university students received a stipend, with the government providing Lu Jingyao 22.5 yuan monthly for her living expenses. That she managed to save 45 yuan in just a few months speaks volumes about her fervent desire to break free from Li Yi. Even Li Yi, albeit slow on the uptake, grasped Lu Jingyao's resoluteness. To complicate matters further, several girls who had previously been on good terms with Lu Jingyao received letters from her. Their fabricated tales spread like wildfire through the school, painting Li Yi as a villain and pressuring the Lu family to repay debts, threatening to use Lu Jingyao as collateral if they did not comply. The original owner of Li Yi, having been sheltered by his family, had never encountered such scandal. And that very night fell ill, shaken to his core, inadvertently paving the way for Li Yi's eventual rise decades later. The fury that Li Daong had displayed earlier in seeking out He Wei was stemmed from this very incident. Everyone was aware that Li Yi had just recovered from a severe illness due to Lu Jingyao, and now He Wei uttered words that struck deep. Li Daong was nearly driven to the brink of violence against him. As the last remnants of a cigarette dwindled, a group of girls approached and stood before Li Yi. Among them was a round-faced girl who Li Yi distinctly recognized as Xiaoyu, a close friend of Lu Jingyao, who had also received a letter from her days earlier. Xiaoyu extended a book towards Li Yi, her tone icy. This is the legal book that Sister Jingyao sent you. You should study it well. Li Yi, glancing at the bold crimson title on the cover proclaiming new marriage law, asked in astonishment, Are you certain it was meant for me? With a raised eyebrow, Xiaoyu remarked, Of course it was sent to you. Someone like you ought to read more and learn the law to avoid. Before Xiaoyu could finish, Li Yi interjected coldly, If it was indeed sent to me, why did you open it without permission? Are you not aware that tampering with someone else's mail is illegal? The irony of a lawbreaker mocking another for their ignorance of the law was not lost on him. Xiaoyu, momentarily silenced by Li Yi's retort, opened her mouth but found no words to express herself. The curious gazes of onlookers caused her round face to flush crimson. Humph, no matter how you argue, you remain as deceitful as Huang Shuren. Ultimately, Xiaoyi resorted to her obstinate nature, tossing the book at Li Yi before turning away. Who do you call Huang Shuren? Stop right there. You've been spreading rumors these past few days, haven't you? Li Daong shouted, but Hu Yu and a few other girls walked away like proud peacocks. Li Yi halted Li Daong from pursuing them and opened the book sent by Lu Jingyao, only to discover that it had already been read. With numerous passages and sections highlighted in conspicuous red ink. The new marriage law, promulgated on January 1, 1981, places significant emphasis on marital freedom. And the highlighted portions pertain directly to this subject. Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. What sins had the original owner committed in their past life? A young man of good looks and a prosperous family had chosen to court a girl wielding the law as a weapon. Did he not realize the danger inherent in such a choice? It was akin to engaging with a medical student who explains the principles of sponge expansion while skillfully avoiding vital points. One risked financial loss, the other, their very life. What folly was this? Seeing Li Yi remain silent, Li Daong assumed his brother was still brooding over Lu Jingyao and spoke with frustration. Brother, why don't we go to the capital to find her? Since she dares to play the role of Shenshimi, I'll make sure the whole school knows. Li Yi shook his head with a smile. Shenshimi is a top scholar. Does she have the qualifications? Li Daong, unwilling to concede, protested. So we simply allow her to bully us? This is intolerable. Li Yi gently closed the book and replied, that cannot be. However, going to the capital is too troublesome. Why seek distant solutions when we can address matters closer to home? Brother, what do you mean? It's nothing. After school today, come with me to collect a debt. Initially, Li Yu had no desire to entangle himself further with Lu Jingyao, as it was merely the original owner's past entanglements. However, it now seemed prudent to remind her not to continue stirring up trouble. In this day and age, one's reputation holds significant weight. Being labeled as Huang Shuren could potentially impact future prospects in marriage. Chapter 4. The intelligent individuals of the era during the final period of the afternoon, which was designated for self-study. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the bell rang, Li Yi hastily packed his bag and made a swift exit. The class monitor, who manned, called out in a rush, Li Yi, where are you going? School has tea let out yet. Without looking back, Li Yi replied, class monitor. I have something to attend to, please excuse me. Frustrated, Human retorted, it's just a little while longer. Why do you need to leave? However, Li Yu had already exited the classroom, swiftly rendezvousing with Li Daong and disappearing from sight. Human, visibly agitated, felt her chest heaving, revealing her notable figure. Nevertheless, she ultimately took out a piece of paper and penned an excuse for Li Yi, ensuring that she would have an explanation ready should the teacher inquire. Li Daong and Li Yi left the school together, sharing a bicycle as they headed towards County No. 1 Middle School, located to the north of the county town. The distance between County No. 1 and County No. 2 middle schools was negligible, and they arrived in under 10 minutes. Upon stopping the bicycle, Li Daong lit a cigarette and, in a serious tone, asked, Brother, are you truly resolute in your decision? Li nodded slightly, affirming, yes. I have made up my mind. Li had come to the entrance of County No. 1 middle school with the intention of reclaiming a debt. When he had been engaged to Lu Jingyao, he had gifted her a 26 model Phoenix bicycle. In the 1980s, a Phoenix bicycle could only be acquired with a coupon, costing over 180 yuan, and without a coupon, it was nearly impossible to purchase even for 300 yuan. The 26 model was even rarer compared to the 28 model, making it more eye-catching than a small car in later years. At that time, Li's grandfather and father had recently resumed work, and after saving enough from their industrial vouchers to buy 2 bicycles, they planned to purchase a 28 model Dove's bicycle for Li Yi. However, Li Yi insisted on gifting Lu Jingyao a bicycle, and his grandfather managed to procure the suitable 26 model Phoenix as an engagement gift. The engagement had caused quite a stir, comparable to gifting a BMW to a granddaughter-in-law in contemporary times. Thus, even if the Lu family was reluctant, they were obligated to return the bicycle upon breaking the engagement. However, when Mr. Lu came to the Li family to annul the engagement, Li's father threw the fish and meat out the door, angrily declaring that the bride price was now fit only for dogs. Although Mr. Lu did not retrieve the fish and meat, he likewise did not return the Phoenix bicycle. Li's prudent grandfather and frugal grandmother did not stop Mr. Lu from riding away with the bicycle. At that time, Li may not have comprehended the situation, but now he understood clearly that his grandparents had been suppressing their anger to leave a path for their grandson. If Li were to gain admission to university this year, the Li family would employ both stern and gentle tactics in an effort to win back his affections. The Lu family likely harbored similar thoughts. The unreturned Phoenix bicycle served as a tether between the two families. After Lu Jingyao moved to the capital for her studies, the bicycle was given to her younger brother, Lu Zixue, who was attending the first year of high school at County No. 1 Middle School. In the past, Li had fantasized about Lu Jingyao changing her mind, preferring to rely on the No. 11 bus for transportation rather than reclaiming the bicycle. Yet, at this moment, Li found himself lacking such generous sentiments. If it were merely a case of past grievances being amicably resolved, it would suffice. However, Lu Jingyao ostentatiously sent money to the school, allowing Li Yi to assume the title of Huang Shuren. Does she truly perceive Li Yi as a mere scapegoat? One cannot simultaneously reap the benefits of my efforts while flamboyantly championing freedom, can one? The most pressing concern is that Li Yi himself has no means of transportation. How can he facilitate your convenience? Li Daong inhaled deeply from his cigarette, hesitatingly remarking, "Brother, if you reclaim that Phoenix, you too might truly." Li Yi cast a sidelong glance at Li Daong and retorted, "Is Lu Jingyao truly so remarkable? Must I hang my fate upon her tree? I possess the capability to own an entire forest." Li Daong was momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion, unable to fully comprehend Li Ye's words. "Wasn't it you who was once willing to go to extremes for Lu Jingyao?" Noticing Li Daong's bewildered expression, Li Yi chose not to elaborate further, merely patting his shoulder to reassure him. Despite his burly physique resembling that of a bear, this childhood friend possessed a surprisingly delicate sensibility. For instance, when he once railed at Lu Jingyao's doorstep and proposed earlier that day to confront Shen Shimi in the capital, there was a clear intention behind those actions, to compel Lu Jingyao and Li Yi to reconcile. "You better clarify things with my brother, or I will loudly proclaim your troubles throughout the streets. If you dare to play the role of Shen Shimi, I shall ensure the entire school is made aware." It can be said that Li Ye's wrongful designation as Huang Shuren owed much to Li Daong's zealous support. "Brother, school will soon be dismissed. Let us keep our distance from the entrance." As the end of the school day approached, Li Daong suddenly appeared anxious. What are you afraid of? The teachers at No. 1 High School are quite formidable. I fear they might interfere unnecessarily. No. 1 High School differs significantly from No. 2 High School. Not only is their academic rigor stringent, but they also adopt a stringent approach towards outsiders. By 1981, petty rogues had begun to appear on the streets, soliciting money from children, yet none dared to cause trouble at the entrance of No. 1 High School. Individuals like Li Daong, with their dubious appearances, naturally aroused the vigilance of the teachers. What is there to fear? The authority of teachers extends only within the confines of the school. Can they intrude beyond that? Li Yi replied dismissively. Indeed, no matter how far-reaching a teacher's authority, it cannot extend beyond the school grounds. Another voice chimed in agreement. Li Yi and Li Daong turned to see a man in his 30s, grinning as he regarded them. This man had approached earlier, and Li Yi and Li Daong had assumed he was there to pick up a child, but it seemed otherwise now. Li Daong straightened his face, asking sternly, "What business do you have here? What brings you to the school gate?" In these times, young boys, having grown up watching patriotic films, felt compelled to intervene upon encountering individuals they deemed suspicious. This man spoke with a distinct accent, potentially marking him as a nefarious character. Yet the man remained unperturbed, still wearing a cheerful grin as he replied, "I sell sesame candy. Would the two young gentlemen care for some? Which young master do you think you are? Do you believe this is the old society? Selling sesame candy. Are you not afraid that the speculation crackdown office will apprehend you?" Li Daong exclaimed with a face full of righteousness, yet his mouth betrayed him as he swallowed hard. The speculation crackdown office, notorious for its stringent measures over the years, played a significant role in stifling the nascent sprouts of imperial capitalism. "Do not hastily label me, young brother. The authorities have stated that individual economies are a necessary complement to state and collective economies." As he spoke, the man produced a newspaper, on which he had highlighted an article in red ink, boldly titled "Policy Regulations Regarding Non-Agricultural Individual Economies in Urban Areas." Li Yi was somewhat astonished. The world is replete with astute individuals, and one must never underestimate the heroes among us. The regulations had been issued merely months prior, and many departments likely had yet to grasp their essence. Yet here was someone seizing the opportunity to seek fortune through risk. This keen business acumen and spirit of adventure could easily stir considerable ripples in this stagnant pool of inactivity. Naturally, many would surely drown, for it was not until 1997 that the crime of speculation was abolished and misjudgments were inevitable. "How much do you sell your sesame candy for?" Li Yi approached the man, gesturing for him to reveal his wares. The man unwrapped his bundle, unveiling a small clay basin containing half a basin of yellow-brown sesame candy. Sesame candy, a time-honored traditional snack, is most renowned from the northern Tangshan and southern Hubei regions, crafted from natural ingredients such as glutinous rice, sesame, and maltose, exuding a fragrant, sweet, thin, and crispy allure. Li Dayong's mouth watered profusely, producing slurping sounds. In an era where every purchase required receipts, the temptation of such a sweet delicacy was undeniably immense. It was likely that this fellow was stationed at the school gate, intending to entice the students. The man smiled and quoted, 1 yuan per jean. How much would you like, young brother? Li Dayong nearly leaped in disbelief. 1 yuan per jean? The big white rabbit is only 1 yuan 50. I see you are. You misunderstood. The man quickly clarified. I meant per kilogram. The big white rabbit is priced per jean, and it requires sugar tickets. What a cunning merchant. Li Yi chuckled, refraining from exposing the man's ruse. Instead tossing 2 yuan towards him. The man swiftly pocketed the 2 1 yuan bills and then took up the scale to weigh the candy for Li Yi. He had already discerned that this young master was quite affluent, and to his surprise, he was a substantial customer. Selling at the school gate for an entire day often yielded mere coins, and it could take several days to accumulate 2 yuan. Li Yi was unconcerned about a few yuan, as the sole male heir in his family, his grandfather, grandmother, father, and sister all bestowed him with pocket money. While he may not be a millionaire, he certainly qualified as a minor landowner. However, upon witnessing the seller press his right pinky against the scale's beam, Li Yi could not help but feel a flicker of indignation. Deceiving the scale, does he not consider who he is dealing with? Does he think my youth makes me easy to fool? A light cough escaped, startling the vendor of sesame candy, who promptly ceased his work and hastily added a generous piece of candy to the scale, causing the balance beam to tilt dramatically. That will be 2 yuan for you. Weighing over 2 kilograms and 4 liang. Shall I wrap it in 2 portions? Make it 3, if you please. The vendor deftly retrieved pre-cut white paper from his bundle, skillfully wrapping the candy into 3 portions before presenting them to Li Yi. Li Yi and Li Dayong each took a share to enjoy, while the 3rd portion was placed in his backpack. The sesame candy vendor crouched by the school gate, keeping an eye out for the next customer. He had already sold nearly half of his candy, and it seemed a fruitful day lay ahead. As Li Yi savored the sweet treat, he engaged in casual conversation with the vendor. Did you come here to jump the queue? Haven't returned to the city? I married a local woman and cannot go back. Leave me your contact information, should I need to find you in the future. I often wander around the city, either by the gate of County No. 1 Middle School or outside Yuhong Middle School. Quite cautious you are, a worthy recruit indeed. Chapter 5. I call the shots at home. As the school bell rang, the once tranquil atmosphere of County No. 1 Middle School erupted into a lively commotion. It was Saturday, and aside from the graduating and repeating classes, all students, whether boarders or day scholars, hurried home to share meals and moments with their families. Lu Zixue slung his army green satchel over his shoulder, exited the classroom, and traversed the playground towards the bicycle shed. Last night's rain had left puddles on the field, and Lu Zixue carefully navigated around them, determined to keep his cherished pair of white cool sneakers free from mud. He valued these shoes greatly. Any stains would mar their pristine appearance. Hey, Zixue, my mom mentioned that we're making dumplings tonight. Why not come over to my house for dinner? A familiar classmate called out, eagerly extending the invitation. They had been middle school classmates, having both transitioned from Luqiao Township to County No. 1 Middle School, and their families lived in close proximity, fostering a friendly relationship. However, Lu Zixue politely declined, explaining, I'd rather not. My dad says the rear seat of my bike is rather delicate and can't bear too much weight, or it might break. You should ask your dad to get you a bicycle. A Chin Lima brand would be a decent choice. Indeed. The rear seat of a Phoenix bicycle was not as sturdy as that of a 28-inch model, but this classmate was slight of build, even lighter than most girls, surely. It was not excessive weight. The enthusiastic classmate stood dumbfounded for a moment before lowering her head and walking away, embarrassed. Lu Zixue remained unfazed. County No. 1 Middle School was the finest institution in the county, naturally attracting numerous diligent and intelligent students from rural middle schools. They often studied together, shared laughter. Yet an almost imperceptible barrier divided them into distinct circles. Lu Zixue, with his military satchel, cool sneakers, and bicycle, felt a sense of superiority. Not even the teachers at County No. 1 could boast of his flair. Thus, he believed it was time to distance himself from those wearing coarse fabric garments, layered cloth shoes, and carrying handmade bags from the countryside. The well-dressed, Confident urban children were the kind he deemed to be his true peers. Upon reaching the bicycle shed, Lu Zixue unveiled his striking 26-inch Phoenix bicycle. Having discreetly wiped it down with rainwater the night before, it now gleamed, drawing envious glances from his classmates. He pushed the bicycle slowly towards the school gate, his eyes scanning the crowd intently. Suddenly, they lit up as he quickened his pace towards a few female classmates. Gao Xiaoyan, may I give you a ride home? My mom added a cushion to the rear seat, making it both fast and stable. Gao Xiaoyan, a vivacious and attractive girl, also sported cool sneakers and a military satchel, but lacked a bicycle. She looked at Lu Zixue, who had mustered the courage to extend the invitation surprised. Lu Zixue's home was located in the southwest of the county, while hers resided in the northwest. Near the meat processing plant dormitory, it hardly constituted a convenient route. However, Gao Xiaoyan was quite polite, smiling as she remarked, "We are going to watch a movie now, so we won't be heading home just yet." Lu Zixue responded awkwardly, "Oh, you're going to see a movie." One of the girls accompanying Gao Xiaoyan, who relished playful banter, cheerfully suggested to Lu Zixue, "Hey, why don't you join my Xiaoyan? I want to go. Dinner is waiting for me at home." Lu Zixue managed a forced smile, lowering his head as he pushed his bicycle away. As he walked, he seemed to come to a realization, lifting his gaze just in time to see his rural classmate laughing at him with derision. At that moment, resentment ignited within Lu Zixue's heart. He lamented the few coins in his pocket, insufficient even to purchase a movie ticket. He cursed his stubborn sister for hastily breaking off the engagement with the Li family. Could she not have waited another year until he was admitted to university? Reflecting on the past, he recalled the foolish Li Yi, who would make 8 trips to Luqiao Township each month, his pockets always jingling with change. His wardrobe ever refreshed. How did he end up in such dire straits now? Such a fool. Can't he just come and plead with me to say a few kind words to our father? Doesn't he realize I hold sway in our household? Lu Zixue silently cursed, only to be interrupted by the sound of jubilant cheers ahead. The candy seller has arrived. I knew he would come today. Candy? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixue immediately maneuvered his bicycle forward. He still had 5 cents, enough to buy a small portion for himself, denying his classmate the pleasure of mocking him further. Yet, after pushing forward only a few meters, he froze. There stood Li Yi, who had just been mentioned, gazing back at him. Lu Zixue felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He must be here to curry favor with me, perhaps bringing money or gifts. Surely it's money. My sister has insisted that we must not accept anything from the Li family again. She intends to repay them slowly, but now I am being humiliated. My father said if this fellow gets into university, then I want to oppose their reconciliation. That would be a significant favor to Li Yi. And I hold the final say in our household. In less than 2 seconds, Lu Zixue devised a plan that would allow him to benefit from Li Yi without incurring any obligation. Li Yi stood at the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, drawing the attention of the crowd. Tall and handsome, with an unassuming demeanor, even the shyest girl would steal a glance at him. Fortunately, the girls of this era were still quite reserved. Had he possessed such attributes in a later time, boys would need to be more vigilant when venturing outside. Brother, you're out. Yes, I see you. In truth, Li Yi had spotted Lu Zixue from a distance without needing Li Daong's reminder. In the throngs of departing students, bicycles were scarce, making the distinctive 26-type Phoenix model all the more conspicuous. Li Yi caught sight of Lu Zixue, who, after a moment of slight astonishment, approached him while pushing his bicycle. He came to a halt before Li Yi, lifting his chin slightly to meet his gaze with an icy stare. Li Yi was utterly perplexed, for in that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the visage of his former internship supervisor, a figure he had loathed deeply in a past life. This insufferable individual, utterly devoid of understanding, always presented himself with an air of superiority before a group of interns. Even while they all silently cursed his lineage, he remained blissfully oblivious, convinced that everyone sought his favor and catered to his whims. The Lu Zixue before him was merely enacting a similar charade. His performance was clumsy, yet he approached it with an earnestness that was almost comical. He must be waiting for me to speak first. Li had no desire to engage in this farce with a boy still in his adolescence. Instead, he reached out to grasp the handlebars of the Phoenix bicycle, intending to pull it away and conclude the matter. Caught off guard, Lu Zixue instinctively clutched the rear seat of the beloved bicycle as it slipped from his grasp. A chill of perspiration trickled down his back. Is he here to bestow money upon me? Or is he attempting to steal my bicycle? Chapter 6. Are you a dog? What do you want? Lu Zixue held tightly onto the back seat of the Phoenix bicycle, grappling with Li Yi. Within mere seconds, his palms began to sweat profusely. He had a foreboding sense that if he were to release his grip now, this bicycle, which had bestowed upon him countless moments of admiration and bolstered his confidence, would forever slip away from him. What do you want? Li Yi replied calmly, regarding Lu Zixue with an unwavering gaze. Naturally, I intend to reclaim my bicycle. Is there a problem? Is there an issue? Of course, there was no issue in Li Yi's perspective. However, Lu Zixue perceived a monumental problem. If this bicycle were to be taken by Li Yi, how would his classmates view him? What would Gao Xiaoyan think? How would the teachers at the school regard him? You cannot. This is mine. It was a gift from my sister. Lu Zixue thought anxiously, finally conjuring a plausible justification. In the past, his sister, Lu Jingyao, had been Li Yi's queen. He would unconditionally obey whatever she commanded. Surely, today would be no different. Yet, Li Yi shook his head and retorted disdainfully. Whose bicycle is it? Is it your sister's? If it is not your sister's, then what right does she have to gift it to you? By this time, a crowd had gathered, their curious gazes weighing heavily upon Lu Zixue. He felt on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the humiliation of the situation. Your father said he no longer wanted it. He said it was to be discarded. Lu Zixue clung fiercely to the bicycle's rear seat, as if he were a victim of the gravest injustice, convinced of his own righteousness. Indeed, Li Yi's father, Li Kaijian, had once thrown the betrothal gifts out of their home, uttering harsh words that they were merely fit for feeding dogs. However, Li Yi did not accept this narrative, especially after Lu Jingyao had sent money to the second high school in the county. If the repayment was meant to annul the engagement, why not send it to both families? Perhaps Lu Jingyao believed that sending the money to Li Yi would spare Lu's father the humiliation of personally returning it to the Li family. Yet, she had not considered the gossip that would arise at school, targeting Li Yi. In the past, Li Yi might have silently endured this injustice, but the current Li Yi, you have shown no mercy, thus I shall not be bound by righteousness. If I do not impose some discipline upon you, this matter will persist indefinitely. Li Yi fixed a cold stare upon Lu Zixue and declared, What did my father say? These things are fit only for dogs. So, do you think you are a dog? Buzz Lu Zixue felt as though his mind had exploded. His pride, his confidence, all crumbled in an instant, the echoes of Are you a dog? Are you a dog? Reverberating in his ears. However, Li Yi was not prepared to relent. Instead, he loosened his grip on the bicycle handlebars and added with an extra push, If you are a dog, then bark a few times for me to hear. And I shall give you this bicycle. Utter humiliation, utter disgrace. At that moment, Lu Zixue harbored no other thoughts. He felt he had endured an unbearable and profound humiliation. He truly comprehended the situation. This Phoenix bicycle was a gift from the Li family to Lu Jingyao upon their engagement. Now that the two families have annulled the engagement, the bicycle no longer belonged to Lu Jingyao, nor did it belong to him, Lu Zixue. Nonetheless, Li Yi's public humiliation left him feeling like an innocent and pitiable victim. At the tender age of 16 or 17, one's emotional resilience is inevitably limited, and Lu Zixue finally succumbed to tears. The surrounding students, already gathered in clusters, now strained to catch a glimpse of the commotion, causing the entrance of County No. 1 high school to become exceedingly congested. Brother, the teacher is coming. This is escalating. The towering Li Daong, noticing several figures approaching from a distance, hastily tugged at Li Yi's sleeve. It's fine. We need not fear the consequences, Li Yi replied, unfazed by the situation. Having encountered various scenes in his previous life, he found this predicament rather trivial. He casually pulled the bicycle closer, and Lu Zixue, now sobbing, felt too ashamed to engage with him. What is happening here? What are you doing? A stern teacher squeezed through the crowd, directing a severe inquiry at Li Yi and Li Daong. In this era, teachers held an intrinsic authority over students, and the over 6-foot-tall Li Daong instinctively shrank back at the teacher's interrogation, resembling a patron encountering law enforcement in a dubious establishment. However, Li Yi remained undeterred and replied calmly, We are merely reclaiming our belongings. Your belongings? The strict teacher scrutinized Li Yi before suddenly exclaiming, You are Li Yi, aren't you? Yes, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you again, Director Yao. Li Yi recognized this teacher, holding a vivid recollection of their past encounter. Initially, Lu Jingyao's father had stated that if Li Yi could gain admission to university, he would not oppose it, prompting Li Yi to insist on repeating a year. Although the Li family was currently irate, they still sought connections to facilitate Li Yi's admission into the County No. 1 High School's repeat class. The educational quality and graduation rates of County No. 1 High School were unparalleled in the entire Chishui County. and the Li family was wholly committed to Li Yi's future. Yet, just as Li Yi was about to enroll, the very Director Yao from the high school's administrative office barred him entry, citing that he did not meet the admission standards of County Number 1 high school. While Li Yi's academic performance indeed fell short of the standards, and Director Yao's actions were justifiable, it was undoubtedly a severe blow to the sensitive psyche of the original owner. Consequently, the original owner transformed from an outgoing and sunny disposition to one of silence and reserve, a change not unrelated to Director Yao. With narrowed eyes, Director Yao sternly questioned Li Yi, "If you are not a student of this school, why are you causing a disturbance here?" In truth, Li Yi held a deep respect for the teachers of this era. They were genuinely dedicated to the education of their students. However, the disdainful gaze of this level director was profoundly displeasing to him. An inexplicable ire surged within him, prompting an immediate retort. "Esteemed teacher, whether I have caused a disturbance is one matter. However, even if I did, do you possess the authority to intervene?" Director Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sternly replied, "How could I lack the authority? This is the County Number 1 high school." Pointing to the pavement beneath him, Li Yi asserted, "You may govern as you wish within the confines of the school, but beyond its walls, your jurisdiction does not extend." In his previous life, Li Yi had been greatly vexed by similar occurrences. After tirelessly circling in search of a parking space, he would find it occupied by traffic cones or even immobilized by a lock. Had he purchased or leased the storefront? Did that grant him dominion over the public road outside? Such absurdity was beyond reason. Yet, at this moment, Li Yi's anger flared, while Director Yao's fury eclipsed his own. He had never encountered such an audacious student and felt compelled to subdue him. With so many eyes upon them, how could the esteemed director of County No. 1 high school allow a mere student to best him? How would he lead his charges thereafter? "I may not govern the road, but I can certainly manage my students. If you have made one of my students weep, I will hold you accountable," Director Yao declared, casting a piercing gaze at Li Yi before turning to Lu Zixue, inquiring, "Tell me, how has he wronged you? I shall advocate on your behalf." Seemingly seizing upon a lifeline, Lu Zixue sobbed, "He stole my bicycle. How outrageous! In broad daylight, to dare commit such a robbery, no less in the presence of the County Number 1 high school. Today, he would not escape unscathed." Director Yao lunged forward, grasping at Li Yi's sleeve, resembling a fierce, protective mother cat. The school possessed but one 26-inch Phoenix bicycle, which Lu Zixue rode daily with conspicuous visibility. Thus, he had no doubt regarding Lu Zixue's claims. Li Yi casually shrugged off Director Yao's grasp, stating, "Please note, if teachers could apprehend students at will, what need would there be for security?" Director Yao found himself momentarily silenced, as he was a man of reason, and engaging in baseless disputes was not his nature. However, confronted with Li Yi's blatant disregard for authority, he struggled to contain his mounting frustration. "Go, summon the security personnel," he commanded. Several students raced toward the school entrance to call for the security department. In this era, the security team was not merely a group of guards. They were a formidable joint defense force capable of apprehending criminals without hesitation. Before the students could reach the entrance, the security personnel had already arrived. Pointing at Li Yi, Director Yao declared, "This is a robber. Apprehend him." Yet, the security personnel exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, "Impossible. I know this boy. He could never be a robber." It was only then that Director Yao recalled having previously rebuffed the head of the security department, denying Li Yi entry. However, Director Yao has never been one to shy away from offending others. He stated sternly, "Section Chief Ma, he brazenly stole our students' bicycles right at the entrance of our school. You cannot show favoritism. Stolen bicycles?" Section Chief Ma glanced at Li Yi and then at Lu Zixue, waving his hand dismissively. "Director Yao, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction." Angered, Director Yao retorted, "Why is it beyond our jurisdiction?" Section Chief Ma patiently explained, "Because we lack the registration records for the bicycles. This issue can actually be resolved quite easily. Just a few hundred meters ahead is the North City Police Station. If you inquire there, you will discover to whom the bicycle belongs." In the 1980s and 1990s, bicycles had a comprehensive registration system, requiring not only a letter of introduction from the unit to register at the police station but also the issuance of a license plate, a bicycle certificate, and even annual inspections. After considering Section Chief Ma's words for a moment, Director Ye replied, "All right, then we shall go to the police station." Yet, Lu Zixue was taken aback. He was all too aware of whose name the bicycle was registered under. If they were to go to the police station, once the truth came to light, Director Ye would undoubtedly hold him accountable. I will not go to the police station. The head of the North City Police Station is his relative. Teacher, I ride this bicycle every day. Director Yao paused, observing the anxious Lu Zixue, and finally sensed that something was amiss. In that instant, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly, a nauseating sensation. A rational person suddenly realizing that he himself was in the wrong, who could truly comprehend such a state of mind. Chapter 7. Rejecting me at the door is your loss, please. Everyone, do not crowd here. Class leaders, kindly guide your classmates to leave in an orderly fashion. Major Ma from the security department was requested to assist in managing the students to prevent any congestion. Upon realizing that Lu Zixue had lied, Director Yao immediately began directing the surrounding students, urging the curious onlookers to disperse from the school entrance. It must be said that students of this era are remarkably obedient and disciplined. Within mere minutes, they formed orderly lines and exited the gates of County No. 1 High School. Once the crowd had thinned significantly, he turned his stern gaze towards Li Yi, attempting to soften his tone as he spoke. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Until the investigation is complete, the bicycle will be temporarily confiscated at the school. Once it is clarified. I'm afraid, Li Yi interjected, I must reiterate that you have neither the authority nor the right to oversee this matter. If you wish to investigate, we can proceed to the police station right now. Director Yao glared at Li Yi, his teeth grinding audibly. He had already surmised that the Phoenix bicycle belonged to Li Yi, yet from the perspective of school administration, he could not afford to show weakness to a student. An apology was out of the question. This situation mirrors that of a company leader, even when in the wrong. One must maintain a faade of authority to prevent the entire organization from descending into chaos. Thus, Director Yao reassured himself of his correctness. However, observing Major Ma's demeanor and considering Lu Zixue's claim that the police chief was a relative of Li Yi's, Director Yao recognized that he could not suppress Li Yi today. He straightened his face and coldly remarked, I am quite relieved that I did not allow a troublemaker like you into County No. 1 High School. A student like you is a malignant tumor. Yet Li Yi interrupted once more, calmly asserting, your refusal to admit me was a loss for County No. 1 High School. A loss? Director Yao, despite his role as an educator, could not suppress a scoff. What a laugh. After years of teaching, I have never encountered a student as arrogant as you. Li Yi cast a casual glance at him and replied, are you not seeing me now? You. Director Yao's anger flared, ready to impart a lesson cultivated over years of experience to Li Yi. However, Li Yi merely nodded at Major Ma, turned, and mounted his bicycle. Departing. Look at this student, look at him. Director Yao complained to Major Ma, pointing at the receding figure of Li Yi. How could you have introduced him to our school? Thankfully, I intervened. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Major Ma tolerated a few complaints before responding softly, Director Yao. That boy's grandfather works in the grain department. I was merely a facilitator. If you wish to vent, it should not be directed at me. Director Yao was momentarily taken aback as he recalled the recent icy demeanor of the school's logistics staff, finally connecting the dots. In this era, a peculiar system known as grain and oil relations bestowed considerable power upon the food department. Nonetheless, Director Yao remained steadfast in his belief that he was in the right. Ensuring the quality of student admissions and elevating the enrollment rate of County No. 1 High School was an obligation he could not shirk. Open a back door for me? Absolutely not. He sighed deeply and turned to find Lu Zixue timidly standing behind him. Anger welled up within him, and he unleashed his frustration upon Lu Zixue. Bring your bicycle permit on Monday. If the bicycle truly belongs to you, I will ensure you reclaim it, even if it means going to court. If it does not belong to you, you shall write an apology letter and submit it to me. After leaving County No. 1 High School, Li Daong gazed enviously at the Phoenix bicycle beneath Li Yi's legs. Li Daong's own bicycle was a rusty, cumbersome hand-me-down from his father, starkly contrasting with the lightweight and elegant 26-inch Phoenix. The disparity between their bicycles was akin to that between a poor boy and a wealthy heir. It was only because Li Yi was the sole male descendant of the Li family and was thus cherished, combined with the fact that several family members were employed and earning, that they could afford such a visually appealing yet impractical item. During this era, most individuals prioritized practicality when purchasing bicycles. In a time when automobiles were a rare sight on the roads, bicycles served as vital means of transportation, often carrying hundreds of pounds over long distances. Thus, the delicate 26-inch Phoenix was indeed a luxury. As the two rode along, Li Daong suddenly realized they were not on the route back to County No. 2 High School and inquired, Brother, are you heading home? Li nodded. So much has transpired recently. Do you think my family will remain oblivious forever? If I don't return home to explain, who knows what trouble could arise? The small town of Qingshui County was not vast, and the reputation of Li Yi and Huang Shuren would likely reach the ears of the Li family swiftly. Given Li Ye's father, Li Kaijian's notorious temper, it was only a matter of time before trouble ensued. Indeed, Li Daong concurred. Uncle Kaijian does have a short fuse. You must keep me informed. Li Dayong's father had once trained under Li Ye's grandfather, hence he referred to Li Ye's grandfather as Shifu out of respect. Li Yi then proposed, "Why don't you come over for dinner today? I'll pick up a roasted chicken on the way. My grandfather has seen you in ages and would love to assess whether your skills have diminished." Li Daong could not help but swallow hard but shook his head in response. "No, I haven't been home in several weeks. I miss my mother." At this time, a roasted chicken cost 3 yuan, which seemed reasonable, yet for a newly minted apprentice earning only 20-some yuan a month, such luxuries were rarely indulged. While Li Daong often borrowed cigarettes from Li Yi and felt no pressure spending his money, dining at Li Ye's home felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Very well. I shall treat you another day," Li Yi replied amicably, waving farewell to Li Daong at the intersection in the west of the city. Before continuing on his way to the dormitory area of the fertilizer factory, guided by his memory. The dormitory area of the county fertilizer plant is situated to the east of Qishui County, not far from the second middle school. Logically, Li Yi could easily commute from home. However, ever since a year ago, the original owner stubbornly opted to reside at school. One reason was that Lu Jingyao, the girl he admired, was also a boarding student, and the youthful, naive original owner yearned to catch glimpses of her at every moment. The second reason was that a year prior, after resuming work, Li Kaijian had finally remarried, bringing a stepmother into the original owner's life. In the 1980s, societal customs were far less liberal than in later times, and under the influence of outdated beliefs, the original owner developed a strong aversion to the suddenly intruding stepmother's family, to the extent that he often refused to return home for weeks. After assimilating the original owner's memories, Li Yi could not help but inwardly curse. Lamenting the plight of being a son, Li Kaijian had remained single since his 20s, enduring years of solitary hardship to raise Li Yi and her brother until he was 40, at which point he remarried. Surely, he deserved the title of a good father. Now that he had returned to work and the children had grown up, was it wrong to seek a wife who could provide warmth and understanding? Was it not justified? Chapter 8. A family embrace. Li Ye's home is a quaint, independent courtyard dwelling, featuring 3 main rooms and 3 auxiliary ones, offering fairly decent living conditions. Upon arriving at the doorstep on his bicycle, Li Yi was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. At this juncture, as autumn waned and winter approached, the variety of vegetables had diminished significantly, leaving most households with a meager selection of radishes, potatoes, and cabbage gracing their tables. As Li Yi pushed his bicycle through the door, he caught sight of 3 figures bustling about in the kitchen, the eldest being his stepmother, Han Chunmei, and the 2 younger ones, her daughters, who had taken on the surname Li, Li Wan and Li Ying. Han Chunmei, one might say, was also a woman of misfortune. In her youth, she was recognized as a beauty across the countryside, but after marrying a carpenter and bearing 2 daughters, she was unable to have any more children. In a later era, a man with 2 daughters would bask in delight, free from the burdens of acquiring property or worrying about dowries. During festive seasons, he would recline on the sofa, while his daughters dutifully brought him treats, and his sons-in-law would curry favor with him, asking, "Father, shall we go for a stroll?" However, in this age, every family awaited the birth of a male heir. Failing to produce a son could lead to whispers that could crush a person's spirit. Han Chunmei's in-laws were particularly domineering, compelling her husband to divorce her and remarry, thus casting Han Chunmei out. She returned to her parental home with her 2 daughters, enduring years of hardship until she finally married Li Kaijian, who was 8 years her senior. From that moment on, she felt as if she had been blessed by heaven. Her in-laws no longer reproached her for having 2 daughters, nor did her husband resort to violence over trivial matters. Upon marrying into the Li family, Han Chunmei was quickly provided with a temporary job, earning 22 yuan and 50 cents a month. Although this amount seemed modest, it brought her immense joy. For no one understood better than she the bitterness of watching her children yearn for sweets while she had no money to spare. No one felt the ache of being unable to feed her children but offering them merely a bowl of cold water when they cried out in hunger. Thus, once she entered the Li household, Han Chunmei approached her family with a heart full of gratitude, taking on all household chores, which often led Li Ye's grandmother to lament, "I'm not old yet, but I'm of no use anymore." "Oh, Xiaoyi is back? Upon seeing Li Yu enter, Han Shimei paused for a moment, then quickly fished out 2 dimes to hand to her daughter. Xiaowan, hurry to the east street to buy a block of tofu. Xiaoying, watch a cabbage quickly. Food was precious during this time, and every meal was carefully calculated, ensuring that leftovers were an absolute rarity. Thus, with Li Yi's unexpected return, Han Shunmei feared there wouldn't be enough food to go around. There's no need for that, Li Yi interjected, halting Li Wan, who was about to rush out. I had a little something outside, just a simple mix with some cabbage hearts will suffice. He then retrieved a bag of unconsumed sesame candy from his backpack and offered it to them. I bought this sesame candy on the way. Share it with you and Xiaoying. Li Wan stared at the sesame candy presented before her, momentarily at a loss for words. She had been following Han Shimei to the Li family for a year, yet she had never seen a pleasant expression on her brother Li's face. What could have happened today? Had his head been struck by a donkey, or had his sow climbed a tree? I don't want to eat. You have it. Li Wan stifled her saliva, refusing the sesame candy that was about to enter her mouth, and slipped behind Han Shimei. Have some. I still have half a bag. Li Yu revealed the half-open bag of sesame candy and stuffed the entire package into Li Wan's hands. Oh. Only then did Li Wan accept it, lowering her head as she walked behind Han Shimei. She exchanged a glance with her sister Li Ying, both revealing a flicker of joy. Han Shunmei frowned in displeasure and scolded her daughters. Oh. Can't you even call him brother? Aren't you old enough to know better? Brother. The 2 girls hurriedly called out to Li Yi, timidly, like the faint buzzing of mosquitoes. It's all right. I used to be clueless too. You'll get used to it gradually. I'm going to head inside, Li Yi hurriedly reassured them, turning toward the northern room. His departure made his 2 younger sisters uneasy. Once Li Yu left, Han Shimei rubbed the corners of her eyes and sternly addressed her daughters. Is it so difficult to call him brother? You still dare to eat sweets? Get a plate and serve it on the table. The children immediately pouted. And Li Wan quietly muttered, he doesn't even call you mother. Han Shimei raised her hand as if to strike, but halfway through, she sighed and lowered it. Being a stepmother is no easy task. Although the 2 daughters were unhappy, they obediently took a plate and arranged the sesame candy as a snack for the dining table. The remaining pieces of candy were divided into 3 portions by Li Wan, one for her sister Li Ying, one for their mother Han Shunmei. Tears finally fell from the corners of Han Shunmei's eyes. When Li Yi suddenly returned home, everyone in the family was overjoyed. Grandfather and grandmother embraced their eldest grandson, expressing concern for his well-being and commenting on his weight loss. His elder sister tugged at his outer garment, measuring him and concluding that it was too small, promising to buy him a new one once she received her salary. Even Li Kaijian, who had strained relations with Li Yi after reprimanding him with a belt, wore a stern face while handing over money, saying, now that you're back, I assume you're short on cash again? Here is 10 yuan, make it last. Although Li Yi had some worries about how to interact with his family, the warmth of their familial bonds and genuine affection enveloped him, allowing him to seamlessly blend into the atmosphere. No, I still have money. I mainly have something to discuss with you. What is it? I retrieved that 26 phoenix. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, Li Kaiyan asked in a deep voice, what were you thinking? I didn't think too much about it, Li Yu replied. The day before yesterday, Lu Jingyao sent me 45 yuan. Since she looks down on us now, we shouldn't cling to a relationship that is soured. Let us part amicably and avoid unnecessary troubles. With a resounding clap of his thigh, Li Kaijian exclaimed, if only you had thought of this sooner. Had it not been for your sake, I would have. What are you rambling about? Grandmother spat at Li Kaijian and, with concern, inquired of Li Yi, little Yi, have you truly made up your mind? Li Yu nodded, affirming. Indeed, I have. However, there may be some unpleasant rumors circulating soon. Please do not take them to heart. In a few days, they shall fade away. Rumors? What rumors? Just as Li Kaijian was about to probe further, Li Ye's grandfather, Li Zhongfa, interjected, enough. Let's eat. The children are hungry, and you persist in your incessant chatter. I am not chattering. Li Kaijian mumbled, bowing his head to commence his meal. If Li Yi had once been educated by Li Kaijian's belt, then Li Kaijian had certainly been disciplined by Li Zhongfa's rod. In the Li family, the tradition held that a dutiful child emerged from such discipline. As they neared the end of their meal, Li Zhongfa suddenly asked Li Yi, have you recently undergone class placement examinations? Li Yi responded, we had the exams, but I am uncertain regarding the class placement. How do you know, grandfather? Li Zhongfa explained, this morning, your school called me. They mentioned that your exam results were neither particularly good nor bad, making entry into the accelerated class somewhat challenging. Upon hearing this, Li immediately understood the situation. The re-examination class at County Number 2 Middle School was already divided into fast and slow tracks. And now with the introduction of an accelerated class, it was a radical measure intended to boost the school's admission rates. Given Li's exam performance and ranking, it was impossible for him to qualify for the accelerated class. The school's call to Li Zhongfa was undoubtedly motivated by a request for assistance. Grandfather, you need not worry about my studies. Even without entering the accelerated class, I can still gain admission to university. Therefore, please do not agree to anything that contravenes the regulations. Contravening the regulations? It's merely a matter of common courtesy. Just focus on your studies. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Whether you gain admission or not, our family has no demands of you. Ah, still lacking in belief in oneself, Li observed. Glancing at the expressions of everyone at the table, he could sense the collective sentiment. Neither his grandparents, father, nor sister dared to impose pressure on him. They were all delicately nurturing the pride of the family's eldest son. All right, I understand. If I can get into university, that would be splendid. If not, I shall rely on my family. Li refrained from making grand promises to assure them, believing it best to surprise them later with a delightful revelation. Chapter 9. The Useless Things. A delightful dinner filled with warmth enveloped Li, who felt a profound sense of comfort. After the meal, he retired early, his mind still in a state of tumultuous fusion since his nighttime ordeal, coupled with the weakness from a high fever. He found himself fatigued and desperately in need of sleep. Once he succumbed to slumber, his grandfather, Li Zhongfa, donned a serious expression and summoned Li Kaijian. Go inquire discreetly about the rumors circulating at school. Do not make a scene, he instructed. Li Kaijian was already pondering this matter when he set off on his bicycle to visit Li Dayong's home. Less than half an hour later, he returned, seething with indignation. This is utterly outrageous. They have the audacity to label Xiao Yi as a Huang Shuren. I swear, tomorrow, I will confront that impoverished scholar. No, I shall go tonight. Though many years had passed since Li Kaijian's military service, his fiery temperament remained intact. Upon hearing of his son's grievances, he was quick to curse and prepare to seek retribution from the Lu family. However, Li Zhongfa rebuked him. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not realize the turmoil this stirs within the child? Do you not understand how idle gossip can escalate? Li Kaijian, rarely one to back down, retorted defiantly, Father. Do you know that Xiao Yu has been burning with fever in the school dormitory for 2 days? We cannot allow him to suffer this humiliation. Humph, perhaps he ought to endure some hardship. We can protect him temporarily, but we cannot shield him for a lifetime, Li Zhongfa replied. Did you not notice how Xiao Yu has changed today? Steel is forged through trials. Let him handle this matter himself from now on. Do not interfere any further. Li Kaijian, frustrated, paced back and forth before lamenting. How blind I was to overlook that girl's ruthlessness. Ah, she possesses the means to be ruthless. Li Zhongfa chuckled softly. Do you know how swiftly that university student, Lu, from last year's county assignment was promoted? Thus, do not underestimate the Lu family. Do not forge unnecessary enmities. Li Kaijian paused, slowly absorbing the implications of his father's words. His forthright nature rendered him less sensitive than Li Zhongfa, who had weathered many storms, and he had yet to grasp the value of a university student in this era. Frustration welled within him, prompting him to grumble. It's all Xiao Ye's fault for not striving harder. If he had also been admitted to university, we wouldn't be facing these troubles. Li Zhongfa rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, You, with your coarse intellect, cannot even recognize the 24 letters of the alphabet, and yet you dare criticize Xiao Yi? Li Kaijian, caught off guard by his father's rebuke, rolled his eyes in exasperation, wanting to correct him that there were actually 26 letters, but wisely swallowed his words. If the two of us were to compare strength, we would be equally stubborn, but if it comes to knowledge, let us not speak of it. A single tennis shoe splashed into the puddles left by the rain, muddy water gleefully staining the once white sneaker a dark hue. Lu Zixue, numbly extracting his foot, continued to tread through the darkness, stepping in and out of the shallow and deep waters. He resides in Qianjin Village, Luqiao Township, which is situated 30 miles from the county's foremost high school. In the days when he possessed a bicycle, he could reach home in just over an hour. Lu Zixue relished the exhilarating sensation of racing along the road, not merely due to the wind rushing past his ears, but also because of the envious glances cast by passers-by. Having just gained admission to high school, he was the proud owner of a Phoenix brand bicycle, a symbol of his carefree youth. However, today, as Li Yi had reclaimed the bicycle, Lu Zixue realized the arduousness of the dirt path beneath his feet, discovering just how laborious walking could be. As autumn waned, darkness fell early, and after 3 hours of walking and stumbling numerous times, he finally beheld the lights of Luqiao Township. The township derived its name from a stone bridge that spans the clear waters of the river. Crossing the river and heading west from Luqiao Township, one would walk another 4 miles to reach Qianjin village. In the distance, Lu Zixue noticed a small figure sitting beneath the bridge's light, huddled and gazing longingly towards the county town. Upon recognizing Lu Zixue's uneven approach, the small figure sprang to its feet and hurriedly came toward him. It was then that Lu Zixue recognized his younger sister, Lu Jingqi. "Brother, why have you returned so late? Where is your bicycle?" she inquired. Faced with his sister's eager gaze, Lu Zixue found himself at a loss for words and could only retort, "What are you doing here?" Lu Jingqi replied, "Mother was worried that you hadn't returned as it grew dark, thinking your bicycle might be broken, so she sent me to welcome you." "Where is your bicycle, brother?" Her insistence on the bicycle ignited Lu Zixue's frustration. "If mother sent you to meet me, why are you sitting here? What if I had perished on the way and no one knew?" Lu Jingqi was taken aback, and after a long pause, she replied with a hint of distress, "It's dark, and I was afraid to walk alone. I didn't dare to go any further." "Humph, useless," Lu Zixue scoffed before striding ahead, leaving Lu Jingqi behind. In that moment, he felt that everyone owed him something: his impoverished parents, his timid sister, and his self-absorbed sister. All seemed to owe him their consideration. Upon reaching home, Lu's father was busy grading assignments while his mother was crafting shoe soles. A meal had been prepared for Lu Zixue on the table. Noticing his entrance, his mother once again inquired about the bicycle. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Lu Zixue burst into tears. After learning the full story, Lu's father remained silent, while his mother, feeling sympathy for her son, attempted to console him. All right. Don't cry. We can buy you a new bicycle. Your sister will help." "Yes, a new one. I will write to my sister and ask her to purchase one for me," Lu Zixue exclaimed, his spirits lifted by the prospect. He hastily set aside his meal and grabbed paper and pen, pouring all his pent-up resentment into his letter. In the house were stamps previously sent by Lu Jingyao, and Lu Zixue sealed the envelope, embarking on a nocturnal journey to Luqiao Township to deposit his letter into the mailbox outside the post office. The following morning, the thin envelope was loaded onto a truck, traversing a vast distance before arriving at the mailbox of the Beijing Foreign Language Institute. As the late autumn chill enveloped the capital, the final autumn rain fell, heralding the onset of early winter. The bothersome wind swept through the dense curtain of rain, carrying a cool dampness that silently pushed open the window, brushing against Lu Jingyao's face, dampening her eyelashes and tousling her hair. While engrossed in a hefty dictionary, Lu Jingyao stirred slightly, completing a word before taking a deep breath, allowing the refreshing coolness to permeate her lungs. She relished this subtle chill, as it sharpened her weary mind and enhanced her study efficiency. However, just as Lu Jingyao felt a surge of vitality, a soft voice emerged from the upper bunk of the dormitory. "Lu Jingyao, could you please close the window? Half of it would suffice. Thank you." Swiftly, she complied, shutting the window and keeping the damp chill of late autumn at bay. Her upper bunkmate, Lu Muhan, hailing from the south, had recently arrived in the capital and was still adjusting to the northern climate. Lu Jingyao felt it necessary to be considerate of others. "I apologize, Muhan. Are you feeling any better from your cold?" "It's all right," Lu Muhan replied, peering down from her bunk. "What book are you reading, Jingyao?" "Oh, how diligent you are." Lu Jingyao smiled silently, lowering her head to continue memorizing vocabulary. She understood that diligence was imperative. Having narrowly secured her admission to the Capital Foreign Language Institute, Lu Jingyao felt a sense of pride. Yet, upon arriving, she realized the abundance of talent surrounding her. Every young person here possessed extraordinary gifts and confidence far surpassing their peers. For instance, Lu Muhan, nestled in her blankets, could read original foreign novels effortlessly without a dictionary. Lu Jingyao had stolen glances at those densely packed texts and felt dizzy from the sight of the intricate characters. How could this self-reliant girl, who had finally leaped over obstacles to achieve her dream, be content to lag behind? Lu Jingyao was acutely aware that her striking beauty was merely a serendipitous advantage. It was her resilience and diligence that constituted her most treasured assets, her means to break free from confinement and breathe freely. "Lu Jingyao, you have a letter." Two girls cheerfully entered the dormitory, one holding an envelope, which she handed to Lu Jingyao, who was seated by the window engrossed in her studies. Accepting the letter with gratitude, Lu Jingyao began to read, while her inquisitive roommates leaned in curiously like two playful kittens. Soon, her expression shifted dramatically to anger, confusion, and concern flitted across her lovely features in rapid succession. The two curious kittens immediately sensed the intrigue, extending their sharp claws toward the unfolding mystery. Chapter 10. The kind-hearted roommates. What's wrong, Jingyao? Is it that scoundrel who wrote to you? How can someone be so shameless, even sending the new marriage law to him, and still be so persistent? No, it's a letter from my brother. Lu Jingyao hurriedly folded the letter, fearing that her overly enthusiastic roommates might glimpse its content. Wait. Jingyao, your complexion seems off. If it were truly a letter from your brother, you wouldn't look so distressed. Don't be embarrassed if you're facing difficulties. Just share them with us. We'll tackle them together. Exactly, Jingyao. Our ideals might clash with the outdated customs, but it is our duty to enlighten those who remain ignorant, to help them progress. Her roommates chattered incessantly, leaving Lu Jingyao feeling utterly bewildered. She began to doubt whether her decision to accept their concern had been the right one. Since arriving in the capital for university, Liu had sent her a letter every week for several months, igniting the gossip fervor among her enthusiastic dorm mates. They were all older women who had experienced life in the countryside, possessing ample rhetorical skills, while the inexperienced Lu Jingyao found herself utterly outmatched. Through their relentless expressions of care, they eventually extracted the details of her connection with Li. Lu Jingyao was torn. She yearned to break free from her past shackles, but feared that her family in Qinshu County would face retaliation from the Li family. When her father had stated that he would not oppose their relationship if Li Yi were to be admitted to university next year, Lu Jingyao had sensed her father's timidity and concession. Upon hearing her confessions, her roommates were incensed. In this era of renewal, how could a privileged university student endure the moral constraints of a vile old society? Critique was imperative, even if that Li Yi had agreed to break off their engagement. His family's attitude was intolerably harsh and deserved severe condemnation. Her classmates brainstormed strategies: a letter of severance, a return of the betrothal gifts, legal documents, a comprehensive approach, meticulously planned, vowing to shatter the unrealistic dreams of a rural toad. It seemed that Lu Jingyao's plan had succeeded. Li Yi had publicly reclaimed the 26 Phoenix car, effectively severing their relationship. However, this outcome was not what Lu Jingyao had hoped for. She had wished for Li Yi to comprehend her stance, to champion the noble and pure ideals of freedom, and to proactively resolve the conflict between their families, thereby dissipating the ambiguous grievances. From what Lu Jingyao knew of Li Yi, he should have been able to acknowledge his mistakes, exhibiting the responsibility of a man. Persuading his family not to dwell on the matter, only he could quietly and peacefully resolve this issue. Yet, judging by her brother's description in the letter, Li Yi now appeared entirely unrecognizable. In the words of her roommates, it seemed this toad was rather lacking in awareness. As she pondered this, the tall and slender, undeniably handsome toad unconsciously crawled into Lu Jingyao's heart. She quickly shook her head vigorously to regain her composure. She no longer wished to entangle herself with Li Yi, nor to endure the suffocating sensation of being a recipient of charity. Jingyao, what troubles you? Don't bottle up your feelings. Allow me to see your brother's letter, and we shall offer you some advice. Lu Jingyao's actions acted like a catalyst, igniting her roommate's curiosity and gossip, which burned with an unbearable itch. Though she felt somewhat irritable, she was too embarrassed to dismiss her roommate's goodwill. At that moment, Lu Muhan, from the upper bunk, suddenly spoke up. Su Shui Molly, this is ultimately Lu Jingyao's personal matter. Don't you think you're being overly concerned? What do you mean by that? Su Shui immediately retorted, Little Lu, you city kids have no idea of the audacity of those from the countryside. Just ask Molly how many young intellectuals sent to the countryside were deceived by locals and regretted it for a lifetime after failing to return to the city. Lu Muhan cast a glance at Su Shui and Molly before retreating back into her blanket. Although she shared a dormitory with Lu Jingyao and the others, a subtle barrier existed due to differing habits, leading her to rarely converse with her roommates. This time, however, she couldn't help but offer a word of caution to Lu Jingyao, leaving it up to her whether to heed the advice. Lu Jingyao seemed to have realized something. Responding to Su Shui and Molly, it's nothing. My brother just wants to participate in next year's college entrance examination early and wrote to ask for my opinion. He Shui expressed skepticism. Isn't your brother only a freshman? You want him to take the exam next year? Lu Jingyao smiled. He is doing well academically and wants to give it a shot. If he doesn't succeed, it's just another experience. Isn't it? That makes sense. He Shui and Molly then shifted their focus away from Lu Jingyao, chattering about other news. A little while later, He Shui suddenly leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. Jingyao, did you know? Qian Shun seems to have a crush on you. If you think he is decent, I can help you make an introduction. Lu Jingyao froze momentarily and hurriedly replied, No thanks, Sister He. I'm not considering anything outside of my studies right now. He Shues sighed. What a pity. Qian Shun has a good family background and is talented. Lu Jingyao lowered her head in silence, wishing she could cover her ears. That Qian Shun was strikingly similar to Li Yi. Both came from affluent families, spent lavishly, and possessed an unacknowledged sense of superiority. Yet, beyond these two similarities, they shared nothing else. Li Yi stood at 6 feet tall. While Qian Shun was only 5'3", Li Yi boasted an extraordinarily handsome face, while Qian Shun had a prominent, bulbous nose. Li Yi's bright eyes were filled with pure admiration, whereas the gaze from Qian Shun made Lu Jingyao feel utterly uncomfortable. In terms of appearance alone, Li Yi could easily receive a perfect score in Lu Jingyao's eyes, while Qian Shun is difficult to describe. If Li Yi were likened to a toad, Qian Shun would be akin to a buzzing fly. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Jingyao found a moment of solitude to spread out her stationery and compose a letter home. In her correspondence, she urged her younger brother to be self-reliant and not to succumb to superficial desires, suggesting that if he lacked a bicycle, he should walk. As long as his academic performance was commendable, there were treasures to be found within the pages of books. However, as she approached the end of her letter, Lu Jingyao hesitated. She was acutely aware of her family's circumstances. Her brother, Lu Zixue, had grown accustomed to Li Yi's indulgences over the past year and might struggle to adjust to a more austere lifestyle in the short term. Given their mother's tendency to dote on her beloved son, it was possible that she might genuinely consider purchasing a bicycle for Lu Zixue. Furthermore, Li Yi's sudden reclamation of the bicycle would undoubtedly invite gossip and scrutiny from those around them, stirring up the tranquility that had only just begun to settle over the Lu family. After much contemplation, Lu Jingyao penned a second letter. Li Yi, it has been a long time. Your presence feels unfamiliar to me now. Where has the kind, magnanimous, and responsible young man gone? Please return the bicycle to my brother. He is still young and cannot bear the weight of rumors and criticism. Rest assured, I will repay you the full amount for the bicycle, with interest. Chapter 11. When Lu Jingyao's letter reached the second high school of Qingshui County, Li Yi happened to be adjusting into the new repeating Class 1, alongside several classmates from Class 2. One student lamented, expressing discontent about the arbitrary reshuffling, lamenting that just as he had grown familiar with a girl at his desk to the point of reading palms, they were now to be forcibly separated. However, Li Yi, privy to the underlying reasons from his grandfather, understood that the school was realigning the fast and slow tracks. This year, the second high school had enrolled 3 repeating classes, which were initially categorized based on the college entrance examination scores, designating the repeating Class 1 as the accelerated track. Yet, a single test score could not entirely reflect a student's comprehensive capabilities. After 4 months of intensive teaching, the classes exhibited significant disparities in performance. Some students surged ahead, while others fell behind. Additionally, several promising students had just advanced to the second year of high school. Thus, the school's decision to reevaluate and reorganize the students into a new accelerated class to enhance the overall admission rates was only natural. Carrying his backpack, Li lazily trailed behind Human and others as he entered the classroom of repeating Class 1, promptly attracting the attention of numerous students. Why is Huang Shuren in our class? He couldn't even crack the top 10 in Class 2, right? Humph, his family is wealthy. Perhaps he used connections to secure his spot. What do you mean perhaps? It's a certainty. That landowner always resorts to underhanded means. That Gui Yunjin is truly wronged. He studies so hard, yet this Huang Shuren has pushed him out. As Li Yi and his companions moved into repeating Class 1, some students from that class were reassigned to the other 2 classes. Those who had lingered in repeating Class 1 for an extended period often regarded themselves as superior. Now, being ousted, it was only natural for them to feel resentment. However, they merely whispered among themselves, for the formidable Li Daong, a dominant figure in Class 1, shared a camaraderie with Li Yi, making it unwise for anyone to confront them directly. Hey, come sit over here, Li Daong called out cheerfully from the last row of the classroom, stretching his arms wide in greeting. Despite his imposing physique, Li Daong's academic performance was slightly better than Li Yi's. Previously, Li Daong had been cautious not to provoke Li Yi, given his connections with Lu Jingyao. Yet now that they were in the same class, he found himself even more pleased than Li Yi. With a smile, Li Yi approached Li Daong, but was momentarily halted by an interruption. Xiaoyu, Lu Jingyao's former close friend, stood before him, a scowl on her face as she handed him a letter. Here, your letter. Li Yi, taken aback, accepted the letter. But upon noticing the postmark date, the smile on his face faded into a frown. Why is my letter in your possession? I saw it at the front office and brought it over for you. What? Are you going to thank me? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, adopting a disdainful demeanor. However, when her gaze met Li Ye's suddenly cold and imposing stare, she involuntarily took a step back, unable to suppress her surprise. What are you going to do? I'm not doing anything, Liu coldly replied. I simply wish to know on what grounds you have detained my correspondence. Xiaoyu raised her voice. Who has detained your letters? I kindly brought them to you, yet you treat me like a villain. This letter arrived yesterday. Li Yi interjected, lifting the envelope. The postmark serves as evidence. Shall we visit the post office to verify the records? You previously tampered with my package, and now you are withholding my letter. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Xiaoyu found herself momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with fury, as if they could ignite flames. Meanwhile, several other students, stirred by indignation, rose to support him. What is the big deal about a mere letter? Are you trying to bully us on your very first day? Exactly. You may have snuck in through the back door, but now you're stirring up trouble. Do you really think we're easy to intimidate? Bang. Li Deyong, seated at the back, slammed his desk and stood up, his face flushed with anger. Who are you accusing of coming in through the back door? Mind your words. Li Deyong's fearsome reputation was well known, and the cacophony in the classroom diminished significantly. However, Xiaoyu, fueled by anger, retorted without hesitation, What? Are we not allowed to mention the back door? Everyone knows Li Yi's academic performance. On what basis does he belong in our class? We originally had 50 students and 25 desks. Why has an extra desk been added? It's clearly reserved for him. Isn't that favoritism? Li Deyong was momentarily at a loss for words, but then a sinister voice echoed from the doorway. Who is saying the school practices favoritism? For whom? Startled, Xiaoyu turned to see that the homeroom teacher had arrived at the entrance. Teacher Luo, we were discussing the recent mock exam results. Discussing results? Xiaoyu, do you believe you were qualified to discuss other scores? What did you score on this mock exam? Did you even reach 500? No, Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly, cursing Li Yi in her mind for bringing this misfortune upon her. Everyone, return to your seats. Teacher Luo huffed, turning to say something to someone behind her before stepping onto the podium. At that moment, the students noticed a middle-aged woman holding a lesson plan and a girl with a backpack standing by the classroom door. Now, allow me to introduce your new teacher and classmate. This is your new English teacher, Teacher Ku, and this is your new classmate, Wen Luyu. Please welcome them. As applause resounded in unison from the students of Class 1, Teacher Ku ascended the podium, offering a slight bow to the assembly. Teacher Luo gestured towards a girl lingering at the door, indicating the vacant seat beside Li Yi. All right, Wen Luyu, please take a seat at the back for now, and we can adjust the seating arrangements later. The girl entered and made her way towards Li Yi, her approach causing dozens of pairs of eyes in the classroom to pivot like tracking radars. Her gaze was clear and serene, unperturbed by the scrutiny of her peers. Yet, when her eyes met those of her new desk mate, a fleeting moment of surprise crossed her features, and a subtle hint of a smile graced her otherwise indifferent face. Both Wen Liu and Teacher Ku were familiar to Li Yi, though he had not anticipated encountering them once more at County No. 2 Middle School. 80 years prior, the English examination scores of the college entrance examination served merely as a reference, not contributing to the overall score. Even by 1981, only 30 of the written score was factored into the total, leading many candidates to underestimate its significance, with numerous individuals unable to recognize the 26 letters of the alphabet. However, Lu Jingyao's father possessed remarkable foresight and discerned the opportunity within this scenario. Through various connections, he approached Teacher Ku, who was temporarily residing in Qingshui County, requesting her assistance in tutoring his daughter in English. In just 6 months, Lu Jingyao's English proficiency improved significantly. The college entrance examination questions of that era were considerably simpler compared to those of later generations. Thus, while Lu Jingyao's overall score was unremarkable, her exceptional performance in English garnered her an exceptional admission to the capital's Foreign Language Institute. A close call, yet a fortunate outcome. At that time, Li Yi, who was already Lu Jingyao's fiancée, had also engaged in several tutoring sessions with her, subsequently redirecting his focus towards subjects with perfect scores. Although his results ultimately fell short, the peculiarities of the situation were indeed thought-provoking. The recent class adjustments were part of the school's targeted pedagogical strategy. Do not let this normal rearrangement disrupt your studies, the homeroom teacher, Luo, emphasized. I warn you all to refrain from any activities unrelated to learning during class. Xiaoyu, as the class monitor, you must maintain order. Having reiterated the importance of discipline, Teacher Luo prepared to exit the stage. However, Liu raised his arm high. Teacher Luo furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" "Student?" Liu stood, speaking in a calm and steady tone. "Report, teacher. I believe that Xia Yu's character does not meet the standards required of a class monitor, and thus she is unfit to uphold class order." A hush fell over the room for 2 seconds before chaos erupted. All heads spun around 180 degrees to scrutinize the tall, slender boy at the back. Among them, Xia Yu was particularly incensed, practically seething with rage, wishing to leap across the room and silence Li Yi. Chapter 12. The Naive Youth. Any teacher harbors a disdain for students who flout rules and deviate from established norms, particularly those who disrupt the order of the classroom. In the eyes of Teacher Luo, at this moment, Li Yi epitomizes such an irksome troublemaker. The amalgamation of 3 classes into one creates a naturally unstable environment. If the original class monitor, Xia Yu, proves unsuitable for a role, the replacement, whoever it may be, will only exacerbate the chaos. Under normal circumstances, Teacher Luo would have promptly taken Li Yi aside for a serious discussion, ensuring he understands that the iron fist of a cultured individual is not to be trifled with. However, the current situation is different. Li Yi has questioned Xia Yu's qualifications for class monitor on the grounds of her moral character. In today's society, the term moral character serves as a significant standard, one that can even associate an individual with treachery. Have we not seen in films that all the antagonists are invariably characters of moral decay? What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that Xia Yu's character does not meet the standards required for a monitor? Teacher Luo's voice was cold, yet it provided Li Yi with the opportunity to elaborate. Li Yi replied candidly. Classmate Xia Yu has exploited her position as a class officer to unlawfully seize fellow students' parcels and letters, and without the recipient's knowledge. She has opened their correspondence and withheld their messages. If any urgent information were contained within those letters, or if valuable items were included in the parcels, what grave consequences and losses could her actions inflict upon the recipients? Is she not aware that tampering with another's mail is a criminal offense? Why would a student exhibit such audacity and carelessness? I believe that Xia Yu, due to her status as class monitor, has developed a desire for power that supersedes her peers, leading to a significant moral deficit. The entire class was left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend how Li Yi could intertwine what seemed to be a trivial matter with notions of criminality and moral failure. Yet, upon reflection, Li Yi's assertions were irrefutably sound. Xia Yu, flustered, retorted, "I merely retrieved your mail and letters. This is merely assistance among classmates." "You were slandering me." "Slandering you?" Li Yu scoffed. "Did you not open my parcel and examine the books sent to me by others?" Xia Yu, her expression darkening, insisted, "I was merely helping you. It is our duty as classmates to support one another." Li Yu interjected forcefully, "You need only answer whether you opened my parcel. Any justification beyond that is merely a superficial fabrication of the truth." Xia Yu found herself at a loss for words, unable to respond. When faced with irrefutable evidence, how could one possibly argue their case? Teacher Luo cast a discerning glance at Xia Yu, already grasping the essence of the situation. This matter could be perceived in various lights. On a minor scale, it may reflect mere curiosity among classmates, the act of prying into another's parcel to satisfy one's voyeuristic tendencies, while on a grander scale, it could be viewed as bullying within the school. Reflecting on the recent rumors surrounding Huang Shuren within the school, coupled with the logistics department's acquisition of a substantial supply of affordable grain, Teacher Luo couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. In these times, when food is still distributed through a supply system, any household with a large man or a growing boy is bound to find their rations insufficient. To satiate their hunger, one must resort to purchasing overpriced grain outside the plan. Just as the grandfather had recently alleviated your difficulties, the grandson swiftly encounters bullying on campus. What is the meaning of this? To leverage the authority of the young to command the elder? Is this truly the behavior of decent individuals? Both of you, take a seat. I shall investigate this matter promptly. However, regardless of your disputes, they must not disrupt the students' lessons. Teacher Luo shot a fierce glare at Xia Yu before stepping out. Xia Yu, feeling lost and despondent, sank into her seat, failing to rise even as Teacher Ku ascended the podium. Teacher Ku, unfazed, picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed her name on the blackboard. Ku Jiyu. Greetings, everyone. I am Ku Jiyu, and I will be your English instructor from now on. Please turn to page 18 and read along with me. It was only at that moment that Xia Yu snapped back to reality, her mind racing with indignation. How dare a student with failing grades question me? Do they think that by reporting others, they can gain admission to university? Do they even know how to study? Are they aware of what English truly entails? They are merely a poor student, destined to remain so, and eventually, the teachers will recognize who truly has the potential to bring honor to the school. Xia Yu turned to glare at Li Yi, then opened her textbook, sitting up straight, ready to demonstrate her prowess as an exemplary student. In an era where university admission rates are exceedingly low, every student with the potential to attend college is considered a treasure of the school, possessing unspoken privileges. Even if teacher Luo were to remove her from the position of class monitor, other subject teachers would surely advocate on Xia Yu's behalf. Furthermore, in English class, Xia Yu held absolute confidence. After Lu Jingyao gained admission to the Capital Foreign Language Academy, Xia Yu promptly sought her out to acquire Lu's English study notes and humbly solicited all learning tips. For several months, Xia Yu diligently studied at home, her English proficiency soaring. Now, she confidently claimed the position of second best in her class, with no one daring to assert they were superior. It is noteworthy that in 1981, English was not taught in middle or high school just a few years prior, and it was not even included in the college entrance examination scores. In a small place like Qingshui County, English had been largely overlooked. Only this year, with the announcement that next year's English scores would constitute 50 of the total score, did schools begin to pay attention. The teaching resources at County No. 2 middle school were scant, lacking dedicated English teachers. English classes were taught by 2 other instructors, whose rural accents rendered their English quite amusing. In contrast, Xia Yu's proficiency in English was unparalleled at this moment, and she believed that teacher Ku would undoubtedly recognize her as a remarkable talent. The monkey and the crocodile. One day, a little monkey was frolicking in the trees when he encountered a crocodile basking on the riverbank. The monkey, being whimsical and playful, decided to approach the crocodile. Meanwhile, in a classroom, teacher Ku began to speak, capturing the attention of Li Yi, who was astonished by the teacher's eloquence. This teacher Ku possessed a remarkable talent. Li Yu had dedicated a significant portion of his past to mastering English, having immersed himself in countless original English materials. While he had yet to grasp the elusive beauty of the language, he could certainly discern the elegance of pronunciation. Teacher Ku's articulation surpassed that of any English instructor he had encountered during his university years. In stark contrast to the pronunciation of the 2 English teachers from the county's No. 2 high school he had heard a few days prior. The difference was akin to that between a national broadcaster and the raucous sound of a village loudspeaker. As the students in Class 1 began to read aloud, Xia Yu's voice resonated the loudest, making the others seem feeble in comparison. Li harbored no intentions of mocking them. After all, their exposure to English was markedly inferior, even to that of 4th-grade students in later years. The phenomenon of mute English was widespread, and those who dared to read aloud with confidence were a rare breed. Li Yi softly followed teacher Ku's reading, neither showing off nor seeking attention, yet the disparity in skill inevitably drew the gaze of his new classmate, Wen Liu. She cast a discreet glance at him, her eyes shimmering with surprise reminiscent of autumn waters. More than a year prior, she had lived a modest and tranquil life with her mother in a dilapidated house in Luqiao Township. Their circumstances changed dramatically when a teacher named Lu visited, bearing gifts and requesting her mother to teach his daughter English. Initially, her mother was reluctant, wishing to avoid complications, but upon seeing the bag of white rabbit candies, Wen Liu could hardly resist and ate one, prompting her mother to acquiesce. The following day, Wen Liu met Lu Jingyao and, unexpectedly, Li Yi, who had accompanied her. Lu Jingyao was amiable and diligent, quickly endearing herself to Wen Liu's mother. In contrast, Li Yu seemed somewhat simple-minded, often lost in thought while gazing at Lu Jingyao rather than focusing on his studies. Later, her mother remarked that Li Yi was likely not there to learn but merely to keep Lu Jingyao company, suggesting he might struggle to gain admission to university. Nevertheless, Wen Liu and her mother held no disdain for Li Yi, as he frequently brought them rare treats such as candies and grains, demonstrating an understanding of the local custom that students should provide meals for their teachers. Although he would share the meals with Lu Jingyao, they seldom finished what was prepared, and most of it was generously offered to Wen Liu and her mother. Later, perhaps due to a lack of significant improvement in his English grades, Li Yi redirected his focus entirely onto subjects that would count towards the college entrance examination, neglecting his supplementary lessons with Wen Liu. Nonetheless, the flow of various daily necessities never ceased. One day, Wen Liu's mother discreetly inquired of Li Yi, "What will you do if Lu Jingyao gets accepted into university and you do not?" Li Yi chuckled in response, "We are engaged. What else could I do?" To this day, Wen Leyu vividly recalls the expression on Li Ye's face, not one of domineering masculinity, but rather an inexplicable sense of calm contentment. Her mother remarked that it was an anticipation of happiness. However, such anticipation does not guarantee a favorable outcome. The subsequent events unfolded in a manner that Wen Leyu did not fully comprehend. Her mother expressed that in matters like these, it is difficult to ascertain who is right or wrong, yet she believed that this young man was indeed wronged by Lu Jingyao. Particularly after gaining a deeper understanding of the college entrance examination, she felt a profound sorrow for Li Ye's unwavering infatuation. The examination was becoming increasingly challenging. Although the acceptance rates appeared unchanged, for someone of Li Ye's average aptitude, the prospect of traveling to the capital to seek Lu Jingyao seemed ever more distant and elusive. However, when Wen Leyu overheard Li Yi reciting the text, an instinctive thought crossed her mind. He is indeed studying English diligently? Has he transformed so remarkably for the sake of his beloved? As she mindlessly recited along with the text, her thoughts drifted, and she occasionally cast a glance at Li Yi. Yet, upon her third glance, she discovered Li Yi quietly observing her. Chapter 13. The Three Bulls and Li Ye's Inherited Memories. His impression of Wen Leyu is rather faint. One reason for this is that Wen Leyu is a reticent girl, rarely initiating conversations with others. Even when spoken to, she responds with just a word or two after a lengthy monologue. Some children from Luqiao Primary School mockingly refer to her as Little Mute. Another reason might be that Wen Leyu's appearance does not conform to the aesthetic standards of her time. Li Yu is preoccupied with Lu Jingyao, thus overlooking this hidden gem, this unpolished jade. Looking back at the film stars of the 1970s and 1980s, they typically sported round faces akin to a full moon, or at the very least, oval faces with plump figures radiating a vibrant, youthful vitality. For instance, there were Lu Shaoqing in Little Flower, Song Shan in The Wrangler, and the Queen of the Kingdom of Women in Journey to the West, among many others. In stark contrast, the delicate features of characters like Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber were exceedingly rare. Wen Leyu, however, possesses a petite, palm-sized face with disproportionately large eyes that occupy much of her facial space, creating a unique beauty. This gives rise to a misconception. At first glance, she is striking. Yet upon closer examination, one might feel she pales in comparison to others. Furthermore, her complexion does not align with the era's preference for rosy cheeks. Instead, Wen Leyu's skin is a stark, somewhat unhealthy white, devoid of blemishes. This type of skin would later be celebrated as cold white, but, in her time, was often associated with malnutrition. Coupled with her slender physique, she inadvertently falls into the category of pitiful children. Though she is indeed beautiful, her allure has little connection to the quintessential beauties of her era. However, if Wen Leyu were to appear 40 years later, she would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a beauty envied by nature. Her pale, youthful, slender figure and large, captivating eyes would, upon careful evaluation, reveal her as a blend of the virtues found in several renowned beauties with long legs and small faces from the future. Yet, Wen Leyu possesses a freshness and innocence, reminiscent of a dew-kissed flower bud in the morning light. Such a girl deserves more than a fleeting glance, does she not? Thus, when Li Yi sensed Wen Leyu stealing glances at him, he turned his head, patiently awaiting her gaze to meet his. Perhaps the wheels of fate began to turn, or perhaps a romantic connection sparked at just the right moment. As Li Yi positioned himself, Wen Leyu's eyes met his. Wen Leyu clearly paused for a moment. Yet unlike most girls of her time who would shyly avert their gaze, she calmly held Li Ye's stare. Had it been in his previous life at the tender age of 18, Li Yi would have lacked the courage to meet the gaze of a beauty like Wen Leyu. Within seconds, he would have found himself flustered and blushing. In this lifetime, Li Ye's psychological age has accumulated to several decades, yet his exterior remains refreshingly handsome and poised. He feels no apprehension whether he locks eyes with a girl for mere seconds, minutes, or even hours. However, he is taken aback when he suddenly realizes that Wen Leyu possesses a pair of expressive eyes. Initially, her gaze is friendly, but as Li Yi openly admires her, her beautifully shaped brows gradually furrow in confusion, eventually revealing a hint of shyness. Long time no see? What are you staring at? Why do you keep looking? When did you become so bold? Though Li Yi's eyes may not articulate words, they certainly convey warmth through a smile. A legendary pair of eyes that speaks volumes. How could one not take a moment to appreciate such a sight? A soft cough from the podium interrupts their gaze, compelling them to return their attention to the textbooks. Li Yi continues to read the text with composure, while Wen Leyu presses her lips together, seemingly upset, though it's unclear whom she is upset with. Now, I will present some test questions. Please write your answers on paper and submit them later. Teacher Ku announces after finishing the reading. As he turns to the blackboard to pose questions, the students in Class 1 initially manage to jot down answers with ease. However, it isn't long before confusion spreads, and the majority of students find themselves scratching their heads in bewilderment. Lee quickly discerns that Teacher Ku's questions are structured from simple to complex, aimed at assessing the student's foundational knowledge of English. Judging by the reactions of his classmates, the outcome is likely to be disappointing. As he casually glances at the blackboard, his pen glides seamlessly across his practice paper, producing answer after answer with fluidity. Suddenly, sensing something, he turns to catch a glimpse of his deskmate. When Liu gazes in astonishment at Li's practice book, then shifts her eyes between him and the book, clearly perplexed and incredulous. Although she may not comprehend the English proficiency of students from County No. 2 High School, she is well aware of Liu Jingyao's capabilities. If the students from County No. 2 are indeed this exceptional, how could Liu Jingyao have achieved the top score in English countywide just months ago? Students who have not completed the answers should take their time, while those finished may submit their papers, Teacher Ku instructs, casting an irritable glance at his daughter, who has been distracted. When Liu's focus returns to her paper as she hastily writes down her answers, quickly completing all the test questions. The two of them, one after the other, submit their answers at the podium, provoking a flurry of whispered conversations. Has Liu finished? Surely he wouldn't turn in a blank sheet, would he? That new girl, when something, has submitted hers too. How impressive. I've barely written half. You only managed half? Surely you were just guessing. Isn't that what you're doing too? Not only do the students of Class 1 find it hard to believe in Li, but even Teacher Ke looks at the answers he submitted with a sense of puzzlement. She is a professional, and one glance is enough to ascertain the accuracy of her answers. Moreover, Li's adept script in English suggests a proficiency that belies a mere fleeting acquaintance with the language. Unbeknownst to him, Teacher Ke's intrigue went unnoticed as he trailed behind when Liu, captivated by the sway of her hips. In this era, clothing lacks the concept of tightness, with all attire being voluminous and loose, concealing the contours of the body entirely. However, with his discerning eye, honed by extensive experience, Li could gauge when Liu's proportions merely by the movement of her waist. Long legs, indeed, at a height of 1.70 meters. Her legs alone exceed 1 meter in length, which is quite remarkable. Yet, in these times, long legs do not attract the same admiration as they do in later generations. For many, a height just over 1.70 meters is not necessarily seen as an advantage. In the 1980s, a young man standing at 1.75 meters was considered exceptionally tall, while those below that height were in the majority. Li, standing at 1.80 meters, was a rarity of handsome distinction. Similarly, a girl measuring 1.60 meters was perceived as tall in the 1980s. Thus, when Liu's height of just over 1.70 meters placed her at a disadvantage in the marriage market, akin to a girl of 1.85 meters in future times. This is substantiated by matrimonial statistics, though most involved remain oblivious. What a temporal blessing. Sitting alongside when Liu offered Li a small consolation amidst the otherwise dull and desolate experience of his time travel. A small note was discreetly pushed towards him by Wen Liu. Upon glancing at it, he read, "Do you wish to take the exam to attend school with Liu Jingyao in the capital?" Liu was momentarily taken aback, surprised to discover that the typically aloof Wen Liu possessed a curiosity for gossip. Without hesitation, he scribbled back, "No, my relationship with Liu Jingyao has concluded. We are no longer in contact." Wen Liu remained silent for several seconds before returning the note. "If you wish to attend Liu Jingyao's school, I can assist you." Liu promptly replied, "No need. I aspire to enroll at Qibei." The ever-composed Wen Liu was stunned, gazing at Li with her mouth agape for an extended moment. Finally, she hesitantly wrote a few words on the note. "How many bowls of rice can you eat?" Li replied earnestly, 3 large bowls, with heaping servings. Chapter 14. Who do you call a dog? The subtle exchanges between Wen Liu and Li Yi did not escape the keen observation of Teacher Ku on the podium. She refrained from curtailing their note passing, as they were familiar with each other, and she remembered Li Yi as a somewhat naive yet exceptionally kind-hearted boy. This quality was significant, especially concerning her daughter. However, she found it peculiar that, after just a few months apart, Li seemed to possess an entirely different aura. His incisive and assertive criticism directed at class monitor Xia Yu was a stark contrast to the shy boy he once was, demonstrating a clarity and confidence that left Teacher Ku momentarily bewildered. If not for Li Ye's unmistakable visage, she might have thought she had mistaken him for someone else. Perhaps Liu Jingyao's departure was not such a misfortune for this child. Teacher graded the test with remarkable speed. As the first class of students submitted their answers in succession, by the time all submissions were in, she had nearly completed her evaluations. Through reading the text and conducting a classroom quiz, she had gained a preliminary understanding of the English proficiency within the repeated first class. She then erased the blackboard and inscribed a series of English problems, embarking on a detailed explanation. This time, a majority of the students were able to comprehend her instruction. And when teacher posed questions, she received commendable responses. An expert, Liu couldn't help but admire teacher Ke's precise grasp of the material. He believed that her presence would significantly elevate the English scores at County No. 2 High School this year. As the class drew to a close, teacher Ke assigned some homework and inquired who the English class representative was. Xiaoyu proudly stood up, declaring, "Teacher, I am the English class representative." Teacher Ke gestured for her to sit down and reminded her to submit the homework by the following morning. Class dismissed. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher. As soon as teacher Ke exited the classroom, Xiaoyu hurried to the podium. On the desk lay the answers to the tests that the students had just submitted. And without further instruction from teacher Ke, Xiaoyu naturally assumed the responsibility of announcing the results. Wu Qi, 31 points. Lu Meng, 34 points. Hu Man, 49 points. Jin Shengli, 50 points. Xiaoyu, 55 points. As Xiaoyu read her score, a smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Hu Man, the former class monitor of the second repeat class, had now fallen to her, leaving no one else with a claim to the position of class monitor. Li Daong, 33 points. Hong Ziyuan, 26 points. As the test scores dwindled, Xiaoyu's pride swelled. The most elite students from County No. 2 High School were present, and in English, none could rival her prowess. Until at last, the final two bottom scores were revealed by Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu stared in astonishment at the paper marked with a multitude of red check marks, and after several seconds, she managed to utter the words, 100. Yet, what shocked her even more lay ahead. The final answer to the last test was from Li Yi, marked with an abundance of check marks, not a single cross in sight. Xiaoyu instinctively confronted Li Yi, asking, "Li Yi, did you cheat?" Li Yi, engrossed in his English assignment, looked up and coldly replied, "Could you possibly speak like a human instead of barking all day?" Xiaoyu took a full 2 seconds to comprehend Li Yi's words before she erupted in anger. "Who are you calling a dog? Who are you calling a dog? Who are you calling a dog?" Li Yi calmly capped his pen and replied, "Only dogs bite indiscriminately. I was just bitten by a dog. So tell me, who is the dog?" "Li Yi, you son of a..." In her fury, Xiaoyu began to hurl insults, not hesitating to unleash her ire. Do not assume that girls are incapable of cursing. Suddenly, she saw a book soaring through the air, striking her forehead with considerable force. Dazed, Xiaoyu had never been disrespected since assuming the role of class monitor, let alone subjected to physical harm. Just wait. Just wait. After a brief moment of confusion, she dashed out of the classroom, heading straight for the teacher's office. Reporting to the teacher was a maneuver she was all too familiar with. No matter how formidable one might be, as long as they were a student, they had to bow before the teacher. Seeing Xiaoyu storm out, Li Dayong leaned closer, whispering with concern, "Bro, that Xiaoyu isn't a good person. She can turn black into white. You need to coordinate with the little mute." "Coordinate?" Li Yi was taken aback. "Do you think I cheated too?" "I did not." Li Dayong was at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. "Bro, don't you know your own capabilities? Your college entrance examination scores aren't even as good as mine. Copying a score of 60 or 70 might be forgivable, but a perfect 100? Does she think everyone else is blind?" Li Dayong internally grumbled but was reluctant to confront Li Yi, leaving him feeling pent up. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up, he found Wen Liu glaring coldly at him. "Who are you calling a little mute?" Wen Liu's lips, at a temperature of 37 degrees, parted to unleash a biting coldness, yet her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole. Li Dayong had accompanied Li Yi to Lu Chiao Township Primary School and had seen Wen Liu before, but he had never encountered such a piercing gaze from her. "Why is it acceptable for others to call her a little mute, yet I cannot? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I misspoke." Li Dayong, bewildered, could only apologize repeatedly. But when Liu continued to glare at him mercilessly until Xiaoyu returned to the classroom. With her chin held high, Xiaoyu announced to Li Yi, "Li Yi, Wen Liu, the teacher wants to see you both in the office." Li Yi was mentally prepared, but upon hearing that Wen Liu would accompany them, he immediately expressed his displeasure, saying, "What does it have to do with Wen Liu? Don't just bite anyone you catch." Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, her chest heaving with indignation as she exclaimed, "You copied Wen Liu's answers. How can that be inconsequential? She is a key witness. Li Yi finally comprehended why Xia Yu was so adamant in accusing him of cheating. The reason lay in the fact that both he and Wen Luyu had answered every question correctly, and as they sat at the same desk. Coupled with Li Yi's history as an underperforming student, these suspicions formed a coherent chain of evidence. Thus, as they walked towards the office, Xia Yu, clearly exhilarated, seemed poised to declare Li Yi guilty at any moment, as if ready to execute him with a metaphorical guillotine. Perhaps she was contemplating that since Li Yi had reported her for opening a package, she would retaliate by accusing him of cheating. Thinking they would cancel each other out, but no, Li Yi's actions were far more serious. Meanwhile, Li Yi observed her silhouette, unable to suppress a silent scoff. Did you think you were plotting against me? Little did you know, it is I who am orchestrating your downfall. In truth, upon realizing he would be relegated to a remedial class, Li Yi had resolved to take down Xia Yu. Allowing someone who constantly seeks to manipulate others into a position of authority would only lead to her exploiting her minor powers. A toad perched on one's foot may not bite, yet its mere presence is utterly repugnant. It must be eradicated. Thus, while Xia Yu believed she had ensnared Li Yi, she was oblivious to the fact that from the moment she began to hurl insults, she had already lost. Li Yu might endure a few criticisms for his behavior, but how would a teacher view a class leader who engages in such conduct? This is akin to a delicate girl from a later generation asking, "Is it safe to enjoy barbecues at ZB at night?" Absolutely safe, for the patrons are all preparing for civil service examinations. Different identities entail differing expectations. Petty squabbles are trivial and meaningless. Only by escalating matters to the office can resolutions be sought. The teacher appointed Xia Yu as class leader to address and alleviate classroom issues, thereby lightening their own burdens. Yet, her incessant and thoughtless grievances only serve to trouble the teacher further. What purpose does she truly serve? Chapter 15. A Fortunate Windfall Report. Xia Yu exclaimed at the doorway of the teacher's office, before stepping inside and addressing the homeroom teacher. "Mr. Luo, teacher, I have brought the person." Li Yi, trailing behind, could not suppress a chuckle. What does it mean to bring the person? It felt as though they were parading a criminal. At that moment, he fully comprehended that Xia Yu, merely serving as class monitor, had already developed a sense of superiority characteristic of a privileged class. Mr. Luo was engrossed in comparing two sets of test answers when he noticed Li Yi and the others entering. He set the answers aside and fixed a silent, scrutinizing gaze upon Li Yi. This was a typical tactic employed by teachers to unsettle guilty students. First, instill a sense of dread with a piercing stare. Then follow up with a stern reprimand, making it easier to manage the situation. Yet, who was Li Yi? Back in the day, when his boss reneged on a promised commission, he had stealthily laid a trap at work. Facing his boss's furious tirade with an unflinching demeanor, claiming innocence and benevolence. Would he be intimidated by a mere gaze? He could stare back, for after all, he was quite handsome. Seeing Li Yi's impassive expression, Mr. Luo could only adopt a stern demeanor and inquire, "Li Yi, did you strike Xia Yu with a book?" Li Yi replied calmly, "She insulted me by calling me a child of a stepmother. If you deem my actions inappropriate, I can have my father discuss this matter with her father." Mr. Luo's gaze turned sharp as he glanced at Xia Yu. Insulting someone's parents was not a trivial offense in the eyes of cultured individuals. Furrowing his brow, Mr. Luo shifted the topic. "Xia Yu claims you cheated. What do you say to that?" Li Yu responded, "I did not cheat. I believe this is Xia Yu's act of retaliation against me, perhaps driven by jealousy and her unfounded accusations." The teachers present in the classroom turned their attention, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment. After all, it was merely an informal in-class test, and labeling it as cheating seemed an overreaction. Yet, Li Yi's words were laced with aggression, cornering both himself and Xia Yu. If Li Yi were deemed guilty of cheating, the repercussions would undoubtedly be severe. Conversely, if Xia Yu's claims of retaliation and jealousy were substantiated, the consequences for her would be equally grave. Mr. Luo hurriedly attempted to defuse the situation with a smile. "Li Yi, what are you thinking? It's not that serious, however." While Mr. Luo sought to smooth over the matter, Xia Yu was unwilling to relent. Having caught Li Yi in a compromising position, how could she be transformed into the jealous villain? Almost simultaneously with Mr. Luo's words, Xia Yu interjected. "Who has retaliated against you? Who has wronged you? Your answers are identical to Wen Leiyu's. If you did not copy her, then did she copy you?" Now it was Mr. Luo's turn to feel exasperated. "Xia Yu, are you foolish or what? Can't you see I'm trying to mediate? Do you not realize that determining cheating is quite difficult? Moreover, on the very first day of Mr. Ke's class, you stirred up a cheating incident that implicates his daughter. Who are you trying to ensnare? The dog catches the rat. Li did not even glance at Xiaoyu and turned to teacher Luo, saying, "An hour ago, I lodged a complaint with you regarding Xiaoyu's unauthorized opening of my package. Just an hour later, she accused me of cheating. I cannot comprehend how Xiaoyu, simply a student, possesses the authority to declare me a cheater. Is it merely due to her position as class monitor?" "Let us not be hasty," teacher Luo replied, picking up the two identical perfect answers. "Please explain to me why both of your answers are exactly the same." Li Yi, perplexed, responded, "Teacher Luo, there is only one correct answer to these questions. I cannot intentionally write incorrectly, can I?" Teacher Luo's expression darkened slightly, pondering how each student seemed to be a handful, questioning whether they could behave themselves. Since that was the case, he decided to handle the matter formally. He turned to a colleague, saying, "Lao Jiao, how was Li Ye's English proficiency in the past?" Having already noticed the situation, teacher Jiao replied, "In the last mock exam, Li Yi scored 21 points. Teacher Luo scratched his head, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Li Yi, your progress is astonishing. Could you share your insights with us?" "I was ill during the last exam," Li Yi replied. "Discussing this is futile. If you suspect I cheated, let us take another test to compare our answers." He wished to avoid further delay. Facts speak louder than words, and with one decisive move, everything would become clear. As for the reason behind his remarkable improvement, let the teachers speculate as they wished. Perhaps he had an epiphany, or was touched by a muse, as long as he excelled in his studies. The teachers would surely concoct an appropriate explanation. "I have just printed a set of papers intended for the second-year students," teacher Jiao mentioned. "They may be somewhat simplistic, yet they should suffice." As a teacher at County No. 2 Middle School, he was familiar with Li Ye's previous performance and was curious about how he achieved a perfect score. Li accepted a printed sheet and asked, "Teacher Jiao, could you provide a copy for Xiaoyu as well?" Teacher Jiao, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" The paper and ink were communal resources of the school, and in these times of scarcity, each sheet was precious. Li replied earnestly, "Xiaoyu's accusation of my cheating stems from jealousy, envy that a former classmate, once inferior in grades, has now surpassed her. If she recognizes her shortcomings, she will undoubtedly become more humble, for humility fosters progress." Teacher Jiao, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle. "Well then, you are indeed quite unabashed." Nevertheless, he retrieved 2 more papers, handing one each to Xiaoyu and one Li Yu. The anger simmering within Xiaoyu had not subsided. Upon receiving the paper, she approached it with the intensity of confronting an adversary. The difficulty level of the second-year exam was not significantly different from that of the repeating class, and while Xiaoyu's English scores were commendable in comparison to her peers, the entire set of questions was not an easy endeavor. Yet, Xiaoyu firmly believed that armed with all of Lu Jingyao's study secrets, she would undoubtedly surpass Li Yi by a significant margin. The fact that Lu Jingyao was admitted to the Capital Foreign Language Institute while Li Yi was not served as undeniable proof. As the questions on the exam grew increasingly challenging, Xiaoyu found herself progressing at a sluggish pace. Nevertheless, she felt confident that she could answer them all. Regardless of correctness, merely managing to fill in all the answers was commendable in itself. However, when she inadvertently glanced up at Li Yi, she was taken aback. Li Yi, wielding his fountain pen, was scribbling across the printed exam paper with the nonchalance of a casual doodler, swiftly reaching the final page in no time. Was he writing haphazardly? Surely he must be guessing. Scoring 21 out of 100 on such questions certainly seemed implausible without a stroke of luck. As Xiaoyu motivated herself, she hastened her pace, but the more she wished to finish quickly, the more she found herself at a loss. Her mind swirling in confusion to the point where her vision began to blur. "Teacher, I have completed my exam," Li Yi announced, placing the paper in front of teacher Jiao, who had been standing behind him, patiently observing his speed. Once Li Yi finished, teacher Jiao reviewed the paper and, without the need for grading, could already ascertain Li Yi's score. At that moment, when Li Yu also completed her exam, teacher Jiao swiftly reviewed her work, only to discover she too had achieved full marks. With a mixture of envy and admiration, he turned to teacher Ku and said, "Teacher Ku, you were truly fortunate. With these 2 students vying for excellence next year, you are sure to shine." Teacher Ku smiled and replied, "It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher Jiao. I am merely reaping the benefits of your labor. Raising a student of such caliber is no easy feat. The credit should be shared among all." Laughter filled the room. Yet no one noticed Xiaoyu, still fervently pouring her heart into the final page of the exam, tears brimming in her eyes. "I haven't finished yet. I haven't lost. This exam is straightforward. I too can achieve a perfect score." After what felt like an eternity, a somber voice finally pierced the air. All right, let us pause for a moment. We need to discuss your unauthorized tampering with Li Ye's mail. Chapter 16. 3 letters during the afternoon self-study session. Teacher Luo and another teacher from the Academic Affairs Office, Mr. Sun, arrived to announce that Class 1 would be voting to elect a new class leader. This decision came as no surprise to Li Yi, with the top students from 3 classes being reassembled into the repeat class. It was reasonable to elect a new leader to mitigate the negative impact of replacing the previous one. Mr. Sun inscribed the names of the 3 candidates on the blackboard. Human, the former class leader of the repeat class 2, Zheng Chang, the study committee member from repeat class 3, and the former class leader of class 1, Xiaoyu. Li found this rather intriguing. Class 1 was originally a fast track, and with over 30 students being adjusted from other classes, it was evident that the remaining students brought over from the other 2 classes totaled less than 20. Thus, was there truly any suspense regarding the election outcome? Teacher Luo's intention to maintain stability was commendable. Allowing Xiaoyu to continue as class leader would indeed facilitate the integration and stability of the class. But this was contingent upon the events preceding Li Ye's public questioning of Xiaoyu's character. How could Teacher Luo expect to retain Xiaoyu's credibility in the wake of such a challenge? If Xiaoyu were to remain class leader, would Li Yu not be incessantly irritated? At this moment, Teacher Luo felt a similar irritation. Earlier that morning, he had discussed the issue of the tampered mail with Xiaoyu, forewarning her about the impending change in leadership. However, Xiaoyu, possessing both courage and insight, had boldly approached the principal's office at noon, asserting her undeniable credibility in Class 1, even accusing Li Yi of personal vendetta and malicious slander. In her view, opening Li Ye's mail was merely an act of assistance, at worst a thoughtless mistake. Thus, the class leader election ensued, although Xiaoyu was not entirely exempt from consequences. Being required to compose an apology letter and read it aloud in class as a form of self-reflection, Xiaoyu readily agreed, deeming the writing of an apology letter trivial. As long as it allowed her to retain her position, she was confident that in due time, it would be Li Yi who owed her an apology. Just wait. If I don't ruin your reputation, Li Yi, I shan't bear the surname Xia. Do you still dream of joining the youth league or the D team? Dream on. Li Yi inscribed Hu Man's name on a piece of paper, folding it to submit to the class counters. When he suddenly felt a nudge on his elbow from his deskmate, the mute Wen Leyu craned her neck, gesturing towards Li Ye's paper with her lips, her expressive eyes clearly asking, "Who are you voting for?" Li Ye unfolded the paper for her to see, and Wen Leyu nodded, writing Hu Man's name on her own ballot. Then she prodded Li Yi again, sliding over a note. "Why did Xiaoyu withhold your letter? Was it from Lu Jingyao? What did the letter say?" Li Yi tilted his head, gazing into the autumn water-like eyes of Wen Leyu, trying to discern her intent. Could it be that this girl possessed a talent for gossip? When Li Yi had quarreled with Xiaoyu over Lu Jingyao's letter that morning, when Li Yu had not yet entered the classroom, how did she know? However, the two of them stared at each other for nearly 10 seconds, and Li Yu failed to perceive even a hint of gossip. Instead, he sensed a flavor of concern. Zheng Chang received 1 vote. Hu Man received 1 vote. Hu Man received another vote. Xiaoyu received 1 vote. Teacher Luo commenced the vote counting, and the 3 students meticulously marked tally marks on the blackboard. Below the podium, Xiaoyu's anxious fingers dug into her flesh. How could my vote count be less than Hu Man's? Surely all the votes from Class 1 are behind? It must be. Yet, as the counting progressed, Xiaoyu's complexion grew increasingly grim. Hu Man's name had already garnered 5 tally marks, and there were only 50 students in total. No matter how optimistic Xiaoyu tried to be, she knew her fate was sealed. She simply could not comprehend why, despite having over 30 classmates in her own class, they did not support her but instead favored Hu Man, an outsider. However, Li Yi understood. Evil begets evil, yet one remains oblivious. Observing Xiaoyu's sense of superiority displayed today, one could surmise how domineering her usual demeanor must be. It was likely that her classmates had suffered from her manipulative tactics in the past. Now, with the opportunity for a re-election, how could a temperamental and unremarkable girl like her possibly compete with the gentle and striking Hu Man? In the 1980s, was the gender ratio in high schools 1-to-1? Ridiculous. Most girls who were deemed unworthy were expected to return home to work after junior high, thus the number of high school girls was inevitably a minority. 17 or 18-year-old boys are quite sentimental, while an adept class leader may gather homework efficiently. It is the beautiful and gentle class leader who is the true choice of the masses. Well then, let us welcome Hu Man as the new class leader of Class 1. Additionally, There is another matter. Classmate Xia Yu has recognized her mistakes and wishes to apologize to classmate Li Yi. Now, let us invite Xia Yu to the stage. Teacher Luo cast a meaningful glance at Xia Yu before stepping aside from the podium. Xia Yu was oblivious to how she ascended the stage or how she managed to read the apology letter in her hands at that moment. Only one thought consumed her mind. Absolute humiliation, utter disgrace. It was simply an unparalleled affront. Within the administrative office of County No. 1 High School, Lu Zixue's eyes brimmed with tears as he wrote fervently. Ever since Li Yi had taken his bicycle last week, he had been waiting for his sister to resolve the matter. However, before his sister could intervene, Director Yao from the administrative office summoned him, inquiring whether he had brought the registration for his Phoenix bicycle. Lu Zixue had no such registration. Days had passed, and he thought Director Yao might have forgotten about it. Director Yao indeed wished to forget. After all, having been a teacher for so many years, he understood the fragile psyche of a student needed protection. However, this morning, the police station in the west of the city called directly, asking whether a bicycle theft incident had occurred at the school gate last Saturday. The embarrassment has reached an unprecedented level, and suppressing one's anger could lead to physical ailments. Thus, Lu Zixue was summoned to vent these frustrations. Reluctantly, Lu Zixue began to pen an apology on the spot, all the while internally raging. A profound humiliation, a profound humiliation. I share an irreconcilable enmity with Li Yi. However, revenge requires strength, and neither Lu Zixue nor Xia Yu possessed it at that moment. Consequently, both simultaneously thought of someone formidable. That very night, 2 letters were discreetly deposited into mailboxes near County No. 1 High School and County No. 2 High School, swiftly making their way to the Foreign Language Institute in the capital. Meanwhile, during evening study hours, Li Yi opened the letter pinned by Lu Jingyao. Li Yi, it has been a while. Your presence feels unfamiliar to me. Where has the kind, magnanimous, and responsible young man gone? Please return the bicycle to my younger brother. He is still young and cannot bear the weight of gossip. Rest assured, I shall repay you the full amount for the bicycle, with interest. Li Yi, astonished by Lu Jingyao's words, shook his head vigorously to affirm that he was indeed in 1981, not transported back to the tumultuous year of 1923. Initially, he had no desire to be entangled with Lu Jingyao again. Yet he found himself unable to resist picking up a fountain pen and responding on the reverse side of the letter. Your brother cannot bear the whispers of gossip? Yet, am I immune to such slander? Are my family members exempt from it? Do you have any idea what they call me at school because you sent money there? I merely sought to reclaim what is rightfully mine. How did I become a figure like Huang Shuren? Are you truly suggesting that failure to repay would lead to me being forced to settle your debts? Do you think your cunning would allow me to shoulder such burdens? When my family assisted you in repairing your house, why was I not labeled as Huang Shuren then? When we facilitated your father's job transfer, why was I not branded a landlord? Having willingly accepted our family's kindness, why do you now play the innocent victim and distort the truth? Since you have chosen to pursue your own freedom, what gives you the right to interfere in my life? Why should I be magnanimous enough to hand over my bicycle to your brother? Do you not find this utterly shameless? Let us cease all communication. Soaring swans should not disturb frogs dwelling at the bottom of a well. Even if one day that frog transforms into a prince, it will no longer concern you. Chapter 17. The clever little cat Li Yi, with a sullen expression, was absorbed in reading a letter when his desk mate, Wen Liu, stole glances at him. However, due to her impeccable upbringing, she refrained from prying into the contents of the letter. Yet, the sight of Li Yi, fervently scribbling on the back of the paper with barely contained fury, piqued her curiosity about what Lu Jingyao had written to evoke such ire from this kind-hearted boy. Eventually, the little spy could no longer contain her intrigue and stealthily extended her neck, akin to a kitten stealthily advancing to catch a mouse. However, by then, Li Yi had already finished writing, folded the letter, and turned just in time to collide face-to-face with Wen Liu. Wen Liu froze momentarily before quickly retracting her neck with a swift motion, sitting up straight, and hastily scribbling in her notebook, embodying the image of a studious and diligent child. This little beauty was quite amusing. The discomfort in Li Yi's heart dissipated significantly. He rested his chin on his hand, elbow propped on the desk, and gazed at Wen Liu, who was intently focused on her writing, his eyes radiating purity and tranquility, as though he were admiring a beautiful and vivid painting. Wen Liu appeared oblivious to his gaze, her pen moving relentlessly, though a faint blush gradually crept onto her cheeks, infusing her excessively fair skin with a touch of vibrancy. What are you writing? Li Yi did not continue to observe, recognizing that the girl was already embarrassed. It was considerate to alleviate the awkwardness with conversation. When Liu visibly relaxed and pushed her assignment notebook towards Li, then pinned a message on a slip of paper. I've prepared some questions for you. Feel free to ask me if you encounter any difficulties. Liu took the notebook filled with dense English exercises and inquired, "Why do you want me to complete these? Is this at teacher's behest?" When Liu was momentarily taken aback, quickly snatching back the paper to write another message for Li. Yet, he could not help but whisper, "Though your handwriting is indeed exquisite. Could you converse with me instead?" When Liu was once again stunned, this time for several seconds, before she softly replied, "Aren't you preparing to take the exam to go to the capital, to Qibei? I believe I can assist you." In truth, when Liu's voice was melodious, but unbeknownst to him, her years of experience had rendered her somewhat mute. When she mentioned Li's exam for the capital, she seemed to hastily change her wording, likely intending to say he was going to the capital to seek out Lu Jingyao. Liu suppressed a smile, nodding in agreement. "Thank you. I gladly accept your assistance. But you must be willing to accept mine in return." When Liu blinked, asking, "What kind of help?" Li produced his own assignment notebook and began to formulate math problems. "I will prepare a set of questions for you as well. If you encounter any challenges, you can ask me." When Liu, intrigued, unconsciously extended her swan-like neck once more, watching as Li swiftly pinned a series of questions. Initially, she felt quite confident, as the problems he posed were ones she could easily tackle. However, as Li began to write on the third sheet of paper, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The types of questions presented were unfamiliar to her. "Are you able to solve these problems?" "Of course." "Then how many points did you score in this year's college entrance examination mathematics?" Li paused her pen, gazing at the curious Wen Liu, and helplessly replied, "Could we refrain from asking such questions?" Initially taken aback, when Liu looked at Li, then, with a glimmer in her eyes, nodded emphatically. In that moment, it seemed as though Li was reminded of a cat she had once cared for in a past life, both foolish and endearing, yet undeniably clever. "Jingyu, you are truly remarkable. That day, Senior Qian Shun merely offered you a hint, and yet your poetry was actually published? Indeed. The talent of junior sister Jingyao is unparalleled. Our Qingyao Literary Society will undoubtedly rely on you to elevate our reputation henceforth." In an activity room of the Beijing Foreign Language Institute, Lu Jingyao found herself encircled by a group of senior students, her face flushed with embarrassment. During her time in Qingshui County, she had relished discussions about poetry and literature with Xia Yu and others. Naturally, when it came time to choose a club and university, she joined the Qingyao Literary Society. After a few months of acclimatization, Lu Jingyao mustered the courage to submit her work to the college's publication. Never expecting it to be accepted, what followed was an awkward scene, as several seniors lavished her with compliments, their eager gazes seemingly intent on devouring her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Ahem, today marks a significant occasion for our Qingyao Literary Society with the publication of junior sister Jingyao's work. So I propose we go out for a celebratory dinner, shall we? Absolutely. Let us go. Tonight is a splendid night. We shall indulge until we are inebriated with excitement. The members of the society departed for dinner, providing Lu Jingyao a reprieve from the uncomfortable flattery. However, she soon found herself troubled again. Dining out would incur expenses. The last time the Qingyao Literary Society gathered, each member contributed over 2 yuan, which was more than 1/10 of her monthly financial aid, as she needed to save money to send home. The week following the dinner had seen her subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Although her poem had been published today, earning her 55 cents, she had intended to save up 10 yuan to send home to support her family. If she dined out again, she would fall short of that amount. "Come on, Jingyao, what are you thinking about?" He Shui, a fellow member of the Literary Society, linked her arm with Lu Jingyao's, pulling her to catch up with the others. Realizing her distraction, Lu Jingyao responded, "Oh, nothing in particular. Let's go." As they walked, He Shui excitedly exclaimed, "It's not often someone treats us. I intend to feast heartily. Braised pork, braised elbow, sweet and sour fish." Lu Jingyao felt a weight lift from her heart, her steps becoming lighter. "Really? Who is treating us today?" He Shui turned back in surprise, saying, "Of course, it's you. You wouldn't forget your friends after earning your publication fee, would you? In our literary society, the tradition dictates that whoever earns the manuscript fee treats the others." Lu Jingyao felt a sudden heaviness in her steps, as though her legs had been laden with lead. "I am to treat? How could it be me? When did I ever say I would treat? The tradition of the literary society. What relevance does it hold for me? Braised pork, braised hawk. Sweet and sour fish. Each dish costs at least 4 to 5 dimes, and with the voracious appetites of this group, an individual flaunts 3 dishes as if it were a game. Not to mention the drinking, these individuals imbibe with reckless abandon. A bottle of cheap liquor costs 3 to 4 dimes, while the pricier ones can run several coins. How many bottles must one consume to achieve inebriation? Even more insidious is the beer. At 2 dimes a bottle, several bottles hardly make a dent. In less than a second, Lu Jingyao calculated the expenses for today's gathering, estimating at least 30 coins, which would require her to expend several months' worth of ration tickets issued by the school. She regretted her decision to join this so-called youth bud society and lamented having published poetry in the school journal. 30 coins. Her monthly stipend was merely 22 coins and 5 dimes, and she had to meticulously save a portion to send home to redeem her brother's bicycle. At this moment, Lu Jingyao could not muster even 20 coins, let alone 30. Hey, Jingyao, what is the matter? You look rather pale. Are you worried about the money? No. I just felt a bit chilly from the wind. With her head bowed, lips pressed tightly together, she trudged forward. Her mind tangled in a chaotic web of thoughts. She was reluctant to attend, yet feared the mockery of others. Yet if she did go, how could she possibly pay the bill? Lu Jingyao felt as though she had been thrust back to over a year ago, when the roof of her home leaked increasingly. Her mother's cough grew more severe, yet the family could not spare even a single coin. Then, a boy entered her life, piercing through the gloomy sky and showering her with radiant sunlight. But today, where was her sunshine? Chapter 18. 2 paths in the late-night streets of the capital. Members of the Qingya Literary Society staggered along in jovial companionship, occasionally bursting into loud recitations of incomprehensible verses that drew curious glances from passers-by. In their inebriation, poets revel in unrestrained freedom, oblivious to the opinions of others. Lu Jingyao, having partaken in libations herself, felt lightheaded, her legs unsteady beneath her. Yet her heart was devoid of any exuberance. During the evening's gathering, she had not been called upon to settle the bill. But the disappointment she felt was greater than if she had. Initially, she had intended to borrow from her close friends, He Shui and a few others, summoning her resolve to gather the funds for the meal. However, He Shui inadvertently let slip the secret. Qian Shun, with unreserved generosity, swiftly covered the expenses. Grasping Lu Jingyao's hand and offering a torrent of comforting words. We are sisters at heart. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. Wealth is but a transient matter. It is our friendship that shall endure. Qian Shun's words were heartfelt and sincere. Yet all Lu Jingyao could perceive was the unsettling sensation of his grip, the fervor in his gaze, and the repugnant stench of alcohol on his breath. Repulsed, she made it clear that the money would be considered a loan from Qian Shun, which she would repay in due time. Yet, He Shui and the others seized the moment to tease, jesting about how she might repay him, suggesting she might as well offer herself. Lu Jingyao nearly walked away in frustration, prompting the group to calm down and clarify that it was merely a jest. Nevertheless, she silently resolved to repay Qian Shun as soon as possible, wishing to sever any further ties. However, as fate would have it, upon returning to the Foreign Language Institute and preparing to part ways for their respective dormitories, Qian Shun intercepted her. Jingyao, accompany me for a casual stroll. In the late hours of the 1980s, a man and a woman walking together was tantamount to courting. There existed a term then, pressing the road, which specifically referred to the intimate actions of couples. Lu Jingyao was not easily ensnared. She was certain that if she were to saunter with Qian Shun tonight, rumors of their romantic involvement would swiftly circulate the school. In an era where words held significant weight, what was false could quickly morph into reality. No, brother Qian. It is rather late and inconvenient, she firmly declined, turning towards the direction of the female dormitory. Yet Qian Shun pursued her, insisting, Jingyao, do not misunderstand. I am merely brimming with inspiration and wish for a companion to discuss it with, and you are the most talented among us. The only one capable of resonating with me on a spiritual level. Lu Jingyao quickened her pace, while Qian Shun hastened to keep up, and they reached the entrance of the female dormitory, where Qian Shun remained undeterred. Come on, it's only 30 yuan. That's the equivalent of a laborer's monthly wage. You think I'm so foolish as to let this opportunity slip by without even holding your hand? Qian Shun was no fool. But Lu Jingyao was certainly no simpleton either. Every girl endowed with beauty from a young age inevitably encounters instances of harassment during her formative years. Lu Jingyao, with her keen perception, could instantly discern the lascivious intentions behind Qian Shun's brazen eagerness. She replied with a stern tone, I sincerely apologize, Senior Qian. but I have no interest in spending time alone with you. As for the debt I owe you, I shall certainly repay it next month." Qian Shun stood frozen. Taken aback, he had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Lu Jingyao would display such disregard for social niceties. Her current demeanor was almost tantamount to exclaiming for him to scram like a rogue. His countenance shifted from red to black, gradually contorting into a grotesque expression. "Repay next month? How do you plan to do that? Starve for a month? Do you truly believe you hold any value? Are you aware that it was I who facilitated the publication of your work through my connections with the school magazine? As a girl from the countryside, do you comprehend the rarity of a Beijing resident's kindness? Do you realize how precious their pride is and how intolerable it is to offend it?" Under the influence of alcohol, Qian Shun could no longer contain the turbulence within him, and his rage erupted uncontrollably. Lu Jingyao recoiled in shock, retreating several steps before hastily turning away to flee towards the girls' dormitory. She was terrified that if she delayed even slightly, the drunken man would pounce upon her like a ravenous wolf. As she dashed into the safety of her dorm, the fear gradually subsided, replaced by an intensifying sense of indignation and grievance. "Money, money, money. Why must it always revolve around money?" she lamented. "Is my entire existence to be shackled by financial constraints, robbing me of my freedom?" Tears streamed down Lu Jingyao's cheeks as she recalled how her family had been plagued by financial woes since her earliest memories. Her father, a private school teacher with only a high school education, struggled to provide for their family of 5 on his meager salary. Had it not been for her father's unwavering dedication to education, Lu Jingyao would have been forced to abandon her studies after middle school. The annual expenses for a high school student, no matter how frugally managed, amounted to several dozen yuan, a considerable burden for the impoverished Lu family. Last winter, their home had succumbed to the weight of heavy snowfall, and her mother's lung illness had recurred, making it feel as though they would never overcome their hardships. If it hadn't been for Li Yi. At this thought, Lu Jingyao felt a sudden wave of dizziness, nearly losing her balance. Li Yi, in the past, bore a resemblance to Qian Shun. He, too, came from a prosperous family, never lacking in pocket money, and had shown affection towards Lu Jingyao. However, Li Yi did not embody the ideal Prince Charming in her eyes. He lacked an appreciation for poetry and literature, struggled academically, and often greeted her with a foolish grin, his youthful naivety causing her considerable embarrassment. In truth, apart from his height and good looks, he was rather unremarkable. Yet, when the Li family arrived to propose with a sum of 120 yuan and a modest dowry, Lu Jingyao found herself resigned to the harsh realities of life. "The roof of the house has been renewed, and my mother's lung ailment has been cured. The pocket money that Li Yi provided has lifted the impoverished Lu family from years of gloom, filling their home with joyous laughter." During that period, Lu Jingyao felt a mix of happiness and depression, uncertain of the familial position she would find herself in, burdened by immense debt in the future. Was she destined to be like the vine in poetry, forever dependent on the towering tree, relegated to a life of subservience? Yet, a turning point eventually emerged. Over the course of that year, Lu Jingyao no longer needed to frequently skip classes to assist her mother with labor. She even engaged an English tutor for extracurricular guidance, leading to remarkable academic progress, culminating in her acceptance into university. Meanwhile, Li Yi remained the same endearingly naive young man, with average academic performance. On the night she received her university acceptance letter, Lu Jingyao's father presented her with 2 paths. Understanding his daughter as only a father could, he refrained from imposing limitations on her soaring aspirations, granting her the autonomy to choose. One option was to return to her hometown after graduation and live a stable life with Li Yi. The other was to soar freely like an eagle, breaking free from constraints with no intention of returning. Feeling insecure and suppressed due to their disparate backgrounds, Lu Jingyao chose the latter. Her father silently acquiesced, withdrawing from the engagement and shouldering all responsibilities. As Lu Jingyao departed from Qinghe County, she felt liberated from a sea of suffering. Yet, why did university feel like yet another cycle? Moreover, why did this money seem so repugnant when compared to Li Yi? Chapter 19. Only in loss do we learn to cherish. Lu Jingyao entered the dormitory, her heart heavy with sorrow, stirring the almost slumbering Lu Muhan from the upper bunk. Drowsily, she murmured, "Lu Jingyao, I have a letter for you. I've placed it beneath your blanket." "Oh, thank you." Lu Jingyao felt a slight awakening and retreated to her own bed, wishing to conceal her vulnerability. Yet, Lu Muhan sensed something amiss. She propped herself up, her head peeking over the edge like a curious cat. "What troubles you, Jingyao? Are you unwell?" "No, I'm fine." Lu Jingyao hastily wiped her tears away with the blanket, hoping Lu Muhan would remain oblivious. However, just as Lu Muhan prepared to withdraw, Lu Jingyao suddenly recalled something. Muhan, could you lend me 20 yuan? 20 yuan? Lu Muhan was taken aback, sitting up in bed and reaching for her coat to retrieve her wallet. As she rummaged, she inquired, Jingyao, what do you need 20 yuan for? Is there an urgent matter at home? Not exactly. It's for our literature society's gathering. I intend to repay, Qianshun promptly. Lu Jingyao hesitated but ultimately revealed the truth to Lu Muhan, omitting the part about Qianshun's drunken antics. Lu Muhan paused in her search but eventually produced the 20 yuan and handed it to Lu Jingyao. Thank you, Muhan. I will return this money to you as soon as possible. You need not rush to repay me, but there are a few things I must convey to you. Lu Muhan said earnestly. Jingyao, we have entered the realm of adulthood, and we can no longer afford to trust others naively as we did in our youth. This society is intricate. Some may appear benevolent yet harbor ulterior motives, while others who seem unkind may not possess malice. Lu Jingyao was somewhat perplexed and awkwardly asked, Muhan, what do you mean by that? Lu Muhan shook her head in exasperation and replied, Jingyao, consider He Shui and the others. Have they provided you with any substantial assistance? Reflect on your previous boyfriend. What kind of support did he offer you? Any fade of affection is ultimately subject to material evaluation. To demean those who have genuinely invested in you for the sake of a few hollow words from so-called friends is misguided. Do you not realize that He Shui and the rest merely wish to witness your misfortune? Having expressed her thoughts in one breath, Lu Muhan curled back into her warm cocoon. However, Lu Jingyao's heart remained unsettled for a long time thereafter. Do they wish to see me falter? Is my current state not already a caricature? Lu Jingyao felt a pang of discomfort today. She had hoped to discreetly borrow money from He Shui and her companions to preserve her cherished dignity. Yet, He Shui, in a fit of surprise, had inadvertently exposed her financial plight to everyone. Although He Shui later professed her concern, claiming it was unintentional, one must ponder, was it truly without intent? Reflecting on the events that transpired a few months ago when they first entered university, Lu Jingyao already harbored an answer within her heart. At that time, everyone had just arrived at the university, chattering away in a close-knit manner, as if they were sisters. However, it wasn't long before subtle rifts began to emerge. Lu Muhan, hailing from a privileged background, possessed an abundance of life's necessities, many of which were indeed high-end products. Lu Jingyao, being sensitive and resilient, seldom touched his belongings, whereas He Shui and others would casually borrow and use them. Initially, Lu Muhan paid little heed, yet when He Shui repeatedly took his soap, shampoo, and lotion to gift them to senior members of the student union in the bathhouse, he became displeased. The seemingly delicate Jiangnan girl possessed a strong sense of propriety. While sharing among dorm mates was acceptable, appropriating his possessions to curry favor was simply unacceptable. Nevertheless, He Shui dismissed his concerns, engaging in a heated argument, accusing him of being petty and bourgeois, and swore to compensate him double. Yet, months had passed, and Lu Jingyao had not witnessed He Shui making good on her promise. Surely, a bar of soap, no matter how expensive, could not be beyond He Shui's means to replace. Today, the frugal Lu Muhan readily lent Lu Jingyao 20 yuan. While He Shui, fully aware of Lu Jingyao's financial struggles, insisted on having her treat them. Sighing, Lu Jingyao retrieved her letters from beneath the covers. 3 letters? She noticed one was from her brother, one from Xiaoyu, and another from Li Yi. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her brother's letter first. Upon finishing Lu Zishua's letter in one breath, Lu Jingyao's heart was laden with worry. Even across 1,000 miles, she could sense her brother's underlying resentment and grievance. Yet she felt utterly powerless to remedy the situation. Resolving the matter seemed simple. Purchasing a bicycle for Lu Zishua would swiftly alleviate his troubles. But who could provide her with a bicycle? Especially a Phoenix brand? Aside from Li Yi, there was no one else. The last time Lu Jingyao wrote to Li Yi, she requested that he return the Phoenix bike to Lu Zishua, promising to repay him gradually. At that moment, she believed this solution was sound, yet after today's events, her conviction wavered. A mere 30 yuan, and they were urging her to sneak out with them under the cover of darkness. How much, then, was Li Yi's Phoenix bicycle worth? With a ticket, it was over 160. Without one, 200 was unattainable. 200 yuan was a sum akin to astronomical figures for the Lu family. Why should she bear that expense? Had she entangled herself with Li Yi? Were they hiding together under the covers? Li Yi owed her nothing. Sighing once more, Lu Jingyao opened Xiaoyu's letter. She still felt a strong affinity for this former close friend. Their personalities were quite alike, both emerging from humble beginnings, exhibiting confidence and resilience. and both filled with aspirations for a liberated future. In the past, they had encouraged and supported each other through their most challenging days. However, upon finishing Xiaoyu's letter, Lu Jingyao found herself momentarily entranced in a daze. The contents revealed a series of grievances. Li Yi, that privileged individual, has maneuvered his way into the advanced class. Li Yi, that scheming opportunist, has besmirched my reputation, leading to the loss of my position as class monitor. Li Yi, that wretched landlord, has secretly intensified his English studies. It seems he will inevitably pursue you to the capital to wreak havoc. Throughout the 4 pages of correspondence, Lu Jingyao felt no sense of resilience or confidence. Instead, she was confronted with the same resentment and injustice as her younger brother. Yet, her true concern did not lie with Xiaoyu's grievances, but rather with Li Ye's rapid advancement in English. His proficiency had already surpassed that of Xiaoyu. Would he indeed qualify for the Foreign Language Institute next year? If Li Yi were to gain admission, should I accept and fulfill my father's earlier promise? Lu Jingyao's father had, before the neighbors, assured Li Yi that if he could gain entrance to university, he would not obstruct their relationship. At that time, Lu Jingyao had been indignant, believing her father had succumbed to pressure. Yet now, it appeared her father was the astute one, a master of worldly affairs. If Li Yi were to enter the Foreign Language Institute next year, would their relationship naturally be restored? This thought filled Lu Jingyao with a sudden sense of shame, making her feel somewhat unprincipled. Yet, beneath it all, there was an undercurrent of anticipation. With Li Yi by her side, would a person like Qian Shun dare to treat her as he had moments ago? Though Li Yi was somewhat simple-minded, his strength was far from ordinary. Moreover, his mere handsomeness could deter countless suitors, rendering them disheveled and hesitant. Li Yi may lack an understanding of literature and poetry, yet he is a university student. The brilliance of a university student can overshadow myriad shortcomings, rendering them an equal match for her. With a heart full of expectation, Lu Jingyao opened Li Ye's letter only to discover it contained her original correspondence from a few days prior. Upon closely examining it, she found Li Ye's response scrawled on the back of the letter. In an instant, Lu Jingyao was utterly taken aback. The fervor and resoluteness of Li Ye's words caught her off guard, leaving her at a loss. His final statement felt like a bucket of cold water, drenching her in an icy reality. Since you have chosen to pursue your freedom, why should you meddle in my life? Why should I be magnanimous and lend my bicycle to your brother? From now on, let us cease all contact. The swan soaring in the sky should not disturb the frog at the bottom of the well, for even if one day he transforms into a prince, it no longer concerns you. After a prolonged silence, Lu Jingyao murmured to herself, he truly despises me. A profound sense of loss burgeoned from the depths of her heart, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Only after losing something do we come to appreciate its value. Many things, once missed, will never return. Chapter 20. Perhaps it's fate. In the second high school of Chishui County, during evening study hours, Liu rested his chin on one hand, gazing at his desk mate, when Liu, with a sly smile gracing his lips. It seems you have come to realize that there are greater talents beyond your own, haven't you? That day, when Liu, in her kindness, had offered Li Yi an English exam paper to help him improve his grades for the Foreign Language Institute. Little did she expect the reciprocation from Li Yi, which led to a delightful exchange of mutual assistance in their studies. For instance, today, when Liu eagerly presented Li Yi with an English paper, only to discover that he had brought forth a set of mathematics, physics, and chemistry papers. Curiously, she inquired about the origin of his papers, to which Liu nonchalantly replied with a vague "it's a secret," and promptly set her adrift in a sea of questions. As Li Yi observed when Liu's delicate features scrunching into a frown, he felt a sense of satisfaction blossom within him. To his surprise, her foundational knowledge was remarkably solid. Despite encountering unfamiliar question types, she was able to discern the correct methods after deep contemplation, even when faced with particularly perplexing problems. A little guidance from Li Yi would lead her to immediate comprehension and the ability to extrapolate her understanding. Truly, he mused, this girl is a natural scholar. He was convinced that among the entire repeat class, no one surpassed Liu in aptitude for learning. A prestigious university was well within her reach. And with a little nurturing, she could very well aspire to the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University. Moreover, when Liu had been ignited with a fierce ambition to conquer the problems presented by Liu, each time she completed a set of his papers, she would raise her chin in triumph, akin to a victorious soldier awaiting his praise. Her blend of adorableness and elegance stirred something profound within the much older Li Yi. After many years, he found himself captivated once more. Tap, tap, tap. A soft sound of the door opening heralded the entrance of a figure gliding into the classroom, making her way toward Li Yi. To his astonishment, it was none other than Li Yu's mother, Teacher Ku. Sensing that Teacher Ku was there for him, Li Yi began to rise in greeting. But she waved him off and instead produced an envelope, handing it to Li Yu. Li Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly tore open the envelope to read its contents. Meanwhile, Teacher Ku lightly tapped on Li Yi's desk before exiting the room. Understanding her cue, Li Yu quickly followed suit, but Li Yu was entirely engrossed in the letter, oblivious to his departure. As Li Yu stepped outside, he was met with a cacophony of whispers from behind. Look, look, I knew Li Yu would be in trouble for daring to flirt with Teacher Ku's daughter. What a fool he is. Is that so? They are merely desk mates discussing academic matters. You often share intimate exchanges with Wang Chunhua, don't you? Intimate exchanges? We are merely discussing literature. Does Li Yu even understand literature? Li Yu furrowed his brow, a sense of confusion washing over him. He could comprehend if Teacher Ku sought to limit Li Yu's interactions with him. After all, a fallen phoenix remains a phoenix. Li Yi's family background, while decent by Qingshui County standards, was a far cry from that of someone like Li Yu, who could at any moment rise anew. However, if that were truly the case, why would Li Yu attend evening study sessions? After being appointed by County No. 2 High School, Teacher Ku was provided with a dormitory on campus, where she and her daughter resided. Due to the students' relatively weak foundation in English, Teacher Ku held office hours each evening, allowing eager students to seek her assistance at any time. Thus, when they first arrived at the school, Li Yu accompanied her mother to study in her office. Yet, ever since Li Yi began collaborating with Li Yu on exercises, she had been attending evening study sessions in Class 1 for several consecutive days. If Teacher Ku intended to maintain distance between the two, she could have simply instructed Li Yu to return to her office to work on problems. Why involve herself in this? A person of such high caliber would not resort to the clumsy ruse of offering $1 million, only to separate from my daughter. Please sit down. Teacher Ku ushered Li Yi into her office and casually closed the door behind them, deepening Li Yi's confusion. In the 1980s, and even in later years, it was customary for teachers of the opposite sex to keep the door open when meeting privately with students to avoid gossip. Sit down. Do not overthink this. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. Teacher Ku personally pulled out a chair for Li Yi, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Once seated, she earnestly asked, "Were you quite familiar with Xiaoyu before? How could you not know how well I know your daughter?" Li Yi was puzzled. The memories he inherited from the original owner contained scant information regarding Li Yu, and their acquaintance was merely superficial. However, Teacher Ku's inquiry made him realize that Li Yu's demeanor towards him seemed rather unique. She had been at County No. 2 High School for several days and appeared to be deliberately maintaining distance from others, yet with Li Yi, her behavior was markedly different. From the initial exchange of small notes to later assistance with exercises, her attitude resembled that of a close female friend. Yet, he could not voice this to her mother. Instead, he ambiguously replied, "I'm sorry, Teacher Ku, but I wouldn't say I'm too familiar with Li Yu." "Why do you ask?" Teacher Ku smiled thoughtfully before responding. "Perhaps you've noticed that Xiaoyu is somewhat timid and rarely engages in conversation. However, I've observed that she seems to connect well with you. Is that so?" Li Yu was at a loss and replied, "Teacher Ku, we're merely helping each other academically. Do you believe there is something inappropriate about that?" Teacher Ku was taken aback. She understood Li Yi's implication and was surprisingly impressed by his sensitivity. He was, after all, inquiring directly, "Do you disapprove of my interaction with your daughter?" A young man of 18 or 19, possessing such keen sensitivity and articulate expression, could indeed be described as a remarkable youth. Teacher Ku found himself increasingly fond of Li Yi and hurriedly said, "Li Yi, you misunderstand me. I do not perceive any impropriety between you and Xiaoyu. I merely hope that this assistance can continue and perhaps deepen." "What do you mean, Teacher Ku? Should I change how I address you?" Li Yi nearly let his thoughts stray. Yesterday, Xiaoyu had confided in him extensively, seeking advice on exam questions as well as matters concerning you. Regardless, I sincerely hope you both maintain this rapport. Teacher Ku retrieved several exam papers from the drawer of his desk and handed them to Li Yi, saying, "I have prepared some test questions. You and Xiaoyu should work on them together, learn from one another, and offer mutual support." Li Yi began to grasp Teacher Ku's earnest intentions. Perhaps due to past experiences, when Li Yu had developed a tendency to be reticent, likely stemming from her limited communication with her mother. This was not a malady that could be resolved with mere medication. It seemed Teacher Ku was nearing despair over Wen Liyu's situation. The universal parental concern was palpable. And now that Teacher Ku had discovered a connection between Wen Liyu and Li Yi, he placed his hopes on this outsider. Li Yi accepted the exam papers with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Ku. Wen Liyu excels in both English and Chinese. I shall seek her guidance." Teacher Ku's eyes lit up as he nodded. "I appreciate that. However, Xiao Yu may exhibit a bit of a temper, so I hope you can be understanding." "Understood," Li Yu replied. After leaving Teacher Ku's office, he returned to the classroom for the repeater class. When Li Yu had finished reading the letter and, upon seeing Li Yi's return, wrote on a note, "What did my mother want you for?" Li Yu replied nonchalantly, "Teacher Ku wanted to test me with some exam papers. There are many questions I cannot answer, and I need your help." When Li Yu's interest was piqued, she took Li Yi's paper, glanced at it, and swiftly jotted down answers with her pen, beginning to explain the questions to Li Yi. Her animated expression clearly indicated her delight. These past couple of days, the pressure from Li Yi's barrage of questions had nearly bruised her self-esteem, but now, she finally found herself in a position where Li Yu sought her assistance as a top student. Outside the classroom's back door window, Teacher Ku let out a gentle sigh. His gaze filled with anticipation. His daughter had not been this lively in quite some time. She rarely spoke even when he engaged her in conversation. Perhaps this was destiny. Chapter 21. The value of a set of papers. As Li Yi and Wen Liyu began to quiz and explain problems to each other, many classmates in Class 1 couldn't help but find the situation amusing. How could Li Yi, who had barely scraped a passing score, dare to teach Wen Liyu math? Although they did not mock him as openly as He Wei Guo, the notorious troublemaker, many secretly chuckled at his audacity. However, after 5 or 6 consecutive days of problem-solving and discussions between the two, a realization began to dawn upon their peers. In this modern era, it was not as simple as endlessly practicing past papers. There were scarcely any supplementary materials available for purchase. Teachers would often toil for days to create a new set of exam questions that were slightly different, yet still innovative. Today's students had a limited scope of knowledge acquisition. To practice, they could only review past exam questions provided by their teachers or those discussed in class. Occasionally, when a student managed to procure a set of exam questions from another school, excitement would ensue, leading to fervent copying and animated discussions about the material. Students in the repeat class had an intense craving for exam questions. They had already grasped the necessary content, and their pathways to improve their scores were few. Each new set of exam questions was a treasure to them. They could hardly fathom the concept of over-practicing to the point of exhaustion. If they could, it would be a blissful thought. Thus, when the students of Class 1 noticed that Li Yi and Wen Liyu had been engaged in their discussions for several days, curiosity sparked among them. What kind of challenging problems could keep these two underachievers occupied for so long? Why not let me give it a try? Hey, what questions are you working on? Let me see. Li Dayong craned his neck to catch a glimpse of his brother for 2 days before finally interrupting Li Yi's endeavors. Li Yi casually tossed a mathematics exercise book to Li Dayong, saying, "Here, if you have any questions, just ask me, and I'll explain." "All right, brother." Li Dayong paid little attention to Li Yi's promise to explain. He was all too aware of his brother's capabilities. However, upon receiving the exercise book, he quickly found himself bewildered. The pages were densely filled with practice problems, and only a scant few were familiar to him. The majority were entirely new. Where on earth did my brother get these questions? Li Dayong felt like a cat that had stumbled into a mouse's den, excitedly pouncing on every challenge, eager to devour them all. Yet, after a short while, his brow furrowed in concentration. While the initial problems were manageable, many of the subsequent ones, even those he had seen before and had answers to, left him utterly perplexed. He attempted to cover the solution process and focus solely on the original questions, only to be met with a blank stare, completely lost. While Li Dayong gasped, incredulously glancing at Li Yi and Wen Liyu in the distance, pondering which of the two was the true academic prodigy. From his observations over the past few days, it appeared that Li Yi dedicated more time to tutoring Wen Liyu, while Wen Liyu occasionally offered lessons to Li Yi. However, his elder brother, Li Dayong, was a different story. "Dayong, could you let me copy some answers?" pleaded his deskmate. Fu Yingjie, who had been eyeing the practice problems for quite some time, drooling over them like a child gazing at a ripe fruit on a ginseng tree. Li Dayong did not respond immediately but turned to Li Yi for guidance, only agreeing to share after receiving a nonchalant, "Do as you see fit." This approval sparked interest amongst several classmates, who gathered around under the dim light to begin copying the questions. An idea struck Li Dayong, and he suggested, Why not try copying only the questions and not the answers? Let's see how many we can solve. All right, let us give it a shot. The others eagerly accepted his proposal and diligently began to copy. As they progressed, their astonishment and excitement grew. By the time they finished transcribing all the questions, they were nearly bursting with joy. It felt akin to a self-proclaimed martial arts genius stumbling upon a secret manual, but they had yet to decipher its contents. A sense of impending mastery filled the air. However, merely half an hour later, their enthusiasm was doused with cold water. Is it really this difficult? How many did you manage to solve? 8, perhaps 6. As for me, I want to say it's too embarrassing. Li Daong, casting a sidelong glance, theatrically remarked, "Who was it that mocked my brother a few days ago? I trust you now understand the gravity of the situation?" Higi, yes. Brother Young, could you please share the answers with us? I can share the answers, but don't follow certain individuals in their foolish antics. And certainly do not share the questions with those who take advantage and pretend to be innocent. Understood. Li Daong's sarcastic tone drew the ire of a few students seated at the front. They were part of a small circle led by Xiaoyu, the former class monitor, along with the academic representative, Jean Xingli. Previously, they had leveraged their academic prowess and literary knowledge to ostracize Li Daong, a close friend of Li Yi. Now, with Xiaoyu having lost her position due to Li Yi's influence, animosity had developed between the two factions. The recent derision directed at Li Yi largely stemmed from Xiaoyu's group, leaving Li Daong feeling quite aggrieved. Seizing the opportunity, he could not resist delivering a jibe. Jean Xingli had initially stood up to copy the questions, but, upon hearing Li Daong's remarks, sheepishly returned to his seat. Feeling ashamed as he had also participated in mocking Li Yi, Xiaoyu, whose temper was already volatile, retorted angrily to Li Daong, What's the big deal about a few simple questions? A poor performer will always be a poor performer, even if you presented them with a mountain of questions. They would still fail to succeed. Li Daong immediately countered, "We have all faced examinations. It's not as if anyone here has triumphed." Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, ready to engage Li Daong in a verbal spar. In comparison to her academic performance, her verbal prowess undoubtedly surpasses it. Tap, tap, tap. Liu rapped on the desk with one hand, while the pen in his other hand continued its graceful dance. However, Li Daong promptly ceased his verbal sparring. Dragging his chair closer to Li Yi, and with a sycophantic grin, inquired, "Brother, do you have a moment? Could you elucidate a few of these problems for me?" Li Yi, observing the burly figure of Li Daong, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. The influence of the questions Li Yi had crafted disseminated far more swiftly than he had anticipated. By the following afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Luo, sought him out. "Li Yi, from where did you acquire those questions?" Li Yi gazed at Mr. Luo, perplexed by his urgency. In truth, Li Yi had underestimated the value of the questions he had devised. Mr. Luo, a physics teacher, had received inquiries about a few of those problems earlier that day, which had piqued his interest. He had never encountered such question types before, and found them quite engaging. It takes a dedicated educator, like Mr. Luo, who toils endlessly to formulate questions, to truly appreciate their worth. As the homeroom teacher of a repeat class, he would not overlook any factor that could enhance the overall performance of his students. Seeking questions from a student was merely a pragmatic approach. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi replied, "Part of them were sourced by my family, and a few sets were provided by Teacher Ko." "Teacher Ko, you say? Very well, I shall approach her," Mr. Luo declared, instantly convinced by Li Yi's words. After all, he could scarcely fathom that the questions devised by Li Yi could astonish him to such an extent, nearly leaving him confounded. However, as Mr. Luo turned to exit, he surreptitiously seized Li Yi's exercise book. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, upon receiving the exercise book, Teacher Katu was nearly left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 22. Observe the number of ungrateful individuals after being appointed to the second high school in the county. Teacher Ka maintained an average rapport with several other teachers in the repeat classes. This was primarily due to her unclear status, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications. They deliberately kept their distance. Furthermore, teachers Luo and others held permanent positions, while Teacher Ku was merely a contracted temporary employee, rendering the dynamics somewhat delicate. However, once Li Ye's exercise book was revealed, the other teachers abandoned their reservations and sought Teacher Ku's assistance. This was because Li Ye's exercise book contained practice problems in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, each problem striking the teachers as both novel and ingenious. Teacher Ku, a graduate from the 1960s, was not only proficient in English, but was truly a polymath. Teacher Ku, please assist these children. Their burdens are overwhelming. Every additional set of problems you provide increases their chances of success. Teacher Ku, composed and dignified, responded, I have indeed devised several sets of problems for Li Yi. Since they seem to yield results, I shall contribute my efforts. However, upon reviewing Li Yi's exercise book, her expression transformed momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. She initially assumed that the problems mentioned by teachers Luo and others were the ones she had designed for Li Yi to exchange with her daughter. Yet, upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. Nevertheless, being a university graduate from 2 decades prior, teacher Ku soon grasped the intricacies of the problems within Li Yi's book. These problems were no trivial matter. Teacher Ku swiftly concluded that the wealth of experience accumulated over 40 years of examination-oriented education could not be simplistic. What appeared to be merely a handful of problems encompassed a broader range of knowledge points and facilitated student comprehension far more effectively than the exploratory phase of the restoration of college entrance examinations in the 1980s. Teacher Ku settled down, delving into the profound essence of the problem types, and then attempted to create her own. However, after generating several problems, she found herself somewhat disheartened. She had intended to assimilate the essence of Li Yi's exercise book and integrate her own experience to craft a more innovative set of questions. Yet, when it came time to formulate her own problems, she realized she could not escape the essence of Li Yi's questions. At best, she could only alter the numbers and change the presentation, while the underlying structure remained Li Yi's. Am I to draw inspiration from that child's work? While drawing inspiration sounds commendable, the less palatable term would be plagiarizing. Just imagine, Li Yi had just given your daughter a set of problems, and you merely modified the numbers and presentation to claim them as your own for the students. Wouldn't that invite ridicule? Teacher Ku, despite her abilities and cultured demeanor, possessed a certain sensitivity regarding her reputation. After much hesitation, that evening, Teacher Ku conversed with her daughter, who, without any pretense, retrieved several exercise books from her backpack. At this moment, Teacher Ku was entirely devoid of frustration. However, she remained exceedingly curious about the source of the novel problems that Li Yi had acquired. Mom, what are you planning to do? When Lan Yu, possessing an astute intellect, swiftly sensed that something was amiss, as if her cherished toy was at risk of being tarnished by another's touch. Teacher Ku, maintaining his composure, remarked, the school has entrusted me to devise some examination questions to aid the students in enhancing their academic performance. I hope to examine these practice books to glean some insights. Instinctively, when Lan Yu felt a pang of reluctance, but recognizing that these belonged to Li Yi, she conceded, you must discuss this with Li Yi. Some individuals in our class often speak ill, and I wouldn't want your goodwill to be met with ingratitude. A flicker of curiosity crossed Teacher Ku's eyes as he inquired, what strange remarks have they made? When Lan Yu replied indignantly, they claim Li Yi is akin to Huang Shiren, surreptitiously copying our questions, and that we are stingy. Listening to her daughter's fervent discourse filled Teacher Ku with both joy and concern. It had been quite some time since the young girl had spoken so extensively in one breath. Yet, contemplating the entanglement between Li Yi and Lu Jingyao, Teacher Ku felt a twinge of helplessness. Li Yi's diligent study of English is undoubtedly aimed at Lu Jingyao. What if? Were Li Yi to perceive Teacher Ku's current thoughts, he would surely cry out in injustice. Yet none around would believe that the deeply infatuated Li Yi would relinquish Lu Jingyao, for the latter's appearance aligned more closely with the aesthetic standards of this era. The following day, Teacher Ku approached Li Yi for a discussion. He believed that the questions Li Yi had crafted were resources painstakingly acquired through familial connections. The college entrance examination is a fierce competition, and no parent wishes to see their child's advantages diluted by others, thus requiring Li Yi's consent and the acknowledgement of his contributions. Li Yi, Teacher Luo showed me your practice book yesterday, and you mentioned that I had provided the questions, which has inadvertently placed me in a precarious position. Would you consider sharing your questions with the others? I will, of course, attribute all credit to you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied, very well. Let us start with a portion and see how it goes before making a final decision. Teacher Ku immediately detected an underlying meaning and asked, a portion? What shall we observe? Li Yi smiled and replied, to see how many turn out to be ungrateful. In the cafeteria of County No. 2 Middle School at noon, a long queue formed for meals, with Li Yi, having a robust physique, positioned at the end, quietly inching forward. It has been said that indulging in hearty meals and drinking deeply is the hallmark of youth and vigor. Yet, as age creeps in, one becomes more discerning in their culinary preferences. At this moment, Li Yi epitomized youthful strength, relishing the bountiful offerings. unlike children who spent their youth diligently studying. Li had practiced martial arts with his grandfather from an early age, thereby cultivating formidable digestive capabilities, leading to a hearty appetite, especially since his transmutation. Li perceived his body as an insatiable abyss. No matter how much nourishment was consumed, it was swiftly assimilated. Moreover, the attributes of strength, agility, and endurance within this physique were subtly and steadily enhancing. The price for such vitality was a constant hunger. He found himself famished well before mealtime, in a state of hunger that felt like his stomach was pressed against his back. Li felt as though he could devour even a cow if it were placed before him. The cafeteria at County No. 2 Middle School lacked such luxuries. It offered only 3 simple dishes served in large aluminum basins, a portion of cabbage, a serving of potatoes, and a helping of braised radish with meat. After much effort, Li finally reached the service window of the school cafeteria, ordering all 3 dishes. The gazes of surrounding students immediately converged upon him, filled with expressions akin to those of a greedy landlord witnessing a lavish expenditure. The cook, upon recognizing Li, grinned and said, "Cabbage 5 cents, potatoes 6 cents, and braised radish with meat 12 cents. Would you like any steamed buns?" "I'll take 2 steamed buns," Li replied. He rummaged through his pocket, counting out a stack of meal tickets. In these times, meal tickets were exchanged for cash and grain coupons, and many students lived their lives counting their tickets. Few were like Li Yi, who could afford to eat heartily. But who was Li Yi? Even beasts know what is needed to never become enslaved. Should I, a time traveler, suffer hunger? Preposterous. With a large enamel mug brimming with food in hand, Li Yi navigated through the crowd, drawing collective astonishment along with the sound of swallowed saliva. What a time of scarcity, to crave a dish with meat to this extent. If only we could have 2 roasted chickens every meal. That would be a bit extravagant. Hey, what's gotten into you lately? Your appetite seems to be growing uncontrollably. Oh, please. You think your appetite is small? Li Daong, carrying 2 portions of potatoes, trailed behind. Despite his bear-like physique, he couldn't keep up with Li Ye's current voraciousness. Li Yu certainly would not confide in him about the changes in his body, merely brushing off the inquiry nonchalantly. County No. 2 Middle School lacked designated dining tables for students. The cafeteria had only a few serving windows, and students either squatted outside to eat or returned to their classrooms. While Li Yi and Li Daong were having their meal in the classroom, the study committee member, Jin Xingli, approached them with a grave expression. "Li Yi, we need to talk," he stated earnestly. Li Yi paused, lowering his spoon, and replied coolly about what. Jin Xingli swallowed hard before continuing. "I believe your actions towards classmate Xiaoyu are quite inappropriate. Our class once had a strong sense of unity. But look at it now, it's falling apart." In truth, Class 1 was indeed lacking in unity, but it was merely a rift between 2 factions. After Li Yi introduced practice exercises, most students in Class 1 benefited, yet Li Daong had strictly excluded the small group led by Xiaoyu and Jin Xingli. Xiaoyu was quite resolute, and the animosity between her and Li Yi deepened, but Jin Xingli could no longer remain passive. As the study committee member, he felt capable and responsible, believing it his duty to steer Li Yi, who was straying down the wrong path, back onto the right one. Falling apart? Li interrupted with a smile. "I fail to see any disunity. Moreover, even if there were, what concern would it be of mine? How could it not be a concern? We have all gathered here from various corners to engage in learning. Everyone should share any educational resources they possess, as we have done in the past. However, Li Yi, your current behavior is rather selfish." Li Yi smiled in silence. Yet it was Li Daong's loud voice that broke the tension. "Jin Xingli, can you refrain from your nonsense? Did you share the exam papers you obtained from the first middle school with us? Did Xiaoyu show us the notes she received from Lu Jingyao?" Jin Xingli's face flushed, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response. "We have all endured the harshness of the college entrance examination and understand the precariousness of the path ahead. I myself was nearly overwhelmed. So how could true resource sharing be feasible?" Just as Jin Xingli found himself at a loss for words, Li Yi interjected, "Enough. I have submitted the questions to the school, and soon everyone will have papers to work on." Jin Xingli beamed with joy. "Really?" Li Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Jin Xingli repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Li Yi. You are truly a wonderful person." Once Jin Xingli departed, Li Daong, in a fit of impatience, remarked, "Brother, do not trust such individuals. They are the most selfish of all." Li Yi chuckled and replied, "Do you understand the saying? It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality?" Li Daong paused for a moment, then raised his thumb in admiration. mimicking a character from a film. Brother, that is truly profound. Chapter 23. The Pursuit of Wealth. The first snowfall of 81 has finally graced the earth. With a fierce wind howling, the landscape was transformed overnight. Enveloped in the chill of winter, Li Yi, displaying remarkable determination, resisted the allure of his warm bed, quickly donned his clothes, and ventured out of the dormitory into the biting cold on his way to class. It was bitterly cold. Now, Li Yi began to comprehend the implications of climate change in later years. Although Chishui County could barely be considered a northern city, it often experienced temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees, a rarity in the future. Moreover, the heating conditions of this era were severely lacking. Within the dormitory of County No. 2 Middle School, there were no heating facilities whatsoever. By nightfall, the temperature was not only cold enough to freeze water but even caused frost to form on the walls, leaving the boarding students huddled under their blankets, shivering like cold birds, enduring their plight. The classroom stove was primarily a facade. Each day it received a meager allocation of firewood and a few kilograms of coal, which barely lasted long enough to produce a wisp of smoke. Yet, despite these arduous conditions, the students' fervor for learning remained undeterred. At the crack of dawn, students were already engaging in self-study within the classroom, while those like Li Yi, who arrived just as the bell rang, were deemed lazy. However, as soon as Li Yi settled into his seat, a few classmates gathered around him. Hey, could you explain these questions to me after lunch? Li Daong offered Li Yi 2 still-warm baked buns and a jug of lukewarm water, then stood by, awaiting his turn. The school did not provide breakfast, and the buns were from the previous evening. To toast them over the stove while it was still warm required considerable skill akin to squeezing onto a crowded bus. As Li Yi munched on his bun, he tossed his paper to the group, saying, "Check your answers first. Ask if you don't understand." Li Daong and the others eagerly grabbed the paper, gathering to copy and discuss. After finishing his meal, class monitor Human swiftly handed Li Yi a warm water bottle and placed the marked paper with questions in front of him. The hot water within the bottle was a collective effort to save, reaching around 70 to 80 degrees, an indulgent luxury in such weather and conditions. This set of questions was not particularly difficult. Li Yi tucked the warm water bottle close to his chest, warming his hands as he quickly explained the problems, sending Human, Fu Yingjie, and the others on their way. The paper had been distributed the night before, and when Li Yu had completed it long ago. But Li Daong and his peers struggled considerably more. Yet, the most challenged were not Li Daong and Fu Yingjie, but rather the self-proclaimed top students, Xia Yu and Jin Xingli, among others. When Teacher Ku distributed the uniquely structured paper, Xia Yu and her peers felt a surge of relief after days of frustration, eager to demonstrate their academic prowess. Although Teacher Ko emphasized that the questions were provided by Li Yi and printed by the school, they believed the school was responsible for these valuable papers, having no obligation to Li Yi and feeling no debt of gratitude towards him. Driven by a competitive spirit, Xia Yu and her friends were determined to prove who the true scholars of the class were. Yet reality is harsh. In merely 2 days, Xia Yu and her companions were disheartened. Teacher Ku typically distributed the papers during self-study sessions and before the conclusion of the class. Li Yi and Wen Liu would complete them all. Consequently, by the following day, Xia Yu, Jin Xingli, and others were still grappling with the challenging problems on the paper. At this juncture, Human, Li Daong, and others would seek Li Yi for explanations, subsequently engaging in discussions with their classmates. However, this sharing of insights would abruptly cease when it reached the circle of Xia Yu and her peers. It seemed as though an unspoken understanding had emerged, delineating a boundary between them and Xia Yu's small group. Even Human, the most amiable class monitor, treated Xia Yu and her companions with a cool demeanor, neither soft nor harsh in her refusal to entertain their inquiries. Spending the entire day like pampered children, what use is that? Now, all that remains for Xia Yu and Jin Xingli is their stubbornness. They had just mocked Human and the others for seeking Li Ye's easy answers. Yet now they found themselves compelled to consult the teacher, feeling, despite the similarity of their approaches, a sense of superiority over Human's group. Li Yi, now indifferent to their presence, would eventually come to appreciate the bliss of daily practice, and only when faced with an absence of exercises would one's true nature reveal itself. As noon approached, a teacher unexpectedly arrived at the repeat class to find Li Yi. Li Yi, your family is here looking for you, waiting at the school gate. My family? Li pondered, hastily making his way outside, fearing that something urgent had occurred at home. Li Daong, sharing his concern, hurriedly followed suit. It was Sunday, and apart from the repeat class, no one else was attending school, The campus was blanketed in white, easily visible from afar. In the distance, Li Yi spotted a small figure at the school gate, stomping her feet to keep warm, and to his surprise, it was his younger sister, Li Wan. Burdened with a large parcel, she appeared small, frail, and solitary against the biting wind. Li Yi called out, "Xiaowan, what is the matter?" Upon hearing his voice, Li Wan did not respond immediately but hopped excitedly, flashing a smile at him. Li Yi rushed to the entrance, asking, "Xiaowan, why are you here? Is there an emergency at home?" Li Wan quickly shook her head, replying, No, it's nothing. You were supposed to return home yesterday to collect your living expenses. Mother noticed you hadn't come back, so she sent me with warm clothes and bedding for you. Grandfather also sent a pair of sheepskin boots, which will be perfect to alternate. A warmth spread through Li Yi's heart as he reached out to take the parcel from Li Wan's back, only to discover that the entire right side of her body was soaked in dirty water, now frozen. It seemed that she had trudged through the snow from the west side of the city to the east, likely stepping into a snowdrift, causing her cloth boots to become thoroughly soaked. He quickly inquired, "Where did you fall? Are you hurt? Your boots are soaked. You'll freeze." Li Wan shook her head vigorously. No, brother. I'm really fine. The wet boots don't matter. I'll just warm up by the fire when I get back. Li Yi felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "Then why didn't you come inside to find me? Why endure the biting cold out here? If it's too much, you could at least wait in the reception room for me." Li Wan shrank her neck and replied softly, "They 1T let me in." 1T let you in? Li Yi was somewhat puzzled and turned to glance at the reception room by the school entrance. Though the school had a policy prohibiting outsiders from entering, it was usually overlooked. Who would be so stubborn in such frigid weather? Moreover, the chimney of the reception room indicated that there was a stove inside. Logically, anyone would allow a small girl to enter and warm up rather than leave her outside to endure the cold. At that moment, the person in the reception room happened to look out and exchanged glances with Li Yi, rolling his eyes and turning away. This was rather amusing. Li Yi was about to stride over and inquire further when he felt a tug on his arm from Li Daong. The old man guarding the door, old Lu, was a distant relative of Xiaoyu and was likely just looking for trouble. It seemed the blame lay with him after all. Li Yi pondered for a moment, abandoning the idea of confronting the old man. After all, stepping in dog excrement wouldn't kill him, but it would only leave a foul smell on his shoes. He handed his bag to Li Daong and said, "Come on, I'll take you for a meal first." Li Wan quickly shook her head, pulling out a wad of money from her pocket. No, my mother is waiting for me to return for dinner. This is your living allowance for the month." However, Li Yi disregarded her protests and firmly grasped her arm, leading her away. Just then, the window of the reception room suddenly swung open, and a gruff old man with a stern expression barked, "School isn't out yet. Are you trying to skip class?" Li Yu turned and shot him a glance, retorting, "What is it to you? Keep an eye on your gate and make sure no one steals it. Who are you talking to? Come back here. I'll inform your homeroom teacher and have your parents come." Old Lu fumed, stretching his neck and shouting at Li Yi. But Li Yi paid him no mind and continued leading his sister away. If it were any other student, they might have been intimidated by the old man. But Li Yi, having lived 2 lives, was well aware of these petty schemes. The more you cower, the bolder they become, thinking themselves significant figures. They merely wield their trifling authority to create obstacles. If they dared escalate matters to the academic office and have Li Yi called in, he would simply summon his grandfather to handle the situation. How dare they let his granddaughter freeze outside? Hadn't they received their share of low-priced grain a few days prior? A few hundred meters east of County Number 2 High School, there was a state-run mutton soup restaurant. As noon approached on a Sunday, the enticing aroma wafted through the air long before they arrived. At this point, Li Wan had lost her appetite for argument. Merely managing to keep her saliva from flowing was a success. Upon entering the mutton soup restaurant, Li ordered 2 bowls of mutton soup and a stack of meat pastries, and they began to eat. Initially, Li Wan was a bit hesitant, but after downing half a bowl of soup and breaking a sweat, she began to devour her meal voraciously. Li Yi observed as the small girl consumed the pastries and mutton soup with enthusiasm, even finishing off the broth, her appetite surprisingly comparable to his own. Li Yi rose again to purchase more, but Li Wan hurriedly persuaded him, "Don't buy any more, brother. I truly cannot eat any more." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I am still not full. I shall buy another bowl for us to share." Only then did Li Wan relent, awaiting Li Ye's return. Soon after, they indulged once more, oblivious to whether their small stomachs could bear it. Observing Li Wan's contented belch, Li Yi inquired with a smile, "How long has it been since we had meat at home?" Li Wan raised a finger and replied, "It has been a week since we last saw meat." Li Yi felt a pang of guilt as he rummaged through the stack of money in his pocket. His father provided him with 20 yuan each month for living expenses. His grandfather supplemented with 10, and his sister added another 5, bringing his total to 35 yuan. Given that meat was only about 80 cents per pound, 35 yuan would suffice for daily consumption, yet their household had gone without meat for an entire week. He realized he had been relying too heavily on his family. "Let us go. I will take you to buy a pair of cotton shoes," he declared. After the siblings had their fill, Li Yi planned to take Li Wan to purchase a pair of suede-lined cotton shoes. Today, Li Wan had trudged through the snow, and after spending some time in the mutton soup restaurant, the ice on her shoes had melted, evoking a sense of compassion in him. At this moment, both the Labor Protection Service and the Military Service Shop offered suede cotton shoes, waterproof and snow-resistant, each pair costing merely a few yuan, which Li Yi could certainly afford. Initially, he anticipated that the timid Li Wan might refuse, but to his surprise, she did not immediately decline. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Brother, I do not need the suede shoes, but littling suffers from cold feet every year. Let us buy her a pair." A wave of emotion washed over Li Yi, stirring thoughts of financial independence. Chapter 24, The Child of Destiny. Brother, just one pair will suffice, truly, just one pair. In the military service center of Qishui County, Li Wan firmly grasped Li Ye's arm, preventing him from reaching for his wallet. Initially, she had only asked Li Yi to purchase a pair of suede cotton shoes for their younger sister, Li Ying, to alleviate the suffering of cold feet. However, upon his arrival, Li Yi instructed the attendant to bring 2 pairs of suede cotton shoes, one in size 35 and the other in size 32. Although she was touched, timidly Wan could not accept this. Bringing the shoes home would surely invite her mother's wrath. "Doesn't he understand? Your brother's money is spent on your cotton shoes, and you expect to live on the cold winds? No more smoking, no more meat." Just as the siblings began to argue, the sales clerk interjected, "We don't have size 32 or 35. The smallest we have is size 36. Would you like that?" With this, the siblings had no choice but to cease their quarrel. Li Wan, with her size 35 feet, could manage with size 36 shoes, but little Li Ying, still in elementary school, would certainly find size 36 unwearable. "All right then, sister, let me have one pair in size 36, but could you reserve a size 32 for me? Or even a 33 would do," Li Yi inquired as he fished out his money. "Reserve? Your idea is quite peculiar for someone so young," the young saleswoman replied, perhaps charmed by his looks and sweet talk. She patiently explained, "We don't sell small-sized shoes here. If you wish to buy, you might try the department store. But I doubt they have any either." Li Yi reflected on this. Indeed, the children of this era had it tough, often wearing handmade cloth shoes from their mothers, and their clothes were often hand-me-downs from sisters or mothers. Without a market, there could be no trade, and Qingshui County was not a large city. The awareness of serving the nation was not strong, and fashionable children's leather shoes were only found in bigger cities. "Come, try these on." "Brother, I don't need them. I have shoes." "Stop talking nonsense." The saleswoman produced a pair of size 36 shoes, and Li Yi insisted that Li Wan try them on. After much hesitation, Li Wan finally extracted her feet from her damp cotton shoes, only to reveal 3 holes in her soaked socks, exposing her toes. Li Yi hastily bought 2 pairs of socks, urging Li Wan to change into them along with the new shoes. "How does it feel? Do you need additional insoles?" "No need, brother. Just right, quite warm." At this moment, the little girl no longer resisted, although in the future, such suede shoes might seem outdated and uncool. They felt quite lovely on her feet at this moment. "All right, let us go." Li Yi packed Li Wan's cotton shoes into a box and turned to leave the military service center. However, Li Wan lagged behind, timidly calling out, "Brother, brother, wait." To change shoes. Upon turning back, Li Yi understood. The little girl was reluctant to wear her new shoes through the snow and preferred to change back into her soaked old cotton shoes. Irritated, Li Yi remarked, "The purpose of buying these shoes is to walk through the snow. Otherwise, what is the point?" Seeing Li Yi's stern expression, Li Wan instinctively shrank her neck, cautiously lowering her head to follow him. In the days when she and her mother-in-law had just entered the household, this elder brother wore a perpetual frown, his gaze reminiscent of a distressed dog deprived of its food bowl, quite intimidating indeed. As Li Yu strolled a few paces, he noticed the little girl distancing herself from him, as she meticulously avoided the snow-laden areas, gingerly navigating her way as if lost in a maze. A chuckle escaped his lips as he reminisced about his past self, when he first acquired his car. That new vehicle was more precious to him than his own wife. A mere scratch from a fingernail warranted a visit to a professional for a touch-up. Yet, as time went on, if it could still run, he would not bother with repairs, embodying the essence of fleeting novelty. He hastened his steps, reminding himself that he needed to visit the grocery store for some white rabbit candies. Brother, why buy sweets? I just had sesame candy a few days ago. Perhaps we should skip it. The little girl, who was navigating her path, immediately protested. However, the natural reflex of drooling rendered her quite embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed. For children of this era, the allure of sweets was insatiable. A single lollipop could easily entice a child away, a truth not merely a fable. Your new shoes may delight you, but what about littling? Do you not understand that it is unfair to be favored? When she ends up crying, will you not be compelled to silence her with candy? Li Wan, at 14, and her younger sister Li Ying, merely 11, were bound to create discord if Li Wan returned home in new shoes without a token for her sister. No need, she'll only cry for a moment. It's not a big deal. Although somewhat reluctant, Li Wan quickened her pace to catch up with her brother. White Rabbit, the queen of all candies, White Rabbit, she recalled the taste experienced when her mother first brought it home. A flavor that would linger in her memory for a lifetime. As for Li Yi's concerns about her sister's potential tears due to perceived inequality, she remained unfazed. In this day and age, the dominance of an elder sister's lineage was quite formidable. If one desired fine shoes and clothing, they must await their turn until the elder sister had been replaced. Discontent? If one dared to defy, they would face consequences, for the mother would heed no complaints. And who could blame her for being a sister rather than a brother? Li Yu spent $3 to purchase 2 pounds of White Rabbit candies, dividing them into 2 packages for Li Wan. She quickly unbuttoned her cotton coat to tuck them in, as if cradling a child, holding them tightly. Upon returning, 1 bag is for you to enjoy, while the other is for grandmother to distribute. Do you understand? Yes. With candy in her mouth, reluctant to chew and swallow, Li Wan nodded vigorously, affirming her commitment to the task at hand. Her brother had already allowed her a taste during their journey, ensuring that she had gained something regardless of how it would be divided. Li Yi accompanied Li Wan for a stretch, only turning back to the second middle school of the county after watching her small figure disappear around the corner. As he walked, he pondered how he might safely and swiftly amass wealth. Given that one has arrived in this world, it is prudent to refrain from lofty ambitions and instead ensure that those around oneself can enjoy a day without the worry of a single roast chicken. In this era, opportunities abound that could elevate even a pig into flight. However, countless pigs have met their demise, and chickens have drowned, illustrating the perilous nature of such aspirations. For instance, while venturing south to Guangdong province to sell clothing and goods may present the chance to capitalize on fortune, it also carries risks of theft on trains, deception in business, or even outright robbery and confiscation. Numerous unforeseen events could transpire. Moreover, at this juncture in Li Ye's life, his age and status impose significant constraints. As an 18 or 19-year-old high school student, bound to daily classes and the watchful eyes of teachers, can one truly abandon academics to pursue entrepreneurship? One's father might well break a leg in disbelief, and grandparents would offer no refuge. Even if, hypothetically, one's family permitted a departure from university, it would merely lead to employment in a conventional job, not the freedom to engage in speculative ventures, even in the most liberal of families. Where Li Yi's desires might be indulged, such a course would still be deemed impractical. In this era, to forsake the golden path of the college entrance examination, a gateway to social mobility, in favor of business ventures is the folly of the foolish. The rise of private enterprises lies many years ahead. Presently, individual entrepreneurs lack the societal standing of a mere gatekeeper in a state-run institution. Consequently, aspiring to engage in commerce necessitates a climb from small vendor to large merchant, embodying the archetype of a self-made hero laboring from the bottom up. In the grand landscape of China, after decades of navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce and amassing considerable wealth, one inevitably encounters the formidable barriers of the upper echelons. Approaching the temple with a pig's head in hand, one may find, upon entry, that the individual demanding reverence is a prominent figure, a graduate from the esteemed universities of the 1980s. One must ponder, are you not left in awe, or perhaps frustrated? Graduates from the late 1970s and early 1980s ascend with astonishing speed, particularly those from the illustrious Tsinghua, Peking, and Renmin universities, seamlessly integrating into the upper echelons. Had Li Yi been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking this year, within 4 years he would find himself at the threshold of that temple, having ascended several rungs of the societal ladder from the very base of the pyramid. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare for those of ordinary origins. It is indeed a fleeting chance, akin to missing the last bus. Even if Li Yi were to reject conventional constraints and venture into commerce, the vast network of classmates would provide substantial support, inherently placing him several tiers above those lesser entrepreneurs, as he would be interconnected with various influential figures, either within the same circle or easily accessible through mutual acquaintances. What was the name of the university student that Qin Jianghe encountered on the train? How did their statuses compare upon graduation? Are you truly more formidable than Qin Jianghe? At this moment, the pursuit of wealth must be balanced with academic commitments, leading to numerous restrictions in various aspects. What to do? Money is an essential pursuit. A man should not bow to mere pennies, for one must indulge in both fish and bear's paws. Li lowered his head as he walked back to the county's second middle school, consumed by his thoughts, failing to notice a figure squatting at the entrance. However, that individual spotted him. "Hey, young man, have you eaten? Would you like some candy?" Li gazed at the person before him, whose nose ran with cold yet wore a broad smile, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that I am indeed the archetype of a protagonist, the favored child of fortune, and that a mere nap would fortuitously bring me a pillow? Chapter 25. Do you know numbers? The individual who had been waiting for Li Yi for quite some time was the candy vendor he had encountered at the entrance of County No. 1 High School, where he had retrieved his Phoenix bicycle. Upon spotting Li Yi, the vendor hurriedly approached him with a smile. "Brother, would you like some candy?" "I don't eat candy," Li Yi replied, continuing his stride. However, the vendor obstructed his path, producing a packet of Defeng Show. "No need, I have my own." "Do you need something from me?" Li Yi brushed aside the offered candy, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. He then tilted his head skyward at a 35-degree angle, casting a sidelong, indifferent glance at the shivering vendor. This was not an act of arrogance on Li Yi's part. In a previous life, he had been a warm-hearted individual, eager to assist others, greeting everyone with a smile and readily taking on tasks. Yet, in the end, his kindness had led him to exhaustion, with others seeking to take advantage of him. Eventually, he came to understand that a degree of sternness was necessary in dealings with certain individuals. Kindness could not be extended indiscriminately. From their previous encounter at the high school, Li Yi recognized the vendor as a cunning businessman, possessing the shrewdness and cleverness characteristic of that era. Today, his overly friendly demeanor clearly indicated he had an ulterior motive. If Li Yi were to be overly accommodating, the vendor would undoubtedly regard him as a mere child, which would be detrimental to Li Yi's future plans. After all, even a turtle's bravado requires certain conditions. One would not expect a 3-year-old to engage in discourse with a formidable warrior like Zhang Fei and receive respect in return. It was unreasonable to expect a middle-aged man in his 30s to heed the directives of a teenager without employing some form of manipulation. "Indeed, I have a bit of a situation that requires your assistance. You need my help? What could a student like me possibly do for you? I'm not in the market for candy today. You can't assist, but your relative at the North City Police Station can." Li Yi rolled his eyes and replied, "How do you know I have relatives at the North City Police Station? Besides, I don't even know your name. Why would I help you?" "Well, it's not like I have many options." The candy vendor, whose name was Hao Jian, lamented to Li Yi. After moving to Qingshui County and marrying a local, he had settled in Chunzhuang Township, 30 miles away. As the weather warmed, he had been selling his candy in the county town without issue for over half a year. However, today he encountered a group of ruffians who not only took his candy but also refused to pay. Faced with the imminent loss of 20 pounds of candy, the usually affable Hao Jian found himself in a scuffle, which attracted the attention of the local police. The officers from the North Police Station did reprimand the ruffians, but due to Hao Jian's thick accent, they confiscated his candy and pottery, instructing him to return with a letter of introduction to prove he was not a vagrant. However, Hao Jian was clandestinely selling candy. How could he possibly provide such a letter? The newspaper acknowledged the individual economy, yet the county had yet to issue any definitive directives. Would the stubborn old folks in the village write him a letter? After much contemplation, Hao Jian recalled overhearing at the entrance of County No. 1 middle school that Lu Zixue had proclaimed that the station chief was a relative of Li Yi. With no other options, he approached to see if he could be of assistance. "Li, I'm truly at my wit's end. I have a 70-year-old mother and a 4 or 5-year-old child who is ill. We rely solely on that little bit of malt candy to make ends meet. I was supposed to sell it today to buy medicine for my child, but now I've lost everything." Hao Jian lamented, tears streaming down his face. Li Yi, unable to discern the authenticity of his plight, tossed his cigarette to the ground and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Hao Jian quickly replied, "Just say I'm your uncle, a good friend of yours." Li Yi, with a sardonic smile, inquired, "And then what?" Hao Jian blinked. "What do you mean?" "And then?" Li Yu coldly responded, "I say you're my uncle, and then you can leverage my connections at the station to intimidate those street thugs, right?" Hao Jian, taken aback, smacked his lips, tasting bitterness. Indeed, a privileged second generation, cunning and untrustworthy. After a lengthy pause, he awkwardly said, "I wasn't thinking that way. Please help me out. In return, I'll let you have my malt candy for free." "Who cares about your malt candy?" Li Yi scoffed, tossing a piece of big white rabbit candy into his mouth, then asked, "Show me the prescription for your child's medicine." Hao Jian quickly retrieved 2 empty medicine bottles and a crumpled prescription, handing them to Li Yi. After examining them, Li Yi couldn't make sense of the ailment or the prescription, but it somewhat validated Hao Jian's claims. "Let's go. I'll accompany you," Li Yi said, returning the bottles and prescription before heading towards the police station in the northern part of the city. Hao Jian, who had lost all hope, was momentarily taken aback but hurried to keep pace with him. Upon arriving at the station, they discovered that Li Ye's uncle, Zhao Yuanchao, was absent, leaving Hao Jian feeling disheartened again. The malt candy was not something to be taken lightly. However, Li handed his pack of big front doors to Hao Jian and soon went into an office. Before long, he emerged with a young man, his arm slung around his shoulder. Li gestured towards the young man. "There he is, a relative of my good friend. Qinzhuang Township is 30 miles from here. What procedures do we need to follow?" The young man chuckled. "Procedures? With our brotherhood, you're just teasing me." 2 minutes later, Hao Jian received his earthenware pot and malt candy, miraculously without any loss. He quickly lit a cigarette with the big front door that Li Yi had provided and casually slipped the cigarette box into Wu Xiong's pocket, his actions deft and natural, indicating a promising businessman in the making. The young man told Hao Jian, "Remember, my name is Wu Xiong. If Lu Air and his gang give you any trouble, just come find me, and I'll take care of them." Hao Jian nodded repeatedly, gaining a newfound appreciation for Li Ye's capabilities. His visit to Li Yi today was akin to relying on a dead horse as a living horse, yet he never anticipated such a smooth outcome. Once they exited the police station, Hao Jian inquired about Li Ye's relationship with Wu Xiong. Li Yi nonchalantly replied that they were brothers in martial arts training. The way Hao Jian looked at Li Yi shifted dramatically. "This fellow has long limbs. He must strike quite fiercely. Brother, take this candy. I will repay you for the large sum from the box of Diqianmen in a few days," Hao Jian said, producing a newspaper to wrap a substantial quantity of candy, nearly a quarter of his batch of sesame candy. Li Yi waved his hand and inquired, "Have you been to the provincial capital?" Puzzled, Hao Jian nodded. "I've been there a few times. I have 2 friends from the educated youth era who invited me over after returning to the city," Li Yi asserted. "Take this candy to the provincial capital and investigate the market for sesame candy. If it proves viable, I would like to invest in your business." Hao Jian's smile faltered, and after a few seconds, he began to curse inwardly. "I knew this fellow was not straightforward. I thought I could feed him for free. But he wishes to take a long-term advantage of me? Even landlords aren't this ruthless. To invest implies reaping benefits from a business deal." Hao Jian initially intended to maintain a casual relationship with Li Yi by frequently offering him candy. Yet now, Li Yi was directly asking for a share, which felt like being skinned alive. "This small venture of mine is an 80-mile journey to the provincial capital, not worth it, sigh." Hao Jian forced a smile, attempting to refuse Li Ye's request, when suddenly a flash of 5 yuan appeared before him. Li handed him the 5 yuan note and said, "Go to the provincial capital and conduct thorough research, particularly seeking out individuals like yourself. Retail has little promise. If you're going to do it, aim for wholesale." As Hao Jian held the 5 yuan note, it felt somewhat surreal. In these times, the largest denomination was 10 yuan, and he sold sesame candy for mere cents. It was rare for him to see a 5 yuan note in a month. To put things in perspective, a hospital delivery in the county costs only 8 or 9 yuan altogether. Yet here was a young boy, handing him 5 yuan just for a trip to the provincial capital. Does he not know the bus fare from the county to the provincial capital is only a few dimes? Is he not concerned that I might pocket the money without fulfilling my end of the bargain? After pondering, Hao Jian concluded that despite the youth's age, he truly did not fear being cheated out of this 5 yuan. Once this realization dawned on him, Hao Jian's mind began to work swiftly. He tucked the 5 yuan securely away and asked, "Brother, what do you mean by wholesale?" Li Yi queried, "What is the cost of your sesame candy per pound?" Hao Jian replied, "About 30 cents. If I can procure grain at a fair price, it could be even lower." Li Yi suggested, "How about selling it for 60 cents? Hao Jian was momentarily taken aback. Typically, he sold his goods at 1 yuan per jean, and on occasion, he had even charged 2 yuan for the foolish ones. How could he possibly sell them for 6 jiao? Li Yu shot Hao Jian a glance, curling his lip as he remarked, "Do you even know basic arithmetic? Do you have any issues with addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division?" Hao Jian rolled his eyes in response. "What kind of remark is that? I at least graduated from junior high before moving to the countryside." Chapter 26. If you dare to use me, I shall dare to spend selling retail. One might barely earn 7 or 8 yuan after a strenuous day of selling merely 10 to 15 kilograms, all while mingling with ruffians. In contrast, wholesale begins at 100 kilograms. With the right connections, one can settle transactions in mere 5 minutes. Li elucidated the intricacies of business to Hao Jian. And within moments, Hao Jian's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. In the late 1980s, the emergence of various wholesale markets across the vast expanse of the Great China cultivated countless affluent families, epitomized by the very locale depicted in the tail of feathers rising to the sky. These wholesale markets retained a vibrant vitality for many years thereafter, proving that wholesale trade is indeed a relatively accessible avenue for profit. The provincial capital lies a mere 40 kilometers from Qingshui County, boasting a dense population with a substantial middle to upper income demographic, a veritable treasure trove awaiting discovery. Although sesame candy may seem an unremarkable snack, it aligns perfectly with the requirements for market expansion and initial capital accumulation. Thus, Li Yu chose Hao Jian, tasking him with testing the waters on his behalf. Hao Jian felt a surge of ambition, but refrained from blindly acquiescing to Li Ye's proposition. Instead, he candidly expressed his predicament. "Brother, to be frank, my family is in dire need of money, and I am eager to venture into the provincial capital, but I lack the necessary capital." On ordinary days, he could manage only a basin of sesame candy, a mere 20 kilograms at most, with an investment of 5 or 6 yuan yielding a modest revenue of just over 10 yuan. To engage in wholesale trade of 100 kilograms was beyond his financial reach. Li Yi pondered for a moment and inquired, "How much capital do you require?" Hao Jian hesitated but ultimately replied, "At least 50 yuan, and I would also need a bicycle." After voicing these two requests, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He feared that Li Yu might abruptly withdraw his support. After all, considering the cost of over 100 kilograms of sesame candy, his demands essentially indicated his absolute lack of funds. However, Li Yu responded, "Then you should hurry to the provincial capital. If you find it feasible, come to County No. 2 middle school to find me." Hao Jian was momentarily stunned as he watched Li Yi depart, grappling with disbelief. Did he just agree? A mere hour prior, he had regarded Li Yi as an easily manipulable youth, yet now, he held no thoughts of underestimating him. Li Yi first accompanied Hao Jian to retrieve the sesame candy, then elucidated the concept of wholesale. He also provided Hao Jian with 5 yuan for operational expenses. This series of decisions was marked by decisiveness and clarity, leading Hao Jian to perceive not a mere 18 or 19-year-old boy before him, but rather the village chief, a person of unwavering integrity. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Hao Jian collected his thoughts and braved the cold wind towards the county hospital. He intended to procure medicine for his children, and with money in hand, he resolved to purchase several bottles, spending a yuan or two in the process. Hao Jian had never been a narrow-minded individual, although he remained somewhat perplexed as to why Li Yi placed such trust in him. He harbored a vague suspicion that he possessed something of value that Li Yi sought to utilize. "Dare to use me, and I shall dare to spend. When there are too many lice, they do not bite, and when there is ample debt, there is no worry. What can you do to harm me? In any case, I shall not suffer losses." On one hand, Hao Jian believes he has gained an advantage. On the other, Li Yi feels content. Hao Jian calculates solely the financial costs, convinced that this collaboration places Li Yi at a disadvantage. However, Li Yi takes a more comprehensive view, considering the costs of human resources and, more crucially, the risks involved. In this era, venturing into business carries inherent dangers. He plans to cultivate Hao Jian as an agent, allowing himself to remain in the shadows, should any issues arise. He would have room for maneuver. Li Yi is aware that Hao Jian is a shrewd businessman, yet in this entrepreneurial landscape, what is needed is not merely honest and diligent individuals, but rather ambitious and daring warriors. In these times, it is not ambition that is feared, but a lack of courage. Once one takes action, they have already taken the most significant first step. As for whether Hao Jian can be controlled by Li Yi in the future, that is a matter for another day. To earn the first pot of gold, one must take the leap, mustn't he? Upon returning to County Number 2 Middle School, Li headed straight to his dormitory. Once there, he retrieved a bundle of cash from the cotton stuffing of his pillow, counting a total of 105 yuan. This represented all the funds Li currently had at his disposal, most of which he had saved over the past few months. Previously, with Lu Jingyao, he could hardly keep any money in his pocket. Now his family provided him with 30 to 40 yuan each month, and with meals costing only a few yuan for 2 dishes and a pack of cigarettes costing him 6 or 7 yuan a month. He found it impossible to spend it all, especially with no mobile games to splurge on. However, should he embark on a money-making venture with Hao Jian to the provincial city, this sum would scarcely suffice. The initial capital for small-scale ventures might be adequate, but if they were to diversify or send Hao Jian south to seize opportunities, they would require a substantial amount of funds to truly engage in such pursuits. Let us proceed with this for now. Earning some pocket money is still worthwhile. Li pondered, not feeling overly anxious. His primary goal was to accumulate enough funds for a comfortable living before he entered university the following year. With dreams of riding a crane to Yangzhou, he had already tasted the stark contrast between a wealthy and a financially constrained university life in his past. In the afternoon, as Li entered the classroom, he noticed a crowd surrounding Xiaoyu, many of whom were from other classes, all displaying an unusual excitement and envy. He cast a few glances without much thought. But once seated, Xiaoyu began to speak in an oddly pointed manner. As knowledge youths of the new era, we must utilize our knowledge to create a better life. 10 years of hard study have forged our spirit of struggle and bestowed upon us a sense of pride. We must never be like parasites, relying on our parents and families, enjoying material comforts while feeling unsatisfied, and placing ourselves above our peers in spirit. Liu coolly raised his eyelids, locking eyes with Xiaoyu's provocative gaze, immediately understanding that her words were veiled criticisms aimed at him. Perhaps it was merely the piercing gaze of Li Yi, or perhaps the recent experiences had instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiaoyu, for she only exchanged a fleeting glance with him before hastily diverting her attention elsewhere. It was akin to a small, exuberant teddy dog, its neck ensnared by a leash, suddenly encountering a docile village dog, instantly feeling a sense of suppression. Yet, Xiaoyu's words resonated with many around her, sparking a cacophony of agreement that struck Li Yi as somewhat ludicrous. The decade spent in rigorous study certainly deserved commendation. Yet one's familial circumstances should not be subject to disdain. Countless students from humble beginnings have ascended to affluence through their own endeavors. Should their progeny not feel entitled to enjoy the fruits of their forebears' labor? A rational perspective on such matters, along with a relentless pursuit to rectify one's shortcomings, is essential to surpass the forerunners and render the preceding waves obsolete upon the shore. One's poverty does not dictate the measure of one's aspirations. The essence lies in ambition, not in destitution. Li Yi was disinclined to engage in a verbal spar with them, particularly since Xiaoyu had not specified names. Why expend energy on such trivialities? Yet, his curiosity regarding the situation compelled him to inquire with his deskmate, Wen Liu, about the matter at hand. With a dismissive pout, Wen Liu remarked, Lu Jingyao wrote to Xiaoyu, flaunting her recent publication of a poem, which earned her a meager 5 yuan and 50 cents in royalties. Having previously spent your money excessively, she now perceives this paltry sum as a mark of independence and nobility. Royalties? A sudden illumination dawned upon Li Yi. Oh, nearly 5 yuan and 50 cents? When Li Yi whispered, her tone tinged with a semblance of consolation. However, Li Yi's spirits lifted significantly. Indeed, I too could earn royalties. Is the concept of being a literary ghostwriter glitch? Undeniably so. Is the model of earning royalties outdated? Absolutely. Yet, it cannot be dismissed that, in this era, earning royalties is the most direct, simplest, and most effective method of generating income, devoid of risk. There is no need for errands, no requirement to venture outside, nor to ingratiate oneself with clients. All it takes is a pen and paper, coupled with a mind rich in stories, to exchange for monetary gains. Li Yi felt a sense of reliability in this, especially now that the national standards for royalties had just been clarified. In truth, if one were to engage in a serious discussion, the remuneration for writers in the Great Celestial Empire has been on a steady decline. The era when figures like Lu Sun attained fame through royalties is a bygone tale. Even after 1977, authors relying on royalties experienced a flourishing period. In 1977, the State Administration of Press and Publication issued a notice regarding the trial implementation of remuneration and subsidies for news and publication, stipulating that authors would receive between 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 words. By 1980, the National Publishing Bureau's Group D established a new standard, raising it to 3 to 10 yuan per thousand words. For over a decade thereafter, author compensation was based on a structure of basic remuneration plus additional royalties for reprints. By 1984, this standard was once again elevated to a level of 6 to 20 yuan per thousand words. In an era when pork sold for less than 1 yuan per kilogram and rice was merely 2 jiao per jin, such remuneration was exceedingly generous. Consider this: a laborer's monthly wage hovered around 30 to 40 yuan, merely a fraction of what an author would earn for a few thousand words. How rare were the 10,000 yuan households of the 1980s? In comparison with future generations, one could argue that this indeed reflects a level of middle-class status. Yet, many authors have managed to reach such a standard with merely 2 published works. However, as time progressed, these authors became almost synonymous with poverty, highlighting the vast disparity that exists. Of course, during this era, the quantity of publications was limited and the availability of ISBNs was scarce, making it quite challenging for authors to publish articles or novels. Nevertheless, for Li Yi, this difficulty was hardly more than a slight inconvenience. In his previous life, he had earned a modest income by writing online literature during his leisure hours. His mastery of writing techniques and accumulation of reading experiences were more than sufficient. In this current age, where even mediocre martial arts novels from Hong Kong and Taiwan could thrive, the innovative and high-quality online literature from later generations would undoubtedly dominate the scene. One should not underestimate online literature. Both online fiction and martial arts narratives belong to the realm of popular literature. The former has thrived upon the foundations of the latter. And while the authors of exquisite online works may not match the likes of Gu Long or Jin Yong, they can certainly hold their own against other martial arts writers. Moreover, when The Legend of the Condor Heroes was first published, martial arts literature was still not fully acknowledged by mainstream literature, yet it captivated audiences across the land. How many words are there in Battle Through the Heavens? Is it somewhat ahead of its time? What about The Legend of Qin? Is that also ahead of its time? And what of The Hidden? Surely, it aligns well with the era's context? Li Yi pulled out a stack of stationery and began to compile and analyze the works that best resonated with this period. Chapter 27. Enraptured Beauty. Li Yi ultimately chose Undercover as his foray into the literary realm of the 1980s. After all, Battle Through the Heavens was indeed far ahead of its time. Had he submitted it to a publishing house in Hong Kong, it might have been received with great enthusiasm. However, in the nascent atmosphere of the great nation at that time, it was somewhat unconventional. It is worth noting that even a classic work like Ordinary World faced considerable opposition during awards season due to its perceived resemblance to popular fiction. The acceptance of such genres was not particularly high within the cultural sphere at that moment. Had Li Yi been an established author, the situation might have been different. But as a novice without any prior accolades, he risked outright rejection. Once Li Yi set his sights on his objective, he began drafting outlines and plans on paper, activating his memories from a past life to elaborate a detailed synopsis based on the television series. The original short story of Undercover comprised merely 20,000 words and featured only 5 principal characters. In terms of excitement, it paled in comparison to its adapted television counterpart. Therefore, Li Yi needed to transform the content of the series into a series of narrative chapters, which presented a modest challenge. At that moment, Li Yi felt fortunate for having read extensively in his previous life and for having dabbled in online literature, allowing him to navigate the conversion process with remarkable ease. Feeling a delightful flow of inspiration, Yu Ziqing presents a gift to Station Master Wu, devises a plot against Li Yi. Zuolan makes a sacrifice. As he immersed himself in the creation of the outline, he sensed a subtle gaze upon him. Turning his head, he met the eyes of Wen Liu, who had cautiously stretched her neck to steal a glance at his writing. Unlike before, when she had swiftly recoiled, she merely smiled shyly upon being noticed. The two had grown closer through mutual assistance, evolving from mere acquaintances into something akin to confidence, and thus felt less awkward in each other's presence. When Liu, observing Li Yi's densely packed outline, inquired, "What are you writing?" After a moment of thought, Li Yu scribbled on a piece of paper, "I am writing a novel." In an instant, the once curious Wen Liu transformed into a bewildered kitten, her large eyes fixed on Li Yi, wide open in astonishment, her mouth forming an A shape. Remaining agape for an extended period. Despite having navigated a complex world for 18 years, encountering countless individuals and situations, she had never before encountered someone so self-assured. After pondering for a moment, when Liu took out another piece of paper and earnestly penned a message, "Every length has its advantages and disadvantages. Do not feel inferior because of another's fleeting brilliance. Look within yourself, and you will uncover countless stars that they lack. Upon finishing, she nudged Li Ye's arm with her elbow, urging him to read her note. Turning his head from his fervent writing, Li Ye gazed in astonishment at her succinct words, and a warm sense of contentment began to flow gently within him. Li Ye took the note and inscribed his response beneath Li Yu's words. I have no ties with Lu Jingyao anymore, and I shall never have them again in this lifetime, so please do not misunderstand me any further. When Li Ye leaned forward, observing Li Ye as he penned his answer, after a brief moment of astonishment, she casually seized his pen and wrote, What if Lu Jingyao were to come back seeking you? Li Ye replied instantly, Let her go to hell. When Li Ye gazed at Li Ye quietly, and after a long while, a smile gradually blossomed on her small, palm-sized face, radiating warmth. Li Ye found himself momentarily entranced. There are certain individuals who conceal a captivating beauty. When Li Yu's smile resembled a peony in full bloom, one might assume that the outer petals were already breathtaking. Yet in the next moment, the even more stunning core of the flower began to reveal itself. Hao Jian was remarkably efficient. For days after Li Ye handed him 5 yuan, he arrived at County No. 2 Middle School in search of Li Ye. I spent a couple of days in the provincial capital, and as you advised, I found some partners. Some are quite willing to wholesale peanut candy from us, though the quantities are not substantial. Others are harder to deal with, requesting credit sales. We do not engage in credit. Li Ye waved his hand dismissively. Do not underestimate the small quantities. We can start gradually, get a feel for these individuals' backgrounds, and ascertain who can be relied on for long-term cooperation and who must be approached with caution. I understand. Hao Jian nodded. I have a keen eye for people. I could tell you were a good person from the very beginning. Li Ye responded. You must have thought I was an easy mark to deceive back then, didn't you? He refrained from directly addressing Hao Jian's flattery and pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket. Hao Jian's eyes lit up, shining as brightly as a 100-watt bulb. In the current Qing Shui County, the bride price for marrying a young woman starts at 40 yuan. With a couple of outfits or some fabric to make clothes added on, 50 yuan was indeed a significant sum. Li Ye handed the money to Hao Jian, saying, Keep this safe. I will introduce you to someone. Hao Jian carefully accepted the money, placing it in the inner pocket of his vest, and casually inquired, Who are we meeting? Your superior's relative? No, a brother who practices martial arts. He will lend you a hand in the future. A martial arts brother? Hao Jian's lively steps momentarily faltered, and he whispered, In our small business, adding more people will hardly yield any profit. That is not your concern. Just follow my instructions. Li Ye glanced back at Hao Jian with a smirk, adding, What? Do you think I am merely seeking free labor by contributing? Hao Jian immediately shook his head, resolutely stating, Of course not. You are the one investing, so you call the shots. I am merely the manager. One must admit. Hao Jian was truly a clever man of this era, promptly discerning his own position with precision. The capital was provided by Li Ye, and the connections in the market were secured by him as well. You, Hao Jian, are akin to the Monkey King, and at this moment, you must obediently don the tightening headband and toil for your master. Li Ye led Hao Jian to a dilapidated courtyard in the northern part of the city, navigating through a maze of turns according to his hazy memories, until he finally located the shabby little yard. In his recollection, this yard housed one of Li Ye's senior apprentices, who had practiced martial arts under his grandfather for a few days at the age of 15. Later, he went to the countryside, returned to the city, and maintained a connection, visiting the Li family during festivals to pay respects to the elder. However, this young man was not easily managed. After returning to the city, he was placed in a construction company, but within a month, he had assaulted the foreman. Subsequently, Jinping drifted aimlessly in society, either staying home playing cards or loitering outside the cinema to observe young women. His mother was frantic, but as a mother, what could she do to discipline her own son? As Li Ye approached the courtyard entrance, he heard the raucous shouts of a game inside. Jinping, Jinping, come out for a moment. Li Ye did not intend to engage with the individuals inside and merely called for Jinping to step outside. Huh? Who's there? A buzzcut man sitting on the Kong saw Li Ye and promptly hopped off the bed, slipped on his shoes, and came out. Yi, what brings you here? I need to discuss something with you. Li Ye pulled Jinping a few steps away and pointed to Hao Jian, saying, A relative of my classmate wishes to venture into the provincial capital to conduct some business. Since that area is unfamiliar to us, we need a daring and meticulous person to assist. What do you think? Going to the provincial capital for business? Jinping paused, then inquired, What kind of business? Does it involve bloodshed? Hao Jian was left speechless. Why was he surrounded by such naive individuals? We are there to make money, not to engage in underworld dealings. Li Yi explained, we are merely selling sesame candy. No retail sales are required. Local vendors will handle it. If trouble arises, you can intimidate them first. But if that fails, your safety comes first. Just run. Understood. Just let me know when we're leaving. Jinping responded with alacrity, ready to return to his card game. As he was holding a pair of kings he had yet to play. However, Li Yu stopped him, saying, you might not grasp the full picture. If this goes well, it will turn into a long-term venture. It's not merely a favor. For every pound of candy sold, you'll receive a small escort fee. Jinping blinked, seemingly catching on. He looked at Li Yi and smiled. Xiao Yi, do you have a stake in this business? Li Yi did not respond directly, but insisted. Just tell me whether you're in or out. If not, I'll find someone else. Count me in. Jinping exclaimed, quickly grabbing Li Yi's arm, joking. I'm about to be driven mad by my mother at home. Xiao Yi, you've really thrown me a lifeline. While observing the camaraderie between Li Yi and Jinping, Hao Jian felt a mix of admiration and disappointment. Well, you've just placed a spy in my midst. Hao Jian could easily surmise with just a flicker of thought that Li Yi's proposal of a commission amounting to 1 yuan and 2 cents was nothing but a cunning scheme. Observing the shrewd and astute demeanor of Jinping before him, it was evident that he would scrutinize every detail with unwavering precision, leaving no room for even the slightest discrepancy. Chapter 28. How did he write about a dog spy? Li Yu successfully resolved the issue with Jinping, thereby settling the matter of their traveling companions to the provincial city. At this juncture, Hao Jian raised a new concern. If the two of them were to travel to the provincial city, they would require at least 2 bicycles. 1 bicycle would be needed for cargo, rendering it unsuitable for passengers. The distance from Qingshui County to the provincial city is 40 kilometers. Cycling would take 2 to 3 hours, while taking a vehicle would be even quicker. However, transporting 100 or 200 pounds of sesame candy by vehicle would undoubtedly complicate matters, not to mention the fatigue and the checkpoints along the way. Fortunately, Li Yu was well prepared. Jinping already owned a bicycle, and Li Yu could alternate riding with Li Daong, which would suffice for the initial phase. Upon hearing Li Yi's affirmative response, Hao Jian felt somewhat reassured. However, being a prudent individual, he inquired about Jinping's character, subtly questioning whether he was a brawler. Li Yi reassured him, you need not worry. Jinping is quite astute. He knows when to be tough and when to be gentle. And he possesses a remarkable knack for intimidation. Moreover, he is familiar with the county, so you can consult him regarding the procurement of materials. Having him by your side will undoubtedly simplify many tasks. Li Yi's assessment of Jinping was based on his grandfather's wisdom, an elderly man with a wealth of experience in discerning character. Hao Jian nodded in agreement and further queried, what do you mean by intimidation? Li Yu casually picked up a brick from the wall, holding it in one hand while striking it with the other. The solid blue brick shattered into 2 pieces with a crisp crack. That's how he intimidates. Sometimes, he even slams the brick against his own head. Hao Jian comprehended fully. It turned out that Jinping was a performer of street arts, regardless of whether he could genuinely intimidate others. Li Yi's display had certainly left an impression on him. Both Hao Jian and Jinping demonstrated remarkable competence, and within 2 days, they produced the first batch of sesame candy, weighing approximately 180 pounds. The load limit of a standard bicycle is often ambiguous. For instance, Uncle Hay from Feizhou frequently carries 400 pounds, albeit at considerable risk, reflecting the design characteristics of such heavy-duty bicycles. Li approached Li Daong about swapping bicycles, to which Li Daong readily agreed. Although his bear-like physique seemed somewhat mismatched atop the 26-inch Phoenix bicycle, his rickety National Defense model, which rattled incessantly, paled in comparison to Li Yi's brand-new Phoenix. After the exchange, Li Daong rode around the main streets of the county, exhilarated even in the winter chill. Li Yi went to deliver the bicycle to Jinping, who had arranged with Hao Jian to depart the following morning at dawn. Hao Jian intended to head to Qinzhuang Township that evening, preparing to oversee the loading of goods. However, upon reaching the entrance of Jinping's courtyard, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. Brother, please take me along. I don't want any money, just some candy. I want to eat much. Just 1 or 2 a day. A sturdy child, broad-shouldered, and with a naive gaze, tugged at Li Yi's sleeve, pleading earnestly to be included in their journey. Li Yu sighed, at a loss for words. The child, known as Wang Qiangqiang, had known Li Yi since their childhood. Yet his overly simple-minded nature rendered him unfit for business. Despite his repeated attempts to secure a job in various factories, he was ultimately turned away each time. His family, parents, and siblings alike held him in disdain, even regarding his presence at the dinner table as a source of wastefulness. Life had indeed become quite arduous for him. Now, as Wang Qiangqiang sought assistance from me, it would seem excessively callous to refuse him. Li Yi, feeling a sense of obligation, inquired, Jiangzi, do you wish to accompany your brother Ping to the provincial capital? I have no objections, but does your family consent? Jiangzi nodded vigorously, replying, they don't care about me. I've been eating at brother Ping's house for the past few days. They haven't even looked for me. Jin Ping hastily interjected, Xiao Yi, do not worry. I will take Jiangzi along. I shall cover the meals. After all, a mere 2 cents per pound is more than sufficient for us. Li Yi, displeased, retorted, pulling out 5 yuan to give to Jin Ping. Take good care of Jiangzi on the road. If any issues arise, do not try to be overly brave. We are out here to seek fortune, not to foster conflict. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? I haven't even started working yet, and you're giving me money? Jin Ping protested. This 5 yuan is merely for Jiangzi's meals. You still owe me at that 2 cents per pound rate, which is a separate matter. After some back and forth, Jin Ping finally accepted the money, expressing his admiration for Li Yi's generosity. Once Li Yi had arranged for Hao Jian and the others to venture into the provincial capital, he returned to school to focus on his novel. Although the business of selling maltose was immediately lucrative, once initiated, it promised visible profits. Li Yi only held indirect control over it. Presently, Hao Jian was compliant. But as the profits from wholesale maltose grew significantly, unforeseen complications might arise. Money, after all, profoundly tests one's character. Thus, to ensure his stability, Li Yi resolved to pursue a dual approach, striving to earn his first substantial amount of wealth. If he were to attend school in the capital next year, he would certainly need to secure a modest dwelling there. While he did not intend to amass wealth through real estate speculation, it seemed illogical to ignore the prospect of gaining a little profit from the available opportunities. What was the price of a Sihiyuan from 1982? Li Yi's mind searched for relevant data. By 1982, properties in the capital had entered legitimate transactions, with a modestly sized Sihiyuan in a decent location available for around 1 or 2,000 yuan. What did this amount signify in that era? Li Yi's grandfather earned just over 100 yuan per month, and after supporting the entire family, he could save perhaps 30 or 20 yuan monthly. This indicated that with frugality, it might take 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 years to afford such a courtyard. Assuming there were no substantial expenses during that time and that property prices in the capital did not rise, was that feasible? The moment of realization came by 1986. Such a property had surged to 10,000 yuan. 10,000. Would a typical person be willing to deplete their entire savings for a dilapidated house? Most would undoubtedly hesitate. However, to Li Yi, the price may not even suffice for the remuneration of a single novel. Li Yi resolved to adapt the short story into a medium-length novel, aiming for a substantial word count of around 1 to 200,000. Yet, after crafting a detailed outline based on the television drama's narrative, he felt that achieving such a word count would lack substantial depth. The television adaptation of has incorporated an abundance of plot elements, and the character portrayals have left a vivid impression on Li Yi, allowing him to clearly grasp the character's essence and direction, thus making the writing process more accessible and precise. Characterization is an indispensable cornerstone in any novel. It embodies the soul of the narrative. As Li Yi writes about Yu Ziqing, his mind is undoubtedly filled with the image of Sun Honglei. Although his performance may not have strictly adhered to the novel's character, there is no doubt that he has succeeded, allowing Li Yu to merely peel back the layers. Conversely, if tasked with creating Yu Ziqing from scratch on a blank canvas, Li Yu would need to continuously ponder and intricately develop the protagonist's character, revisiting and revising if unexpected challenges arise. The disparity between adapting an established character and constructing a new one is not merely a matter of difficulty, but a significant leap in complexity. This phenomenon also elucidates why subsequent online literature is more accessible yet challenging to transcend. For instance, the sudden popularity of courtyard-themed stories has drawn countless writers to the fray. In this age of targeted short video distribution, many readers are familiar with captivating scenes from the television series, retaining impressions of Qin Huairu's alluring gaze and the astute yet naive moments of Xia Zhu. When penning courtyard stories, a mere few hundred words can effectively capture and even surpass the impact of other narratives that stretch to hundreds of thousands of words. Qin Huairu, a shrewd widow, is portrayed as a vampire who ensnares Xia Zhu, rendering him utterly enchanted, willingly supporting her and her children, as well as her original mother-in-law. Xia Zhu, in his first marriage, earns a monthly salary of over 60 with his 6th level wage plus additional income, residing in 3 rooms. Qin Huairu, on her second marriage, brings 3 children and a mother-in-law, earning merely over 20 as a second-level worker. Yet, the elder gentlemen in the courtyard fervently advocate for their union, urging Shaju not to miss this golden opportunity. Upon reading this passage, readers, recalling scenes from the drama, can vividly comprehend the author's depiction of such a character. However, without the television series, the author would need to invest significantly more time, effort, and creativity to construct Qin Huairu's image solely through words in the reader's minds. Moreover, throughout this process, the portrayal of Qin Huairu by the author may not necessarily align with the remarkable depiction seen in the television series. It might even stray far beyond the mark, leaving one to wonder what on earth has been penned. However, if an exceptional actor were to inhabit the character in the author's mind, breathing life into a resonant and widely accepted persona, wouldn't that simplify the author's task? Naturally, the challenge of fan fiction lies in the difficulty of deviation, as the archetype of the character is already established. Any attempt to alter it becomes an arduous endeavor. In 1981, while the television series Lurking had yet to emerge, Li's imagination was already brimming with countless fascinating and successful character representations. Isn't that precisely what we are discussing? Li considered himself astute, managing to keep his ingenuity hidden from prying eyes. He unfurled a stack of stationery and, immersing himself completely, began to compose the first chapter of Lurking. Yu Zicheng was diligently monitoring conversations among progressive individuals, resonating deeply with their discussions. As Li Yi put pen to paper, he subtly noticed that his desk mate, a little spy, had developed a habit of craning her neck to glimpse his writing. Is he truly crafting a novel? When Lu Yu was instantly filled with admiration for Li Yi, although she was yet unaware of the quality of his writing. In the year 1981, the mere act of daring to write a novel set him apart from countless peers. However, her astonishment quickly transformed into a furrowed brow, as if she were displeased. Why? Has he written about a canine spy? Chapter 29. The upset when Li Yi was aware that his deskmate, the inquisitive one Li Yu, was surreptitiously observing his writing. However, he felt no inclination to intervene, for this novel would require considerable time to complete. The presence of one Li Yu, so close at hand, was something he could not conceal, nor did he wish to. After all, why hide from a girl who was so thoroughly invested in his work? Such behavior would only create unnecessary distance and expend energy that could be better utilized in refining the historical discrepancies of his narrative, ensuring they were meticulously addressed to avoid any potential complications. Set in the year 1981, long before the advent of the internet, many commonplace historical facts that would be familiar to future generations should not be attributed to a 19-year-old from a small northern town. For instance, the character Yu Zicheng, a pivotal figure in the novel, had a background that was far from typical. He hailed from the elite training class of Qingpu in the 26th year of the Republic, later joining the counterintelligence department of the Qing army, and subsequently transferring to the Confidential Bureau in Tianjin. The very names of these institutions were not knowledge that an average person in the 1980s would possess. While Li Yi could certainly evoke a great desire for reading by directly lifting details from the television series, such an approach would inevitably raise suspicions among readers. How could he possibly know such intricate details? Did he claim to have a grandfather who fought in the war? A grandfather who was, in fact, a simpleton, hardly in a position to comprehend such matters? Furthermore, was it true that Yu Zicheng ended up in that particular situation? Thus, when it came to such critical knowledge and specific plot lines, Li Yi had to navigate delicately, ensuring the reader's experience remained unaffected, which presented a significant challenge. As he pinned the climactic moments of the first chapter, a gentle nudge from Wen Liu's elbow interrupted his flow. A writer, once immersed in the seamless narrative of their imagination, often finds such disruptions unwelcome. Yet, it was only the quiet girl beside him, and thus he could not harbor any anger. Turning to face her, he noticed the seriousness etched in her expressive eyes. A note was slid toward him, bearing the words, "Is this Yu Zicheng the protagonist of your novel? If so, do you realize the trouble it could bring you?" Li felt a surge of appreciation for her insight. It was rare to find a girl genuinely concerned for his well-being. Of course, his awareness of the potential pitfalls exceeded Wen Liu's. Having encountered the complexities of future societal norms, he understood that not only ideological positions but also certain narrative elements required careful consideration. For instance, the character Director Dai, who made a striking entrance in the first episode of the series, was portrayed with an undeniable aura of authority befitting a significant figure. However, should Li Yi indulge in extensively detailing his commanding presence within the novel, it could lead to scrutiny far beyond mere editorial oversight. potentially inciting substantial complications. Conversely, when the characters Lan made her appearance, it was imperative to vividly portray the vigor and positivity representative of the new generation, ensuring that her essence was thoroughly highlighted. This approach aligned with contemporary values and the principles of commercial writing. Earning money while balancing art is no easy feat, nor is it to be dismissed lightly. Upon noticing the flicker of concern in Wen Liyu's eyes, Liyu scribbled on the paper, "Fear not, for justice shall inevitably triumph over evil." After reading Li Ye's words and observing his slight frown, Wen Liyu suddenly wrote, "Is this Yu Zicheng one of those underground operatives?" To which Liyu responded on the paper, "The quality of experiencing a novel lies in the strength of its unpredictability, hence I cannot reveal the answer." Wen Liyu blinked, pouted, and turned her head away from Li Yi, retreating to the far end of the bench, creating distance between them. She was clearly upset. The sight of an irate young lady was quite amusing to Li Yi, who sighed inwardly. It is not a lack of resolve on my part, but rather the allure of beauty that proves too tempting. Li Yi chose not to deliberately appease Wen Liyu, believing that a good girl would manage her emotions independently. Indeed. After a brief period of writing, the sulking Wen Liyu stealthily returned from the opposite end of the bench. However, she refrained from craning her neck to continue her covert observation of Li Ye's novel, instead preserving a semblance of her small indignation and dignity. Li Yi pushed the pages of his written letter towards her, saying, "Please assist me, help me proofread, and then copy it for submission purposes." Taken aback momentarily, Wen Liyu quickly accepted the task, and the smile that curled at the corners of her lips revealed her inner joy. Although Li Yi did not provide her with the answer she sought, she interpreted it as a sign of mistrust in their friendship. Yet now, with Li Yi asking for her assistance, wasn't she merely overthinking? Proofreading involves identifying typos and inappropriate word choices, which indeed tests one's linguistic prowess. In truth, Wen Liyu's command of language surpassed that of Li Yi, while Li Yi excelled in examination skills. Wen Liyu's breadth of knowledge and literary accumulation genuinely astonished him. It seemed that not only had teacher Ku invested considerable effort in Wen Liyu's education over the years, but the young girl was also an eager learner. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, this academic prodigy would soon find herself deeply impressed by him. Upon taking Li Ye's draft and letter, she began her meticulous proofreading and copying. Yet before completing even a single page, she became utterly engrossed in the narrative. Zhang Mingyi collapsed to the ground. The gunshot wound and bloodstains on his back were haunting. Yet Yu Zicheng did not spare him another glance. Instead, he swiftly retreated to the right corner of the door, drawing his gun and aiming with a bent arm. This stance allowed for flexible shooting angles, making it difficult for an adversary to ambush him. Wen Liyu had never encountered such innovative narrative techniques in a novel before, merely through the written words. She conjured an image in her mind of a vigilant canine operative executing sharp tactical maneuvers in the face of sudden peril. In 1981, the market was already flooded with pirated martial arts novels from Hong Kong Island. However, whether it was esteemed writers like Jin Gu and Liang or a plethora of ordinary novelists, their writing techniques significantly differed from the exquisite web literature of 40 years later. The literary prowess of Jin Gu and Liang is unquestionable. Their classic works leave readers with enduring memories. While premium web literature may lack such profound depth, it excels in innovative plots and imaginative concepts. Although premium web literature might be looked down upon by purists, authentic martial arts stories would also struggle to find their footing on web literature platforms, as evidenced by the sparsely populated martial arts channels. Wen Liyu was swiftly engrossed in reading, and soon she had finished 3 pages of letter paper. She then returned to the beginning to read it again. After completing the second reading, she habitually nudged Li Yi with her elbow and excitedly asked, "Li Yi, have you ever fired a handgun? How do you write it so adeptly?" Li Yi replied, "Yes, I'm quite proficient. Whenever my favorite teacher releases a new episode, it's essential to practice." He cleared his throat and added, "My grandfather once killed dozens of enemies, so I heard some stories from him when I was little." Li Yu quickly deflected. Taking a deep breath and silently reciting form is emptiness. Emptiness is form until he regained his composure. This body was too kind-hearted and innocent. Even a hint of mischief was unthinkable. When Li Yu, being a pure-hearted girl, remained oblivious to Li Ye's peculiar reaction and leaned in closer, inquiring, "Will there be similar scenes in the future?" Li Yi responded, "Not necessarily, but there will undoubtedly be similar elements." As he penned this novel, having downplayed certain sensitive background details, he decided to compensate by emphasizing tactics and reasoning within the special operations domain. The plethora of spy novels in later years filled with common knowledge and deductive reasoning, would astonish readers of this era. For instance, in the work of the renowned spy novelist Evergreen, there was a scenario about capturing a daytime spy. Ning Yin Wang had confirmed that the suspect was a woman and discovered she had made a public phone call from a grocery store. However, the store owner could not describe her appearance. Ning Yin Wang, leveraging the woman's competitive psychology, inquired with the store owner's wife. Women observe other women from a different perspective than men. While men focus on one aspect, women notice clothing, hairstyles, perfumes, shoes, and other external characteristics. Indeed, the store owner's wife provided an accurate description of the woman's attire, cosmetics, and hairstyle, even noting the expensive fabric of the dress she wore. Thus, Ning Yin Wang deduced the precise characteristics of the target and identified the hidden spy among the VIP clientele of a high-end boutique. Such deductive reasoning would elicit applause from readers even 40 years later, let alone in 1981. Consider the spy films of that era, where the mere concealment of a radio in an icebox could provoke gasps. Therefore, the meticulous reasoning and intricate plots of later works would undoubtedly captivate readers. When Li Yu found herself utterly captivated by Li Yi, unbeknownst to her, she had drawn closer to him, watching as he leisurely penned his novel, each word flowing from his pen at a languid pace. The anxious young lady longed to delve into his thoughts, yearning to uncover the unfolding narrative that lay within his mind. However, when Li Yi turned to her and posed a question, when Li Yu was jolted back to reality, realizing that her own tasks remained unfinished. "Have you copied it all? Show it to me," he inquired. "What? I will copy it right away," she stammered. Chapter 30. The big deal. As noon approached, Li Yi was engrossed in writing his novel when old Lu, the school gatekeeper, entered the remedial class with a grim expression, informing Li Yi that someone was looking for him. Li Yi felt perplexed. Old Lu bore a grudge against him, so why would he come to relay a message? Li Daong immediately voiced his suspicion. "Brother, could it be that this old fellow is harboring resentment and has laid a trap outside to deal with you?" Li Yi scoffed. "What nonsense are you imagining? Do you think this is the romance of the Three Kingdoms? If it were that dramatic, it might be a different story." Li Yi tidied his manuscript and entrusted it to Wen Liu. "Please safeguard this for me and ensure no one else sees it." "Of course, you can rest assured," Wen Liu replied solemnly, as if she were undertaking a heroic mission. However, Li Daong, upon seeing the stack of stationery in Li Ye's hand, felt a sudden pang of unease and fixed a troubled gaze upon it. He could hardly fathom that Li Yi was writing a novel. He assumed Li Yi was penning a letter. To whom could it possibly be? Aside from a woman he loathed with a passion, Li Yi had never written to anyone else. "Brother, didn't you swear just days ago that you had severed ties with that troublemaker? How could you be entangled with her again? Truly a stroke of misfortune. A good horse does not return to its old pasture." When Liu, noticing Li Daong's intense scrutiny of the stationery, widened her eyes in surprise. "What are you staring at?" Li Daong, confronted by the fierce expression of the taciturn girl, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of the burgeoning closeness between Wen Liu and Li Yi. Even the slightest possibility of their relationship developing further would not provoke his ire. He had experienced Li Ye's protective temperament all too well. Thus, Li Daong turned to Fu Yingjie and activated his skill of deflection. "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking about you. Are you still staring?" No one is allowed to look. Dumbfounded, Fu Yingjie opened his mouth, but ultimately resigned himself to this unjust misfortune. Li Yi rose and walked outside, likely surmising that Hao Jian and the others had returned from the provincial city, albeit slightly earlier than expected. Li Daong followed, still harboring some concern. What if old Lu sought revenge for that day's incident? However, upon reaching the school gate, they saw neither ruffians nor troublemakers, but rather their fellow seniors, Jin Peng, Hao Jian, and Wang Jinxiang. "Ping Ge, what brings you here?" "I came to find you," and Li Yi. Jin Ping replied, puffing on a cigarette and spitting disdainfully. "What is up with that old man at the door? I told him I wanted to come in, and he acts like he has got a nose instead of a face. Refusing me entry? Fine, I want to go in. But he better obediently call us out." Li Yi and Li Daong exchanged glances, then turned in unison towards the reception room. Old Lu had his back to them, but the large footprints on the back of his cotton jacket made it clear to the brothers what was happening. What kind of character do Jin Peng and his companion possess that they would be unaware of such matters? Even the street thugs steer clear of him. Had it not been for my strict oversight, he would have long since claimed dominion over the county and ended up in jail. Just now, old Lu was obviously caught off guard, undoubtedly having been pummeled by Jin Peng, which led him to suppress his anger and seek out Li Yi for a retake class. What does it mean to appear formidable yet be weak at heart? This is precisely it. You bully the school children without hesitation, yet you dare not confront the local bullies? Li Yi refrained from sharing what had transpired with Jin Peng that day. Had he done so, it would likely have resulted in yet another round of troubles. The five of them then ventured a few hundred meters to a mutton soup restaurant, savoring a warm bowl of soup on a frigid winter day, which was immensely comforting. Li Yi inquired of Hao Jian, "Why did you all return so early today?" Hao Jian cast a glance at Li Daong but remained silent. Li Yi reassured him, "We're like brothers. You can speak freely." Only then did Hao Jian respond, "We didn't expect to finish so soon. We just visited 2 shops and sold out all the sesame candy. With no stock left, we thought it best to return and make more. The other shops are still waiting for us." Li Yi was somewhat taken aback. "So smooth? Did they find our candy quality superior or our prices lower?" Given the unexpected turn of events, he felt compelled to analyze the reasons, a habit ingrained in him from his previous life. Hao Jian shook his head. "Neither. It turns out that some relatives and friends of those 2 shops got involved, each wanting 10 or 8 pounds to test the waters." Li Yi understood. Nowadays, people are often timid. When they wish to undertake something, they tend to band together, emboldened by the belief that strength lies in numbers. This was advantageous for Li Yi, as every additional person represented another potential sales point and a possible future partner, with a few inevitably carving out a niche, gradually forming a terminal market. However, Hao Jian continued, "But it wasn't entirely smooth. When we were negotiating with the second shop, they attempted to pressure us on price and proposed credit terms. But our 2 brothers managed to handle it." Li Yi was taken aback. This was no trivial matter. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. If the other party had ill intentions, it was imperative to sever ties promptly. Otherwise, the effort may yield more harm than good. "What trouble did you stir up?" "Nothing significant," Jinping interjected hastily, sensing Li Yi's solemn demeanor. "Over there, we just caught a whiff of something brewing." I hadn't even had time to speak when Qiangzi slammed a couple of bricks against his own forehead, startling those people into silence. Li Yi was also somewhat bewildered. He had thought to bring Wang Jinxiang along merely for a free meal, yet unexpectedly, this clumsy fellow proved to be useful. Observing Li Yi's confusion, Jinping removed Wang Jinxiang's cotton cap, revealing a bruise on his forehead. As Wang Jinxiang slurped his soup, he looked up at Li Yi with an innocent grin, but the perceptive Li Yi could clearly discern the flicker of anxiety in his eyes. This child feared Li Yi would scold him and prevent him from joining in future endeavors. Li Yi pressed his lips together and quietly advised Qiangzi, "In the future, when you encounter such matters, gauge Jin Pu's demeanor. Even if you must take action, just a bit of leverage will suffice. Do you understand?" "Oh, I got it." "Brother," Qiangzi replied with a chuckle, "it doesn't hurt, he. Indeed, Wang Xiangxiang felt no pain. True agony lay in the disdain of his mother, brother, and younger sibling when they criticized him for wasting food. How could he not feel the sting? Nevertheless, the 2 slaps he had delivered were worthwhile. Both he and Jin Peng had scrutinized the situation, and those individuals were hardly formidable, incapable of stirring up trouble. Hao Jian, a perceptive individual, noticed Li Yi's concern for Wang Qiangxiang and began to subtly extol his virtues. Of course, today's events made him realize that navigating the provincial capital alone was a daunting task. Having these 2 companions provided a sense of security. With Hao Jian's lively presence, the atmosphere around the dining table soon became vibrant, and the group indulged in their meals amidst a cheerful clamor. However, gradually, Li Yi discerned an unusual mood in Li Daong. His childhood friend cast a glance laden with resentment. Li Yi inquired, "Daong, what's with that look?" Lowering his head, Li Daong replied, "Brother, why didn't you bring me along to the provincial capital? Do you think I'm useless?" It turned out that Li Daong had finally grasped the conversation between Jinping and Hao Jian, which had been animated and enthusiastic. Initially, he had assumed that they were merely heading to the provincial city to earn some money and treat him and Li Yi to a sumptuous meal. But now, realizing that these individuals were engaged in a partnership for substantial business endeavors, he felt left out. He pondered their relationship and questioned how it could be that he had been excluded. Chapter 31. The Unexpected Delight with a Resounding Slap. Li Yu struck Li Daong on the forehead. "Did you complete the assignments I gave you today? Did you write the 3 essays I assigned last night? Have you memorized the English vocabulary words I asked you to learn? Are you planning to venture into the provincial capital with them? Shall I take your college entrance exam next year?" This barrage of questions nearly overwhelmed Li Daong. In the past, Li Daong had outperformed Li Yi academically. Yet he never boasted about his achievements in front of Li Yi, always careful not to offend his brother's pride. However, the tides had turned. Li Yi, seemingly possessed by an unprecedented zeal, had suddenly excelled in his studies and relentlessly bombarded Li Daong with questions as if he were force-feeding him knowledge. If Li Daong failed to grasp a concept after 2 explanations, the disdainful look from Li Yi would leave him utterly humiliated. Despite the embarrassment, Li Daong found some solace in the fact that his brother was genuinely trying to assist him, given his own dismal academic performance. Yet, now that they were all working together to earn money, using Li Daong's bicycle for transporting goods while excluding him from the fun, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort, regardless of his usually magnanimous nature. After showering Li Daong with a barrage of words, Li Yi, with a hint of frustration, remarked, "Didn't I ask to borrow your bicycle? Why weren't you included?" He continued, "Your bicycle is essentially a stake in our venture. You will certainly receive your share of the profits." Li Daong was taken aback and quickly responded, "Brother, I'm not after the money. I'm not asking you for anything." Although it was true that Li Yi had used his bicycle for transport, it had been exchanged for a 26 Phoenix bike, and to use that as a reason for profit sharing would be a contradiction to his own integrity. "I know you, Li Daong. You are not a greedy person," Li Yi said, firmly holding down the anxious Li Daong. "We are brothers. For matters like this, some contribute financially, others with their efforts. We share our fortunes and expenses together. To suggest otherwise would be unbrotherly." "Brother, I truly am not." Li Daong was on the verge of tears. His intentions had never been about money. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively and addressed the others present. "Actually, there are a few words I wish to share with you all. You might think that money is of utmost importance right now, but years down the line, you will come to realize that money is but a trivial matter." The smiling Hao Jian was momentarily stunned. The astute Jin Peng was taken aback, and even Wang Chong, whose mind was filled with thoughts of the delicious lamb soup, was left speechless. "Money is trivial? Then please, do share more. I'll gladly take some from you. Just a little will suffice." Yet at that moment, the atmosphere had been entirely commandeered by Li Yi. The gazes of the 4 men shifted in accordance with Li Yi's gestures, his words, and his commanding presence, gradually filling their hearts with a sense of brotherhood. Li Yi poured a bottle of white liquor for each of the 4 of them, serving 2 liang to each person. "I merely wish that, in a future day, when everyone contemplates certain endeavors, they might reminisce about this bowl of mutton soup, reflecting on the days filled with sincerity and mutual assistance, before deciding their course of action. Let us raise our glasses. Cheers." Though Li Yi's words were lost on Hao Jian and the others, they nonetheless downed their drinks in one go. It was only many years later, upon recalling the sentiments expressed by Li Yi at that moment, that one would exclaim how fortunate this life has been. Were it not for Li Yi, 2 tales of liquor may not inebriate, yet they serve to enliven the spirit. After the meal, Hao Jian eagerly settled the bill and exchanged a glance with Li Yi. Li Yi and Hao Jian departed first, while Jin Ping took Li Daong and Wang Jianxiong to watch a film. "Today, we sold a total of 186. 6 gin of malt sugar. I rounded off the change. And we received a total of 111. 6 yuan. This morning in the provincial city, we consumed 1.5 gin of fried dough sticks, leaving us with 109. 4 yuan. After deducting costs, we have a surplus of 61. 36 yuan. What should we do with this money?" Hao Jian pulled out a small notebook, where he had meticulously recorded the accounts. Though informal, it was quite clear. This is a promising sign. If Hao Jian, as the market developer, were to engage in trickery or obfuscate the accounts, this nascent team would be on the brink of disbandment. Li Yi inquired, "What do you propose?" Hao Jian licked his lips and replied, "Logically, since you have invested capital, you should first receive 50 yuan now that we are making profits. However, the provincial city is in urgent need of sugar, and our shipments of 100 or 200 gin are rather insufficient. I think we should defer your payment for now." Li Yi nodded in agreement. "Very well. Tomorrow I will speak with my classmates and arrange for the use of that 26 Phoenix bike, allowing us to transport 2 loads at once. In the future, I will not hasten to demand repayment. This capital need not be considered for withdrawal. Focus solely on expanding production and market reach. For the 3 of them, transporting 400 gin of sugar would require 2 bicycles, necessitating a separate vehicle for the 3rd person. In that case, Hao Jian tucked away the notebook and said, "If subsequent shipments proceed smoothly, I propose we acquire a cart, utilizing 2 bicycles to tow it, thereby facilitating the transport of 1,000 to 1,800 gin without issue." Hao Jian hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Earlier, you mentioned bringing that classmate into the business. Were you serious?" Liu cast a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "What, do you oppose this?" A shiver ran through Hao Jian, and he quickly responded, "Not at all. How could I oppose? I merely worry that too many people might complicate matters, leading to losses." What Hao Jian truly wished to articulate was, "Are you partnering with me in this venture, or are you merely seeking to uplift your friends? Is this endless cycle to continue?" Yet, the look in Li Yi's eyes silenced his candid thoughts. If he had harbored resentment over being dispatched to the provincial city a few days prior, he now felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. This morning, after counting the sugar sales 3 times, a warmth blossomed in his heart. A journey to the provincial capital yields a profit of 60. 2 trips result in a return of 120. If one were to complete 10 trips in a month, that would amount to 600 yuan. 600 yuan. Even if I could keep just 100, I could construct a grand tiled house in a few months. Yet, with such substantial profits, is Liu truly indifferent? Observing Jin Ping's astute demeanor, Hao Jian felt a pang of anxiety about being cast aside from this small circle, as he sensed his own dispensability. Hence, he believed he ought to demonstrate greater value, to act as a capable steward of resources. After all, if profits were elusive, the losses would also be mine. Why should I fret? Liu shot Hao Jian a sidelong glance, laced with sarcasm, and remarked, "Are you perhaps wondering how we shall divide the profits from this venture?" Caught off guard by the revelation of his hidden thoughts, Hao Jian awkwardly responded, "Well, if you could pay me a wage, that would suffice, since you are the proprietor." Liu regarded him with a casual air, stating, "Let it be 4 to 6 then. You take 4, I take 6. Hao Jian was left stunned for several seconds, muttering, 4 to 6? I take 4. You take 6? Liu rolled his eyes and retorted coldly, "What? Do you wish for me to take 4 and you to take 6? Hao Jian waved his hands in a fluster, anxiously asserting, "No, no, no. I take 4, you take 6. That sounds quite fair." With a light chuckle, Liu replied, "I sense you believe that is too generous. However, allow me to impart this wisdom. Do not envy your subordinates for their earnings, for when they thrive, so too shall you." This saying was not originally his. It had been imparted to him by a self-made tycoon in a past life. Based on his experience, Liu understood that this sentiment held relevance, particularly during the nascent stages of a team. Subordinate. Does he regard me as a subordinate? Nevertheless, that is acceptable. Hao Jian was unfamiliar with the concept of finding joy in unexpected circumstances, yet at that moment, his anxious heart found solace. Prosperity is on the horizon. Chapter 32. Who is the mastermind? After Li Yi had arranged several matters with Hao Jian, he ceased to concern himself with the business of sesame candy, advising Hao Jian not to approach him at school unless there was something of great importance. Hao Jian, obedient as ever, refrained from visiting for several consecutive days, only sending Jinping to return the 26 Phoenix bicycle on the 5th day. Jinping remarked, "Hao Jian possesses some skills. His business has flourished, selling over 1,600 pounds of sesame candy in recent days, and it is anticipated that even more will be sold shortly. We recently acquired a flatbed truck, so this bicycle may not be necessary for now. It would be inconvenient for you to be without a bicycle, and this one does draw attention." Li Yi nodded. "That's fine. Just ensure you prioritize safety above profit." Jinping, after a moment's contemplation, assured him, "Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye." Li Yi understood Jinping's implication. Recognizing that he had likely assumed the role of a vigilant overseer, closely monitoring Hao Jian to prevent any mishaps. "Just as long as you are aware, it suffices. The profits will be shared between you and Xiangzi, and we will divide the earnings at the end of the month." Jinping chuckled and departed. In just a few days, he had accumulated over 30 yuan, nearly equivalent to a month's wages of a skilled construction worker, which naturally brought him joy. Time swiftly passed, and as the month drew to a close, Li Yi's manuscript, Infiltration, reached the stage of submission. "Li Yi, shall we submit to only 2 publishers? Should we consider submitting to a few more? I can copy the manuscript swiftly. I could have another ready by tomorrow." The mute Wen Liu, while assisting Li Yi in sealing the manuscript in an envelope, continued to press her point. Li Yi smiled confidently, asserting, 2 submissions will suffice. Trust me. I assure you will receive your share of the royalties." When Liu cast a sidelong glance at Li Yi, playfully reproaching, "Must you always think of money? I have no interest in your commission." Previously, when Li Yi had asked Wen Liu to proofread, he had mentioned compensating her for her efforts. At first, she had dismissed it as a jest, but now, with the topic resurfacing, she felt it inappropriate given their familiarity. Why bring up money between friends? Li Yi did not pursue the matter further, but instead organized the two thick envelopes and personally visited the post office to pay the excess postage, dispatching them to two publishers in the provincial capital and the island city. He felt grateful for the lenient submission requirements of the 1980s publishers. In later years, multiple submissions would likely lead to a writer being blacklisted by editors. Only the most earnest of souls may enter my realm. The prospect of both publishers accepting Li Yi's manuscript simultaneously, leading to unforeseen complications, was virtually impossible, given the substantial length of the novel. He had only submitted the first quarter and humbly noted that interested parties should return contact numbers, at which point he would provide the complete manuscript. Once he received a contact number, it would be time to negotiate terms. Upon exiting the post office, Li Yi did not immediately return to school. Today marks the day of the financial arrangement with Hao Jian, who needs to rush to Chunzhuang Township, situated 30 miles away. Initially, Hao Jian intended to bring the money to the county town for distribution, but Li Yi, having never visited the processing site of the maltose, decided to accompany him for a first-hand experience. Riding his 26 Phoenix bicycle, Li Yi leisurely traversed the streets against the backdrop of the winter sun setting, catching sight of the cinema staff diligently painting a large poster of Lushan Love on the display board at the entrance. Lushan Love, a classic film that moved the hearts of Li Yi's parents' generation, tells the poignant love story between a wealthy woman returning from abroad and a local man, encapsulating the dreams and aspirations of that era's youthful souls. The actress Zhang Yu, who portrayed the female lead, unknowingly captured the hearts of countless innocent young boys in her dreams. Some prominent commentators in later years remarked that 80% of Lushan Love's monumental success was attributed to the heroine's identity as a sophisticated, affluent returnee. Had Shou Jun been replaced by a country girl, no matter how affectionate her relationship with the male lead or how intricate their emotional journey, it would not have achieved the same level of impact as the original production. Yet, as Li Yi gazed at Zhang Yu's round face on the poster, he found it difficult to connect with the beauty of that era. Instead, it was the tall, slender, and reticent Wen Liu who occasionally appeared in his dreams. Li Yi chuckled to himself, lamenting, "Alas, my avant-garde aesthetic sensibilities render me rather exceptional." Xinzhuang Township lies 30 miles from Qingshui County Town. After meeting with Jin Peng, they arrived at their destination an hour later, just as darkness fell. Upon arrival, Li Yu discovered Hao Jian's home isolated atop an earthen slope, at least 2 miles from the village. Jin Peng explained, Hao Jian is an outsider who, after marrying a beautiful local girl, has faced ostracism from the villagers. Consequently, when he built his house, he was pushed far from the village, which inadvertently provides some convenience for our maltose processing. Li Yu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Where there is convenience, there are drawbacks. It is too desolate here. What about safety?" Jin Ping reassured him, "For now, there has been no issue. A few days ago, Hao Jian's brother-in-law came to help with the sugar boiling, and with Qiangzi always staying here and having a few dogs, we should be fine. If you feel uneasy, I can move in as well." Li Yi pondered for a moment. "Let us assess the situation first. If it doesn't work out in a few days, you can come over and I'll provide you with an additional stipend for your efforts." Jinping smiled, not declining. He was a clever man who understood his role and the compensation he deserved. As Li Yi and Jinping entered the courtyard, they saw Hao Jian, Wang Jianxiang, and a slender young man in his 20s loading the vehicle. At this time, hygiene standards for food were rather lax, with the dried maltose being packed directly into cleaned fertilizer bags, stacked onto the cart in bulk. Li Yi counted and estimated there to be around 800 or 900 pounds. Upon noticing Li Yi and Jinping's arrival, Hao Jian instructed the slender young man, Zhu, take the dogs out for a walk. Chuier, you head to the distribution center and buy 2 packs of cigarettes." The slender young man untied the leashes of 2 local dogs and took them out to frolic, while a strikingly beautiful woman led a little girl out the door. The little girl walked while glancing back at Li Yi, her frail and timid demeanor evoking a sense of compassion. Li Yi inquired of Hao Jian about the condition of his daughter. Hao Jian replied, "She is doing well. She hasn't had any episodes these past few days. Once I save up some more money, I will take her to a major hospital in the city." Hao Jian led Li Yi into the house, while Jinping and Wang Jianxiang stood vigil at the entrance, resembling a covert meeting of spies. Hao Jian lifted a section of the earthen bed, dragging out a bundle as he spoke. "I believe it is no longer feasible to distribute the money once a month. The amount is too substantial. These days, I have been lying on the bed, unable to sleep soundly." "Too much money?" Li Yi chuckled. "Did you ever consider that you might one day complain about having too much when you first swindled me?" Hao Jian shook his head sheepishly. recalling how he had initially intended to exploit Li Yi when selling candy at the entrance of the high school. Little did he know that just a few days later, they would find themselves entangled as a group. With a puff, Hao Jian brushed off the dust from the bundle, layer by layer, revealing stacks of cash within. Following your instructions, I have already allocated the money in advance. Your share amounts to 1396. 52 yuan. I purchased 5 pairs of shoes as per your list, costing 87. 30 yuan. I rounded your share to an even 1,320 yuan, and mine is 950 yuan. Jinping. Although Li Yi had previously encountered sums in the hundreds of thousands, witnessing his own pile of cash stirred a warmth within him. Among the over 1,000 yuan, there were few 10 and 5 yuan notes. The majority comprised 2 and 1 yuan bills, fluttering in a substantial heap. This was still the result of Hao Jian giving Li Yi the larger denominations, while the other shares consisted mainly of smaller bills. Li Yi placed the money into his satchel and called Jinping inside, offering him nearly 200 yuan as a transportation fee. Jinping had anticipated this and accepted it with calmness. However, when it came time to distribute money to Wang Jinxiang, the simple-minded fellow hesitated to accept. Brother, it's too much. I don't want it. I just need to be full. I've been able to eat well these days. After considering Wang Jinxiang's family situation, Li Yi decided to keep the money temporarily, saying, I can hold on to this for you, but you must remember the amount. You are entitled to 89 yuan this time. I will give you 9 yuan now and keep 80 yuan for you. Do you understand? Yes, I remember, brother. Wang Jinxiang happily accepted the 9 yuan, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Once all the money had been distributed, Li Yi and Hao Jian agreed to divide the funds every 2 weeks, and if the amount was substantial, they would do so every 10 days. However, just as Li Yi was about to leave, Hao Jian handed him a package, saying, This is the pair of shoes you asked me to buy for you from the provincial city. Additionally, there is something else. A few days ago, the village officials asked me what I have been busy with lately. I managed to cover it up, but they may inquire again in the future. Perhaps we should leverage some connections to obtain the necessary paperwork. Li Yi's gaze sharpened, and he inquired, What connection? What procedures? Hao Jian, feeling somewhat guilty, nonetheless replied, I overheard Jinping mention that your grandfather was involved in the grain system, and that there were past initiatives for food processing with rural cooperatives. Li Yi cast a cold glance at Hao Jian before pushing his cart alongside Jinping. Along the way, Li Yi questioned Jinping. Was it you who inadvertently revealed my grandfather's identity to Hao Jian? Jinping chuckled. Do you truly believe it was an accidental slip on my part? Li Yi, perplexed, asked, Could it be that you intentionally disclosed it to the old man? Jinping responded, Xiao Yi, these past few days, we have been continually procuring rice and glutinous rice as raw materials. Do you suppose the old man remained oblivious to the whispers? After all, he has a background in investigations. Li Yi paused, realizing that while he fancied himself to be the master strategist, his family had already been providing support behind the scenes. Chapter 33, The Capable Ones. When Li Yi and Jinping returned to Qishui County in the late hours, it was already past 10 o'clock. After some contemplation, Li Yi resolved not to return to school that night, but instead to visit home. For individuals in the 1980s, nighttime was often dull and desolate. Even in the county seat, few bright lights illuminated the streets. People tended to retire early to their beds for warmth, and any task that could be done in the dark would be undertaken without the flicker of a lamp, all in the name of conserving electricity. Upon arriving home, Li Yi found that his family had already gone to bed. After a prolonged knock, his father, Li Kaijian, emerged from the house, draped in a cotton coat, his face betraying displeasure. Why are you returning at this hour? Are you disturbing the neighbors? Li Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, but a glance at Li Kaijian's attire made everything clear. Having been single for over a decade, Li Kaijian had only married Han Chunmei last year. Their age difference of nearly 10 years rendered him quite fond of his young wife. Now, with Li Yi's unexpected arrival, he had unwittingly disrupted his father's private moments. As is often true among men, such matters were understood implicitly. Had they not shared blood, this would have surely led to resentment. Lowering his head in a gesture of contrition, Li Yi wheeled his bicycle inside, only to notice that the light in his grandfather's room was also on. Both of you, come in. The old man called for Li Yi and Li Kaijian to join him in the main room, his demeanor serious as he beckoned them to sit. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Li Yi with a fierce intensity, his penetrating eyes akin to gleaming daggers. The esteemed time traveler, the favored one by fate, the possessor of the protagonist's halo. Li Yi found himself unexpectedly unsettled under the scrutinizing gaze of the elderly man. Indeed, a formidable pair. Capable of vanquishing 3 adversaries, and yet, at this age, his gaze remains so piercing. Li Yi inhaled deeply, gaining a profound understanding of his grandfather. A man who had risen from the ashes of adversity. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, Li Zhongfa, observing his grandson's reaction, felt an odd curiosity. His precious grandson had certainly grown bolder. In the past, a mere glare from his father would send him into a panic, yet now he dared to meet my gaze. Good, you're following in my footsteps. Li Zhongfa's expression softened instantly as he smiled at Li Yi. I've heard you've partnered with someone in a sesame candy venture? A sesame candy venture? What's sesame candy venture? Li Kaijian, utterly baffled, glanced between Li Yi and his own father, taking a while to comprehend the situation. So, you two have deemed me inconsequential, keeping secrets from me? How dare you? Can I not contend with the elder and the younger alike? Just wait, little rascal. Thus, the look Li Kaijian directed at Li Yu transformed, fueled by the dual influence of their familial bonds. Your grandfather is inquiring, so hurry and explain yourself clearly, then come back with me to rest. Are you certain that once you take me back, I will be allowed to sleep? Li Yi, discerning the tone of Li Kaijian, understood his father's intentions. However, having made the decision to return home, he was prepared for whatever awaited him. Li Yi gazed at the smiling Li Zhongfa, returning the smile as he said, Grandfather, if anyone else were to ask me about such matters, I would certainly deny it. I am merely a student. What business do I have? His response took both Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian by surprise, leaving the room silent for a brief moment. Then, Li Kaijian, with a swift motion reminiscent of his military training, aimed a slap towards Li Yi, exclaiming, I'll teach you to be so glib. Instinctively, as Li Kaijian made his move, Li Yi turned his body sideways, deftly evading the blow. Are you daring to dodge? Li Kaijian was genuinely infuriated, sensing a threat to his familial authority. His eldest daughter had already become quite disobedient, constantly arguing back, and with Han Chame being the apple of his eye, how could he allow this last child, who was still manageable, to rebel? He felt compelled to suppress such defiance, firmly. With a resounding thud, Li Zhongfa slammed his palm onto the table, causing Li Kaijian to deflate like a punctured ball, promptly taking his seat again. Fine. You have your connections, I cannot strike you. But do not come to me begging for this month's living expenses, he grumbled. Li Kaijian had contributed significantly to Li Yi's living costs. Believing that no matter how much Li Yi may squirm, he remained under his control, Li Zhongfa looked at Li Yi and remarked, quite clever. It seems you have already considered who would take the blame before engaging in this venture. Li Yu shook his head, Grandfather. I do not see this as shifting blame. I provided the capital and the profitable idea. They bear the risk. Our responsibilities are equally shared. No one owes anyone anything. You truly went ahead with it. Li Kaijian was about to erupt in anger again, but Li Zhongfa's piercing gaze quelled his fury. Li Zhongfa addressed Li Yi, small-scale antics are certainly manageable. But I heard from Jin Peng that your business is not insignificant. Wealth can corrupt. Have you thought through the consequences? Li Yi blinked and replied, Is a business yielding only a few thousand a month really that significant? If there is any danger, perhaps you could help me secure a food processing partnership? Li Zhongfa scrutinized Li Yi and said, Regarding the food processing partnership, have that fellow Hao Jian approach your sister for the application. However, you need to be more pragmatic. A few thousand in business is not trivial. Li Kaijian chimed in to reprimand Li Yi. Do you realize the output of a small street factory in a month? And you think just a few thousand is something? All that studying seems to have gone to waste. Li Yi was unaware of how much such small street factories could earn in a month, but he suspected that with their approach of waiting for clients to approach them, their business was likely minimal. Yet, in just a few months, Li Yi might become quite prosperous, potentially inciting envy from others. Little did he know about the partnerships available. However, he now realized that he would still need to rely on the wisdom of his venerable grandfather. Thus, under the scornful gaze of Li Kaijian, Li Yi placed his satchel on the table and began to extract bundles of money. Once he had laid all the cash before him, he proclaimed, This is the profit for this month. It has not been stolen or swindled, but rather earned through the diligent labor of the working class. A profound silence enveloped the room, and after a considerable pause, Li Yi heard the sound of Li Kaijian swallowing hard. Is this the profit for your month? Li Yu clarified, No, it is my profit alone. The others have already taken their share. As for Wang Zhenqiang's portion, it is modest, and I shall keep it safe for him. Li Kaijian fell silent, directing his gaze towards his father. The seasoned Li Zhongfa was equally astonished that his grandson's seemingly trivial business venture had yielded such substantial earnings. A mere glance at the denominations on the table revealed that this was the handiwork of small traders, with a handful of sesame candies exchanged for a single bill, seemingly entwined with the toil of the laborers. But to speak of hard-earned sweat, can we not converse more earnestly? Have I not bled for XX? Am I not diligent enough? Why such a stark disparity? After a moment of reflection, the old man inquired, "What do you intend to do with this considerable sum?" Li Yi responded, "For now, let us keep it at home. However, fret not. I have heard that the southern regions have long permitted individual entrepreneurs, in due time. Becoming a 10,000 yuan household may not be remarkable." Li Zhongfan nodded. "Very well. We shall store it at home, and your father will safeguard it for you. Rest assured. You shall not lose a single penny." Li Yi shook his head. "I do not require such an amount. Feel free to purchase what is needed for the household. However, I may need to take a substantial portion when I head off to university next year." Li Zhongfa replied, "Indeed. An impoverished home should not hinder the education of our children. They must never suffer financial indignities." Li Kaijian could no longer endure the banter between the grandfather and grandson. Exclaiming in irritation, "If you truly manage to get into university, I shall double your allowance." Li Yi turned to face Li Kaijian, articulating clearly, "This sum of over 1,000 is actually the profit from just half a month. If all goes well next month, it should rise to 3,000 the following month." Li Kaijian's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, I earn only 60 or 70 yuan as a workshop director, and here you are discussing thousands?" Li Zhongfa observed Li Yi with increasing fondness, yet cast an exasperated glance at his own son. "All right, Li Yi, you should retire for the night. You have school early tomorrow." "Oh, then I shall take my leave, Grandpa." Li Yi stood to depart, but just as he reached the door, Li Kaijian, eyeing him suspiciously, uttered, "Do you have any hidden savings of your own?" Li Yi paused, then turned back. Reaching for a stack of money from the table and brazenly stowing it in his satchel, appearing to pocket at least a couple of 100 yuan. Now it is concealed. As Li Yi briskly exited the room, Li Kaijian finally grasped the situation, on the verge of an irate outburst. "Enough," Li Zhong said. "Do not regard Xiao Yi as merely a child. Look at your own limited accomplishments." "But," Li Kaijian protested, "consider the perilous activities Xiao Yi has engaged in. How dangerous they are." "The assessment of danger hinges on timing," Li Zhong replied. "A few days ago, during a county meeting, the topic of individual businesses was discussed. 2 years ago, there was an individual entrepreneur in the south who was issued a business license. It is likely that we will also see the same development here soon." Li Kaijian was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Then why was that Hao Jian granted processing rights? If he is given an individual business license later, won't he then entwine us with him?" Li Zhong looked at Li Kaijian with disdain, saying, "If a talented individual emerged from your workshop, would you willingly relinquish him to another?" Realization dawned on Li Kaijian. His father intended to secure Hao Jian for their own benefit. He felt a twinge of discontent, muttering, "What is he even capable of? Just a settled-down educated youth." Li Zhong scoffed lightly, gesturing toward a pile of cash on the table. "Tomorrow, you should venture to the provincial capital and see if you can return with such a sum. In the future," he added, "you must strive to learn more, otherwise, you will fall short even of Xiao Yi." Chapter 34. As long as I have it, Li Wan did not sleep well last night. In the middle of the night, her brother suddenly returned home, prompting their grandfather to summon him and their father for a lengthy, hushed conversation. It was unclear what trouble her brother had gotten into. But when their father, Li Kaijian, returned, his expression was far from cheerful. After a night of poor sleep, it was no surprise that Li Wan woke up late the next morning. As she opened her eyes, she noticed the outside world was already brightening, and she hurried to get dressed. At 14, she could not afford to lounge around waiting for meals. She would surely be the subject of ridicule. Donning her cotton coat and pants, Li Wan reached for her beloved sheepskin shoes. However, just as she slipped on one shoe, she spotted a pair of sleek, black, stylish high-top leather boots in front of her. Bent over in the act of putting on her cotton shoes, she maintained the position for a full 5 seconds before looking up at her younger sister, Li Ying, catching her triumphant gaze. "Are they not beautiful?" exclaimed the 11-year-old Li Ying, prancing around like a proud little rooster, the sound of her size 33 boots echoing with every step. Li Wan mechanically inquired, "Where did you get those leather shoes?" Li Ying lifted her chin, proudly declaring, "Mother gave them to me. They are from the provincial capital, made of cotton. Aren't they prettier than yours?" Li Wan found these words familiar. Just a few weeks prior, she had flaunted her own shoes in front of her sister. "Mother is biased. I have been cooking, washing, and taking care of children since I was young, while my little sister merely eats. She only cried a little. And she got a pair of provincial goods?" Frustration filled Li Wan's mind as she dashed out of her room and into the kitchen to confront Han Changmei. Mother. Mother. Upon entering the kitchen, she was met with the sight of Han Changmei wearing yet another pair of brand-new, shiny black leather boots. All her words evaporated. She had indeed worked harder than Li Ying since childhood and deserved better treatment, but how could she compare to Han Changmei? From her earliest memories, their mother had never risen after dawn. With a bitter taste in her mouth, Li Wan reflected on how boastful she had been just days prior, now feeling utterly wronged. While her mother and sister flaunted their new sheepskin shoes, she had not intended to be ostentatious, yet here she was, overshadowed by her younger sister's spoils. It appeared that her mother had whispered sweet nothings into her stepfather's ear, resulting in the acquisition of boots that were even finer than her own. Seeing Li Wan enter, Han Changmei scolded, "Why are you up so late? Do you not wish to eat? Get over here and stoke the fire." Li Wan bowed her head, quietly moving to stoke the fire, and after a moment's hesitation, tentatively asked, "Mother, did father buy you and Li Ying new leather boots?" As Han Changmei busily prepared the meal, she casually replied, "He wouldn't spend that money. Your brother had someone bring them from the provincial capital. Everyone in the family received a pair. Your boots are in the cupboard. You won't be wearing them this year. Who wears 2 pairs of shoes in a single year? Save them for next year. Oh, where are you going?" Without waiting for an answer, Li Wan dashed out of the kitchen. She hurried into her room, flinging open the cupboard door to behold the dazzling new leather boots, gleaming like polished ebony. Li Wan's eyebrows instantly curved into crescent moons, her face alight with joy. What does it matter whether I wear it or not? As long as I possess it, that's sufficient. Upon returning to school, Li Yi embarked on a fulfilling yet hectic journey. During classes, he dedicated some time to listening attentively. As the era had changed and the examination requirements might differ, he would then activate the biological hard drive in his mind, integrating knowledge from his previous life related to college entrance examinations, and subsequently devise some practice questions for when When self-study sessions commenced, Li Yi would seize the opportunity to write his novel, Infiltration. With each passing day, his writing flowed more effortlessly, nearing the latter half of the narrative. However, as Li Yi busied himself, he inevitably neglected certain others. Li Yi, I simply cannot solve these 2 problems. Could you please explain them to me? Apologies. I am rather occupied at the moment. Perhaps you could ponder over it yourself first. If that fails, consult teacher who. Li Yi, teacher who has been quite unavailable lately. Would you mind explaining it to me? If teacher who is unavailable, why do you assume that I am? During the period he devoted to writing, Li Yi naturally ceased his voluntary assistance with classmates' queries, as he struggled to manage his own affairs. After repeatedly declining his peers' requests for help, rumors began circulating in the repeating class that Li Yi was not studying diligently and was writing love letters during lessons. Led by Li Daong, Hu Man, and Fu Yingjia, a few individuals expressed their outrage, condemning the so-called ingrates. However, their actions bore little effect. The rumors only intensified, even suggesting that Li Yi was engaging in romance during class, implicating Wen Lei in the narrative as well. Wen Lei was not one to be trifled with. She took immediate action. Previously, after completing the exercises Li Yi provided, she would take them home for teacher Ke's reference in creating exam papers. Now, she simply discarded them after finishing, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, in a short span, the number of practice papers in the repeating class not only diminished drastically but also lost their novelty and question types. This led some to believe that Li Yi had become inconsequential, as the question type set by teacher Ke became familiar to them, easily decipherable with effort. Li Yi. Nothing extraordinary. This was merely a college entrance exam repeating class, word a sect of martial arts. One might imagine a scenario where the disciple turns against the master. The top students, led by Xia Yu and Jin Shengli, re-emerged, successfully rallying many students who had been vehemently criticized by Hu Man and Li Daong. Li Daong grew increasingly anxious, perceiving this as a portent of the resurgence of malevolent forces. However, after several fruitless discussions with Li Yi, he found himself powerless to intervene. Little did he know, Li Yi had initially agreed to assist teacher Ke in drafting questions precisely for this moment, where the true nature of those with ulterior motives and those who were trustworthy friends would inevitably reveal themselves. The rumors circulating in the class finally caught the attention of the teacher as they involved Wen Liu. Consequently, the classmates discreetly informed teacher Ke to apprise her of the situation. However, upon questioning Wen Liu, teacher Ke could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? Li Yi is not writing love letters, but rather a novel? Indeed, I am his proofreader. In a few days, it will be completed. Proofreader? Teacher Ku was momentarily at a loss for words. Her initial intention in pairing Li Yi and Wen Liu was to help the latter improve her tendency to avoid social interaction. Yet now, they were collaborating on a novel? Was this not absurd? Nevertheless, Teacher Ku refrained from immediate opposition, considering the significant transformation Wen Liu had undergone recently. Day by day, her daughter's demeanor blossomed, shedding the previous coldness and silence, filling Teacher Ku's heart with immense joy. Thus, she chose not to probe further into Wen Liu's affairs. Instead, after her daughter had fallen asleep, she quietly opened the backpack. For reasons unknown, Wen Liu had begun to disallow her mother from touching her belongings, a boundary that Teacher Ku had respected until now. However, today, she felt compelled to play the role of a thief. A thick stack of manuscripts emerged, prompting a serious expression to settle on Teacher Ku's face. As an educated individual of this era, she was well aware that producing such a substantial body of work required considerable effort. Regardless of its quality, it deserved respect and admiration. Yet, here was Li Yi, a high school student preparing for examinations. At such a crucial moment, he was squandering time and energy on writing a novel instead of diligently preparing for his studies. Even if Li Yi had innovative insights into mathematics and science, countless prodigies existed nationwide, and the annual college entrance examination was a fierce battleground. How could one afford to be so careless? It seems I must intervene and guide Li Yi, for straying down this path could jeopardize his future. With a furrowed brow, Teacher Ku turned to the first page of the manuscript, approaching it with a critical mindset. Then, as anticipated, she found herself thoroughly engrossed. Chapter 35. How can we steal from others? In the 1980s, the literarily inclined youth were often affectionately labeled as literary youths. Within this group, there existed both genuine and pretentious literary enthusiasts. The former truly cherished literature, reveling in the joy of unfettered imagination amidst the vast ocean of literary works. Conversely, the latter were drawn to the myriad benefits associated with literature, such as the elevation of one's social standing and the ability to bask in the admiring gazes of aesthetically pleasing literary peers without expending a single cent. Some even concocted the dubious phrase sensual yet licentious. Teacher Ku is an authentic literary youth, possessing commendable literary skills. However, the works she has delved into predominantly belong to the realm of pure or serious literature. Such literary creations demand a high level of craftsmanship, yet their audience tends to be rather discerning. It is often said that this category of literature is penned by a select few for an equally select few. Those who grasp its essence find profound enjoyment, while those who do not may struggle to appreciate it. For instance, in the absence of a teacher's guidance, how long might it take an elementary student to truly comprehend the exquisite ambience of moonlight over the lotus pond? In contrast, popular novels are far more accessible, allowing even fifth graders to easily understand the legend of the Condor heroes. Internet literature has taken this accessibility a step further. It no longer fixates on the elegance of words, but emphasizes narrative description, striving to construct vivid scenes in the reader's minds to pique their reading desire. Thus, when Teacher Ku encountered Li Yi's undercover, she was immediately captivated by his innovative narrative techniques, particularly during the gripping first phase, which depicted Yu Zuqing's assassination of Li Haifeng. Li Haifeng extended his hand from the car window, discarding his pistol onto the ground, signaling his intent to surrender. He wished to discern who was orchestrating his ambush. Li Haifeng, astonished, beheld Yu Zuqing emerging with a pistol, agile and alert, incredulously asking, "Is it just you?" Yu Zuqing, single-handedly invoking the terror of death, coerced Li Haifeng to relinquish his weapon and emerge from the car, becoming prey. Li Yi's vivid portrayal of this tension-filled moment is nothing short of riveting. Furthermore, the meticulous detailing of Yu Zuqing dispatching 3 traitors and subsequently checking their necks for a heartbeat mesmerized Teacher Ku. In the legend of the Condor heroes, one would never encounter such a scene of checking for life, as the characters are martial arts masters capable of discerning life and death at a glance. Yet Undercover presents a stark contrast, depicting ordinary individuals. As Teacher Ku immersed herself in the pages, she unwittingly reached the final page, only to be jolted back to reality upon noticing the late hour. This novel seems to hold some significance. A sudden flash of insight illuminated her mind, sparking a potential realization. Her thoughts rapidly expanded, her intellect racing. She found herself alternating between frowning, feeling ashamed, sighing softly, and gritting her teeth, and before she knew it, dawn had arrived. The following evening, after self-study class, Teacher Ku summoned Li Yi to her office. She then addressed Wen Liu. "Xiao Yu, please step out for a moment. I need to discuss a few matters with Li Yi. When Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at her mother in silence. With a soft sigh, Teacher Ku added, I have some important business to discuss with Li Yi. Please close the door behind you and keep an eye out, all right? After a moment of uncertainty, when Li Yu, reassured that her mother was not confronting Li Yi, reluctantly exited the office. Once when Li Yu had left, Teacher Ku struck up a casual conversation with Li Yi. Li Yi, I heard that your grandfather is a veteran and that your father was also a valiant soldier. Is that correct? Yes, Teacher Ku. My elders indeed served in the military. Li Yu replied. Have any of your relatives or acquaintances ever been involved in intelligence work? Li Yu looked at Teacher Ku and smiled. No. They were all frontline combat soldiers. Why do you ask, teacher? Teacher Ku explained, actually, I read your novel yesterday, and it was quite remarkable. Though it does have some shortcomings. Shortcomings? Li Yi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Teacher Ku had invited him over at such a late hour to discuss his novel. Yes, shortcomings, Teacher Ku said, brushing her hair back as she spoke with confidence. For instance, your portrayal of Yuzicheng's identity lacks clarity, and your depiction of Zuolan is rather vague. As Teacher Ku pointed out these deficiencies, Li Yi found himself momentarily dazed. For the issues she highlighted were precisely those sensitive points he had intentionally avoided to steer clear of trouble. Of course, this isn't entirely your fault, Teacher Ku continued. After all, you haven't interacted with professionals. Many details, relying solely on imagination, may not be adequately depicted. Li Yi, displaying humility, responded, Indeed. I wrote this novel inspired by 18 years in the enemy camp. It was all a product of my imagination, just for fun, haha. 18 Years in the Enemy Camp was a spy drama that first aired in 1981 and gained considerable popularity, serving as a convenient excuse for Li Yi's novel material. Your notion of just for fun might leave many professional authors feeling embarrassed, Teacher Ku mused for a moment before stating, In fact, I can assist you. I can help refine the deficiencies and oversights in your novel, and I can also assist in polishing the language. Li Yi was genuinely astonished. Prior to this meeting, he had envisioned various scenarios, such as discussing why he had not continued to selflessly provide more diverse and innovative test questions for the entire class, or adopting a well-meaning attitude to encourage distance between him and Li Yu, preventing any inappropriate thoughts. However, he certainly never expected that Teacher Ku would offer to help him improve his novel. Li Yu remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head, saying, Teacher Ku, have you considered that after supplementing and perfecting the book as you just suggested, it might become too sensitive to be published? Teacher Ku's eyes suddenly narrowed in disbelief as she gazed at Li Yi, momentarily at a loss. Was he truly just an 18 or 19-year-old boy? How could he be aware of such subtle matters? Or perhaps this book was not entirely his own creation but rather influenced by an adept. After a moment's contemplation, Teacher Ku replied, I hadn't really thought of that. I assumed the current circumstances were quite favorable, so I hadn't considered that angle. Li Yi scrutinized Teacher Ku closely, detecting a hint of shame and disappointment in her gaze. He swiftly analyzed her intentions in his mind, dismissing each unreasonable possibility. After taking into account Teacher Ku's identity and current situation, he finally experienced a moment of clarity. In truth, I was merely worrying unnecessarily. The ideas you shared, Teacher Ku, hold significant value. I will ponder over them upon my return and utilize them as soon as possible. And then, may I count you as a co-author? Teacher Ku was genuinely taken aback. Li Yi's earlier remarks had already astonished her, but now his proposal struck a chord deep within her soul. How did he perceive my intentions? I never confided in Xiaoyu. Teacher Ku was utterly perplexed as to how Li Yi had divined her thoughts. She had only conceived this idea after reviewing Li Yu's manuscript the previous night and had disclosed it to no one. To suggest it was mere coincidence or that Li Yi was speaking offhandedly would be to underestimate him gravely. Observing Li Yi's composed demeanor and his eyes that belied his tender age, it was inconceivable that he was speaking without purpose. After all, a novel is not like a thesis, where one can append a multitude of co-authors after the primary author. Novels seldom feature second authors or collaborators. More importantly, she felt incapable of contributing. What she perceived as her shortcomings were evidently not needed by Li Yi. Why should she unfairly benefit from his efforts? What should I do? Should I agree? But wouldn't that be rather shameless? Well then, I will promptly gather some materials for you to review and see if you can make use of them. As for being a co-author, Teacher Ku remained quite conflicted. Her face flushed as she hesitated to give a straightforward answer. But how quick was Li Yi's reaction? He immediately stood up and headed towards the door, saying, Then I shall take my leave, Teacher Ku. Please have Wen Liu send me any materials. Teacher Ke felt compelled to rise and escort Li Yi, exclaiming, "Oh, all right." However, as Li Yu reached the door, he paused for a moment, waiting for the light. Hurried footsteps outside to completely fade before he opened the door and stepped out. After walking a short distance of 20 meters, Li Yu crossed paths with Wen Liu. The quiet girl had her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes flickering with evident unease. Li Yu smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. Hurry back. We have class tomorrow." Wen Liu cast a glance at Li Yi and quickly retraced her steps, entering the room to confront Teacher Ke. "Mother, how could you do this? That novel is Li Ye's labor of love. How can we see someone else's creation?" Teacher Ke remained silent for a considerable time before addressing the defiant and agitated Wen Liu. "Xiao Yu, do you miss your father?" At that moment, Wen Liu felt as though struck by lightning, her frail figure swaying slightly. Teacher Ke continued, "Xiao Yu, do you miss your brother?" Wen Liu hastily lowered her head, concealing the tears welling in her eyes from her mother. The two remained silent for a while, until Wen Liu finally whispered, in his last letter, "Father told me he is doing well, and that you shouldn't worry. Yet I know father is not well. He writes on scraps of paper with a pencil." Sigh. Teacher Ke sighed softly and embraced her daughter. Couples enduring adversity often share only good news, far removed from each other. The husband remains unaware that his daughter has become withdrawn and silent, while he hopes to encourage his wife through her. Teacher Ke gently remarked, "Xiao Yu, you are already a big girl. There are some things you should know. We need help now, but those who are willing to assist us are becoming increasingly scarce." Wen Liu, with a nasally tone, inquired, "But what does this have to do with Li Ye's novel?" Teacher Ke replied, "It is related. At the very least, it provides us with a reason to enter and meet certain people to exchange a few words." "A few words? Are they useful?" Wen Liu questioned skeptically. "They are useful." Teacher Ke responded with certainty, though deep down, her own conviction wavered. Nevertheless, Teacher Ke understood that even a straw must be clutched with all one's strength in these dire times. Chapter 36. How embarrassing the following morning. When Liu arrived at the classroom with reddened eyes, delivering to Li Yi a collection of materials meticulously compiled by Teacher Ke overnight, Li perused the documents attentively, discerning several less sensitive pieces that he intended to incorporate into his novel manuscript. Observing Liu merely marking a few lines, when Liu felt a twinge of discomfort. Having overheard the conversation between Li Yi and Teacher Ke the previous day, she was acutely aware of Li Ye's reluctance to accept overly sensitive content, and she feared that Teacher Ke's well-meaning intentions might inadvertently hinder him. Habitually, she nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "If you find it unhelpful, you can disregard it." "Disregard it? Why would I do that?" Li Yi replied, looking at Wen Liu with a puzzled expression. "This material is invaluable. The most arduous part of crafting a novel lies in the pursuit of perfection. It's akin to an examination. We've already scored 95. Yet those final 5 points prove the most elusive. Teacher Ke is assisting us in securing those last crucial points." When Liu gazed at Li Yi, her large eyes blinking like twinkling stars, before she finally settled into a measure of tranquility. "It seems my mother's assistance is indeed beneficial." In contrast to Wen Liu's momentary confusion, Li Ye's thoughts were remarkably clear. After Teacher Ke did not reject his proposal for collaboration, Li Yi discerned precisely what Teacher Ke required. Or rather, it seemed that this was the sole aspect of value he possessed that Teacher Ke sought. Both Teacher Ke and Wen Liu were not locals. They had arrived in Qinghe County years prior and had remained ensnared in a challenging environment. Several years ago, a significant trend of returning to the city began to emerge, with many individuals who had come to reflect on their past hardships and pursue earnest self-improvement successfully breaking free from such predicaments, such as Li Ye's father and grandfather. However, while Li Ye's father and grandfather had been employed for a year or two, Teacher Ke and Wen Liu remained stranded in Qishui County. Thus, their journey back to the city must have encountered considerable obstacles. For every carrot, there exists a pit, if one wishes to return. There will surely be those who do not desire their return. Li Yi was particularly observant of Wen Liu and Teacher Ke, both of whom epitomized strength and dignity. It was unlikely that Teacher Ke would lower her pride to seek assistance from a mere child unless she were genuinely faced with adversity. As for the utility of being a best-selling author, Li Yu had a general understanding. In this era, the practice of gifting had gained popularity. Yet many doors remained closed to those bearing cigarettes and liquor. However, if one approached under the guise of literary inquiry, or indirectly submitted a manuscript to a certain threshold with a note seeking guidance and inquiring whether one's experiences were similar, it might just pry open a sliver of hope. In Teacher Ke's situation, perhaps that sliver of hope was pivotal. Thus, she reluctantly turned to Li Yi, entangled in her own turmoil as she sought to benefit from him. Yet unbeknownst to them, Li Yi felt he had struck a remarkable deal. After all, as a visitor from the future, he comprehended the correct path for development, while Teacher Ku remained ensnared in a fog of uncertainty. The saying that a phoenix stripped of its feathers is inferior to a chicken holds true. However, no matter how beautiful a chicken may be, it remains merely a superficial spectacle. A phoenix is inherently a phoenix, with the blood of divine beasts coursing through its veins. In order to benefit future generations, Liu must lend a helping hand. His pen danced across the page, while Wen Liu watched intently. The final segment of the novel manuscript was rapidly nearing completion. Just before class was about to end, Wen Liu suddenly asked Li Yi, "Can you teach me how to write a novel?" Li Yi was taken aback and inquired, "You wish to write a novel?" Wen Liu nodded and replied, "I want to learn your style of writing. Can you teach me?" Li Yi furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, "Classmate Wen Liu, your primary focus now should be on preparing for the college entrance examination. Writing novels demands considerable time and energy." Wen Liu gazed at Li Yi in silence, yet her piercing eyes clearly refuted his words. "Are you seriously saying that? What are you doing right now if not writing a novel?" Li Yi rubbed his forehead, recalling how he had managed unruly children in his past life. "You can't eat ice cream. It will give you a stomachache. Are you eating hot cakes? The chocolate-flavored ones? You shouldn't look at those little pieces. They will harm your kidneys. Is your waist hurting? I noticed you bought a remedy." Engaging in a battle of wits with a child requires a level of skill akin to that of a 10-star general. Li Yi yearned to convey to Wen Liu that writing a novel requires either talent or experience. A mere handful of tricks would not suffice. Yet, upon reflection, such advice seemed futile, for Wen Liu was no ordinary child. Despite her youth, she had already weathered numerous storms. Teacher Ku's assessment of her as timid was misguided. In truth, Wen Liu possessed strong convictions, her outward demeanor appearing aloof yet her mind exceptionally agile, her inner resolve unyielding. She resembled a frail little kitten, yet was alert and nimble, with sharp claws concealed beneath her soft paws. Ultimately, Liu could only advise. The college entrance examination will only grow more challenging with each passing year. If you do not secure a spot in a good school this year, the prospects for next year will be even dimmer. Wen Liu silently regarded Li Yi for several seconds, bit her lip, and wrote something on a piece of paper, sliding it across to him. "I want to stay with my mother. If my mother is still in Qing County, I will not go anywhere. If my mother begins working, I can take the college entrance examination at any time." At that moment, Li Yi finally understood why, despite Wen Liu's strong academic foundation, she had failed to gain admission to university the previous year. Very well. Start by drafting an outline, developing character profiles, clarifying the story's background, as well as the identities, personalities, and subsequent development paths of the protagonist and supporting characters, along with the key plot points. Li Yi pulled a sheet of white paper towards him, listing material requirements as he spoke. Before long, several pages were densely filled with notes. "Once the materials are prepared, I will take the lead in writing, and either you or your mother can proofread. Together, we will write a novel, and by the end, you will have learned quite a bit." Wen Liu was left bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend. She believed her proficiency in the Chinese language was commendable, not too inferior to Li Yi's. If only Li Yi would impart his secrets to her, she thought, she could at least master 70 to 80% of his skills, if not surpass him. Little did she realize that writing was an entirely different realm from language proficiency. Excelling in composition merely indicated the foundational skills required for writing. The intricate nuances must be gradually discerned through the process of actual writing. Observing the gleam of curiosity in Wen Liu's eyes, Li Yi smugly remarked, "You could actually show this to Teacher Ku. She can elucidate it for you. It's quite comprehensible." Wen Liu glared at Li Yi, rolling her eyes for the first time. "Comprehensible? Are you implying I'm dense?" This was the first instance of her casting a sidelong glance at him, and the playful reproach stirred something within Li Yi's heart. Days later, when Liu finally presented Li Yi with the material he sought, the substantial collection, spanning over 10 pages, was rich with valuable insights. Although the handwriting unmistakably belonged to Wen Liu, the content revealed a depth of understanding beyond her youthful disposition. The narrative was set decades ago, centering around a combat unit from a mountainous region. The protagonist was depicted through the perspective of Teacher Ku, who portrayed a group of unwavering soldiers dedicated to their country. The core plot, as described by Teacher Ku, involved a motley crew of misfits, hastily assembled into a combat collective, neglected and unloved until one day a merciless turncoat became their leader. This individual had a complicated background, having attended a military academy, engaged in anti-bandit operations, and fought against the Japanese. Li pondered for a moment, speculating whether the individual connected to Wenliu and Teacher Ku was one of these misfits or the turncoat. If it were the former, it would be manageable. If the latter, it posed a significant challenge. After dedicating half an hour to meticulously sorting through the writing materials, Li compiled a list of questions on a sheet of paper and handed it to Wenliu. To create something remarkable, these details needed to be clarified. Can you provide more elaborate content? Wenliu, unable to furnish any details herself, decided to consult her mother and seek Teacher Ku's analysis. Upon receiving Li Ye's inquiries, Teacher Ku contemplated for an extended period before methodically addressing each point. When Wenliu submitted the revised responses to Li Yi, he posed further questions. After a few rounds of exchanges, Li Yi's thoughts finally crystallized. The coincidence was striking. For the story, Teacher Ku needed to write bore a remarkable resemblance to a book Li Yi had read in a previous life, one filled with tales of eunuchs. Oh dear, I initially intended to put in the effort, but how can I face this now? Chapter 37. The framework is quite large in the provincial city. At the Day publishing house, Deputy Editor-in-Chief Lu Day arrived punctually at the office. He first brewed himself a cup of tea, savoring the warmth as he soothed his throat before picking up the latest newspaper. Spending nearly half a day indulging in tea and reading the news was an unyielding habit of Lu Day, much to the quiet discontent of many around him. However, Lu Day paid no heed to such idle gossip. He was now in a position of authority, one step below the top. And what did he have to care about the murmurs of those beneath him? Moreover, he believed that studying newspapers was his most significant responsibility. In these tumultuous times, seemingly inconspicuous snippets of information in the press could very well be the rumblings of a storm on the horizon, while the deaf and blind remained oblivious. Was it not advantageous for Lu Day? A series of knocks suddenly interrupted his reading. Frowning, Lu Day glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 9:10. Who was the impertinent individual disturbing his peace? Did they not realize that he loathed interruptions at this hour? The only person permitted to intrude upon him without reservation, the president of the publishing house, never knocked. A mere internal call would summon Lu Day scampering to attend to them. "Come in," he called out. The door swung open to reveal a bespectacled young man. Lu Day regarded the newcomer briefly, took a sip of his tea, and returned to his newspaper, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another in the office. The young man, visibly anxious, flushed and stammered for a few seconds before speaking. "Hello, Deputy Editor Lu. I am here to inquire about the novel Infiltration and how we should proceed with it." Lu Day raised his eyelids, peering over the top of the newspaper at the young man, and replied in a leisurely manner, "How to proceed? The editorial team will deliberate and decide." "Why the urgency?" "Young man, in our line of work, one must not be hasty. We must ensure the quality for our vast readership." The young man stood there, enduring Lu Day's lecture for a full 3 minutes, until he seized a moment when the editor was drinking water to interject. "But Deputy Editor Lu, we have received the submission several days ago. We must provide a response to the author, right?" Lu Day set down the newspaper, fixing a cold gaze upon the young man. "Jiangji, how long have you been with the company?" The young man, Jiangji, paused for a moment before responding. 3 years, Chief Editor." Lu Day raised his voice, reproaching him. "Then do you believe you have the right to instruct me on how to conduct my work?" Jiangji, now flustered, stammered, "No, Deputy Editor Lu, that was not my intention." "Enough," Lu Day interjected sternly, waving his hand dismissively as though shooing away a fly. "Leave. Focus on your own responsibilities. Do not meddle in the affairs of others, and certainly do not breach protocol by contacting authors privately." With a storm of emotions bubbling within him, Jiangji exited the editor's office, utterly bewildered as to where he had gone awry to offend this superior. Last week, the publishing house received a novel submission, which landed in the hands of the straightforward editor, Geng Ji. The editor-in-chief is responsible for directly liaising with authors, diligently reviewing submissions daily to ascertain their publication value, subsequently reporting to superiors to determine the final fate of the manuscripts. Upon opening the submission titled Infiltration, Geng Ji was immediately astounded and awarded it the highest accolades. This commendation was not singular, as colleagues, upon mutual review, echoed the same high praise. However, unexpectedly, after the manuscript was submitted, communication ceased mysteriously. Several seasoned colleagues remarked that the subject matter was too sensitive. Although captivating and remarkable, it might not receive publication approval. Yet, Infiltration was exceptionally outstanding, and Geng Ji, having not achieved notable success for some time, was unwilling to concede. Today, unable to contain his frustration any longer, He entered Deputy Editor L's office at an inappropriate moment and faced a reprimand. Returning to his desk, Gengji sat in a daze, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. "Hey," Xiao Geng called out a senior colleague, Su Jia, from across the table, breaking his reverie. Gengji startled and quickly replied, "Sister Su, what is it?" Su Jia whispered, "Did you go to ask Deputy Editor L about infiltration?" Gengji responded, puzzled, "Yes. How did you know, Sister Su?" Su Jia, with a mysterious demeanor, replied, "I could tell just by looking at you. Listen to me, give it up." "What? Give up?" Gengji exclaimed in surprise and urgency, "Sister Su, you've read the novel too. It would be such a pity to abandon it." "Keep your voice down," Su Jia cautioned, glancing around before continuing, "I meant for you to give it up, not the company." Gengji, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Sister Su, what do you mean? Can you clarify?" Su Jia pointed towards the adjacent office and lowered her voice. "According to reliable sources, that young Feng next door has already contacted the sharp knife." "What? On what grounds?" Gengji sprang to his feet, incredulity etched on his face as the pent-up fury within him erupted. "On what grounds? Don't you know, Xiao Geng? Just because Feng is a university student, just because he is handsome, and the chief editor's daughter." "Oh, what are you doing, Xiao Geng?" Before Su Jia could finish, Gengji stormed angrily toward the neighboring office. In a corner, a man in black attire set down his teacup and complained to Su Jia. "Lao Su, why stir up trouble? Creating a scene doesn't reflect well on anyone." Su Jia shot him a glance, retorting, Then why didn't you stop Xiao Geng? Besides, Feng Bo acts so arrogantly. I can't believe you tolerate him." The man in black chuckled, I'm nearing retirement. What is there for me to be intolerant of?" Su Jia disdainfully regarded him. "TCH, you're the slyest in the office." Gengji barged into the adjacent office, startling 3 colleagues within. 2 of them immediately averted their gazes, feigning ignorance of Gengji's presence. However, the one seated in the middle, Feng, lifted his eyelids to scrutinize Gengji and coldly inquired, "What is it?" Without any hesitation, Gengji directly asked, "Have you been in contact with that 7-inch blade?" Feng Bo, visibly displeased, retorted, "You ought to direct that question to the chief editor, not me." Gengji, in a fit of anger, shot back, "I intend to ask you, do you understand the rules? It's clearly my manuscript, yet you insist on appropriating it?" The rules to which Gengji referred were, in fact, some unwritten conventions within the organization. The first person to receive a manuscript rightfully owns it. Even if directives came from above, one should still refuse. Feng Bo, however, seemed indifferent to such decorum. Believing that whatever lands in one's bowl is fair game, those who reach for it first shall dine. If you have the audacity, go question the chief editor. If not, step aside. Care to repeat that? Even if you say it 8 times. Just then, the office phone rang, interrupting the impending escalation. Feng Bo swiftly seized the call, modulating his tone to a cordial demeanor. "Hello, Day Publishing House." "Yes, this is Feng Bo." 7-inch blade? You must be Li Yi, correct?" Gengji grew anxious, reaching out to snatch the phone from Feng Bo. But Feng shot him a stern look and made a shushing gesture. Gritting his teeth, Gengji restrained himself. Internal conflicts must not become fodder for outsiders. A smug smile crept across Feng Bo's face as he continued on the call. "Indeed, our position is that you should bring over the remaining manuscripts. After our analysis and review, we will decide whether to publish." "Why? Do you not recognize the issues within your own work? Bring the complete manuscript. We will assign a professional editor to assist you in corrections." "No time to come." "Why don't you have time to come?" Unbeknownst to him, Feng Bo's tone had shifted, evolving from amiable to overbearing. "What did you say? Preparing for exams. What exams? Are you truly just a high school student?" Feng Bo's voice escalated, the last words nearly shouted. Meanwhile, at the Qingshui County Post Office, Li found himself equally speechless. Wasn't it said that editors in this era are enthusiastic and warm-hearted? Wasn't it said that editors today are just and straightforward? Yet, from the voice on the other end, this person doesn't appear to be very old, yet carries such an air of superiority. Chapter 38, Yet I have already declined. Gengji gazed at Feng Bo, who transitioned from courteous to haughty, feeling an inner turmoil but refraining from interference. Having been in the industry for 3 years, he was acutely aware that many authors possess distinct temperaments, and Feng Bo's demeanor could very well provoke the sharpness of the 7-inch blade, resulting in unforeseen repercussions. However, when Feng Bo remarked, "You truly are a high school student," Gengji felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless by astonishment. The myriad details in his mind finally coalesced, illuminating why Feng Bo would usurp his author and why Sister Su could see through it all at a glance. There exists a saying in the industry: editors elevate authors, and authors likewise elevate editors. 1,000-mile steed is hard to come by, and so too is a discerning talent scout. The emergence of many great writers is often accompanied by the rise of an astute mentor. The esteemed editors Geng Ji knew all had the credentials of guiding and nurturing numerous exceptional authors. During discussions, certain editors would boastfully recount, "When I first met XXX, his writing was still quite immature. It was I who instilled confidence in him, provided guidance and support, thus achieving mutual success." Listen closely. "For I have mentored great authors. Doesn't he that elevate one's status immediately?" This subtle boastfulness is the aspiration of every junior editor. Each ambitious editor yearns to encounter a nascent dragon, nurturing it with care, and soaring together to great heights. Feng Bo undoubtedly harbored ambitions, yet his experience was insufficient. If he were truly given an outstanding author, could he cultivate them? However, a high school student was an entirely different matter. When Geng Ji received the manuscript for infiltration, the author's pen name was 7-inch Blade, yet the contact address was Li Yi from Class 1, second year, Qing Shui, County Number 2 High School. At that moment, Geng Ji instinctively assumed that this Li Yi was a teacher at the school. Yet now he comprehended that if the individual were a teacher, they would not specify a class. But Geng Ji had not considered that perhaps others had not realized this 7-inch Blade could very well be a student. For instance, Deputy Editor L, Feng Bo, and Sister Su. Nurturing a student with immense potential, rising by stepping on their shoulders, seemed to be a path to success effortlessly acquired. Feng Bo swiftly grabbed a pen and paper, simultaneously questioning the 7-inch Blade on the other end of the line while taking rapid notes. "We must verify some matters. Your real name is Li Yi, correct? How old are you this year? Is this manuscript for infiltration solely your own work? This novel still has significant issues. We require you to bring the full manuscript in, and after we provide guidance and implement rigorous revisions, it may be published in due course." On the other end of the phone came a question. "May I ask if your publishing house intends to guide me in revising the manuscript? Who will be providing that guidance?" Feng Bo's gaze flickered, and he softened his tone, saying, "The society has decided that for the time being, I will be the one to liaise with you. I am a graduate of XX University and possess a solid foundation in literature. How will my remuneration be calculated? Why are you fixated solely on the payment? Literature is noble and rigorous. You still have much to learn. Hello? Are you there? Hello? Indeed, a university student. I am impressed. What a fine opportunity squandered." Geng Ji, observing the suddenly agitated Feng Bo, felt an urge to laugh. Listening to Feng Bo's precise and probing inquiries, it was clear that the intricacies of his thoughts and the finesse of his strategies far surpassed Geng Ji's straightforwardness. Yet, why was this newcomer, having only just entered the field, so anxious? One should not be swayed by the glamorous appearances of those renowned editors. The esteemed authors they manage have all been nurtured with great care. Feng Bo is not a celebrated editor. Does he expect immediate reverence? Does he truly believe that his youthful demeanor allows him to dictate terms? "Hello? Hello? Are you still there, Li Yi?" Feng Bo's tone had lost its calmness. He seemed to realize that he might have exerted too much pressure, potentially unsettling the high school student on the other end. Li Yi was indeed unsettled. Today, he received a letter from the provincial capital and eagerly called the post office, anticipating a warm and friendly greeting followed by a discussion about his remuneration. However, upon connecting, he felt as though he were facing not an editor but a boxing coach, delivering a barrage of punches and expecting a personal training fee in return. In an instant, Li Yi found himself devoid of any interest in continuing the conversation. Coldly, he addressed the telephone receiver. "I'm here, Editor Feng, correct? I have a question I wish to clarify." After a moment of contemplation, Feng Bo replied, "Certainly, our publishing house holds great respect for authors. Feel free to present any difficulties you may have." Li Yi inquired, "At the end of my submission, I noted that should you be interested in publishing, you would return my contact number. Why, then, are you now uncertain about the publication of my novel?" Feng Bo from the provincial capital was displeased. What attitude is this from a high school student? Is humility unknown to you? He retorted, rather ungraciously, "Li Yi, I believe you have misunderstood our intentions. The reason we returned your contact number was to provide you with the opportunity to amend your submission, not to guarantee publication." Listening silently to Feng Bo's response, Li Yi articulated slowly, "All you need to tell me is whether it will be published or not." Feng Bo, now irked, raised his voice. "I have already reiterated several times that your manuscript must undergo further review and revision. I hope you can adopt a more appropriate attitude. Then let it be. Please return my submission to me. What did you say? Li Yi abruptly hung up the phone. Within a few days, he encountered 2 requests for guidance. However, this phone bow was entirely different from Teacher Ku. When Teacher Ku made his requests, he did so with tact, subtlety, and even a hint of humility. Li Yi could hardly forget the look of shame in Teacher Ku's eyes. After enduring years of trials, self-reliance and dignity were perhaps the last precious remnants in Teacher Ku's heart. More importantly, upon realizing that Li Yi was deliberately avoiding sensitive topics, Teacher Ku immediately relinquished the idea of providing guidance, which Li Yi had then proactively offered. Given Li Yi's extensive experience in discerning human nature, he could foresee that after receiving his assistance, Teacher Ku would undoubtedly offer him adequate compensation. But what about this phone bow? Just listen to his tone, observe his demeanor. Who does he think he is with that condescending attitude? Am I desperately seeking your approval? Does he intend to rise to fame on my shoulders? Nonsense. Li Yi promptly hung up the phone, leaving Feng Bo in a state of bewilderment. He repeatedly uttered hello into the receiver before realizing he had inadvertently escalated the situation. It was akin to playing the stock market. Just when one sees their stock soaring, they hold on, refusing to sell, only to watch them plummet. Now, without caller ID, he couldn't even return the call. Moments ago, filled with righteous indignation, he calmed himself and glanced at the furrowed brow of Feng Bo, chuckling softly as he turned to leave. 10 minutes later, through the careful dissemination by Gang Ji and Sister Su, the rumor that Feng Bo had been dismissed by the elusive writer for guidance spread throughout the publishing house. Soon after, Feng Bo was summoned into the office of Deputy Editor Lu for a private discussion. After regaining his composure, he dialed the number for Qingshui County once more. Hello. Is this the second high school of Qingshui County? I am looking for Li Yi from class repeating 1. Li Yi is not available? Please inform him that we have decided to publish his work, and he needs to come to the provincial capital immediately to discuss publication matters. The principal of Qingshui County Second High School hung up the phone and looked at Teacher Luo, asking once more, we only have 1 Li Yi in our school? Teacher Luo confirmed, indeed, just 1, and I have investigated. That boy has been quite secretive lately, seemingly engaged in writing. It can't merely seem so. Principal Chang declared with a wave of his hand. We must clarify the situation. If this is true, then the necessary support must be provided. Remember, everything should prioritize the child's wishes, ensuring he is afforded every convenience. Understood, Principal. Li Yi, filled with frustration, had taken a stroll outside, and upon returning to the classroom, he was met with the collective gaze of 51 pairs of eyes. A student at the doorway dashed out of the classroom, racing towards Mr. Luo's office. The jubilant announcement of Li Yi is back, resonating even from several dozen meters away. Mr. Luo hurried over, his footsteps brisk, and ascended the podium, beaming as he delivered his speech. Our classmate Li Yi has been diligently studying and passionately creating. He has already reached a publishing agreement with the Dahou Publishing House in the provincial capital. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Li Yi. Mr. Luo led the applause, inspiring a group of stunned classmates to join in. Meanwhile, Li Daiyong, who had regained his senses, clapped so vigorously that his palms turned crimson. It was only after a considerable time that Mr. Luo managed to quell the ceaseless applause, then turned to Li Yi and said, Li Yi, why don't you come up and share a few words of reflection? Li Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as he stood up and inquired, Mr. Luo, how did you know that Dahou Publishing House agreed to publish my novel? Mr. Luo replied, just now. Dahou Publishing House called our school and clearly expressed their intention to publish your novel, urging you to bring the complete manuscript to the provincial capital as soon as possible. It turns out to be a novel? My brother is a writer. My brother is a writer. Li Daiyong was genuinely delighted, even deliberately calling out to some in the front row to show off. However, Li Yi merely smiled and replied, Mr. Luo, just a few hours ago, I declined Dahou Publishing House's offer for publication. Everyone was left in stunned silence, even when Li Yu, who was most aware of the situation, was taken aback. Chapter 39. The insatiable belt. Li Yi, do not be so impulsive. Perhaps their intentions are genuinely to guide you. Li Yi, reconsider. Dahou Publishing House is the finest in our province. Your stubbornness may offend others. Li Yi, why not allow us to review your manuscript? The teachers could collectively offer suggestions and identify any shortcomings. Within the principal's office of County No. 2 High School, several teachers took turns persuading Li Yi, hoping he would change his mind and agree to the publishing intention of Dahou Publishing House. In their view, Li Yi was merely being pretentious, a child unscathed by the harsh realities of life, unwilling to accept any criticism. However, Li Ye's stance was unwavering. He was not seeking guidance, but rather financial success from his writing. Thus, with an indifferent tone, he replied, "Principal Chang, Teacher Luo, thank you for your concern. But I have decided to pursue publication with another house. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I can manage this on my own." Principal Chang observed Li Yi, nodding slightly. "Very well. Take some time to think it over. Such opportunities are rare, and do not hastily forsake them." Once Li Yi exited, Principal Chang turned to the frustrated teachers. "This child is resolute. Best not to interfere further. I will inform his family to let them decide." What a pity. Truly, he is oblivious to his good fortune. The teachers sighed collectively as they departed, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of mockery in Principal Chang's eyes. He picked up the phone and dialed the grain bureau. "I need to speak with Director Li." Li Zhongfa received the call from County No. 2 High School and was puzzled, having recently supplied a batch of affordable grain. Why the call again? However, after only a few exchanges, he abruptly stood, knocking over his chair in the process. "What did you say? Please repeat that." The sound of the chair crashing to the ground, combined with Li Zhongfa's booming voice, startled many colleagues in the grain bureau. They cautiously gathered around, peering into his office, which happened to be ajar. They beheld the normally composed Director Li, his face a canvas of shifting colors, alternating between red and pale, reflecting a tumult of emotions. "Rest assured, Principal Chang, your teachers are educated individuals, and it's not easy to discipline a rebellious child. I shall personally handle this matter. He has gone too far. I understand, no matter how talented he may be, he is still my grandson. It is imperative he learns humility." From a distance, the employees of the Grain Bureau exchanged knowing glances, as if they had uncovered a hidden secret. Months prior, Li Zhongfa's grandson had been jilted by a university student, igniting a wave of gossip. Now it seemed, that handsome young man had found himself embroiled in yet another predicament. Just as they were mulling over this, they were met with the sound of Li Zhongfa's unrestrained laughter. Laughter erupted, and the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had prompted their director's peculiar behavior. After a hearty chuckle, Li Zhongfa finally dialed the fertilizer factory. "I am looking for Li Kaijian." "Who am I?" "I am his father." "Kaijian, you must go to County No. 2 Middle School immediately and bring that boy back home." "Why? That boy has grown wings. I need to ruffle his feathers." Li Kaijian, upon hanging up the phone, was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom his father's intentions. However, he was acutely aware that Li Yi had indeed become rather independent. Recently, Li Yi had returned from the provincial capital with 5 pairs of fashionable leather boots, one for each woman in the household. While neither he nor Li Zhongfa received a pair, Li Zhongfa had scolded, "What a foolish boy," only to be met with fierce rebuke from his wife, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed at his age. Today, given the opportunity to ruffle some feathers, he was determined to teach that boy a lesson. Li Kaijian could feel the leather belt around his waist yearning for action. 2 hours later, Li Yi and Li Daong were brought back to the Li family courtyard by Li Kaijian. There, Li Zhongfa recounted the events that led to this moment, and soon, Li Yi and Li Daong found themselves the subjects of scrutiny from the Li family's younger generation, much like monkeys on display at a provincial zoo. Li Kaijian's leather belt, as expected, ended up in the hands of his mother, Li Ye's grandmother, who promptly delivered 2 sharp smacks to his backside. "With your lack of worth, how dare you think you can confront my grandson?" Once a proud veteran and workshop director, Li Kaijian gazed at Li Yi, bewildered as to why his beloved son suddenly appeared so shaken. Just days prior, he had brought home a substantial sum of money, which was already astonishing enough. But now he was declaring what? Writing a novel? And he had the audacity to reject a publisher's offer. Had he become enlightened? Clearing his throat with a show of authority, Li Zhongfa addressed Li Yi, "Grandson, I recognize your talents, but in this society, mere talent does not guarantee success. One must also possess wisdom. Our little Yi is lacking in wisdom? It seems to me that you two are the ones lacking in understanding." His serious discourse was abruptly interrupted by Li Ye's grandmother, leaving Li Zhongfa at a loss for words. Thus, he succinctly continued, "Little Yi, yielding momentarily does not signify cowardice. The publisher is merely an intermediary. You are the one submitting your work. If they offer you criticism, it won't cost you anything to let it go in one ear and out the other. Besides, did they not call back to agree to publish your work?" Li sighed and replied, "Grandfather, I too desire a smooth publication and some royalties, but their attitude is too haughty. I believe it would be wiser to seek another publisher." "What do you mean, seek another?" Li Zhongfa retorted, growing increasingly exasperated. Do you think publishers are like carrots in the field, that you can simply pick whichever you fancy? Count the number of publishers in Qinshui County, over the years, who has managed to publish a novel. In the newspaper, even the smallest snippets of news have been flaunted for several days. Li chuckled awkwardly and retrieved a slip of paper from his backpack. Of course, I would not pluck the radishes from the ground. But those radishes will come running into my embrace. Li Zhongfa could not comprehend Li Ye's words. Yet he recognized what the slip of paper in Li Ye's hand was. It was a telegram, the swiftest medium for transmitting written messages in the 1980s. Li Yi handed the telegram to Li Zhongfa, who hurriedly asked his elderly partner to fetch his reading glasses. Our agency has accepted your submission and is dispatching editor Dong Yuejin to your location to discuss publishing matters. The telegram contained but a few terse lines, yet Li Zhongfa read them repeatedly, pondering their significance. Hiss, Li Zhongfa inhaled sharply and inquired, "When did you receive this telegram, Xiaoyi?" Li Yi replied, "Just before school was out. I had barely received the telegram when my father caught me and dragged me home with a belt." Bang! Li Zhongfa slammed the table and scolded Li Kaijian. "Who told you to use the belt? You're over 40, yet you still behave like a ruffian." Li Kaijian was left speechless, his heart brimming with grievances he could not voice. "Weren't you the one who wanted to straighten out Li Yi? How come you've now turned your attention to me? Haven't I already conceded over the years? With a grandson, one forgets their own son. Must we be so heartless?" Li Kaijian did not dare provoke Li Zhongfa, so he turned to Li Yi with a scowl and asked, "Explain to me, what is the meaning of this telegram?" Li Yi elucidated, "This is a telegram from the Blue Sea Publishing House in Island City. They have accepted my submission and have sent someone to Qinshui County to discuss publishing with me. Do you grasp the difference between this and the provincial capital's publishing house?" Could Li Kaijian not understand? One required Li Yi to present himself and his manuscript, groveling for their favor, while the other dispatched someone to Li's territory to negotiate directly with Li Yi. The distinction was considerable. Observing the youthful exuberance radiating from Li Yi, Li Kaijian could no longer contain his curiosity. "What revelation have you had that has rendered you suddenly so astute?" Li Yi was aware that he could not evade the inquiry indefinitely. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Li Daong knows about this. I fell ill suddenly and endured 2 days of fever. Upon recovering, I felt transformed." Li Kaijian hurriedly asked, "In what way transformed?" Li Yi flashed a mischievous smile and said, "My back no longer aches. My legs are free of pain. Everything tastes delicious. My mind is sharp. The text I could not retain even after reading 8 times. Now I can grasp the gist after a single reading." The entire Li family, young and old alike, listened with rapt attention, captivated by Li Ye's tale, feeling as though they were witnessing a miraculous rebirth. Li Daong quickly chimed in, "Master, indeed. Ever since that day when Li Yi recovered, he has been extraordinary. Just a few days ago, we were working on the problems that you had arranged for Li Yi, and those problems were even more challenging than those posed by our teachers. None of us could solve them, except for Li Yi, who then explained them to us." As Li Daong continued his enthusiastic account, Li Zhongfa initially appeared perplexed, but soon his expression turned serious. "Problems? What problems?" Chapter 40. "You are quite mistaken. This is merely a set of examination papers in mathematics and science. Is it not the case that you had someone bring them from the big city? The papers used by the repeat class are all printed by the school. Yet teacher Ku explicitly stated that they were compiled by student Li Yi. Though Xia Yu and others were skeptical, Li Daong believed it wholeheartedly. Li Daong, robust in stature, possessed a remarkably intricate mind. Ever since Li Yi and when Li Yu began dabbling in novel writing, the tests distributed in class quickly ceased to possess any novelty. Is this not abundantly clear? It is all due to my brother's efforts." Li Zhongfa was perplexed, for he had never leveraged connections to procure any examination papers for Li Yi. With his limited grasp of the alphabet, he was unaware that high-quality test papers were an effective means to enhance one's college entrance examination scores. Thus, Li Zhongfa inquired of Li Yi, "Examination papers from the big city? Did the girl from the Lu family send them to you?" "Not her," Li Yi firmly denied. He truly could not comprehend why those around him still believed he had unresolved matters with Lu Jingyao. Li Zhongfa realized he had misinterpreted the situation. He thought the Lu girl genuinely wished to fulfill her father's promise to assist Li Yi in gaining admission to the capital. However, it appeared she had already soared to great heights. Yet, Li Zhongfa sensed that his grandson seemed less enamored with that phoenix than he once was. Therefore, the old man continued to inquire, "Little Yi, where did you obtain these papers?" Li Yi replied, "I created them myself. Initially, they were meant for De Yong and a few close friends to practice with. but then the teachers felt they should be shared with everyone. Li Zhongfa furrowed his brow and, in a serious tone, asked, "What impact can these examination questions truly have?" Li Yi pondered for a moment, modestly stating, "Given our class's current situation, if we persist in our studies, we might see an improvement of around 150 to 200 points." Everyone around him was left speechless. In this era, even Li Zhongfa, who prided himself on being unrefined, understood what an increase of 150 to 200 points signified. Yet, precisely because they understood the implications, they found it hard to believe Li Ye's fantastical claims. In a time when merely scoring over 300 points could secure admission to a junior college, how could one assert that they could help their peers improve by 150 to 200 points? If word of this were to spread, what repercussions would follow? Countless parents would surely come seeking improvement. Come, this is my grandson. Please, exert more effort for him. I'm not asking for a boost of 150 points. Even 100 will suffice. I shall bow down in gratitude. My goodness. Li Zhongfa smacked his lips and said to Li Yi, "Boasting carries responsibility. Speak truthfully to your grandfather. How much can you really improve their scores?" Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. If he spoke the truth, they would not believe him. Were they expecting him to fabricate a lie? At this moment, Li Daong, seated nearby, spoke up gallantly. "Master, I cannot claim that scores will elevate by more than 100, but there is indeed a tangible effect. In the past, my rankings in mathematics and physics hovered around the 30th position in my class. Just a few days ago, I scored 14th in mathematics and 11th in physics. Several other classmates have also seen significant improvements." Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian exchanged glances, both slapping their thighs in astonishment. "Goodness, you two are mistaken." Before Li Zhongfa could utter a word, Li Kaijian, in a fit of impatience, began to confront Li Yi. "Do you two foolish children not realize that the college entrance examination is not merely a contest of scores, but of rankings? Only a limited number of candidates are admitted, and a mere point can determine vastly different destinies. By aiding others in raising their scores, you are merely diminishing your own standings." Li Yi chuckled. "It's not as dire as you suggest. I am confident in my ability to succeed." "And what kind of mindset is this, father? Aren't you a veteran?" In truth, Li Yi understood that not all soldiers are blindly devoted. He aimed to silence Li Kaijian. When faced with peril, soldiers charge forth without hesitation. But do not presume they lack understanding of human affairs. Just observe the veterans around. Aside from those who are particularly honest, many are quite perceptive and astute. Li Kaijian opened his mouth to rebuke but found himself at a loss for words, for as the workshop director, he often prided himself on his wisdom. However, the matriarch of the Li family was unfazed, pointing her finger at her cherished grandson's forehead. "You are such a simple child, always thinking of others. But do others think of you? Last year, when Lu Jingyao was preparing for university, did she assist you? Why haven't you learned your lesson?" Only the family matriarch would dare mention Lu Jingyao in front of Li Yi. Others would refrain from bringing up sensitive topics. Silence enveloped the room, and Li Daong felt exceedingly awkward. He understood all too well the truth in the matriarch's words. Leaving aside other matters, the small group, led by Xia Yu, had procured a new set of exam papers from the county's top school, refusing to let Li Daong and his peers copy. Where could one find someone as selfless and magnanimous as Li Yi, who, sharing his papers, ultimately faced a barrage of sarcastic remarks? After being poked on the forehead by his grandmother, Li Yi felt compelled to clarify, "Grandmother, you misunderstand. How could I be a foolish child? A fence requires 3 stakes, and a hero needs 3 allies. I merely wish to see how many are grateful and willing to lend a hand, so that I may have assistance in the future." The matriarch remained unconvinced, muttering that her grandson was at a disadvantage. Li Yu playfully kicked Li Dayong's calf, prompting the latter to step forward to deflect the attention. "Master, Madam, Uncle Kaijian, what Li Yi says is true. He no longer provides exam papers for the class, as many have proven to be ungrateful. Recently, due to Li Ye's decision to refrain from tutoring his classmates, whispers abound, and many have resorted to spreading rumors. Li Daong and Hu Man engage in daily arguments with those individuals, yet fewer and fewer believe that Li Yi acts with public interest in mind, while the number of those who criticize him for selfishness continues to grow. As of now, the faction led by Li Daong and Hu Man has dwindled to but a few. Look, just look, can one truly be so naive? You extend kindness, only to be met with scorn. Enough of this," Li Zhongfa exclaimed sternly. Then turned to Li Yi and Li Daong. "How many of your so-called grateful allies remain?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu replied, 7. Li Daong concurred, including Wen Liu. That makes 7. 7 is no trivial number, Li Zhongfa remarked. Last year, our entire county did not manage to produce 7. So, what are your plans moving forward? If the teacher requests questions or papers from you again, how will you respond? Having weathered numerous storms, Li Zhongfa swiftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Li Yi can no longer pose questions or explain them to his peers. Yet, what about the teacher? There remains ample time before the college entrance examination. Surely, the 7 of you cannot avoid tackling new papers, correct? When the teacher approaches you, Li Yi, for questions, how will you handle it? The perspectives of students and teachers diverge significantly. Students, clinging to a narrow path, would readily topple others to secure their own passage. Conversely, teachers desire for their students to cross the bridge in an orderly and successful manner. One is driven by selfish inclinations, while the other upholds noble principles of justice. When these two forces collide, the individual often finds themselves morally outmatched. Li Yi nodded. This indeed poses a dilemma. I plan to have Daong and the others begin practicing soon. The teacher will surely notice. Li Zhongfa's expression turned serious as he said, You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Now, regarding the editor from Island City, how do you intend to entertain them? Shall I arrange for a few companions from the County Literary Federation? No need. Li Yi replied. It would be inappropriate to discuss prices in front of outsiders. Prices? Li Zhongfa paused, inquiring. What prices? The manuscript fee. Li Yi responded. Puzzled, the national standard for manuscript fees is currently between 3 to 10 yuan per 1,000 words. My goal is the highest tier of 10. In truth, I place greater importance on the royalties from reprints, as that is a continuous stream of income. Li Zhongfa, Li Kaijian, the members of the Li family, along with Li Daong. After a considerable pause, Li Zhongfa finally asked, Xiao Yi, is it for the money that you write novels? Naturally, Li Yi asserted, who would toil for free? Li Kaijian, his face twisted with disdain, remarked, at such a young age, you are already fixated on money, consumed by it. What of it? And what of it? You two grown men are not even as wise as my grandson. The family matriarch interjected, chastising her husband and son, then turned to Li Yi. My dear grandson, how much can you earn from this novel? Li Yi pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps just a few thousand yuan at most. In the future, there will be a gradual flow. Everyone was astonished, for in these times, several thousand yuan constitutes a substantial sum. However, Li Zhongfa felt a stirring in his heart as he pondered a certain matter. The money Li Yi earned from selling sesame candy was still somewhat sensitive, making him hesitant to spend it. Yet, if he were to receive this large amount of manuscript fees, would it not effectively cover everything? With this thought, Li Zhongfa raised his gaze to his grandson, only to meet Li Ye's eyes. Li Yi smiled with triumph. Grandpa, your thoughts are not misplaced. That is precisely my intent. Dong Yujin endured a grueling journey of over 10 hours on a green train, followed by an additional 2 hours by bus, before finally arriving at the city of Chishui County from the island city. After disembarking, he inquired along the way and ultimately reached Chishui County Second Middle School. Who are you looking for? Which institution? The guard, old Lu, with a hoarse voice, halted Dong Yujin. I seek Li Yi. I am from Blue Ocean Publishing House. Here is my work ID. Dong Yujin produced his identification and presented it to old Lu. Old Lu took it, feigning scrutiny while secretly glancing at Dong Yujin with his bulging eyes. Although he could not read, he was adept at assessing people. Dong Yujin was clearly a quintessential literati, akin to the teachers at the school. As a gatekeeper, old Lu was well aware of the teacher's tenacity, who could elaborate on a single point for an entire day. The office is over there. Forget it. I will escort you. Old Lu grumbled inwardly, yet after some contemplation, he decided to lead Dong Yujin there. Having been reprimanded by Jinping recently, old Lu harbored resentment towards Li Yi. However, recognizing Li Yi's rising influence, he opted for acquiescence rather than confrontation. Principal Chang. This gentleman is from the publishing house, here to see Li Yu. I have brought him in. From the publishing house? Principal Chang, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly looked up, beaming as he approached. You are from Dao Publishing, right? Ah, welcome, welcome. Dong Yujin, feeling the sincerity in Principal Chang's firm handshake, found himself perplexed. Murmuring to himself, Dao Publishing? No, that is not right. Suddenly, Dong Yujin experienced a moment of clarity. Suspecting Li Ye's practice of submitting the same manuscript to multiple publishers. Oh, may I meet Li Yi? Our president has tasked me with the urgent necessity of meeting him in person. I understand. That child, Li Yi, he can be a bit stubborn. But he is young. It is only natural for him to possess some youthful fervor. After receiving your call, we have already conducted a session of criticism and education regarding him. Dong Yujin found himself utterly bewildered. Child. Principal, what are you saying? Chapter 41. Did your people not just arrive? From a distance, Dong Yujin spotted Li Yi coming from the classroom, finally grasping Principal Chang's implication. Isn't this just a child? Before arriving, Dong Yujin could never have imagined that the author of Submerged, known as 7-inch Blade, was merely a high school student. As he observed Li Yi approaching with a beaming smile, a flicker of conflict stirred within him. A few days prior, Dong Yujin had received the manuscript submitted by Li Yi and promptly reported it to the editor-in-chief, expressing his desire to acquire. After reviewing the work, the editor-in-chief also viewed it favorably but had additional considerations. He pondered the implications of what kind of individual could produce a work like, and whether this person might be a troublesome and sensitive character. Ultimately, the editor-in-chief entrusted the decision to Dong Yujin. Little Dong, this book is entirely in your hands. You negotiate, and regardless of the outcome, whether good or bad, the credit is yours. The editor-in-chief's message was clear, while the novel was indeed a promising piece. Its subject matter was somewhat delicate. If Dong Yujin chose to proceed, he would bear the responsibility should any issues arise, yet any accolades would be his alone. With trepidation, Dong Yujin journeyed to Chishui County, hoping that this 7-inch Blade was a pure literary soul rather than a member of some controversial faction. One cannot fault Dong Yujin for his apprehension. Li Yi possessed foresight, aware that after the spring breeze, all things rejuvenate. However, others might not share this insight. The winds of change had only shifted a few years prior. What if they veered back in a parabolic arc? Yet, despite his extensive calculations, Dong Yujin had not anticipated that 7-inch Blade would turn out to be a mere child. He pondered whether the latter half of the manuscript could maintain the quality of the first half. If it were even half as commendable, would undoubtedly be exceptional. As Dong Yujin ruminated, he approached Li Yi. Having heard from Principal Chang that Day Publishing House had already been in contact with Li Yi, he understood that he should not adopt an overly lofty demeanor. A stubborn child is akin to a mule. One must handle them with care and understanding. However, just as Dong Yujin began to smile, Li Yi extended his hand from a distance. Hello, Editor Dong. I received your telegram only yesterday. I didn't expect you to arrive today. I apologize for not being able to greet you. No worries at all. We are not delicate flowers requiring such formalities. Dong Yujin replied with a chuckle. So, shall we discuss matters first, or would you prefer to review the manuscript? Dong Yujin was momentarily taken aback, finding Li Yi's demeanor quite unexpected. Where is this child being obstinate? What makes him difficult to engage with? He appears remarkably accommodating and understanding. The submission Li Yi sent to Lanhai Publishing House contained only a minor portion of the plot. Concluding as Yu Zicheng was reassigned to the position of major director at the Jinchaji Confidential Bureau, where he was to undergo ideological education. Dong Yujin, after reading this, was consumed with curiosity about the subsequent developments. The narrative was not only thrilling but also pivotal to the novel's stance. Should the latter part falter and the position skew, Dong Yujin's efforts would be in vain. Thus, he was eager to delve into the remaining manuscript without a moment's delay. Thus, Dong Yujin remarked, if possible, I would like to peruse the manuscript first. Li Yi readily acquiesced. Very well, I have the manuscript at home. Let us find another venue to discuss it. Dong Yujin chuckled. In that case, it would be my honor to comply. Li Yi exchanged a smile with Principal Chang before turning to lead Dong Yujin away. Principal Chang, momentarily taken aback, observed the two departing with brisk steps. This was rather peculiar. He felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, representatives from the publishing house might visit only once in a lifetime, and yet Li Yi appeared oblivious to the importance of fostering familiarity among colleagues. The ringing of a telephone behind him interrupted Principal Chang's vexation. He turned, seated himself, and answered the call. Hello? Who is this? I am from Day Publishing House. Li Yi has not been in contact with US. May I inquire if you conveyed our previous expression of interest in publishing to him? Day Publishing House? Principal Chang paused in surprise and replied, Did not your people just visit? Why are you asking me? Beep, beep, beep. In truth, Li Yi had not left the manuscript at home. He was simply reluctant to linger at the school, thus he had invited Dong Yujin out. Heading straight for the finest restaurant in the county, Qingshui Restaurant. Upon entering, Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian were already present. After a round of cordial exchanges with Dong Yujin, they proceeded to order drinks and dishes, their warm demeanor making Dong Yujin feel quite at ease. Li Yi retrieved the manuscript from his bag and handed it to Dong Yujin. In this setting, Dong Yujin should not have immediately scrutinized the manuscript. Yet he could hardly contain his eagerness. While we await the dishes, I shall take a brief look, for this is indeed of utmost importance. I hope you understand. Take your time, Editor Dong. Your dedication to your work is commendable, they replied. Dong Yujin turned to the first page of the manuscript and casually scanned it, quickly connecting the narrative to the images in his mind. Yu Zicheng arrives in Tianjin, encounters the traitor Ma Kuei, must bring the fictitious wife here. The tightly woven and captivating plot soon captivated Dong Yujin entirely. And he was so engrossed that he did not set the manuscript down even when the food and drinks arrived. Not only did he not relinquish the manuscript, but he also occasionally chuckled softly, nodding his head as he became further immersed in the story. Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian exchanged glances, both astonished. Just yesterday, they had learned that Li Yi was writing a novel, and thus they had not yet read his manuscript. Yet, despite their hopes for their grandson, they had only regarded Li Yi as an outstanding high school student. However, the editor before them, in his 30s and exuding an air of cultured sophistication, seemed utterly enthralled by their child's work. Coughing lightly, Li Yu signaled to Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian with a glance. Your grandson has completed his tasks. Now it is time for you, the seasoned veteran, to step in. Li Kaijian understood the cue, picked up the bottle, and poured a generous glass for Dong Yujin. Editor Dong, I raise a glass to you for your arduous efforts. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. You are far too gracious. Dong Zuejin finally set aside his manuscript, lifted his glass, and clinked it with Li Kaijian before taking a sip. In truth, after a long day's journey, he was ravenously hungry, and now, having filled his stomach with warm food, his spirits began to lift. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Dong Yuejin learned of Li Zhongfa's military background, which led to a delightful exchange of compliments. However, in a subtle manner, Dong Yuejin also discovered that no one in the Li family was involved in intelligence work behind enemy lines. Thus, he curiously inquired of Li Yi. Li Yi, how did you conceive those espionage plot lines? Li Yi replied, I received assistance from a teacher and planned to co-author with her. Indeed. Dong Yuejin felt a sudden jolt and asked, what is the current situation with that teacher? May we meet her? As you know, since it is a co-authorship, her consent is also necessary for publication. Li Yu nodded. Yes, she was just teaching her students, and I have informed her. She will come over shortly. Dong Yuejin felt slightly reassured. Since the teacher was free to move about and was still conducting classes, she did not belong to the most troublesome category of individuals. Before long, Teacher Ku arrived. It was the first encounter for the Li father and son, as well as Dong Yuejin, with Teacher Ku, yet after a brief interaction, all three felt a palpable heaviness in the air. Presence is not something one can feign. Teacher Ku's demeanor and eloquence exuded a subtle pressure. Even in her simple attire, she shone like a solitary star, commanding respect and caution. Dong Yuejin hesitated. Someone of Teacher Ku's caliber would surely not co-author a novel with a student. He cautiously asked, You are Teacher Ku, correct? Li mentioned that you would co-author this book with him. Do you have any requirements or opinions regarding the publication of Infiltration? To his surprise, Teacher Ku responded, No. I merely provided Li Yi with minimal assistance. There is no need for co-authorship. Li Yi looked at Teacher Ku in astonishment, unable to comprehend her sudden change of heart. Teacher Ku smiled at Li Yi and retrieved 2 publications from her bag. With a smile, she said, In my younger years, I also enjoyed writing, earning a bit of manuscript fees. Back then, I felt I possessed some writing prowess. Dong Yuejin promptly took the publications from Teacher Ku, flipping through them to discover they were prestigious literary journals from over a decade ago, featuring works that Teacher Ku had marked, showcasing substantial and exquisite pieces. Dong Yuejin respectfully remarked, So you are a predecessor. Teacher Ku shook her head, humbly replying, When I first engaged with Li Yi, I believed I could provide him with substantial help, but I was mistaken. I trust Editor Dong has read Li Yi's Infiltration, correct? It is evident that the writing style of Li Yi diverges significantly from that of us seasoned individuals. Dong Yuejin nodded in deep agreement, stating, Indeed. This represents a completely novel approach to writing, remarkably innovative and captivating. Teacher Ku cast a smile towards Li Yi and remarked, Since I cannot offer much assistance, how could I shamelessly usurp credit for someone else's work? Li Yi was genuinely perplexed. He gazed at Teacher Ku, longing to inquire at that very moment. Has she truly reached a point where she no longer requires help? Chapter 42. The Encounter of Monsters and Ghosts. The reason why Teacher Ku abruptly changed her mind and declined to credit her name on Li Yi's Infiltration was due to the manuscript of a new novel that Wen Liu had presented to her the previous night. Initially, when Li Yu aspired to learn novel writing from Li Yi, who opted for a collaborative approach to read-time teaching, encouraging Wen Liu to furnish the story's background and character material. Naturally, the materials were provided by teacher Ku, and on the very day she supplied them, she took it upon herself to begin writing. She wished to test her own abilities and see if she could craft a novel akin to Infiltration. Teacher Ku, possessing her own sense of pride and not being a novice in literary writing, believed that with Li Ye's Infiltration as a reference, she could certainly produce something of merit. Her writing progressed quite smoothly. After all, she was a university student from the 1960s and had previously published literary works, ensuring her command of language was undoubtedly sound. Moreover, many of the character prototypes she had prepared were stories recounted by the elders in her family, and now, translating them into written form was merely a matter of reinterpretation. As teacher Ku continued to write, her confidence grew, and she quickly crafted a promising beginning. After rereading it several times, she felt a swell of self-satisfaction, planning to share it with Li Yi in a few days for mutual learning. After all, collaboration necessitates shared effort. Regrettably, before she could present her manuscript to Li Yi, when Li Yu brought Li Ye's manuscript to her, upon reading it, teacher Ke found herself once again engrossed for an entire night. Reminiscent of her initial encounter with the Infiltration manuscript, the comparison was stark. Despite utilizing the same character materials and story background, the resultant works were entirely different entities. If one were to make a comparison, teacher Ke's narrative resembled a pot of bland, saltwater stew, lacking flavor and barely sufficient to stave off hunger. In contrast, Li Ye's tale was a sumptuous banquet of stir-fried dishes, rich with color, aroma, and nourishment. The missing ingredients and cooking techniques in teacher Ke's story were all private touches that Li Yi had infused into his work. Teacher Ke's narrative was essentially a ledger novel, elegantly written yet devoid of substantial plot, while Li Ye's was a literary narrative brimming with depth and richness. As dawn broke outside her window, teacher Ke chuckled at herself, finally comprehending how misguided and overreaching her earlier request for co-authorship had been. Li Yi did not require her assistance. Her involvement would only complicate matters, although teacher Ke had genuinely felt helpless at that moment. Unwilling to relinquish even a straw for support, was that truly a valid justification? Moreover, as she gazed at the manuscript in her hands, teacher Ke realized that Li Yi had genuinely been aiding her. The novel, tentatively titled Fugitive Amidst Flames, was a high-end, bespoke work that resonated deeply with teacher Ke's ideals. Though it was merely a beginning, the warriors who poured their blood for the light were vividly depicted by Li Yi through various techniques, leaving a lasting impression upon the reader, an aspect of great significance. Once this book is completed, teacher Ke intends to share it with a select few, hoping to rekindle memories of her husband, who has long been forgotten. It can be said that teacher Ke has never explicitly conveyed her needs to Li Yi. However, Li Yi has astutely provided her with the very essence she yearns for. Honesty in relationships is reciprocal. Consequently, teacher Ke resolves to extend her apologies to Li Yi. She presents her previous works to Dong Wei-jin and acknowledges her own shortcomings, thereby inadvertently elevating Li Ye's literary standing. After all, Li Yi is still quite young and susceptible to being underestimated. In the presence of Li Ye's parents, teacher Ke humbly admits her deficiencies without feeling embarrassed. Rather, she finds it entirely appropriate. She has observed the changes in her daughter and considers the possibility of a deeper connection with Li Yi in the future, while hoping to avoid any gossip from their parents. I raise a toast to both of you, congratulating you on raising a fine son and grandson, teacher Ke declares formally, lifting her glass to Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian. Not at all. The child is still young. We must rely on you, teacher Ke, for further guidance. Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian, being adept at social niceties, reciprocate without hesitation, and the atmosphere in the private room becomes warm and congenial. Thanks to teacher Ku's involvement, certain questions have been implicitly addressed and clarified. Although Li Yi is somewhat inexperienced, writing a spy thriller like Infiltration lacks persuasive weight. Yet teacher Ku's support inadvertently fills this gap. Everyone listens attentively as she recounts numerous stories to provide context for Li Ye's work. After a short while, noticing Dong Yuejin's face growing flushed and sweaty, Li Yi realizes that his drinking capacity is limited, and should he become inebriated, discussions will be impeded. It is best to navigate the fine line between tipsiness and drunkenness during negotiations, for drunken words hold no weight, while sober silence may carry significance. Seizing an opportunity, Li Yi interjects, Editor Dong, during your visit, has the publishing house mentioned anything regarding the remuneration? Dong, well-prepared, responds confidently, "Of course, they have. Li Yi, your novel's quality is commendable. I have managed to secure a remuneration rate of 5 yuan per 1,000 characters, which is quite generous for a new author." 5 yuan. Li Yi's expression betrays a hint of disappointment. The national standard is 3 to 10 yuan per 1,000 characters. And while receiving 5 yuan for a debut novel seems fair, it feels inadequate for a work like Infiltration. After a moment's contemplation, he inquires again, "Editor Dong, what is the set percentage for royalties?" "Royalties?" Dong Yuejin appears taken aback, responding with a question of his own, "What royalties?" Li Yi, caught off guard, ponders for a moment before replying, "You know, the remuneration based on print run. Didn't the state restore print run remuneration in 80? Dong Yuejin looks embarrassed, admitting, "I'm afraid I'm not quite sure about that." Li Yu furrows his brow, uncertain whether Dong is genuinely uninformed or merely feigning ignorance. In his previous life as an online writer, he had once envied the substantial royalties earned by esteemed authors. He had, by chance, come across information regarding the royalties for literary works. Royalties were introduced to this land in the 1920s, and figures such as Hu Shi thrived in the capital, Beijing, relying on these earnings. By the 1980s, the state reinstated royalties that had long been suspended, establishing a basic royalty rate of 5 for every 10,000 copies sold, which would later increase, with even Han X receiving as much as 20. However, what Li Yi did not realize was that while these regulations existed, it was only after the emergence of Shuai Yi that this beneficial policy for authors was effectively implemented. At present, Li Yi remained unaware of this and suspected he had made an error. Tentatively, he inquired, "So, Editor Dong, is it true that the standard fee established in 1980 stipulates that original works receive 3 to 10 yuan per 1,000 words, and translated works receive 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 words?" Dong Yuejin, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded and replied, "Yes, that's correct. But I need to verify the printing fees with the publishing house." Realizing he had not erred, Li Yu felt a pang of discomfort, and his smile noticeably faded. In truth, Dong Yuejin found himself in a difficult position. Although Qian Su was indeed an exceptional piece, it could not rectify the disparity in status between the publisher and the author until tangible results were seen. He had already been quite accommodating and cordial towards a newcomer like Li Yi. In this era, many editors, like Feng Bo from Day Publishing House, were far less gracious. Li Zhongfa and Li Kaijian, upon hearing this, also felt unsettled. How could it be that the maximum rate was 10 yuan, the minimum 3 yuan? Yet they offered his grandson only 5 yuan, and even slashed the subsequent earnings? Li Zhongfa laughed heartily, raising his glass in a toast. Come, Editor Dong. Let us drink. Children tend to be particular. Do not take it to heart. We do not write merely for the sake of wealth, do we?" Meanwhile, Li Kaijian, a former reconnaissance soldier, discreetly retrieved Li Yi's manuscript during their drinking session, securely stowing it away in his bag. "Over 1,000 yuan for my son's treasure? Is that a substantial amount?" Hao Jian's sesame candy business was surprisingly flourishing. Just a few days prior, Jin Peng had come to report that the profits from the latest batch might reach as high as 3,000 yuan. Thus, the Li family's attitude towards wealth had shifted significantly from the past. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol with the Li family, Dong Yuejin, feeling a bit lightheaded, reached for his bag to pull out the contract and confirm the publication with Li Yi, only to discover that the manuscript he had not yet finished reading was missing. It felt akin to a series abruptly interrupted by a power outage, leaving him in a state of discontent and unease. However, this incident served as a subtle reminder to Dong Yuejin. If a seasoned editor like himself could be so captivated by this novel, what might the reaction of an ordinary reader be? It could be said that the latter half of Li Yi's manuscript far exceeded Dong Yuejin's expectations, solidifying his resolve. Qian Su is indeed an excellent book. It must be secured. He produced the contract and smiled at everyone, saying, "We have enjoyed our drinks and meals. It is time to discuss serious matters." This was the publishing contract for Undercover from the publishing house. "Li Yi, please take a look." "Oh, why the rush?" Li Kaidian interjected, wrapping his arm around Dong Yuejin's shoulders with warmth. "It's not every day that Editor Dong visits Qi Shui. We must host him for a few days. We still have more drinking to do tonight." Dong Yuejin smacked his lips, sensing that this matter would encounter some complications. However, being a person of integrity, he promptly declared, "We cannot continue drinking. Any further indulgence would hinder our work. I shall make a call to the publishing house shortly to report and strive for a higher manuscript fee. Does that sound acceptable?" Li Kaijian was momentarily taken aback, then patted Dong's shoulder firmly. "Old Dong, You are a forthright man. Regardless of the outcome, I consider you a friend. Upon leaving the restaurant, Dong Guejin resolutely declined further hospitality from Li Kaijian and headed to the post office to make his call. The conversation proved to be quite arduous, as the publishing house expressed significant reservations, asserting that there was no precedent for such a situation. It was only after Dong Guejin mentioned the interest from the Daha publishing house that the editor-in-chief responded with a weighty remark. If you are willing to assume all responsibility, then feel free to proceed as you wish. This statement carried considerable weight. Should Dong Guejin insist on making an exception, unless Undercover became a sensational success, his future career prospects would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Feeling disheartened, Dong Guejin wandered aimlessly around the county town, growing increasingly agitated. By this time, the effects of alcohol had set in, and with the clock nearing 5 in the afternoon, he resolved to find accommodation for the night and deliberate further before discussing matters with Li Yi. Upon entering the Qinshui County guest house, he noticed a young man at the reception desk, checking in while inquiring about directions to County No. 2 middle school and the typical ages of students in the repeat classes. Dong Guejin's curiosity was piqued. He approached and glanced at the young man's introduction letter. Although his nearsightedness made it difficult to read, he could discern the prominent red stamp bearing the words publishing house. A sudden jolt of realization surged through Dong Guejin, fully awakening him from his stupor. He quietly retreated, exited the guest house, and dashed towards County No. 2 middle school. Chapter 43. Do you not believe? I do. May I trouble you for a receipt? Also, could you kindly direct me to the County No. 2 middle school in Qishui County? Gengji straightforwardly handed over the money to the receptionist at the guest house, retrieved his introduction letter, and casually inquired about the directions. That afternoon, he received some delightful news. Following comprehensive discussions at the society, it was decided that he would liaise with the 7-inch blade to expedite the publication of Undercover. Gengji felt a surge of frustration, nearly erupting at that moment. Isn't this just asking me to clean up after Fengbo? Whoever makes the mess should clean it up. Nevertheless, Gengji ultimately restrained himself. He held high hopes for Undercover, fervently wishing to secure it. However, Fengbo had cunningly withheld the details regarding the phone call to Principal Chang, leaving Gengji unaware that a publisher's representative had already approached Li Yi. Upon arriving in Qinshui County, he thought it prudent to settle in first, hoping to earn a travel stipend. In those days, business trips did not involve purchasing invoices. It was merely a means to earn a bit of travel money. Since Gengji had embarked on his journey at noon, he could count today as one day, and at least another day tomorrow, while the stipend was modest. It would suffice for his family to enjoy 2 meals of meat or to elevate his smoking experience for the month. At that moment, Gengji noticed a bespectacled middle-aged man hastily exiting the guest house and sprinting away. What is wrong with that man? Is he being chased by a dog? After receiving his receipt, the receptionist directed him to get to County No. 2 middle school, turn left upon exiting, and walk for a mile. Gengji glanced in the direction indicated, realizing it was precisely where the man, seemingly pursued, had fled. A sudden unease washed over him. Since there is still time, should I first check out County No. 2 middle school? With that thought, he stepped outside and headed towards the school. Nestled in a plain region, Qishui County featured long, straight streets, and from a distance, Gengji could spot Dong Guejin, who was panting heavily from running. Gengji looked around, perplexed. There is no dog chasing him here. However, the next moment, he saw Dong Guejin glance back at him before dashing away again. Is he looking at me? Gengji instinctively speculated a possibility and unconsciously quickened his pace. Gengji was considerably younger than Dong Guejin, and with the latter out of breath, he could not shake off Gengji. Just as Dong Guejin entered County No. 2 middle school, Gengji remained baffled, but when the gatekeeper, old Lu, stopped him, he suddenly realized the situation was dire. What do you want? Who are you looking for? I am from Day Publishing House, seeking Li Yi. Another publisher? Are you in cahoots with the person who just passed? Oh no. When Dong Guejin, gasping for air, finally reached the first class of the repeat students, Li Yi and others were bustling about with their enamel mugs, preparing to head to the cafeteria, causing the corridor outside the classroom to be packed to the brim. In the midst of the crowd, Dong Guejin pressed forward with great determination. Making his way to Li Yi's side, he swallowed hard and said, Li Yi, I have consulted with the agency, and your remuneration can be increased to 8 yuan per 1,000 words. Li Yi was taken aback. Just a few hours earlier, it had been 5 yuan, and now it had suddenly risen to 8. Clearly, something significant had transpired in the interim. Given the bureaucratic inefficiencies and rigid mindset of the 1980s, Such a change was unlikely without substantial reason. Since you are in a hurry, I shall not rush, Li Yi replied with a gentle smile. Editor Dong. Let us first enjoy a meal, and then discuss this matter at leisure, shall we? What nonsense! Dong Yuedin exclaimed as he retrieved a stamped contract from his bag, producing a fountain pen and offering it to Li Yi, like a devil tempting a lamb. Li Yi, trust me, no one will offer you a better deal than this. Your manuscript is nearly 300,000 words long. If you sign this contract, you will receive 2,400 yuan within 2 days. Good heavens! 2,400 yuan! Li Yi was astonished. What had he written to earn such a sum? Surely, he must be mistaken. If mistakes can yield 2,400, I'd gladly make one. The students crowded in the corridor erupted in excitement, standing on tiptoes to gaze at Li Yi, who was encircled like a shimmering money tree. 2,400 yuan in the early 1980s could buy several houses, a multitude of bicycles, or even secure many brides. For an ordinary worker earning 30 to 40 yuan monthly, it would take years of saving to amass such an amount. Dong Yuden's intention in announcing that figure was to evoke shock among the onlookers, hoping to daze Li Yi into submission. In this era, any young person hearing of such a sum would be bound to be dazzled and compliant. However, in all fairness, the rate of 8 yuan per 1,000 words was indeed generous for a novice author like Li Yi. Yet the intervention of Daijia Publishing House had compelled Dong Yuedin to resort to such tactics. Nevertheless, Li Yi was no stranger to significant sums. He could not be easily swayed. He shook his head and pointed to the surrounding students. Editor Dong, look around. This hardly seems an appropriate environment for a discussion. Does it? Dong Yuedin yawned to seize Li Yi, compelling him to sign the contract as one would force Yang Bailao to sign a contract of servitude. Yet, gazing at Li Yi's innocent smile, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility. This young man is nothing but a slippery character. No, he is a shrewd businessman. Excuse me, which of you is Li Yi? A straightforward voice called from the end of the corridor, piercing through the throng of students and landing squarely on the contract in Dong Yuedin's hand. A dozen arms pointed in unison towards Li Yi, as eager classmates collectively declared, "He is Li Yi." Geng Ji approached, casting a glance at Dong Yuedin, and extended his palm, saying, "Greetings, Li Yi. I am Geng Ji from Daijia Publishing House, currently overseeing the publication of your novel." Another publisher, indeed? How astonishing. The surrounding students ceased their lunch endeavors, congregating outside the classroom to witness the spectacle. The sight of 2 publishing houses vying for a single student was something they had neither witnessed nor even heard of before. Li Yi, puzzled, inquired of Geng Ji, "Isn't it Feng Bo who has been liaising with me from your publishing house?" Internally, Geng Ji felt a twinge of annoyance but nonetheless clarified, "Feng Bo merely happened to take a call. I have been in charge from the very beginning." "Oh, I see." Li Yi replied with a cheerful smile. "Let us have a meal first. It's on me, and we can discuss matters at leisure, shall we?" Half an hour later, in a mutton soup restaurant outside the school, the 3 sat in silence, none daring to speak. The anticipated scene of competition failed to materialize, as Dong Yuedin and Geng Ji seemed to share an unspoken understanding, engaging in a silent standoff with Li Yi. However, with his experience from 2 lifetimes, Li Yi was not naive enough to be deceived by their little ruse. He slurped down the last of his soup, bid them farewell, and prepared to leave. "Take your time eating. I must head to class. If you need to discuss anything, feel free to approach me individually or together." Geng Ji could no longer contain himself. Judging by Dong Yuedin's earlier hasty exit, he was certain that Dong would seek out Li Yi for a private conversation. After all, empty promises cost nothing. Geng Ji boldly declared, "Li Yi, may I see the manuscript first? Rest assured, our Daijia Publishing House possesses top-tier capabilities and can offer the most favorable conditions." Li Yi scratched his head, humbly replying, "My manuscript has only just been completed, and I feel there are still some inadequacies. I would prefer to consult a few seasoned individuals before finalizing it and seeking your feedback. Are you looking for others to review it? Are you planning to submit to other publishers?" Geng Ji felt a surge of frustration, while Dong Yuedin shook his head in resignation. There are numerous publishing houses domestically. While they may not offer better conditions, they would undoubtedly complicate matters. Give up? Wouldn't that mean allowing others to reap the benefits? Dong Yuedin exhaled a sigh of frustration, resolutely stating, 10 yuan per 1,000 words. This is our sincerity at Blue Ocean Publishing. Geng Ji gazed at Dong Yuedin in astonishment, suddenly perceiving him as a tragic yet valiant warrior. Li Yi blinked and asked, "What about the printing fee?" "You still want a printing fee?" Geng Ji stared wide-eyed at Li Yi, suddenly realizing that pairing Feng Bo with Li Yi was a most ill-fated match. Dong Yuedin smiled and replied, Regarding the issue of manuscript remuneration, I cannot provide an immediate answer. However, we have recently established connections with several literary media outlets in Hong Kong, and I can recommend your novel to them. The royalties there are quite substantial. If your work captures their attention, it is not inconceivable to earn several thousand, or even tens of thousands, or potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. Huh? Do you really believe that? Gungji scoffed, turning his face aside. The island city, possessing 80% of the province's export share, indeed finds it easier to forge connections with the outside world. Yet how much sincerity exists in such connections? Moreover, a novel like Undercover, which bears overt thematic elements, is unlikely to attract the interest of the media in Hong Kong. Not only did Gungji doubt this, but even Dong Yuejin himself harbored skepticism. However, both were astonished to discover that the cunning little thief seemed to actually believe it. Li Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Wow, you have such impressive connections. Why didn't you mention it earlier? While Undercover may not be suitable, I have The Legend of the Chain. What about Tomb Robber's Notes or Ghost Blows Out the Light? What genre are you looking for? If all else fails, we could explore various heart-wrenching romantic novels from the female readership. Perhaps we could engage with Aunt Xiong Yao amicably? Chapter 44. A conversation that lasts 3 days and 3 nights. Ultimately, Li Yi did not ascend to the status of Master Shuo. With his singular determination, he shattered the constraints of the industry and established a groundbreaking precedent for remuneration based on print volume for numerous literary creators. However, after protracted negotiations with Blue Ocean Publishing House, he managed to pry open a small fissure in the contract, adding an apparently unattainable clause. Should the print run of this novel exceed 500,000 copies, the author shall be compensated based on a standard of 5 of the basic manuscript fee for every 10,000 copies printed. In a future era, a print run of 500,000 copies would not be considered significant, yet in the early 1980s, for an emerging writer, it was an astronomical figure. The magazine Jinggu Legend, launched in 1981, sold over 2,700,000 copies within 5 years, making it the foremost literary periodical of its time. Nevertheless, as a periodical, its average issue circulation was less than 100,000 copies, a feat achieved through several years of accumulating reputation and high sales. During that time, many novels had print runs in the thousands, with tens of thousands being a rarity. The phenomenon of Fortress Besieged selling over 1 million copies within a decade of its reprints was something no one believed could be compared to Li Yi's situation. After all, who was the author of Fortress Besieged? And who was Li Yi? As a newcomer, even if the content of Undercover was exceptional, could it truly rival a classic like Fortress Besieged? To aspire for a sales figure exceeding 500,000 copies was akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Of course, Blue Ocean Publishing House had calculated the potential profits, with a novel priced at nearly 2 yuan, should Li Yi achieve the unprecedented milestone of 500,000 copies sold. Their earnings could reach 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. Even if other peers criticized Blue Ocean for breaking the established norms, they could present an irrefutable argument. If you wish to critique me, first print 500,000 copies. Indeed, Dong Yuejin conveyed this sentiment directly to the forthright representatives of the Big River Publishing House. The forthright representatives closely monitored the tug-of-war between Dong Yuejin and Li Yi, continuously attempting to intercept their negotiations. Unfortunately, they lacked Dong Yuejin's resolve, and the Big River Publishing House behind them lacked the audacity of Blue Ocean Publishing House. Ultimately, they not only failed to sway Li Yi, but inadvertently spurred Dong Yuejin into action, leading him, in a moment of impulse, to sign an exceptional contract. Thus, when Li Yi bid farewell to Dong Yuejin at the station, the latter grasped Li Yi's hand firmly and said, "Li Yi, we are now like grasshoppers on the same string. If you achieve fame, I will undoubtedly benefit. If you, alas." Li Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. To be honest, Dong Yuejin was not a bad person and someone worthy of friendship. Therefore, Li Yi replied, "If this book does not succeed, I shall write you another, at a friendly price." Another one? Dong Yuejin's interest was piqued instantly, and he inquired, "Do you have any ideas now? What genre?" "I have plenty of ideas," Li Yi contemplated for a moment before countering. "What genres are you looking for?" "History, romance, science fiction. I can do them all." Dong Yuejin found himself at a loss for words. Had he not grown accustomed to Li Yi's arrogance in recent days, he might have spat in his face right then and there. "What kind of novels do we desire? Historical romance, science fiction? Do you fancy yourself a chameleon? Just a shake of the head and a turn of the brain, and you think you can don a new skin?" Ultimately, however, Dong Yuejin inquired, Martial arts novels are quite popular nowadays. Can you write one? Li Yi pursed his lips, hesitating as he replied, martial arts. I must admit, I am not particularly skilled in that genre. Dong Yuejin's eyes sparkled with a knowing look, as if to say, caught you boasting, didn't I? In truth, Li Yi was indeed not well versed in martial arts, for by the time he sought to write web novels, the genre had already faded into obscurity. Times have progressed, and so have the tastes of readers. You might have donned the guise of Guijing, but to have Yonggui do the same is one thing. Yet, to have Shaoyin practice the 18 dragon-subduing palms again, would that level of martial prowess still suffice? It would require the destruction of worlds to match. The evolution of popular fiction unfolds as the waves of the new crash upon the shores of the old. Even the most classic works can leave readers feeling jaded and fatigued. With some time before departure, let us discuss history instead. Dong Yuejin graciously shifted the topic for Li Yi's sake. I've noticed that some martial arts literature from Hong Kong has historical connections. Authors often use historical backgrounds to convey a sense of patriotism. I once read a line that resonated deeply. The greatest hero acts for the nation and the people. Li Yi interjected. Given the current circumstances, it is hardly appropriate to discuss the search for Qin. As he listened to Dong Yuejin speak eloquently, Li Yi pondered suitable works and eventually settled on a novel imbued with significance, The Wind Blows from the North. Regarding history, I currently have a concept in mind. Li Yi asked Dong Yuejin, Editor Dong, are you familiar with the Battle of Talas? The Battle of Talas? Dong Yuejin recalled carefully and slowly shook his head. Li Yi patiently explained, the Battle of Talas occurred in 751 AD, during the peak of the Tang dynasty and the Arab Empire. As both empires expanded and clashed in a fateful encounter, an extensive confrontation between the great empires of East and West. The narrative of The Wind Blows from the North is not particularly complex. It tells of the descendants of the victors of the Xuanwu Gate incident, exiled to the west of the Soling Mountains, who then participated in the renowned Battle of Talas. If it merely depicted war, Li Yi would not hold the novel in high regard. However, the protagonist, after the Tang influence waned in the western regions, continued to lead the remnants of the Tang army in battle, allowing the Tang banner to fly for decades amidst the encirclement of the western regions. The tale of the Tang's solitary struggle in the west is a bittersweet lament, yet it remains an epic worthy of eternal remembrance by the descendants of the Tang. Nevertheless, after hearing Li Yi's account, Dong Yuejin felt little resonance. He asked Li Yi, if you were to write a novel based on this concept, what message would you wish to convey? Li Yi extended a finger, solemnly pointing to the ground beneath their feet. I yearn to exert my utmost effort to enable more individuals to comprehend the magnificence of this land, its former grandeur. Dong Yuejin suddenly paused, as if something fleeting had traversed his mind. Li Yi inquired, Editor Dong, have you ever encountered imported goods? Are they satisfactory? Dong Yuejin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have. And they are quite effective. Li Yi pressed on, Editor Dong, are you aware of the fervor for studying abroad? Dong Yuejin again nodded. I am aware. A single opportunity for overseas study can lead to marital discord and fraternal enmity. Li Yi continued, then, Editor Dong, do you believe the West is superior? Or is our own land better? Dong Yuejin remained silent. Li Yi persisted, do you think that as our interactions with the outside world increase, the confidence of our populace in this land will rise or diminish? This left Dong Yuejin at a loss for words. His island city, due to its status as a port, had far more exposure to the outside world than the inland regions. Those who had experienced the West were almost universally convinced of its superiority, and the trend suggested that this perception would only intensify in the future. Even Dong Yuejin himself believed that, at this moment, the West surpassed his own land in various aspects. This prevailing sentiment was still somewhat concealed. Yet it was foreseeable that in the not-so-distant future, it would emerge openly and assertively. What exactly do you wish to convey, Li Yi? Li Yi pondered for a moment, then spoke earnestly, I wish to express that, in the forthcoming period, we may face a profound ideological upheaval. Many will disdain the very land beneath our feet, scorn our ancestors and their glory, and consider this nation, which has nourished us for millennia, utterly backward and devoid of merit. Li Yi's words rang true. In his previous life, the phenomenon of adulation for foreign cultures persisted for an extended duration. However, decades later, when the two most formidable powers on this planet once again began to challenge one another, Li Yi and others realized that this dragon kingdom remained remarkably grand and prosperous. It could be said that his foresight and experiences rendered him with a perspective entirely distinct from that of the people of this era. Li Yi lifted his gaze to Dong Yuejin, smiling lightly as he remarked, in truth, My initial motivation for writing novels was financial gain, yet I also aspire, amidst this pursuit of wealth, to make a modest yet meaningful contribution. Our nation has stood at the pinnacle of the world for thousands of years, its influence radiating far and wide. This current period of temporary decline is but a fleeting phase. I believe that a distinguished author bears the responsibility and obligation to promote our nation's historical culture and to enlighten readers about our former strength, instilling in them a sense of pride and honor in their identity as descendants of the dragon, rather than feelings of disdain and sorrow. This encapsulates Li Yi's heartfelt sentiments. In the narratives of future generations, regardless of their absurdity or eccentricity, a prevailing belief endures. We are formidable, we are exceptional. We are brimming with potential. Indeed, life presents its myriad adversities, yet rather than clinging to these burdens in lamentation, why not sprint towards the beauty that lies ahead? While everyone acknowledges that they are not the archetypal hero, none aspire to embody the likes of Su Fugue. Observing the bewildered expression on Dong Yuejin's face, Li Yi, who once penned over 1 million words, now realizes the stark inadequacy of his vocabulary to convey his convictions. Nevertheless, Dong Yuejin senses Li Yi's emotions and experiences a profound intellectual resonance. Individuals of culture are often prone to sentimentality. Grasping Li Yi's hand, he pulls him towards the station's exit. Alas, Editor Dong, where are you headed? The train is about to depart. I shall not leave. I must converse with you for 3 days and nights. Indeed, Dong Yuejin engaged Li Yi for 3 continuous days and nights, to the point where Li Yi began to feel a twinge of dread. Would I inadvertently inspire the emergence of a certain warrior? Chapter 45. One must be considerate and just. Before the 2 prominent publishing houses vied to publish Li Yi's novel, the rumors surrounding him in the repeat study class had escalated to a crescendo, threatening to engulf the entire school. However, once Dong Yu entered the scene, those rumors vanished as if scorched by fire, leaving no trace behind. Allegations of Li Yi neglecting his studies to write love letters or pursue relationships now seem utterly laughable in hindsight. Was he truly penning love letters? No. He was engaged in literary creation, a noble endeavor. Was he preoccupied with romantic pursuits? In truth, he was engrossed in the pursuit of wealth, if one could comprehend that distinction. As for Li Yi's failure to assist his classmates with their studies, it was merely a byproduct of his dedication to literary creation, striving to bring honor to the esteemed faculty and students of County No. 2 High School, a fact that is wholly forgivable. Consequently, many who had initially labeled him a treacherous wolf, aligning themselves with the clique led by Xiaoyu, began to approach Li Yi to mend their relationships. Li Yi, I knew you were busy with important matters at that time. Please, focus on your work first. I am not in a rush for you to explain my problems. I can wait today, tomorrow, or even the day after. Then, the day after tomorrow? Must I explicitly state my disinterest in engaging with you for you to be satisfied? Li Yi, we are classmates. Any misunderstandings from before are trivial. I hold no grudges. And you wouldn't be petty either, would you? No, I am quite particular, in fact. In just half a day, Li Yi managed to silence all the treacherous wolves. Subsequently, a wave of insults ensued. I knew he was no good. Xiaoyu is absolutely right. He's a mere opportunist, flaunting his earnings from a couple of articles while looking down on others. To call him an opportunist is an understatement. I believe he is akin to a mountain hawk, isolating himself from humanity and society. Li Yi, who had always been a force to be reckoned with, suddenly erupted with the windfall of several thousand yuan in manuscript fees, inciting envy from others. Human nature does not change simply because all are young and innocent. The innate tendency to resent inequality remains. Of course, had Li Yi chosen to be magnanimous, treating everyone amicably and sharing his newfound fortune, he would have easily garnered forgiveness from his peers. Yet, he not only dismissed their overtures but also displayed an unwillingness to integrate with the crowd, effectively isolating himself. Thus, the verbal battles in the repeat study class reignited. Li Yi's loyal follower, Li Daong, along with the newly recruited sycophant, Fu Yingjie, engaged in a war of wits with Xiaoyu and her faction. Although decorum was maintained in the presence of teachers, once self-study sessions commenced, the noise escalated to a point of disruption, eventually drawing the attention of the faculty. Mr. Luo, with a stern expression, stood before the class, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 49 students, along with one Li Yi and one silent girl. Despite the lively banter among Li Daong and his peers, none dared to challenge the teacher when the moment arose. The echoes of their shouts could resonate throughout the school. What is it? Are you all filled with energy and looking for a release? Release is a local expression from Chishui County, meaning to loosen one's bones. However, this is not akin to the soothing time massage. The teacher would not hesitate to deliver reprimands, apply pressure, or engage in physical corrections that could bring tears and snot forth from you. As the silence enveloped the room, Teacher Luo turned to class monitor Human, inquiring, "What is happening?" With a composed demeanor, Human rose and reported, "Sir, Xiaoyu and her group are mocking Li Yi and using foul language. We couldn't stand by and began to argue with them." Xiaoyu immediately interjected, "Teacher, Human is lying. Our quarrel was not about nicknames, but rather Li Yi's disruption of class unity and his refusal to accept our corrections. Human is deliberately concealing this." Flustered, Human retorted, "Sir, Li Yi has not disrupted class unity. He is simply too busy to explain the lessons to everyone." "That is not true." Human was caught in her own web of deceit. "We were speaking to Li Yi civilly, yet he responded with hostility." "Indeed, Teacher Luo. Li Yi and Li Daong have formed a faction, intentionally splitting the class into two camps. During Xiaoyu's tenure as monitor, we never faced such discord." The classroom atmosphere exhibited signs of chaos. Teacher Luo refrained from immediate intervention. Ever since Xiaoyu was replaced as monitor, Class 1 had been in disarray. He observed with a detached gaze, seeking to comprehend the depth of the conflict. The crux of the discord, without a doubt, lay between Li Yi and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, seated in the front row, lowered her head, appearing to be in a state of profound distress. Yet, if one were to glance beneath the desk, they would catch a glimpse of her triumphant smirk. "Humph, you have no idea the power of the collective." In the eye of the storm, Li Yi remained unmoved, gazing at the fervent classmates with a cold, statuesque demeanor. "Teacher, we are arguing with Li Yi and he and Li Daong are resorting to violence. He is like a mountain thief, embodying the traits of a bandit." Suddenly, Li Yi sprang to his feet and, in a swift motion, approached Zhou Qinggong, seizing this unfortunate soul by the collar. "What are you doing? Let go." Zhou Qinggong, caught mid-sentence, was startled and flailed his limbs in panic. "Li Yi, what is the meaning of this? You are not permitted to act violently." The academic committee member Jean Shengli rose, admonishing Li Yi. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the tremor in his hands. Throughout the recent spats, Li Yi had maintained a stoic silence, with only Li Daong, his loyal subordinate, leading the charge against Xiaoyu and Jean Shengli. Many assumed that the once formidable Li Yi had transformed into a refined individual. However, it was only when Li Yi suddenly displayed his fierce demeanor that they realized just how intimidating he could be. Zhou Shengli felt even more frightened. How dare he? The teacher is present. How could he? He had no prior grievances with Li Yi. His animosity stemmed solely from that day when he attempted to copy a test from Wen Liu, only to be met with Li Ye's fierce glare, which ignited a sense of resentment within him. Later, when Xiaoyu remarked that Li Yi was not a team player, Zhou Shengli unwittingly found himself agreeing, and gradually, his disposition began to skew. Yet, Zhou Shengli never intended to oppose Li Yi. Now, suddenly caught by Li Yi, he was on the verge of tears from panic. "With so many people criticizing you, why do you single me out? Shouldn't you capture the ringleader first?" Nevertheless, regardless of how unjustly Zhou Shengli felt or how he struggled, he could not free himself from Li Ye's grip. He was dragged along like a piglet, colliding with his classmates' desks and scattering papers and pens along the way. At that moment, Teacher Luo on the podium was just beginning to comprehend the situation. However, Li Yi remained unfazed, leading Zhou Shengli all the way to the front, unperturbed by Teacher Luo's stern gaze. "Now, explain to Teacher Luo why you call Mizhua Shandiao and Huang Shuren. Who taught you that?" Zhou Shengli stammered, I didn't tea. It wasn't tea." Zhou Shengli was, in truth, a docile child. It was only under Xiaoyu's instigation and encouragement that he dared to curse Li Yi as Hua Shandiao. Now, faced with the dual psychological pressure of Teacher Luo and Li Yi, how could he maintain his composure? Observing Teacher Luo's dark expression and contemplating Li Ye's formidable fist, Zhou Shengli broke down in tears. Teacher Luo was filled with rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He needed no guesswork to deduce that these nicknames were closely tied to Xiaoyu. Yet, Xiaoyu had already submitted a reflection once. If this matter were pursued again, and the disciplinary office took a harsh stance, it could ruin the child's future. In this day and age, it was truly challenging for a girl to reach high school and excel academically. Noticing Teacher Luo's silence, Li Yi discerned his thoughts. Thus, he calmly stated, "Teacher Luo, I truly do not understand why, from the very first day I joined Class 1, I have been targeted and given nicknames. I have tolerated this. I have never sought trouble with others, yet it is others who have sought trouble with me. But what has my patience yielded? Now, I am being accused of undermining unity. Surely, you cannot be unaware of how malicious the labels Huang, Shuren and undermining unity are? What are they trying to achieve? Are they employing tactics from years past to force me to transfer schools? Li Ye's words, though not loud in volume or fervent in tone, resonated with a chilling gravity in the ears of all present. Teacher Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, his face etched with seriousness. The notion of transfer, Li Yi had actually suggested it. This was an outcome that Teacher Luo had never anticipated and could not bear to confront. Li Yi has officially signed a publishing contract with Blue Ocean Publishing House, and his name has already been reserved in this year's Educational Achievement Report of County No. 2 Middle School, a name that may be utilized for many years to come. The school typically sees only 2 or 3 students advance each year, making this report a challenging endeavor. If this particular item were to be removed, Principal Chang might furiously reprimand Teacher Luo behind closed doors. Li Yi, you must not be so sensitive or overly agitated. The banter among classmates may not necessarily carry ill intent. The classroom is a collective, and mutual assistance should be the norm. If you could spare some time to explain concepts to everyone, perhaps misunderstandings regarding unity would not arise. Teacher Luo, hoping to resolve the conflicts within the class, patiently counseled Li Yu. However, Li Yu coldly retorted, Teacher Luo, do you believe I am merely a puppet for others? Meant to assist and explain? Teacher Luo felt stifled. Li Ye's words were quite stinging. Yet, he found himself unable to refute Li Ye's point. Were the situation to fall upon him, he too would find it intolerable. It is akin to someone riding on your back while expecting you to unfasten their trousers. Restraining oneself from taking drastic action against such insolence would be a feat of self-control. Li Yi, step outside for a moment. Yet, as a teacher, Teacher Luo was compelled by circumstances, and he could only lead Li Yi outside for a patient discussion. Li Yi, I understand your feelings. Feeling wronged and resentful is not misplaced. However, we are all here for the college entrance examination, and if we cannot even maintain order within the class, how can we expect to learn? If I were to give Xia Yu and Zhou Shengli serious demerits, would that not deepen the animosity? You are all classmates. In the future, you will be able to assist one another in the workplace. Li Yi, please show some magnanimity. Let us reconcile. Li Yi regarded the earnest Teacher Luo and gently shook his head. Teacher Luo, the nickname Huang Shuren has not arisen overnight. I trust the teachers here are not oblivious to it. Yet, the outcome is truly regrettable. While you may choose not to reprimand Xia Yu and Zhou Shengli, calling in their parents should not be too difficult, should it? Not difficult at all, Teacher Luo promptly replied. I will have them bring their parents in tomorrow for a thorough reprimand, ensuring that such an odious nickname shall never circulate within the school again. Li Yu nodded and added, furthermore, we are here to learn, and we require a tranquil environment for our studies. Yet, it seems increasingly unattainable. Thus what? Teacher Luo's heart tightened, fearing Li Yi might utter the words transfer school. Thus, the few of us will no longer attend self-study sessions. Who are the others? Teacher Luo inquired with surprise. What do you mean by not attending self-study sessions? Li Yi explained, Teacher Luo, I have already informed my family about the situation in class. To ensure my peace of mind for studying and writing quietly, they have arranged a storeroom for me to use at the grain store across the street from the school. Huma, Li Daong, and Fu Yingjia have developed a conflict with Xia Yu, which, in the short term, appears irreconcilable. The second grain store, with its ample space and stove, presents a viable option. Even after lights out, there are no restrictions, making it feasible for a gathering of 7 or 8 individuals. Teacher Luo inhaled sharply and remarked, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Li Yi replied, we will still attend our regular classes. It's just that we want to be present for self-study sessions. Moreover, they will still return to their dormitories at night. Then, I suppose it's a compromise for you, Li Yi, Teacher Luo conceded. Many day students typically do not attend evening self-study sessions, and with Li Yu leading Huma, Li Daong, and others to avoid Xia Yu, the likelihood of further disputes diminishes, allowing the class to regain its previous tranquility. Although this may seem somewhat unfair to Li Yi, it is, at present, the most minimally disruptive solution. Indeed, it is not a matter of provoking conflict, but rather of evading it. Given Li Yi's current status and capabilities, it is inconceivable for him to expel Xia Yu or impose severe penalties. Even the elder would look down upon him for attempting to deal with a young girl still in her formative years. As for evasion, this had long been Li Yi's strategy. The chaotic self-study environment has significantly impacted his writing and academic pursuits. Engaging in internal strife with a child like Xia Yu would only detract from his performance and that of his close companions. Li Yi is not a bleeding heart, yet he is not devoid of compassion either. Fu Yingjie, Huma, and the others have become embroiled in a bitter rivalry with Xia Yu. If he were to simply slip away, their standing in the class would likely deteriorate. In life, one must act with integrity, and when it comes to friends, one should exhibit loyalty. Chapter 46. Can you cook? When Li Yi, in the presence of teacher Luo, called out to a few classmates to leave and declared that there would no longer be self-study sessions in the classroom, Xia Yu and the others could hardly believe their ears. After all, given Li Ye's fierce demeanor just moments ago, it seemed implausible that he would simply relent. Did we actually win? Watching the retreating figures of Li Yi and his companions, Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Once a diligent student herself, she understood the value of educational opportunities, as many girls of her generation were resolutely striving to escape their monotonous fates through relentless study. Yet, whenever she laid eyes on Li Yi, an uncontrollable anger would rise within her. Was it because of Lu Jingyao? Xia Yu couldn't quite articulate her feelings. Finally, the troublemakers had been driven away. At last, her ears could enjoy a moment of peace. Since Li Yi had joined their class, tranquility had been a rare commodity. They had no place in their class. They ought to be placed in the second or third class instead. Jin Shengli and the others were equally elated, believing that the entire class, under the leadership of him and Xia Yu, had triumphed over a small faction of disruptive elements, thwarting Li Yi and his group's sinister intentions that threatened the collective academic performance of Class 1. Thus, as Li Yi and his entourage distanced themselves, Jin Shengli led a few classmates in excited applause, raising their fists in a gesture of victory. Li Yi, leading 7 individuals, had just crossed the playground when faint applause echoed behind them. He was indifferent to the sound, but his companions, already filled with uncertainty, felt even more uneasy upon hearing it. Li Yi, is it wrong for us to do this? Spoke Hanxia, a girl who had been adjusted from Class 2 to Class 1 alongside Human and Li Yi, and who had staunchly defended him during the recent conflicts with Xia Yu and others. Li Yi smiled and replied, "What do you think is wrong?" After a moment's hesitation, Hanxia said, "We haven't done anything wrong. Why should we run away? If this continues, others will mock us, and we will truly become uncooperative classmates." Li Yi regarded Hanxia seriously and said, "Remember this, Hanxia. We should only unite with those who are worthy of our unity." Worthy of unity? Hanxia pondered, her expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. Just the 7 of us? Isn't that too few? 7 is not too few, Li Yi asserted confidently. You may feel that we are merely a small minority, detached from the group, but in time you will realize how extravagant and fortunate it is to have even 7 true friends in one's lifetime. Ha. Li Yi, what you say is. Sigh, detached from the group. After hearing Li Ye's words, the unease within Hanxia and the others diminished significantly, and their hesitant steps grew lighter. Only one female classmate trailed quietly at the back, keeping a distance of several meters from Li Yi. Hanxia turned around and called out, "Jiang Xiaoyan, hurry up. Don't dawdle." The girl raised her head to glance at Li Yi, softly uttering an "oh" and quickening her pace slightly. Jiang Xiaoyan, along with Li Daong and Fu Yingjie, had once been a top student in the repeat class, yet she had always been an inconspicuous presence. After Human was appointed as the new class monitor, she noticed this virtually invisible girl and, with just a few test papers, successfully drew her into their circle. Gradually, as they worked on problems and discussed solutions, they found a surprising rapport, especially after the last assessment. Jiang Xiaoyan firmly believed that Li Yi was not the callous person he was rumored to be, but rather a capable and kind-hearted student. During one occasion when Xia Yu was organizing a group activity, the timid and pliable Jiang Xiaoyan surprisingly argued with Xia Yu and her friends. Although she ended up in tears after being scolded by Xia Yu, she continued to argue through her sobs. Consequently, she was chosen by Li Yi as one of the 7. However, due to her naturally timid disposition, when Li Yi called her to leave the classroom for self-study elsewhere, she hesitated and panicked. Ultimately, realizing that remaining in the classroom would make her a target for Xia Yu and the others, she followed Li Yi with her head bowed. A withdrawn and honest student suddenly stepping out of the school would naturally feel uneasy. Even Fu Yingjie, Human, and Hanxia felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps only one Li Yu, without a moment's hesitation, chose to accompany Li Yi. Without asking a single question, as soon as Li Yi mentioned finding a place for self-study, she immediately began to pack her bag, the first to rush out of the classroom, moving even faster and with more resolve than Li Yi. The young girl was quite astute. "You foolish bunch, how could you possibly comprehend Li Yi's merits?" In the 1980s, the grain system was undoubtedly a prestigious institution, with various grain and oil shops sustaining countless state employees who walked with their heads held high. The second grain store was one such supply point. It was typically not very busy, yet when the monthly quotas arrived, a significant portion of the town's residents would come bearing ration books to purchase low-priced rice, flour, oil, and salt, only to head to the vegetable company afterwards to procure essential goods. Thus, while the storefront of the second grain store was not particularly large, the backyard was quite spacious, housing not only a large warehouse for stored grains but also smaller storage for scarce supplies. Li led when Liu, Human, and others out of the school, walking 100 meters before circling to the back entrance of the second grain store. Before they could knock, they were met with a chorus of barking. A golden-furred mutt lay at the entrance, issuing a cautious warning to Li Yi and his companions, making the timid girls hesitant to approach. However, the doors soon swung open, and a middle-aged man in his 40s kicked the dog aside and greeted Li Yi with a smile. "Shai, why are you here today? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow?" "It's nothing, Uncle Huang. The house is ready, so it doesn't matter whether I come a day earlier or later." Li Yi, accompanied by his classmates, ventured inside. This man, surnamed Huang, was not someone he knew well, merely aware that he was the head of the grain store. Upon learning about Li Yi assisting others with their exams, Li Zhongfa had alerted his subordinates to prepare a small storage room at the grain store for Li Yi to use as a study space. Mr. Huang was quite cordial towards Li Yi, guiding him towards a door adorned with a cotton curtain. After the arrangements made by Director Li, they hastily prepared the room, although the freshly plastered wall still bore some dampness. I had already lit a stove, and by tomorrow, it would be completely dry. Lifting the curtain and pushing the door open, they entered. The small storage room had a newly constructed wall, dividing it into two spaces, one large and one small. Surprisingly, two stoves were installed, with a roaring charcoal fire blazing, enveloping Human and the others in a thick warmth. "Oh, this is delightful," Li Daong exclaimed first. After enduring the chill in the classrooms and dormitories for so long, arriving at such a warm place was undeniably a relief. The girls were equally pleased. Even the most impoverished girl cherishes beauty. In the harsh winter, her delicate hands had turned as red as carrots, and some even bore cracks. Who would want that? Li Yi was quite content. Mr. Huang was a clever man. In the smaller room, there was also a small heated Kong. Li immediately decided to stay here for the night. "Thank you so much, Uncle Huang. However, a few friends will be bringing some supplies over shortly. So please tie up the dog for now." "All right, I'll take care of it right away. Given the nature of our unit, it's essential to keep things quiet at night. I hope you understand." Just as Mr. Huang was about to step out to secure the dog, they heard the dog barking again outside. Jin Ping and Hao Jian entered the courtyard, dragging a cart. Come, classmates, lend a hand unloading the cart." Liu called to Li Daong and the others, who quickly helped with a large assortment of pots, pans, tables, and benches. Human, curious, asked Li Yi, "Are you planning to cook here?" "Indeed," Liu replied. "Our pace of study must accelerate, and waiting in line at the school cafeteria consumes precious time. It's only a dime for a meal, and we can eat freely. How generous of you, the wealthy one, to charge us." Han Xia teased Liu playfully. Of course, everyone will contribute. In these times, people scramble to pick up a dime found on the street. Who would intentionally take advantage of others? However, Li Yi noticed Jiang Xiaoyan had lowered her head, nervously clutching her shirt hem, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Li Yi understood the reason. Speaking of Jiang Xiaoyan, he felt she was comparable to Sun Xiaoping. Each month, she would carry grain from home to exchange for meal tickets at the school cafeteria. During mealtime, she always waited until no one else was around to be the last to go, spending 3 cents for a steamed bun, eating it with the pickles she brought from home, filling her belly with hot water. By the end of the month, her pickles would likely be gone. And if she arrived late, there might be no hot water left, leaving her to endure hunger. Poverty and stubbornness marked her, yet her intentions remained pure. Li Yi regarded her as a commendable girl. A resounding clang echoed as a half slab of ribs was hoisted down from the cart by Jin Peng, landing with a satisfying thud on the table beside the fire, eliciting a chorus of salivating anticipation from a group of students. Typically, it requires considerable time and effort for one person to prepare a meal, and while we do not offer any monetary compensation, rest assured that the meal itself comes at no cost. Li Yi pointed towards Jiang Xiaoyan and inquired, "Can you cook braised ribs with radish, Jiang Xiaoyan?" "Ah, I can," she replied, lifting her head, her eyes sparkling with delight, a truly enchanting sight. Chapter 47. Chopping. Don't chop it, don't chop it. Oh dear. Li Yi, have you ever cooked before? In the small warehouse behind the Earlyong store, Li Yi was vigorously wielding a hefty cleaver, relentlessly chopping at a half slab of ribs. Outside, the air was frigid. Jinping and his companions had brought the ribs from the countryside market, and they were thoroughly frozen. Despite considering himself adept in martial arts, Li Yi found the task somewhat arduous. Perhaps it was due to the dullness of the blade or his lack of swiftness, but as he swung the cleaver haphazardly, bits of meat flew from the cutting board and landed on the ground. Not only was Jiang Xiaoyan distressed by the waste, but even Human and the others murmured their discontent at Li Yi's extravagance. Yet, this was not entirely Li Yi's fault. It had been previously agreed that Jiang Xiaoyan would take charge of the cooking, and she was quite nimble, adept at chopping ribs without interference. To spare her feelings, Li Yi had intentionally assigned the others to set the table and arrange the chairs, refraining from intruding. However, seeing Jiang Xiaoyan prepare only a small bowl of radishes alongside a meager 3 to 4 tails of ribs as a side dish, Li Yi could no longer hold his tongue. Why did Li Yi ask Jinping and the others to procure ingredients and prepare the meal himself? Was it truly to avoid the time wasted in the cafeteria? Nonsense. It was simply his hunger that drove him. Throughout his time in this world, he had developed a profound aversion to the cooking habits of those around him. Meals in the cafeteria, costing merely a few cents, were devoid of even a hint of oil, and meat dishes barely reached the price of a dime. Even when returning home occasionally, his grandmother would fuss over her eldest grandson's return, and the only concession made was adding a few more fatty pieces of meat to his bowl. This was the reality in Li Yi's household. In these times, it was not uncommon for families without wage earners to measure oil with chopsticks when cooking. The author's father experienced this firsthand, as his grandmother would dip a chopstick into the oil bottle, flicking the oil into the pan to begin cooking. Thus, even though Li Yi had been served 3 dishes for every meal during these days, his ingrained passion for food had protested vehemently multiple times. Previously, he had no means, but now that he did, why should he endure any deprivation? By the end of 1981, private meat vendors had begun to appear at rural markets. A few days ago, Li had advised Hao Jian and Jinping to stock up on supplies while selling sugar in the provincial capital, suggesting they purchase whatever meats they could find. After all, it was winter, and with the natural cold acting as a refrigerator, the food would remain fresh for several days, with multiple markets accessible within 10 miles. As long as one had money, food was never in short supply. Since food was plentiful, why should they be stingy with ingredients? Moreover, during this time, ribs were less valuable than lean meat, and lean meat was less valuable than fatty meat, merely a few dimes per pound. What was there to save? Thus, Li pushed Jiang Xiaoyan aside and took up the cleaver himself, chopping 2 to 3 pounds of ribs before he finally paused. Moving forward, he determined to adhere to this standard for side dishes. After all, a meal costing just a dime demanded that they understand the true meaning of value. While Li would not personally cook, he would certainly direct the preparations according to the recipe. First, blanch the meat, then saute it in oil, and finally simmer it with water. It's quite simple. Did you use your oil? With so little oil, the ribs will surely burn. We can't deceive anyone, can we? Excellent. Excellent. Now add the spices and prepare to serve. Li Yi guided Jiang Xiaoyan step by step in the cooking process, correcting her frugality at each stage. Once the pot began to bubble, everyone gathered around, eyes wide, lips pursed, swallowing in anticipation. This exquisite meal, costing merely a dime, and you expect us to eat this? Oh, Li Yi, you truly are a benevolent soul. Li Yi underestimated his classmates' appetites. By the end of the meal, a large pot of ribs and radishes had been reduced to mere broth. Hu Man and Han Shui, along with Jiang Xiaoyan, initially hesitated, feeling shy. Yet, when the rich flavors of fat and oil danced upon their palates, even the most demure among them could not contain themselves, devouring their meals voraciously like Jinping and Li Daong. Only when Lei stood out as unique, she showed no embarrassment, but rather nibbled like a rabbit. Her eating graceful and swift, exuding an elegant charm. Li Yi had long stated that she would receive a share of his earnings as an editor. Yet she requested no money, only meals. For the past few days, Li Yi had been bringing her a portion from the cafeteria. She believed that by following Li Yi closely, her fortunes would grow. After finishing the last piece of radish, Li Yi stepped outside with Hao Jian for a stroll. In the cool night, 2 cigarette ends flickered in the darkness. After a while, Hao Jian finally spoke. The shipping volume over the past half-month has exceeded our estimates. Do you think something might go wrong? Li Yi took a drag from his cigarette, then tossed the remaining stub to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. What do you think could go wrong? Hao Jian looked at the crushed cigarette and felt a momentary pang of regret before pulling out a brick of newspaper tightly wrapped, containing the cash Li Yi was due for this period. Hao Jian handed the money to Li Yi, speaking in a low voice. The money we've earned is quite substantial. Li Yi chuckled, weighing the brick in his hand, and asked, how much is it? Are we nearing the 10,000 mark? Hao Jian nodded, replying quietly, almost. If not this year, certainly next year. Li Yi laughed again. Aren't you always reading the newspaper? Come, tell me, is being a 10,000 household illegal? In an era where the average monthly salary was merely 30 or 40 yuan, being a 10,000 household was synonymous with immense wealth. Although it may not equate to the small goal achievers of later generations, it certainly rivaled the millionaires of today. The first publicly reported 10,000 household appeared in 1979. And now, in 1981, there are several 100,000 in assets. What is there to fear? Hence, Li Yi believed that by now, in 1981, being a 10,000 household no longer crossed any lines worth worrying about. However, Hao Jian fixed his gaze upon Li Yi and slowly remarked, a household with 10,000 yuan is not committing a crime, but what about a household with 100,000? 100,000 is not a crime. And a millionaire? Li Yi was taken aback, observing the increasingly agitated Hao Jian, unable to resist reevaluating him. Upon their first encounter, Li Yi had held him in high regard, yet he never anticipated that within just a few days, this cunning businessman would exhibit such audacity and ambition. In 1981, those who dared to aspire towards the status of a millionaire were either delusional or extraordinary individuals. The latter, provided they do not falter, would undoubtedly become prominent figures in the future. Li Yi retrieved a cigarette, contemplating lighting it before returning it to the pack. He approached Hao Jian as if he were an interviewer assessing a candidate for a senior position, inquiring, the business of sesame candy does not possess a high barrier to entry. Do you truly believe it can yield such profits? Hao Jian appeared to be well prepared, responding confidently. Indeed, perhaps sesame candy alone may not be immensely profitable, but the channels can be, precisely the channels you mentioned. Li Yi smiled up. You have finally grasped the concept of channels, have you? Hao Jian became thoroughly exhilarated, exclaiming, I have come to realize that those who distribute our products can disseminate not just sesame candy, but anything. We merely need to provide them with a modicum of support. A few days ago in the provincial capital, I encountered several individuals from the south who clandestinely sold clothing at night. If they can sell, so can we. They engage in retail while we can handle wholesale. Li regarded Hao Jian with admiration for this individual who had only completed junior high. Although his understanding of channels was somewhat nebulous, his intellect was undeniably agile, and his commercial instincts were sufficiently acute. Previously constrained by limited capital, his burgeoning resources had broadened his horizons, and naturally, his underlying ambitions began to swell. Hao Jian continued to speak passionately for quite some time before pausing. Li nodded approvingly, acknowledging, you make valid points. However, one must not act too hastily. Until the sesame candy business encounters a bottleneck, it would be prudent for you to focus on developing retail partnerships. After concluding, Li Yi turned to depart, but Hao Jian urgently called out, Li Yi, as our business expands, could you allow me to meet your grandfather? Li Yi slowly turned back, regarding the anxious Hao Jian with a cold expression devoid of any warmth. I have already facilitated the procedures for you to become a rural cooperative processing household. Is that not sufficient? No. It is just that I have some matters I wish to report to Director Li. Hao Jian retreated a few steps before articulating his explanation. He may not yet comprehend the concept of aura. But suddenly he sensed the benevolence and kindness in Li Yi had vanished, replaced by an air of detachment and sharpness. Li Yi was indeed angered. Hao Jian did not intend to report to his grandfather. Rather, he sought to bind himself to the Li family and share in the risks. As Hao Jian had aptly noted, in this day and age, a household with 10,000 or even 100,000 yuan, as long as they remain discreet, faces little peril. However, it is difficult to speak of millionaires, as Chishui County is a relatively insular northern town, unlike the open and fertile southern lands. Even if the sesame candy business proves lucrative, Li Yi would not allow Hao Jian, this external shell, to engage deeply with his grandfather, Li Zhongfa. Li Yi finally lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin mist into the winter night, and inquired of Hao Jian, as an ordinary processing partner. What do you believe warrants a report to my grandfather? Hao Jian felt parched, swallowing hard before responding, We are making an abundance of money. And there will be even more in the future. I wish to hear Director Li's insights. You must be seeking some assurance. Li chuckled as he expelled a puff of smoke, spat a mouthful of ash onto the ground, and gestured toward the small warehouse of the grain store. Very well, I understand. You may enter and summon Jinpeng for me. Hao Jian felt as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Despite the frigid winter air, sweat began to bead on his forehead. What does he intend to do? Why does he want to call Jinpeng? He plans to replace me. I knew it. I knew it. Jinpeng had been accompanying Hao Jian on trips to the provincial capital. And while he rarely spoke during deliveries to the small vendors, he was well acquainted with each one of them. Why did Li want to summon Jinpeng now? Hao Jian dared not gamble. Should he lose, his status as a millionaire would vanish. In recent days, as profits flowed in like a raging river, Hao Jian had felt invincible. Yet now, with a mere light remark from Li Yi, he was brought crashing down to reality, made to understand the fleeting nature of success. Li Yi observed Hao Jian, who stood frozen, and with a playful grin asked, "What's the matter? Is it too chilly outside for you to step inside?" Hao Jian struggled, contorted himself, but ultimately managed to smile. "I'm not particularly afraid, but I have a wife and children." Li Yi regarded Hao Jian in silence for a long moment before saying, "Are you aware of the enterprise contracting documents issued this year?" Hao Jian's mind raced, replying, "Yes, I've heard of it, but how does that relate to us?" Li Yi responded, "It may not be relevant now, but it could be in the future. When the time comes, if you contract a small collective, wouldn't that resolve everything?" A cold sweat broke out on Hao Jian, and he instantly felt relieved. "You sly one, you had this planned all along. Why not mention it sooner?" Contracting a small collective would undoubtedly require assistance from the Li family. Hao Jian reassured himself that he had not been abandoned after all. Li led Hao Jian back to the courtyard of the grain store, where they found Wen Liu, Hu Man, and several other young women feeding leftover bones to a large yellow dog. Yet, the enormous creature paid no attention to the pile of bones, merely whimpering softly at the girls. Liu asked, "What are you all doing?" When Liu responded, "This dog is quite fierce. We should offer it some delectable treats, or it will continue to nip at us." Yet, astonishingly, it refuses to eat the bones. "Damn it," Liu muttered under his breath. "You lot gnaw the bones cleaner than the dog does. How can it possibly eat? After all, dogs possess their own dignity, don't they?" Following closely behind Li Yi, Hao Jian nearly stumbled. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him like a dream unraveling. The candy business he had with Li Yi operated on a profit-sharing model of 60-40. And he, Hao Jian, was reaping ample rewards. "I should be content. I ought to be content. Why on earth am I not satisfied?" he lamented, feeling both regretful and relieved in equal measure. Chapter 48. I can assure you, Li Yu sent off Hao Jian, Jinpeng, and Wang Jianqiang, closed the door to the small storage room, and dragged out a rudimentary wooden blackboard. This was a task Li Yi had instructed Jinpeng to undertake, a simple wooden frame topped with 2 square boards. It was basic but sufficient. "Have you all eaten your fill? Now that you're satiated, allow me to share a few words." Full to the brim, nearly bursting. He. "What do you wish to say, Li Yi? If you regret it and expect us to pay more for our meals, we absolutely will not comply." He. Laughter erupted among the girls, finding amusement in the serious demeanor of Li Yi. He nearly succumbed to their lightheartedness, but at this moment, he had to adopt a grave expression. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yi struck the blackboard with a small stick, creating a resounding echo. "Let me clarify today. We were not in the wrong. It was Xia Yu and her group who erred. Yet, why am I leading you all out of school?" The laughter faded as the girls gazed at Li Yi with astonishment, their hearts filled with confusion. "Isn't this about enjoying a little privilege? Aren't we meant to distance ourselves from Xia Yu and her crowd?" Li Yi brandished the stick, his tone darkening. "You should all realize that I, Li Yi, am not one to be trifled with. Despite Xia Yu having served as class leader for several years, possessing some cunning and influence, I can assure you, it would not be difficult for me to use my family connections to teach her a lesson or impose some form of punishment. Alternatively, I could resort to underhanded tactics, much like Xia Yu, to force her out of school. But I have chosen not to do so. Do you know why?" He tapped the blackboard again, his voice resonating with gravity. "Everyone, let us be serious." With that, including Wen Liu, the 7 youths sat up straight, all eyes on him. "Because I do not wish to remain mired in that quagmire." Li turned to Li Daong, Fu Yingjie, and Zhao Xiaoyan, inquiring, "You 3 were once in the first repeat class. What did you think of it back then? Was it not the bastion of top students, the hope of our school? The cradle for future university scholars?" And did not the top students of the first class regard us in the second and third classes as burdens? Wishing that all the teachers would solely focus on the first class? Li Daong remained silent, chuckling softly. Fu Yingjie offered an awkward smile, while Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head. Mumbling like a mosquito, not me. They're the ones speaking nonsense. Yet, deep down, all three knew that the students of the first repeat class, particularly the top 30, looked down upon those in the second and third classes. They were the elite, comprised of 50 students from the county's rural schools. And the students of the first class regularly occupied the top 40 ranks in school, occasionally allowing students from the second and third classes to join them, only to disdainfully remark about not wanting to lower the class's average score. Yet, despite this, students from the second and third classes are fervently striving to enter the first class. This is primarily because the teachers devote the majority of their attention, approximately 70 to 80%, to the students in the first class. Although the accelerated class at County No. 2 high school may not rival that of County No. 1, it certainly surpasses many rural schools outside the county in terms of excellence. All high school students in Qingshui County are acutely aware that only by gaining admission to County No. 1 high school or the accelerated class at County No. 2 high school do they stand a greater chance of leaping over the Dragon Gate and entering university. Students from other rural schools, even those in the second and third classes, are predominantly mere participants in the race. You need not deny it, Liu stated calmly. The level of the first class is indeed slightly higher than that of the second and third, however, in comparison to our situation here. He waved the small stick in his hand, gesturing around the cramped storage room of merely 20 square meters. The first class is akin to a fetid cesspool. Stepping into it merely sullies oneself. Jiang Xiaoyan and Fu Yingjie were momentarily taken aback. They felt that the Li Yi standing before them bore a striking resemblance to a charlatan. Even charlatans can be this dashing. Yet, even more audacious was what lay ahead. Li Yi rapped the blackboard again and, lifting his chin, proclaimed, I can assure you with utmost responsibility that this little room is the preparatory class for university students in Qingshui County, established in 82. If you join our small collective next year, you will undoubtedly gain admission to university. Well, all 6 students gasped in unison. Even Li Daong thought his brother was being overly ambitious, fearing he might trip over his own tongue. Brother, do you know how many students from Qingshui County were admitted to universities last year? Including those in vocational colleges, there were fewer than 7. 7 students all getting into university? No, with you, Li Yi, that makes 8. The county's education bureau chief wouldn't boast like that even in his dreams. However, one cannot be dismissive of someone else's words, especially when the aroma of a meal lingers in the air. It would be ungracious to belittle Li Yi's assertions. At that moment, Li Yi stood there exuding an overwhelming confidence and formidable presence, as if his words demanded belief. Li Yi was indeed self-assured. In his previous life, he often perused the discussions on the Bihu Forum, particularly the ongoing debates comparing modern college entrance examinations with those from the late 70s and early 80s. Among the most prevalent viewpoints, both practically validated, were 2 prevailing theories. The first involved a group of distinguished university graduates from the late 70s and early 80s, who, while comparing their high school children, attempted to tackle contemporary exam questions. Naturally, the results were rather disheartening, as they found themselves at a loss with many question types. Yet, these seasoned graduates, now in prominent positions, remained convinced that given a year to acclimatize, while they might not dare to claim proficiency in the top-tier 985 universities, they felt confident they could at least make a foray into the 211 institutions. Why? Because of their intellect. These individuals triumphed in an era characterized by a mere 4 acceptance rate, successfully placing themselves among the elite 1. Regardless of how simplistic the questions may have been at that time, it does not diminish the fact that these individuals were undeniably exceptional intellectuals. However, even these prodigies, when challenged head-on by contemporary high school students, would find themselves flustered and overwhelmed by the barrage of criticism. Conversely, the second perspective posits that modern high school students should attempt the entrance examination papers from the late 1970s and early 1980s. For instance, the pivotal mathematics question from 1977 required the proof of the Pythagorean theorem. In the subsequent years, up until the early 1980s, the difficulty of the examination slightly increased. Yet the overall challenge remained akin to that of the middle school entrance exams. Such a level of difficulty was sufficient to perplex numerous candidates. Merely passing would grant access to university. Thus, Li Yi believes that his true competitors in the college entrance examination are not the likes of Xia Yu or the accelerated classes of Xian Yizhong, but rather those exceptionally gifted intellectuals. After all, there are always some individuals whose brilliance leaves one in despair. Fortunately, it was already the year 1981. A renowned professor from Hucking once remarked that among all his years of teaching, the cohort of 1977 was of the highest quality, even amidst educational discontinuities. These prodigies shone like gold amidst gravel, impossible to obscure. Despite the apparent simplicity of the examination questions in 1977, the long accumulation of extraordinary talents over time resulted in a veritable cacophony of brilliance. After the initial 2 years of the entrance exams, those gifted individuals had finally graduated en masse. Otherwise, with Li Yi's mediocre abilities, even with the aid of his mental repository, he would not have dared to aspire towards the prestigious universities of Tsinghua and Peking. Yet, while Li Yi harbored confidence, others did not. Li Yi, I must say, I find your assertion somewhat misplaced. Hu Man, having served as class monitor for an extended period, felt compelled to interject, albeit hesitantly. In the face of Li Yi's commanding presence, she kindly advised Li Yi, while we must remain optimistic about the future, we should also avoid unwarranted arrogance. It is fine for us to engage in idle talk here, but should Xia Yu and her peers overhear us, it could lead to considerable embarrassment. Why would they hear us? Are you planning to tell them? Li Yi asked, pointing sternly at the door of the small storage room. I warn you, anything that transpires within this room, as well as anything you observe, must remain strictly confidential. Li Yi then tossed a stack of blank paper to Hu Man and the others, before turning back to the small blackboard, where he began to write problems with chalk. As he wrote, he declared, from this day forth, you are to complete 2 to 3 sets of examination papers daily, continuing until the college entrance examination. Wait, 2 to 3 sets every day? How is that even feasible? Are you suggesting that you will be providing us with the papers? It is conceivable that a teacher might struggle to produce even a single examination paper in the span of a week. While it is universally acknowledged that Li Yi excels in his studies and possesses a remarkable aptitude for elucidating complex topics, the assertion that he could generate 3 sets of papers daily is met with skepticism. Crafting examination questions is not merely a matter of replication. The educators at the school labor tirelessly, endeavoring to devise a new set of papers that starkly contrast with previous ones, often to the detriment of their mental faculties. Currently, the repeaters class undergoes comprehensive testing every fortnight, and the obligation to create a new set of questions within this time frame has left teacher Luo and colleagues fully engaged. Recently, it was only with the assistance of teacher Ke that they were able to catch their breath. The notion that the 18 or 19-year-old Li Yi could produce 3 sets of papers daily, extending this routine until the college entrance examination, raises questions about whether he would spend all his time outside of class engaged in this task. Where would he even procure such papers? The capital does not possess an abundance of them. Yet, if such a scenario were indeed true, it would be exhilarating to contemplate. Several students began to chatter animatedly, caught between belief and disbelief, tinged with a subtle excitement. When Li Yu slowly turned her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the group of lively chatterboxes, and she reprimanded them without a trace of emotion. Can you quiet down? If you believe in Li Yu, stay. If not, feel free to leave. The students, recognizing the weight of her words, fell silent. The reticent yet formidable presence of the small mute was not to be underestimated. Once she spoke, her words bore substantial weight. Should Li Yi be given the opportunity to shine, expelling oneself from the discourse would mean forfeiting not just the prospect of 3 sets of questions a day, but also the chance for a modest meal. Amidst their chaotic thoughts, Li Yi had filled the entire small blackboard with hasty, barely legible handwriting. He turned to his bewildered classmates, expressing his displeasure. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and copy the questions. Are you waiting for me to print them out for you? The students scrambled to jot down the questions in a flurry of activity. Once they finally completed their task, Li Yi swiftly erased the board and began inscribing the second set of questions. The students hurriedly continued to copy. Upon reaching the 3rd set, witnessing Li Yi's unwavering pace, Hu Man and others felt their skepticism begin to wane. Perhaps Li Yi could indeed accomplish it. Chapter 49. My brother and her uncommon bond. In the small warehouse of the second grain store, an atmosphere of profound tranquility enveloped the space, disturbed only by the soft rustle of pens gliding over paper and the rhythmic ticking of the stopwatch. 6 students, including Li Daong and Hu Man, were deeply engrossed in their papers, laboriously pondering the questions before them. Liu had assigned 3 sets of questions this evening, although none were complete exam papers. The necessity of transcribing the questions and listening to Li Yi elucidate the more challenging ones rendered their time exceedingly scarce. Only when Liu had completed her paper early. Sitting quietly beside Li Yi, observing his writing and assisting with proofreading. Li Yi was exceptionally busy this evening, juggling the organization of additional study sessions and the formulation of questions, yet despite his hectic schedule, he did not neglect their collaborative novel, which brought a sense of comfort to Liu's heart. Though she resolutely followed Li Yi out of the classroom to this study venue, she harbored a flicker of dissatisfaction. In the classroom, Li Yi was essentially hers, but here, he was compelled to devote considerable attention to Li Daong, Hu Man, and the others. This was why she had coldly uttered her disbelief, suggesting that anyone who doubted could leave. After several days of close interaction, when Liu had largely extinguished her aspirations of co-authoring with Li Yi, instead contenting herself with the role of a coordinator between Li Yi and Teacher Ku, deftly weaving various threads and materials into the narrative he was crafting. She lacked the ability to offer substantial guidance on Li Yi's novel, only occasionally daring to ask him, could the role of Shurqing be expanded a bit more? Each time, Li Yi would graciously nod, adding a few more strokes to the character of Shurqing, enhancing his prominence and allure. When Liu felt a surge of joy, believing that Li Yi valued her opinions and was attuned to her sentiments, little did she realize that Li Yi was acutely aware of her subtle intentions. From the moment he accepted this assignment, he had resolved to adapt the defector into a high-end custom piece exclusively for Teacher Ku. The first step in this adaptation was to ascertain who was closely associated with Teacher Ku. The narrative material provided by Teacher Ku essentially depicted a small, ragtag group of fighters, composed of misfits and underdogs, undergoing a profound transformation amidst the turmoil of battle. Within this group, there were those who had surrendered for sustenance. Naive individuals possessing mere brute strength, a jinxed soul whose presence had cost the lives of numerous comrades, and a young yet seasoned orphan of a martyr. Additionally, there were latecomers from a motley guerrilla faction and children barely taller than their rifles. The fates of these individuals underwent a complete metamorphosis following the arrival of the ruthless Hui, who had defected. Upon receiving these character sketches, Li Yi's greatest concern was whether Teacher Ku was too deeply entangled with this ruthless figure, for that would pose a significant challenge in his writing. It was now 1981, not 2001. However, Liu later discovered that one character, in particular, had an abundance of material provided by Teacher Ku, rich in detail. After several tentative communications, the two individuals silently agreed that Shurqing was indeed the superfluous supporting character of this book. Shurqing's character is inspired by a guerrilla fighter who officially joined the ranks in 1938. However, he was remarkably fortunate, as by the time the Japanese soldiers surrendered, he had risen to the rank of camp leader. Due to his late enrollment, he had already married and fathered children, based on age calculations. It is highly probable that he belonged to the generation of when Liu's grandfather. Throughout the subsequent writing process, the proofreader when Liu showed particular concern for Shurqing, prompting Liu to artistically embellish his portrayal whenever possible. At 10:30 in the evening, Liu's mechanical watch suddenly chimed. The sound was quite loud, and if it were to ring abruptly in the early morning, it could startle anyone awake. The 6 students, furrowing their brows over their exercises, looked up in astonishment, akin to startled pheasants hearing a gunshot. Is it time already? I haven't finished. I haven't finished either. Li, please give us a moment. I'm not tired. I can stay up all night. Li, however, paid no heed to their fatigue and stood up to collect the papers. It's only our first day of self-study outside, and you cannot return to the dormitory on time. How will the school perceive that? Will they continue to allow us to study independently? After 5 minutes of marking the answers, Li began to usher them back to the school dormitory. He intended to stay on the small heated bed in the inner room, but others were not afforded such luxury. He had organized these students for self-study, and he bore the responsibility for them. In truth, if Li wished to take the easy route, he could simply ignore everyone and let them fend for themselves, hoping they would soar to success in the college entrance examination. However, he had Wen Liu by his side, and behind him stood Li Daong. Whether it was a single sheep or a flock, he was determined to guide them, which led him to select those who displayed a sense of camaraderie, like Hu Man and others. Hu Man, preoccupied with the unfinished exercises, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Let us take them back and finish. I promise no one will see." "What did you say?" Li suddenly turned cold, his stern gaze sweeping across the students before he strode over to the stove, lifted the lid, and stuffed all the papers inside. The orange flames leaped up, and in an instant, the 7 papers turned to ashes. Wait, Li Yu, what are you doing? Several students, particularly girls like Hu Man, stomped their feet in distress, and the timid Jiang Xiaoyan even began to cry. Those papers, which they had yet to complete, were treasures in their eyes, akin to the test papers issued by the school that they had all practiced repeatedly. Had Li Yu not been so severe and terrifying at that moment, they would have lunged forward to snatch them back. With a stern face, Li Yi coldly declared, "It seems you have utterly misunderstood my earlier words, so I shall reiterate. Nothing in this warehouse, not a single word or piece of paper, is to leave this place." Li Yi pointed in the direction of the school and inquired of Hu Man, "Could you enlighten me on why we departed from the school today? What was the initial impetus?" Hu Man pursed her lips and, after a considerable pause, replied, "It is because you refrained from explaining the problems to your classmates, which instigated their jealousy, leading them to slander you." Upon hearing Hu Man's nasal tone, Li Yu softened his demeanor slightly and remarked, "Consider, for a moment, how much time you have spent in class 1 these past few days, engaging in banter with Xia Yu and her companions. How much time have you squandered in sulking? And how much time have you devoted to clarifying matters with the teachers? The root of all this lies in our possession of sufficient practice questions that can alter our fates. Do not assume that being cautious will shield you from others' scrutiny. You lack the privilege to take such risks, as this concerns not just you alone, unless you are willing to revert to the incessant bickering with Xia Yu and her associates, expending your energies on trivial disputes that render your destiny forever mired in the quagmire of Class 1. Hu Man and the others were taken aback by Li Ye's sternness. However, they soon reflected on the distressing events of late. Ever since they began opposing Xia Yu and her group, the quality of their studies had plummeted, their minds incessantly besieged by chaotic thoughts. Yet, in the previous few hours, they had experienced an uncomplicated existence. They completed 2.5 exams, listened to Li Yi explain problems, and, unbeknownst to them, the night had passed in an extraordinarily fulfilling manner. This simple yet enriching academic environment felt remarkably delightful. In comparison, the Class 1 that all students at No. 2 High School envied truly resembled a quagmire. "I apologize, Li Yi, we were wrong. I vow here, with utmost sincerity, to guard the secret. My head may roll, my blood may flow, but not a word shall escape my lips." They all pledged in succession, resembling the resolute heroes of films from bygone eras. It was only then that Li Yu unlocked the small storage room door, donned his coat, and escorted them back to school. However, upon stepping outside, he realized that the office of the grain store was still illuminated. As Li Yi and the others emerged, the office door opened, revealing his grandfather, Li Zhongfa, and grandmother, Wu Juying. Li Yi paused momentarily and asked, "Grandfather, grandmother, when did you arrive? Why did you not come inside?" Li Zhongfa, with a serious demeanor, waved his hand and said, "I have made it clear to others that once that door is closed, no one is permitted to enter. No one shall disrupt my grandson's writing, nor shall anyone hinder the offspring of our unit from becoming a great writer." The head of the grain store added, "Director Li is correct. In all these years, our unit has yet to produce a genuine intellectual. How remarkable!" Li Yi, a scion of the grain system, had become the cultural hope of their unit. "Very well, I shall first escort these classmates back, and then return to converse with you." "No need. I merely came to check on you. It is late. You should rest. I will accompany you to the school gate." Li Zhongfa is a straightforward man. He firmly pushed Li Yi back and, accompanied by his spouse, followed Li Daong and the others. Li Yi felt somewhat bewildered. While it was understandable for his grandfather, Li Zhongfa, to come over, what was the purpose of his grandmother, Wu Juying, being present? After exiting the back door of the grain store, Li Zhongfa cleared his throat. The astute Li Daong immediately approached and inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" Lowering his voice, reminiscent of a secret agent, Li Zhongfa asked, "Which young lady are you referring to?" Li Daong cautiously pointed towards Wen Liu and whispered, "Master, I cannot say for certain, but my brother and this Wen Liu. There is something unusual, truly unusual." Chapter 50. Who wants to be in the top 10? This girl appears rather slender. Her rear is petite, not ideal for bearing children. Humph, what kind of vision do you possess, old woman? This young lady stands tall and walks with a certain grace. She seems delicate but is, in fact, quite resilient. She reminds me of our medic from years ago, and such tenacity is far more valuable than mere physicality. Medic? What medic? I've never heard you mention her before. It's been decades since we last met. What do you expect me to say? You, Li Zhongfa, after so many years, still remember her fortitude? You must explain it all to me tonight or else. Oh, come now. She saved my life back then. How could I forget her? What are you thinking? Wen Liu has already entered the school. blissfully unaware that the two amiable elders at the gate are scrutinizing her figure and reminiscing about a long-buried grievance. After having served as a leader for several years, Li Zhongfa, adept in the art of Tai Chi, swiftly diverted the topic. Regardless of the girl's appearance, as long as our Xiaoya is content. That is all that matters. Have you not noticed the changes in Xiaoya recently? Her spirit has markedly improved. Grandmother Wu Juying scoffed, choosing not to pursue the medic story any further but instead sighed, her concern palpable. I too sense that Xiaoya has transformed, yet she is an outsider. What if one day she flies away like Lu Jingyao? Where could she possibly go? Li Zhongfa retorted, his eyes widening. Our Xiaoya is on the brink of becoming a great author. Next year she will surely enter university, and even if she were to fly abroad, I could bring her back, believe it or not. This holds some truth, and Grandma Li nodded in agreement, just by looking at our Xiaoya. You could choose from among the best in the region. However, it would be ideal if she were to enter university solely on her own merit, for rarity adds value. I must say, you shouldn't involve yourself in these matters, assisting so many outsiders. You are aware of the value of rarity? Do you understand the strength found in unity among brothers? Li Zhongfa rolled his eyes, displeased. Were it not for the camaraderie and mutual care among us brothers back then, I would not be here today. When Xiaoya eventually leaves Qingshui County, will she not rely on friends, on classmates? Grandma Li tilted her head, eyeing Li Zhongfa, and said ominously, you owe your life to that medic, do you not? Did you ever consider repaying her kindness with a vow of loyalty? Li Zhongfa felt a chill, marveling at the woman's keen intuition. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Li Yi, Human, and the others had ventured out for self-study. The school showed little concern for their actions, and none of the troubles Li Yi had feared materialized. On the contrary, their absence restored a sense of calm to the repeat class, much to the relief of teacher Luo and others. The classroom was devoid of quarrels or chaos. Only the sound of diligent study filled the air. 52 students were engrossed in their books, relishing the precious learning environment of this era. This is the proper demeanor expected of repeat students. Teacher Luo expressed a sense of relief, reflecting on the tumultuous events of over a month ago, regretting the decision to elect Human as class monitor during the democratic voting process. The ensuing chaos disrupted the students' learning rhythm, leaving uncertainty about whether the top students would score lower on the upcoming college entrance examinations. In these times, even a slight dip in scores for the outstanding students can deeply concern a teacher. Fortunately, the recent resistance seemed to have ignited the academic aspirations of Xiaoyu and her peers. Observing Xiaoyu and Human diligently studying in the classroom, Teacher Luo harbored a glimmer of hope, reminiscent of the proverb of blessing in disguise. However, what Teacher Luo could never have anticipated was that the repeat class had already divided into two entirely distinct factions, akin to two trains diverging on separate tracks. Moving further apart, the majority of students, centered around Xiaoyu and Jin Xingli, resembled an old yet ambitious steam locomotive, puffing clouds of smoke as it laboriously ascended the incline. In contrast, Li Yi and his small group of 8 had seamlessly transitioned to an electric track. Accelerating silently and swiftly, they departed school at 5 in the afternoon, and by 6, while Jiang Xiaoyan was preparing dinner, Human and the others had already begun working through exercises. After finishing dinner at 6:30, they spent a grueling 4 hours until 10:30. With Human and her peers being submerged in a sea of problems, struggling and gasping for breath, their minds still swirling with questions upon returning to their dormitory. After their departure, Li Yi would assess the evening's progress to determine the scope and difficulty of the next day's exercises. Utilizing his mental repository, Li Yi meticulously imparted the exam papers he had encountered from middle school to college entrance exams, gradually introducing Human and her group to questions, starting from the easier ones. If they could solve a particular type, it would be passed over. If not, they would continue with focused explanations the following day. During daytime classes, Human and her peers concentrated on memorization, tackling the knowledge that required rote learning. In the 1980s, there were no standardized syllabuses, and many college entrance exam questions were memorization-based, embodying the principle that more memorization yields more points, which was a vital strategy for the repeat class in their pursuit of success in the exams. Students like Human and Xiaoyu, already possessing a solid foundation in memorization, left the lower-performing students behind. The extra attention Li Yi provided in the evenings was akin to advanced combat techniques, enabling them to refine their skills and compete with their peers. Often, during lessons, when the teacher presented problems, Human and her group would glance up and think, I can solve this, or I have encountered this before. Or is this question really that simple? After several instances, they would cease to look up, redirecting their focus entirely to memorization. After all, Li Yi would assist them in filtering through the material at night, ensuring that even if they missed something, he would cover it for them. As winter break approached, Teacher Luo unexpectedly announced surprising news in class. This semester's final examination is a collaborative effort between our school and County Number 1 High School. And the same paper will also be administered to the graduating and repeating classes throughout the county. You must approach this with utmost seriousness, utilizing all your abilities, so as not to tarnish the reputation of County Number 2 High School. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, and an atmosphere of tension rapidly engulfed the entire school. For ordinary students, the county-wide joint examination may feel like just another routine final exam. However, for the repeating class students who have already experienced the college entrance examination, the psychological implications are entirely different. This serves as a rehearsal for the college entrance exam, where only a handful of students from the county manage to succeed each year. If one does not achieve a commendable score in the county-wide joint examination, the prospect of gaining admission to university becomes exceedingly bleak. In contrast to the anxiety of some, the small group of 8, including Human, was eager and ready to test their mettle in this examination. Do you think we can rank among the top few? I am uncertain compared to County No. 1 High School, but within our class, we should be able to place in the top 10, right? Yes, the top 10. Human squinted her eyes, though her words were somewhat insincere. Her true aim was not merely to secure a top 10 position within the class, but to challenge the top 2 students of the grade, Xiaoyu and Jean Xingli. Last year, Human underperformed in the college entrance examination and was placed in Class 2 during the retake division, which initially left her feeling disgruntled. Upon entering Class 1, she had a quarrel with Xiaoyu, and now that an opportunity had arisen, she was determined to secretly measure her abilities against Xiaoyu. However, just as they exchanged a few words, Li Yi, who was instructing Jiang Xiaoyan in cooking nearby, turned around and exclaimed, "Who said we should aim for the top 10? Human blinked, sensing something was amiss, and then she heard Li Yi declare loudly, "No one is allowed to place in the top 10. The group was left dumbfounded, having acquired skills yet being restricted from showcasing them. What was Li Yi trying to accomplish? Li Yi approached with a serious demeanor and wrote 2 large characters on the small blackboard. From today onward, you must all master a skill, score control. Before the college entrance examination, any test you participate in must not draw attention from others. Class rankings should fall behind previous standings, never advance." Han Xia, being impulsive, immediately protested, "Why not? Why can't we score higher than Xiaoyu?" Yet Human restrained Han Xia as she began to grasp Li Yi's intentions. "Li Yi, is this to maintain secrecy and avoid complications?" "Indeed," Li Yi explained. "If your scores suddenly exhibit a drastic change, the teachers will not overlook it. How will you maintain confidentiality then? Once our secret is exposed, if Teacher Luo comes to me for the questions, I might ignore him, but what about Principal Chang? Or even more difficult individuals?" This was the reason Li Yi was determined to keep a distance from Class 1, even at a personal cost. In comparison to later generations, the 1980s was undeniably a society governed by personal relationships. Should the achievements of individuals like Human experience a significant surge, one can be certain that by nightfall, connections would be forged to reach Li Yi's grandfather. Li Yi solemnly stated, "My abilities are limited. I can only accommodate a few of you. Should anyone else join? I will lack both the time and energy to tailor appropriate examination questions based on each person's unique circumstances, nor will I be able to provide individualized instruction. Consequently, your scores in the college entrance examination will inevitably be affected. Are you willing to accept this?" Human, Han Xia, and the others remained tightly silent, each harboring the same thought. "Should anyone dare to jeopardize my examination scores, I shall tear them to shreds." Li Yi smirked with satisfaction and asked, "Now, who among you still aims to secure a place in the top 10? Yet, timidly raising her hand was Jiang Xiaoyan, who proclaimed, "I wish to rank among the top 10. Chapter 51. What are these students? The County No. 2 Middle School placed a significant emphasis on the final examinations at the end of 1981, far beyond what Li Yi had anticipated. Not only did the County No. 1 and No. 2 Middle Schools collaborate on the examination questions, but the invigilating teachers were also from both institutions, and even the examination venues were exchanged. The repeat class from County No. 2 took their exams in the classrooms of County No. 1, while students from County No. 1 came to County No. 2 to sit for their tests. The examination papers were collectively printed and sealed in bags, only to be opened in the classroom. It was said that this was the clever proposal of a teacher from County Number 1, aimed at simulating the serious atmosphere of the college entrance examination. As previous years had seen students from both schools falter due to psychological pressures. However, the arrangements were not as exhaustive as those for the college entrance exams, as the classes and desks were not completely rearranged. Li was uncertain of the effectiveness of this approach. Yet it was evident that the current students had average psychological resilience. As soon as the papers were distributed, he noticed several classmates were sweating profusely, their hands trembling slightly around their pens. Pure-hearted children, they have yet to experience the harsh realities of society. I recall a time when I could kneel for 23 hours. My fingers steady as a rock. Li smoothed out his examination paper, his pen gliding across the page, creating precise trajectories that formed correct answers with a calm demeanor. Today's first examination was mathematics, and the initial questions were so straightforward that Li completed them without much thought. When he turned over to the second page, the supervising teacher descended from the podium and walked down the aisle to stand behind him. Li glanced back at him, then silently lowered his gaze to continue working, showing no inclination to engage. After more than 2 months, Li had not anticipated encountering Director Yao from County Number 1 again. Director Yao was the principal organizer of this county-wide joint examination. Logically, he should have been stationed in his office overseeing the operation. Yet he chose to actively participate as an invigilator. By chance, he was assigned to supervise the accelerated class, repeat Class 1 at County Number 2. Upon seeing Li Yi, Director Yao was somewhat taken aback. He remembered Li Yi's academic performance, which did not meet the standard for ordinary repeat students at County Number 1. If a student of Li Yi's caliber could enter the accelerated class at County Number 2, it spoke volumes about the academic level of its students. As the examination commenced, Director Yao's keen, hawk-like gaze scanned the students in Class 1 repeatedly. His purpose today extended beyond merely catching cheaters. He aimed to assess the top students at County Number 2. His method of evaluation was quite straightforward, in each subject's examination consisting of 3 papers. The first student to complete the first paper would become a focal point for scrutiny. Is it that student named Jin Xingli? Or perhaps that one called Xiaoyu? Director Yao had done his homework and knew that some students from County Number 1 were acquainted with Xiaoyu and Jin Xingli, so both were on his radar. However, he could never have guessed that it would be Li Yi, this underperforming student, who finished the first paper first and with astonishing speed. As a mathematics teacher, Director Yao was fully aware of the difficulty of the questions presented. Is this speed even possible to replicate? Director Yao, unable to quell his curiosity, hastily approached Li Yi from behind. To his astonishment, he observed Li Yi swiftly tackling the second paper at an astonishing pace. Even copying the answers would not yield such rapidity. Director Yao's initial reaction was to suspect a leak of the exam questions. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. It was merely a final exam, not the college entrance examination. Who would go to such lengths to steal questions? It seemed imprudent. Could it be that I underestimated this individual? Is he a genius? Standing behind Li Yi, Director Yao watched as he filled in answer after answer, solving problem after problem. Correct, indeed all correct. As Li Yi neared the completion of the second paper, a wave of regret washed over Director Yao. Is he possibly on track for a perfect score? How could I have turned away such a student? Yet, in the next moment, the pen that had been gliding effortlessly across the paper came to a halt. He flipped back to the first paper and began scrutinizing the straightforward questions. He examined it from left to right, front to back. After reviewing the first paper, he turned to the second. Director Yao, perplexed, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What are you looking at instead of focusing on the questions?" Li Yi replied coolly, "I am checking the answers." Director Yu was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he responded, "There are still numerous major questions left. What answers are you checking?" Li Yu answered promptly, "I can't solve the ones that follow." Director Yao felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly choking on his disbelief. "If you can't solve them, then why do you respond so confidently?" Frustrated, Director Yao shook his head and walked away, but soon returned. This was because when Lei Yu was the second student in the class to complete the second paper, Director Yu scrutinized Lei Yu's answers and recognized her prowess. She would be among the top students even at the county's foremost school. Yet, as he examined the more complex questions, he found himself baffled again. While when Lei Yu did not outright fail to solve them, her notes on the scratch paper appeared to be a chaotic scrawl. After some time, Director Yao finally deciphered it. Those seemingly erratic symbols were numbers and notations that Lei Yu used to facilitate mental calculations. She had not listed any equations on her scratch paper, and wherever she could calculate mentally, she refrained from writing. For a problem requiring 4 or 5 steps, she might have only noted half. Nevertheless, her final answers were all correct. Ahem, Li Yi coughed lightly, prompting Wen Liu to mimic his actions, pausing to check her previous answers. Director Yao, anxious, interjected, Miss. You haven't completed your work yet. Wen Liu coolly retorted, I can't solve it. Director Yao was left speechless. What kind of students is County Number 2 high school admitting? In contrast to Li Yi and Wen Liu's inability to solve certain questions, many students in the examination room truly struggled. The exam questions were exceptionally challenging. It is indeed a considerable struggle for both Xia Yu and Jin Xingli, not to mention those students who are already average in their studies. However, the members of the small group of 8 seem to find themselves in a relatively easier position. Human, Li Daong, and others may not possess the same capabilities as Li Yi and Wen Liu, yet they are able to answer a majority of the recitation questions. And for the more complex problems, they can either solve them or, after some contemplation, discover the correct approach to the solutions. Except for Jiang Xiaoyan. They all merely perform calculations on scrap paper, leaving the latter questions on the exam paper either blank or hastily scribbled. The skill of score management is beginning to reveal its brilliance. Jiang Xiaoyan discreetly tilted her head to glance at Jin Xingli, who was already working on the third-to-last question. And she couldn't help but feel relieved. She quickly transcribed the steps and answers from her scrap paper onto the fourth-to-last question on the exam sheet. After Li Yi elucidated the significance of score management that day, only Jiang Xiaoyan had the audacity to raise her hand, expressing her desire to rank in the top 10. At that moment, she lowered her head, bracing herself for Li Yi's reprimand. Yet, Li Yi simply regarded her for a long while before lightly acquiescing, cautioning her to be mindful not to exceed the score limit, ideally just barely squeezing into the top 10. Jiang Xiaoyan was deeply moved, grateful that Li Yi did not question her, leaving her with a semblance of dignity. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyan's journey of repeating her studies has been fraught with obstacles. Her grandparents vehemently opposed her decision to continue. The cost for a repeat student amounts to over 100 yuan for the year, with each semester costing 50 to 60. What use is it for a girl to squander such money? In the end, won't it just be a loss? Her father, a man of humble disposition, remained passive. And if not for her fiercely determined mother, who borrowed 30 yuan from her grandmother, Jiang Xiaoyan would not have been able to gather the necessary funds for enrollment. However, this 30 yuan debt became a thorn for a family that struggled to make ends meet. The last time she returned home with grain, her grandfather issued her an ultimatum. If she did not rank within the top 10 this semester, she should not return next year, and instead save that money for her brother Huji to repeat his studies. Jiang Xiaoyan wept throughout the night, and before dawn, she set out with her burden of grain. Huji, her younger brother, had already repeated junior high for 2 years and could not even qualify for high school. Why should he be allowed to continue repeating while she, a high school student, was not supported? Was it simply because he was male? Just 2 months prior, Jiang Xiaoyan would never have dared to dream of the top 10. Her grades barely placed her in the top 20. Yet, at that time, she had already become acquainted with Li Yi's small group, and her grades were steadily improving, which instilled in her the confidence to continue. This was also one of the key reasons she stood by Li Yi during recent conflicts. What Li Yi provided her was something no one else could, the freedom of destiny. Thus, this time, Jiang Xiaoyan resolved to adhere strictly to Li Yi's directives, ensuring that her scores in each subject were slightly lower than Jin Xingli's, thereby securing her position comfortably within the 5th to 10th range. However, she could only see which questions Jin Xingli had left unanswered, leaving her uncertain as to whether he had solved the others correctly, which filled her with anxiety. If only I could see a bit clearer. Jiang Xiaoyan once again stretched her neck, only to hear an angry reprimand. Complete your own exam paper. Any further incidents will be treated as cheating. Jiang Xiaoyan, startled, quickly withdrew her head. Chapter 52. I wish to take it easy, but they are not cooperative. Li Yi's final examinations proceeded relatively smoothly. Following the first test, he approached teacher Luo, expressing his suspicions regarding Director Yao's questionable intentions. Soon, Director Tang Feiyu of County No. 2 Middle School arrived on his bicycle, engaging in a jovial conversation with Director Yao, thereby disrupting the duties of Li Yi's invigilator and sparing him the displeasure of witnessing the latter's presence. As the examinations concluded, the school prepared to break for the holidays, awaiting the announcement of results, after which students would return home with their score reports. Those who performed well would bask in their mother's praises, ushering in a joyful new year. Conversely, those who fared poorly faced a different fate, the dual torment of mental and physical repercussions, the severity of which only those affected could truly grasp. In the 2 days leading up to the results, Li Yi observed several students weeping. Following the exams, it was customary for students to compare answers. This endeavor rarely led to increased confidence, often resulting in heightened despair. The sight of 18 or 19-year-olds crying like children was both pitiful and amusing. In this era, students' thoughts remained untainted, devoid of emotional outlets like video games or distractions from physical education teachers. Their sole obsession was learning and examinations. When this fixation was shaken, the resulting emotional turmoil could be significant. During that period, it was not uncommon for sudden emotional shifts to transform into psychological trauma, leading to severe distress. However, within their small group of 8, the atmosphere was remarkably buoyant. I got all 3 questions right. Don't believe me? Look at the final answers I recorded. One exclaimed, I got 2 right. How did I manage to get that one wrong? Another added, if I tally it up, I did well, but didn't write it on the paper about 55 points. I estimate around 60 points including the paper's rough score. It could amount to 360 points. That seems implausible. The difficulty of this exam appeared intentionally lowered, perhaps to bolster their confidence. Li Daong, Human, and others were also engaged in discussion, though none matched Li Ye's extraordinary accuracy, yet they felt optimistic, even incredulous. After all, achieving 360 points in the college entrance examination would guarantee a spot in a technical college, emboldening them to aim for higher institutions. Nevertheless, after 2 days of careful observation of Xiaoyu and Jin Xinli, Li Yi developed a differing perspective. The questions in this examination were likely not as simple as they seemed. The furrowed brows of his peers suggested otherwise. On the afternoon following the exams, Director Tang of County No. 2 Middle School, along with teacher Luo and several subject instructors, entered class 1 of the repeaters. Xiaoyu promptly directed the students in the front row to make space for the teachers to sit. Director Tang ascended the podium and quietly instructed Xiaoyu to summon Zhuang Hongxing from class 3. Xiaoyu hurried off and soon returned with a silver-haired student. Finding him a seat. Now that everyone is present, I have several matters to discuss. Director Tang's voice resonated powerfully as he declared, the ultimate purpose of our county-wide joint examination is to assess the latent capabilities of our students. Therefore, the questions presented this time are somewhat more challenging. Do not lose heart due to unsatisfactory scores. Below the podium, the expressions of Xiaoyu, Jin Xingli, and others visibly brightened. In contrast, Human, Han Xia, and Fu Yingjia exchanged urgent glances, their concern palpable. Particularly, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. The questions were more challenging? How could that be? No, they are exceedingly difficult. The intent behind this assessment of students' hidden potential is to prepare for the college application process that will occur months from now. Director Tang continued, as you may know, each higher education institution has a limited number of enrollment slots each year. For instance, last year, Jingxing University only admitted over 30 students from our province, while Jingxing Foreign Language College accepted just over 40. If everyone rushes to apply to the same institution, it will only result in a collision of applications. He further explained that there would be multiple joint examinations in the future to thoroughly gauge everyone's true performance, allowing for collaboration with sister schools to make the best choices regarding applications. Li Yu comprehended that Director Tang aimed for students with similar scores from Qing County to stagger their applications, thereby enhancing their chances of admission. Whether this method would prove effective was uncertain, but the college application process of the early 1980s was indeed peculiar. Unlike in later years, where applications are submitted after the results are released, or even after the examination itself, students were required to submit their college preferences before taking the entrance exam. In other words, candidates had to finalize their applications before the examination, leaving them unable to even estimate their scores. This introduced a significant degree of uncertainty into the admissions process. Some students performed exceptionally well, gaining admission with scores well above the minimum cutoff, while others faltered, watching classmates who they had previously outperformed, sort of success. Of course, some candidates, driven by overconfidence or excessive caution, squandered their potential. In summary, it was a matter of blind luck, applying without a clear strategy, hoping for a stroke of fortune. To illustrate, in the early 1980s, students admitted to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida could have score discrepancies exceeding 100 points. That is to say, a student scoring 550 could be admitted alongside one scoring 450. Is that fair? This was a national examination. The only metric for application was the student's academic rankings. Given the current circumstances, achieving a citywide ranking seems implausible, which is why County High School number 1 and No. 2 have taken the initiative to establish a comprehensive ranking for the county, providing students with a clearer perspective. Now, please allow me a moment of silence as I announce the top 20 students from this examination. The 20th place goes to Yangshu Gang, with a score of 271. The 19th place. The 11th place is Li Daeong, with 294 points. The 9th place is Chi Mei-won, with 301 points. Xiaoyu turned her head back towards Li Daeong for the third consecutive time. In her understanding, Li Daeong was a student who ranked beyond the 30th position in the repeating class, even if he occasionally scored high in a few subjects. His overall score shouldn't rightfully place him within the top 20. Although Director Tang did not explicitly state it, it was evident that those in the top 20 were the students who needed to negotiate adjustments to their preferences with brother schools. Hence the most likely candidates for university admission. For those ranked beyond the 20th, hope appeared to be dwindling. If Li Daeong scored 294 points, how much would Hu Man score? What about Wen Liu? Xiaoyu began to worry, glancing quietly towards Jin Xingli, who, as the class representative, also seemed somewhat anxious while looking at her. How many members of that exclusive group of 8 had a genuine chance of entering university? Xiaoyu was aware that Hu Man excelled academically, and Wen Liu was even more formidable. Just in English alone, she could elevate her score by 30 or 40 points. As it stood, at least 3 members of Li Ye's small group would likely secure a position in the top 20, with 2 potentially breaking into the top 10. This was alarming. 4th place, Xiaoyu, 316 points. When Director Tang announced Xiaoyu's name, a sudden wave of disappointment washed over her, followed by a deep sense of unwillingness. All along, she had believed she should be the top student from County number 2. Although Jin Xingli appeared to be slightly ahead, he was already in his 3rd year of repeating. Lu Jingyao had written to Xiaoyu, indicating that students like Jin Xingli had exhausted their potential, leaving little hope for further advancement. It was only students like Xiaoyu, those with experience in the college entrance examination, a solid foundation, and immense potential, who were most likely to gain admission to university. How am I in 4th place? Am I really 3 positions behind Jin Xingli? Moreover, I have lost to Hu Man and Wen Liu? Xiaoyu hunched over, lowering her head, fixated on her hands, feeling a lump in her throat. As if something was about to spill forth. She could accept losing to Jin Xingli, but losing to Hu Man was unbearable. They had exchanged harsh words recently, even involving each other's parents in their heated exchanges. To lose to her now felt like a profound humiliation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Jin Xingli's name. 3rd place, Jin Xingli, 318 points. This announcement stirred the entire class. They all turned their heads towards Hu Man. During the last predictive examination, Hu Man had ranked 1st in the repeating class, which led to her transfer to the 1st class. Had the top students from both classes finally clashed to yield a result? Director Tang did not quell the chaos in the audience, but proceeded to announce the last 2 names. 2nd place, Zhuang Hongxing, 321 points. 1st place, Jiang Xiaoyan, 345 points. The class fell silent, then erupted into a frenzy. Who? Jiang Xiaoyan. It was unfathomable that Jiang Xiaoyan had secured 1st place. How could this be? With 345 points, she could gain admission to a university or college. Nonsense. Last year, the cutoff for Zicheng Normal College was only 335 points. Isn't it possible for her to get into college now? Not necessarily. She was even worse than us before. Perhaps this time she simply got lucky. Indeed. She must have been fortunate. The students in the class chattered among themselves, oblivious to Li Ye's piercing gaze. Li Daeong felt increasingly uneasy under Li Ye's cold, sharp stare, his bear-like frame shifting restlessly on the bench. Finally, he leaned closer with a forced grin and said, "Brother, I didn't make it into the top 10. Li Ye's expression remained unchanged, but Li Daeong comprehended the message behind his eyes. Did I not repeatedly remind you to manage your scores? Wasn't I urging you to take it easy? Li Daeong's round face contorted in a mixture of anguish and laughter. Brother, I was trying to take it easy. But who could have known that would be so ineffective? Chapter 53. Heaven should bestow favor upon the kind-hearted after the results were announced. The top 10 students each received a certificate of achievement. In later years, such accolades became commonplace, yet in this era, they were truly cherished tokens capable of delighting a mother for an extended period. Following this, the papers were distributed, questions were discussed, and the holiday commenced. All students, except those in the repeat class, were free to return home and assist their parents with the New Year preparations. Even for the repeat students, attendance was not mandatory. They could attend at their discretion, primarily receiving guidance from their teachers. After all, high school students at this time were considered half-laborers at home, returning during the summer and autumn harvests to lend a hand in agricultural work. After a flurry of activity, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As Li Yi and the others exited the classroom, Jiang Xiaoyan hurriedly gathered her belongings and followed closely behind, her head bowed. She noticed that Li Yi's expression was not favorable, and though she had wanted to explain herself all afternoon, the opportunity had eluded her, filling her heart with unease. She had only aimed for a 10th place. How had she ended up in 1st? However, before Jiang Xiaoyan could reach the door, she was intercepted by Jin Xingli. Jiang Xiaoyan, hold on a moment. I would like to discuss a few problems with you. Although you ranked 1st, you missed some questions that we tackled together. We should learn from each other. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaoyan stepped back a few paces, keeping a cautious distance from the beaming Jin Xingli, as though wary of a muddy creature that might soil her trousers. Jin Xingli's smile faltered, and he awkwardly continued, Jiang Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Actually, mingling with those underperforming students like Li Yi would hinder your progress. The top 10 have decided to form a study group to support each other and improve together. We are all classmates. I still need to cook. Jiang Xiaoyan evaded Jin Xingli and dashed away, swiftly disappearing down the corridor. Listen to your lecture? Not a chance. You managed to get 2 out of 3 major questions wrong. Why would you even write on the paper? Now I have to answer 2 extra questions and face who knows how much scolding tonight. And mutual assistance? We're all classmates? Where was that camaraderie before? Pooh, do you think I'm foolish? Jiang Xiaoyan caught up with Li Yi and, upon entering the small storeroom of the grain shop, plunged into chopping vegetables for dinner. Tonight's dish was sour fish soup, which she had already prepared twice recently, and she had mastered the steps, requiring no guidance from Li Yi. However, just as she had finished scaling the fish, Li Yi approached her. You start boiling the water. I'll handle the fish fillets. Li Yi's recipe for sour fish soup was inspired by the methods of small northern towns in later years, utilizing ingredients such as grass carp, bean sprouts, and pickled vegetables, ample portions that were filling and flavorful. Hesitantly, Jiang Xiaoyan handed the knife to Li Yi and quietly began boiling the water and preparing the bean sprouts. She felt a twinge of fear, worried that Li Yi might find her a burden. Upon learning that she had scored 345 points, Jiang Xiaoyan experienced a fleeting moment of joy, for if she had included the questions she neglected to answer, her score could have surpassed 390. In previous years, such a score would have ensured a stable placement in a junior college, bringing one close to the threshold of a bachelor's degree. However, soon after, Jiang Xiaoyan was engulfed in an overwhelming panic. You were asked to place 10th, yet you managed to come in 1st. Can you not see how conspicuous that is? Just as the results were announced, didn't Jin Xingli set his sights on you? After only a few days of tranquility, trouble has arisen once more. With her head bowed, Jiang Xiaoyan sifted through the bean sprouts and, after a lengthy pause, finally uttered an apology. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Li Yi. I've let everyone down. Li Yi wielded a kitchen knife with dexterity, deftly filleting the fish, slicing it into pieces as he replied, there is no need for apologies. This was an unforeseen occurrence, or rather, a situation difficult to manage. You are the only one who made it into the top 10. Perhaps you can brush it off by claiming luck in answering the questions correctly. However, there are some complications that you must address on your own. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly lifted her head and said, all right, I can handle any trouble. Li Yi continued, in the days to come, there will surely be those who attempt to extract information from you or ask for your assistance with the problems. You must learn to refuse. Refuse? The timid Jiang Xiaoyan was indeed not skilled at saying no. Li Yi observed her and said, I'll teach you a method. Whenever someone approaches you for help with problems, lead them astray, providing incorrect explanations. What? Not only was Jiang Xiaoyan bewildered, but others were also perplexed. Li Yi elaborated, when you explain problems to others, provide 9 incorrect solutions for every correct one, or rather, 9 falsehoods for 1 truth. After a few encounters, they will be disinclined to seek your help. Ha 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 ha, the classmates erupted in laughter. While Jiang Xiaoyan bit her lip in embarrassment, her eyes growing misty. At times, I ponder, Li Yi, why do you assist me so wholeheartedly? I have nothing to offer. I can only express my gratitude. Just moments earlier, the laughter of Human and the others had filled the air, but now they fell silent. In the past, while studying alongside Li Yi, they merely felt a sense of personal progress, a belief that they were gradually advancing towards university. Yet that was ultimately a mere expectation, a conjecture, an estimation. Now, the reality stood before them. Jiang Xiaoyan had surpassed Xia Yu and Jin Xingli, securing the top score in the final examination. However, the true first place was not Jiang Xiaoyan, but Hu Man, whose actual score had exceeded 400 points. It all felt like a dream. After all, just a month ago, Hu Man and her peers were lost about their future. Even in their wildest fantasies, they would not have dared to envision a score of 400. Her aspiration was to achieve 350 points, to merely brush against the threshold of a junior college. If that failed, she would settle for a vocational college, where she could still hold a position of leadership. But now, what is a vocational college? Not even a dog would go there. Everyone has discreetly concealed several points this time. If calculated, it appears that all have nearly touched the threshold of junior college. Everyone, including Wen Liu, encircled Li Yi, observing him with a hint of unease. The silent gazes of the girls were one thing, but what was with the fervent stares from you, Li Daong, Fu Yingjie, and Yin Jinbu, the several robust men? Isn't it rather nauseating? You inquire why I assist you? Li Yu pondered momentarily before asking Hu Man. When He Weigua had a dispute with me, why did you choose to support me? Hu Man was taken aback and replied, at that time, I was the class monitor of Class 2. It was only right to be impartial. He Weigua was simply a rogue. His character is well known to all. Li Yu nodded and further questioned the others. When I had conflicts with Xia Yu and Jin Xingli, why did you all side with me? Engaging in arguments and struggles with them? Han Xia and Fu Yingjie exchanged glances and candidly stated, because we have benefited from you. You have provided us with questions and explanations, after all. Li Yi immediately countered, but I have also offered questions and explanations to other classmates, Haven Ti? The usually taciturn Yin Jinbu responded, because they are selfish, only knowing how to take without gratitude. Our arguments with them are over principles, over justice, over conscience. Ah, how eloquently put. Li Yi looked at Yin Jinbu in astonishment. You typically remain silent for so long. You possess quite a depth of insight. Yin Jinbu, feeling bashful, scratched his head and fell silent once more. Li Yi asserted, it is indeed about conscience. I believe that those with a sense of conscience deserve divine favor more than those cunning individuals who only seek self-interest. If only one person were to gain admission to university, it should not be the one with the highest scores, but rather the one with the greatest conscience. For only such individuals will remember their roots, recalling the common folk who nurtured them, rather than being consumed by ambitions of advancement and profit, solely concerned with their own benefit, indifferent to the plight of others. This embodies one of Li Ye's motivations for aiding Hu Man and others, to enable those with kind hearts to gain admission to better universities, while the likes of Xia Yu can flounder. Li Yi, your words resonate deeply. A few girls had tears glistening in their eyes. Their innocent hearts perceived something different in their gaze towards Li Yi at that moment. When Li Yu cast a cold glance and remarked nonchalantly, is the pot burnt? Ah, indeed it is burnt. Quickly, add water. Ha. The atmosphere in the small storeroom soon became lively, with the aroma of the simmering bean sprouts and pickled vegetables wafting through the air, served in a large aluminum basin. Li Yi placed the sliced fish atop the basin, sprinkled a variety of seasonings, and drizzled fragrant pepper oil over it, spoon by spoon. In these times, the grass carp is completely natural, sizable, and quite affordable. However, without oil, the fish tends to have a strong fishy odor. Do not speak of steamed fish. Those devoid of richness in their bellies cannot appreciate such delicate fare. The tender fish flesh, meeting the scalding hot oil, curls and releases a fragrant aroma, while the oil seeps through the bean sprouts beneath, intertwining a medley of tantalizing scents that waft through the air, eliciting salivation from the gathered crowd, including Hu Man and others, who eagerly clutched their bowls, awaiting a whistle from Li Yi to commence the feast. After a month of hearty dinners, they have grown accustomed to this spectacle, akin to a gaggle of playful puppies encircling their food bowl, a sight both endearing and charming. Suddenly, the large yellow dog at the entrance erupts into a frenzy of barks. Li Yu pauses, gesturing with his hand. Li Daong and the others spring into action, swiftly relocating the small blackboard and scattered papers into the inner room, locking the door behind them. Meanwhile, Li Yu strides to the entrance, offering a few fish heads to the vigilant yellow dog. The dog emits a couple of low whines before bowing its head to gnaw on the fish head, its fluffy tail wagging in a display of submission. It is no longer the same large yellow dog from a month prior. The bounty Li Yi has bestowed upon it has long since eroded its pride, dulled by the sweet allure of leftovers. In an era where sustenance is scarce, even the most fastidious of dogs cannot resist such indulgence. As Li Yi opens the gate to the courtyard, he is surprised to find teacher Luo waiting outside. his nose twitching as he swallows saliva. What delectable dish are you preparing? It smells divine. After speaking, perhaps feeling a tad indelicate, he hurriedly hands Li Yi a parcel. Here, your package from the island city. Has your novel been published? Li Yi takes the parcel, tearing it open to reveal a brand new novel within. Ah. In my past life, I struggled as a web writer, but in this life, I have finally become a true author. Chapter 54. Do you feast every day? Please come in. Teacher Luo, please come in. Daong, could you get a basin for Teacher Luo to serve the dishes? In the depths of winter. It seemed rather unkind to leave Teacher Luo standing outside, especially since he had come to deliver a package to Li Yi. Thus, Li Yi ultimately welcomed him inside. And even before they reached the entrance of the small storage room, he called for Daong to serve a portion of the sauerkraut fish. No. I've already eaten at the canteen. Truly, it's unnecessary, Teacher Luo declined, though his mouth watered at the tantalizing aroma. The sourness was simply overwhelming. As Li Yi lifted the curtain, leading Teacher Luo into the small storage room, he was instantly taken aback. Wow, it's so warm. And your dinner is quite lavish. The stove in the small storage room burned continuously, radiating warmth akin to spring. The large aluminum basin brimmed with sauerkraut fish, glistening with oil, indicating an abundance of ingredients. This intense sensory experience left Teacher Luo, who had initially been somewhat reserved, momentarily at a loss for words. It was essential to note that coal was now rationed and allocated by ticket. For an ordinary household, merely being able to light a fire upon returning home from work, maintaining warmth until the late hours for a good night's sleep, was a luxury. Yet here in Li Yi's abode, the temperature was maintained at a steady 20 degrees throughout the day. What a waste of coal. Teacher Luo cast a glance at the basket of charcoal beside the stove, completely filled with chunks of coal, and felt a pang of envy. One cannot help but feel disheartened by comparisons. The conditions in schools and the grain system are simply incomparable. While comforting himself with such thoughts, he inadvertently accepted the large enamel basin that Daong had handed him. Realizing this, he quickly protested, No, I've eaten, truly. Please, Teacher Luo, do not be courteous. This dish is homemade. We would love your feedback. Li Yi urged, handing him a pair of chopsticks and beckoning the others to begin their meal. Human, Daong, and the others swiftly set to work, filling their enamel basins to the brim. Teacher Luo watched with astonishment. They can really eat. Looking down at his own basin, nearly full of sauerkraut fish, he felt a sense of embarrassment dissipate. In the 1980s, in some rural village schools, it was customary for families to take turns providing meals for the teachers. Teacher Luo felt a sense of modesty, but knew that accepting a meal from students would not tarnish his reputation. Teacher, as you can see, our self-study environment is quite conducive, and everyone's motivation is significantly elevated. Moreover, the tranquility in the class is partly due to our concessions. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. The environment here is truly commendable. With each mouthful of the hot, numbing, and spicy sauerkraut fish, Teacher Luo found himself gasping, both from the heat and the delightful tanginess. Jiang Xiaoyan hurriedly poured him a bowl of water. Here is some water for you, Teacher Luo. Thank you, Teacher Luo replied, taking a couple of sips before catching his breath. I came today to take a look, and I must say, the conditions here are indeed impressive. However, Teacher Luo shifted his tone and said, in this examination, several of you did not achieve satisfactory results. Have you encountered any difficulties in your studies? Human and the others remained silent, their chopsticks flying as they savored the delectable pickled fish, leaving no room for conversation. Teacher Luo felt somewhat awkward. His intentions were genuinely good. This examination had brought unexpected surprises, such as Jiang Xiaoyan's outstanding performance, but also unforeseen disappointments like those of Human and Wan Liu. With the college entrance examination just a few months away, every student's potential weighed heavily on him as the class teacher. Seeing that Teacher Luo was losing his appetite, Li Yi reluctantly spoke up. Ahem, they seemed to be unwell those days and underperformed. So please don't take it to heart, Teacher Luo. Teacher Luo coughed, choking momentarily, and had to drink several sips of water to regain his composure. As a father of several children, he certainly understood what it meant for a woman to feel unwell. But why did Li Yi, being just a child, have such awareness? How were you raised, Li Yi? Is it true that children who are engaged are indeed different? Li Yi noticed the girls' faces were slightly flushed, and he realized that in this era, his words were somewhat indiscreet. Just as he was about to apologize, when Li Yu calmly and firmly said, Yes, I was unwell those days. That evening, the meal felt incredibly peculiar. Conversation ceased, and the only sounds were the crisp crunching of the pickled vegetables as they were chewed. After dinner, Teacher Luo finally addressed Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Xiaoyan, you performed excellently in this examination, and the school recognizes your immense potential. Therefore, I would like to hear your thoughts on whether you would be willing to study diligently with Xia Yu and the others under the guidance of our teachers. Jiang Xiaoyan's expression changed dramatically as she finally understood the purpose of Teacher Luo's visit that night. She inquired, Teacher Luo, did Xia Yu say something to you? Teacher Luo clicked his tongue and nodded. Indeed, Xia Yu mentioned that you were spending your time cooking for others after class, thus wasting precious study time. Given your current situation, you should not be expending a single minute on matters outside of your studies. Jiang Xiaoyan's mind raced, and she asked Teacher Luo, if I study with Xia Yu and the others, will I have meat in every meal? Teacher Luo replied. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly continued. Yesterday we had braised pork hock with yellow beans. The day before that, we had catfish stewed in an iron pot. The day before that, we had chicken with mushrooms. And the day before that, we had pork ribs with potatoes, and even further back, we had twice cooked pork. Teacher Luo exclaimed, are you running a restaurant? Do you feast every day? To which Jiang Xiaoyan responded, it's only a dime per meal, all you can eat. Observing the remnants of the sauerkraut fish in the large aluminum basin, Teacher Luo found himself utterly powerless. If one were to adhere to this recipe, even mid-level officials would not be afforded such treatment. Teacher Luo could no longer conjure up any excuses. He was well aware of Jiang Xiaoyan's circumstances, living on mere steamed buns and water, with no assistance measures in place at the school. Now that she had found a place that provided meals, how could he possibly pull her away? Was it not a matter of principle? In this day and age, with the vastness of the world, the significance of a meal could not be overstated. Very well, this is all voluntary, Teacher Luo declared as he rose to leave. Only to suddenly notice Li Ye's new book. Li Yi, I have heard that you have become an author, but I have yet to peruse your great work. May I take a look at that book? Li Yi could hardly refuse and reluctantly handed over the freshly unwrapped infiltration, much to the dismay of Wen Liu, who pouted. As Li Ye's proofreader, she had been eager to be the first to read the new book. The others realized that, for the time being, they would not be able to tackle their exercises. Thus, they decided to review their materials on their own, waiting for Teacher Luo to depart first. However, as time passed, 1 or 2 hours, Teacher Luo remained seated, seemingly rooted in place, completely engrossed in the riveting narrative of infiltration. Hu Man and the others endured the tension. After experiencing the benefits of having Li Yi as their golden asset, the evening study time had become essential for them. Each passing moment was invaluable, and Teacher Luo's obliviousness was exasperating. Sensing the collective anxiety, Li Yi, in a moment of resignation, took matters into his own hands. As the time for their nightly reading approached, he announced, today, let us read Lesson 9 in English together. Li Yi retrieved the English book and began leading the reading. Naturally, Hu Man and the others followed suit, and the resounding voices of their reading promptly roused Teacher Luo from his literary trance. Oh, this book is truly exceptional. Teacher Luo exclaimed, unable to part with infiltration. He was astonished that Li Yi could craft such a work, a veritable prodigy. However, he soon noticed another commendable aspect of Li Yi. His English pronunciation was remarkably pristine, even more so than that of the several substitute teachers at the school. After Li Yi and his classmates finished reading, Teacher Luo remarked, Li Yi, your English pronunciation is excellent. How about leading the class in reading from now on? Not a chance, Li Yi replied without hesitation. I neither have the time nor the inclination to engage in such thankless tasks. Teacher Luo was left speechless. Just as the matter regarding Huang Shuren had been settled, Xia Yu and the parent of Zhou Qinggong had been summoned to the school. It had taken considerable effort to mitigate Li Ye's grievances and restore tranquility to the repeat class. Now, to expect Li Yi to assist those who had once mocked him seemed implausible. Did one really believe that Director Li would lower himself to contend with a few students? Very well then. The primary issue is that Teacher Ma has matters at home, and Teacher Ko is on leave. There have been no English teachers at the school recently, and I am only in a state of blind anxiety. Teacher Ko is on leave? Li Yu looked at Wen Liu with a puzzled expression, wondering why this little mute had not mentioned it to him. Chapter 55, The Enigma of the Jianghu. That very evening, Li Yi sought out Teacher Ku and learned that she had indeed taken leave from the school, as she was bound for the capital. Teacher Ku also informed Li Yi that she intended to take the completed sections of Fenghua Taobing with her. While she did not elaborate on her plans, Li Yi could surmise that she aimed to utilize the festive season to circulate her manuscript in the capital and foster connections. However, Li Yi felt that the timing was not yet right. Teacher Ku, I have only penned less than 400,000 words so far. Shurchenkai has only just made his entrance, and we are far from reaching the thrilling segments. The length of web novels is evidently greater when compared to traditional novels. For instance, The Legend of the Condor Heroes spans 1.2 million words, while The Deer in the Cauldron, though lengthy, does not exceed 1.5 million words. Yet, even if Finghui Taobing were to become a truncated version, it would still exceed 1.9 million words. Here, I pay homage to the esteemed Xiao Zixiangxian, hoping that the revered author is faring well. Even after eliminating a portion of the filler content, given Xiao Zixiangxian's inherent eloquence, it would be impossible to compress the work to less than 1.5 million words. Thus, 400,000 words would certainly prove insufficient. Teacher Ke chuckled wryly, acknowledging, I understand it is not yet the time for excitement. However, a manuscript of 400,000 words is not insignificant. It could suffice for initial presentations. Observing the urgency and anxiety in her eyes, Li Yi realized she could no longer delay. Reluctantly, he replied, Very well. I shall expedite my writing over the next few days, aiming to add several more thousand words, particularly focusing on Shurcheng's character development. Yet, Teacher Ke interjected, There is no need for that. Should anyone express interest in this novel, we can send them the subsequent sections in batches. Send them in batches? Indeed, Teacher Ke affirmed. I have heard that there exists a serialized writing method in Hong Kong, where several thousand words are published daily in a continuous stream, yielding quite favorable results. Of course it works well. The multitude of web novels in later years all employ this technique, hooks, cliffhangers, and even alter plots at the behest of esteemed authors. Teacher Ke, you are truly remarkable. A wise person is indeed to be admired. Li held a deep admiration for Teacher Ke, who, in the closed-off Qing Shui County of the 1980s, recognized the characteristics and advantages of serialization, showcasing insight far surpassing that of the average individual. Very well then. When do you depart? I shall swiftly organize the manuscript. I have already prepared the manuscript and will leave tomorrow. However, I have an unusual request that requires your assistance. An unusual request? Li Yi was taken aback, for Teacher Ke was not one to solicit help. In the school, while other teachers occasionally offered assistance, she would handle such matters with a calm demeanor, often deterring others inadvertently. Li Yi was the sole exception, but only in the context of their collaborative writing. In daily life, she was loath to inconvenience him, even when Lai Yu accompanied her for meals, which she attributed to the nominal remuneration from manuscript reviewers. If one were to label her as aloof, it is not the case that Li Yi felt Teacher Ke was deliberately maintaining a sense of detached clarity from the crowd. However, today, Teacher Ke unexpectedly had a rather unusual request. Li Yi, adopting a serious demeanor, said, If there is anything you need, Teacher Ke, please do not hesitate to tell me. I will assist in any way I can, and if I cannot, I will seek help from others. Teacher Ke smiled gently and replied, It is this. I will be heading to the capital, and it is inconvenient for me to bring Xiao Yu along. She has been closely following me for years, and she is quite timid. During my absence, could you possibly look after her? Of course, as long as she is willing. I can take care of her completely. No, am I that kind of person? Li Yu promptly agreed. All right, Teacher Ke, I can certainly manage that. I will simply bring her to my home for the new year. However, does Li Yu wish to stay in Qin Shui on her own? Teacher Ke nodded and said, I spoke with her yesterday, and she is willing. Li Yi's final shred of concern dissipated. When Li Yu had intentionally failed her university entrance exams just to stay close to her mother, so it was surprising that she was now willing to temporarily part ways with Teacher Ke. He glanced over at Li Yu, who seemed a bit shy. After confirming the time of Teacher Ke's train for the following day, he roused Li Deyong, who had just burrowed under the covers. That very evening, he accompanied Jin Ping and Hao Jian to the provincial city. It was the dead of winter, and setting off at 2 in the morning on bicycles was quite an ordeal. After cycling for 20 kilometers, Li Yu lay down on the roadside, pretending to be exhausted, allowing Jin Peng and Hao Jian to pull him along. Upon arriving in the provincial city, dawn had yet to break. Yet the sesame candy vendor had already gathered at the street corner near the morning market to receive their goods. The process of weighing the sesame candy and collecting payment was almost wordless, creating a peculiar silence that gave Li Yi an impression reminiscent of a crime thriller from a bygone era. They were exceedingly vigilant, having earned this money easily. They preferred to remain discreet and quietly amass their wealth. Li Yi nodded, surveying the bustling morning market nearby. Rural folk were selling cabbages and radishes, while city dwellers offered old clothes and furniture, and even old bicycles were up for sale. Li Yi felt a flicker of interest. His elder sister still did not own a bicycle. However, Jin Ping quickly interjected, You cannot buy those bicycles carelessly. They might be stolen goods. Li Yi had no choice but to relent. In these times, a single bicycle could lead to a series of major legal troubles, and one could easily find themselves wrongfully accused, which was not worth the risk. Haojian sesame candy needed to be distributed to 3 different locations. By the time they had finished wholesaling all the candy at one site, the sun was fully risen. The 4, exhausted from the night's labors, first enjoyed a steaming hot breakfast to dispel the chill from their bodies. Li Yi took 500 yuan from Haojian and instructed him to return home first. Haojian pondered how to conceal the money on his journey back alone. Since Li Yi and the others were carrying it, he was more than willing to comply. After parting ways, Li Yi, Jinping, and Li Deyong headed straight for a narrow alley west of the provincial train station. Upon arriving at a bustling alley, Li Yi observed a group of individuals, some squatting and others standing, huddled in small clusters, each one drawing on cigarettes with hunched necks. This was a modest black market for ration tickets in the provincial capital. Li Yi had come to exchange food stamps for teacher Ke. In 1981, dining out required more than mere cash. The majority of establishments demanded food stamps. While it was possible to devise various means to satiate one's hunger locally without stamps, traveling elsewhere rendered one utterly helpless without them. Teacher Ke's trip to the capital necessitated the acquisition of national food stamps. As a temporary worker at the county's second high school, his ration allocation was minimal, leaving him with scarcely a few stamps to spare. Traveling was challenging. And for a woman, it was even more arduous, especially concerning one life. How could Li Yi not intervene? Logically, procuring national food stamps would be easier through Li Zhongfa. Yet Li Yi wished to avoid unwarranted inquiries from his family and also needed other supplies. Upon noticing Li Yi and his companions' approach, the individuals present became increasingly vigilant. Tightly clutching their handbags, Li Yi discerned that their location was ideally suited for a swift escape. Jinping cast a quick glance and led Li Yi towards one of the men with a disheveled appearance. "Brother, do you have national food stamps?" "Are you joking? If I had national food stamps, why would I even be here?" The man exhaled smoke, eyeing Jinping with a cocky demeanor while casting a dismissive glance at Li Yi and Li Deyong. His accent revealed he hailed from the northern countryside, possibly from either Chishui or Beiyang, and 2 of his companions appeared to be mere children, clearly devoid of any substantial resources. Li Yi, unfazed by the man's scornful gaze, inquired directly, "What other tickets do you possess? Do you have tobacco tickets or liquor tickets? Can you procure sleeper train tickets? How do these exchanges work?" The man's eyes brightened slightly. "What kind of cigarettes are you looking to buy? What sort of liquor?" Li Yi responded, "Zhonghua cigarettes and Mauda liquor." The man rolled his eyes, baring his teeth. "Are you messing with me? What tickets could possibly buy Zhonghua cigarettes?" Li Yi fell silent. Aware that certain cigarettes required tickets, yet having never purchased Zhonghua since his rebirth, he was oblivious to the current market conditions. Jinping waved his hand. "Let us focus on food stamps for now, national ones, 50 kilograms. The man tilted his head, 1 yuan 20 per kilogram. 50 kilograms will cost exactly 60. Jinping and Li Yi were taken aback. This price was not merely exorbitant, it was scandalously inflated. They had previously inquired and learned that the market rate for national food stamps in the provincial capital hovered around 50 cents, with 40 cents being standard and 60 cents still reasonable. Yet this man's quoted price was double. Jinping turned to leave, thinking, "Am I a fool?" However, the man shouted towards others at the alley's entrance, "Others charge more. Mine are the cheapest." Indeed, upon further inquiry, Jinping and Li Yi encountered even more outrageous prices. Li Yi chuckled and returned to the man. "Very well, if yours are the cheapest, we will each purchase 50 kilograms of food stamps, along with some liquor and tobacco tickets." The man eyed Li Yi skeptically and asked, "Do you have that much money?" Li Yi reached into his pocket and produced a handful of cash, glimmering in the light, a thick wad amounting to several hundred. The man with the split hairstyle paused momentarily, spat out his cigarette, and gestured for Li Yi to follow him. As they entered a narrow alleyway, Li Yi noticed a young man squatting nearby who also trailed behind them. This young man was bald, with keen eyes exuding an unusual aura of fierce bravery. The split-haired man, brimming with pride, reassured Li Yi, "Do not worry. This is my brother, just returned from the southern battlefield. As long as you do not provoke him, he will not bother you." It became evident why the split-haired man felt emboldened to engage in intimidation and extortion. He had a formidable ally. Yet, regardless of his backing, Li Yi was not one to be easily intimidated. He flexed his ankle and delivered a powerful kick against the wall of the alley. The thud echoed, causing the brick wall to tremble slightly. Jinping and Li Deyong, quick to respond, Each followed suit with a kick, their strikes reverberating as if the wall might crumble under their assault. The bald young man immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the split-haired man. His fierce gaze fixed on Li Yi and his companions. Li Yi twisted his wrist and calmly inquired, "What was the price you mentioned earlier?" Engaging in physical confrontation was out of the question. If they could establish dominance through intimidation, why resort to violence? The three men shared a tacit understanding and slowly advanced towards the bald man. His eyes were sharp and unwavering. Yet he directed a terse command at the split-haired man behind him, "Leave now." This simple phrase revealed his palpable tension. An expert can discern the nuances. Even if he had emerged from the battlefield, he lacked the confidence to face Li Yi and his companions in a one-on-three confrontation. However, the split-haired man did not abandon his ally. Instead, he pushed him aside and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "My brothers, we venture out to seek fortune. It is essential to maintain a cordial atmosphere. There's no need for exorbitant demands or violence. After all, we may meet again in the future. And remember, betrayal among thieves is not kinship." The split-haired man's lengthy discourse left Li Yi in an awkward position, caught between amusement and discomfort. Indeed, it seemed this man was still a novice in the ways of the underworld. Chapter 56. As darkness enveloped my surroundings today, I found myself yearning for its eventual release. Whether it be in the year 2022 or 1981, the train stations before the Spring Festival have always served as battlegrounds for those returning home, sites of both disdain and necessity. Particularly in 1981, although the transient population was diminished, the frequency of train services was even scarcer. With no private vehicles, deficient bus services, and a lack of air travel options, all the pressure of passenger flow was thrust solely upon the railways. Li stood atop the elevated platform outside the provincial train station, gazing down at the seemingly endless sea of heads below him, feeling an onset of claustrophobia. This was merely the provincial city of Dongshan. Had it been a bustling rail hub like that of Hunan province, the situation would have been even more dire. During those times, many domestic trains did not offer direct routes, necessitating transfers in such central cities. Li had heard tales from his father's military friends about several young men returning home who, upon reaching Hunan, found themselves unable to access the transfer window. In their desperation, one comrade was tossed over the crowd like a flying acrobat, stepping atop heads to reach the coveted window. Yet, even in this scene, which was not overwhelmingly crowded, Li harbored doubts about whether an elegant, independent woman like Teacher could withstand such a challenging environment. Where one's feet barely left the ground, yet the struggle remained palpable. Conversely, his companions, Li Daong and Jin Peng, appeared unperturbed by the crowd, even somewhat exhilarated. "Little Yi, do you know?" Jin Peng exclaimed. "If we take a train from here, in just 2 days and nights, we can reach Yangcheng, where gold is abundant. And we could fill our bags and return wealthy." Li Daong, gazing up at the lofty train station roof, expressed his aspirations. "I wonder if next year we will board a train from here, embarking on a journey to university in distant lands in the twilight of the 1980s. Opportunities for leaving one's hometown were scarce. Many remained confined within a radius of mere miles for decades. Many of my female relatives back home exemplify this. Thus, the ambitious young men, eager to explore the world, brimmed with longing for the unknown and anticipation for what lay ahead." Li took a drag from his cigarette and mused, "Next year, you and Hao Jian should discuss who might venture to Yangcheng to assess the situation." Jin Peng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Li Yi. "Really?" Li nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Go and scout the path. Whether you earn money or not is of little consequence. It's about broadening your horizons and experiencing the world." Jin Peng nodded in understanding, knowing that silence was often the wisest response. Li Daong's eyes also gleamed with enthusiasm. "Brother Peng, it's unsafe to traverse the world alone. May I take a leave of absence to accompany you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi replied, "Stay home and focus on your studies." Li Daong paused, inching closer to Li Yi, tugging at his sleeve, his eyes ablaze with a desperate plea for approval. Every boy harbors dreams of venturing forth into the world. Warnings of highway robbers and dangers along the way only serve to heighten their sense of adventure rather than instill fear. Li Yi replied coldly, "If you wish to avoid repeating the year alone next year, then do not go anywhere. Concentrate on your studies." With a chuckle, Jin Peng laughed heartily. Yet he refrained from offering any comfort to his junior disciple. Instead, he remarked with a sense of derision, "Daong, do you truly believe we are still in need of more hands? Ergo and Sanshui have been incessantly pestering me to let them join in, pleading with me countless times. And here you are, A student? Neglecting your studies to compete with us for sustenance? Li Daong, feeling resentful, shifted to a corner to sulk. Perceiving Jin Ping's lack of camaraderie as ungracious, particularly in a moment of need, Jin Ping, with a smile, chose to ignore him, suddenly glancing into the distance and whispering, "They are coming." Li Yi then beheld the troublesome man with a parted hairstyle and the reticent, yet razor-sharp, bald man. He could hardly fathom that he would witness such a peculiar character capable of both submission and resilience today. The man named Ma Rue, who had just moments ago exuded an air of intimidation, transformed into a remarkably affable figure, not only avoiding conflict with Li Yi and his companions, but also becoming chummy with Jin Ping. Naturally, a deal was struck. With a price of 6.5 for a pound of grain, which was surprisingly higher than the usual market rate. Li Yi found himself utterly captivated by Ma Rue's silver tongue, his eloquence surpassing even that of a seasoned comedian, Jin Ping. Li Yi and Li Daong together could scarcely match his prowess. While Li Daong looked down upon such a cowardly individual, Li Yi remained unperturbed, seeking his assistance in procuring some high-end cigarettes and liquor, as well as a sleeper ticket to the capital. Ma Rue, with bravado, boasted of his connections within the local produce company in the railway department, claiming that with sufficient funds, no task was insurmountable. Li handed him a deposit of 50 yuan, agreeing to meet at the station in 2 hours. It was evident that this fellow possessed at least a modicum of foresight, having accepted Li Ye's 50 yuan without a second thought. The three brothers waited impatiently, as it was indeed challenging to find someone during the festive season. After considerable effort, Ma Rue finally gathered the items they required, albeit he mentioned that his cousin from the railway was off duty today and could only procure 3 platform tickets. He then opened 2 bulging bags, revealing 4 packs of cigarettes, several bottles of liquor, and some assorted snacks. The cigarettes were touted as the filtered peony brand, and the liquor, quite commendably, included 6 bottles of Mao Tai, with the remainder being Shifeng. Li Yi felt somewhat satisfied with the goods, though he was greatly disappointed about the absence of the sleeper ticket. However, in the provincial capital, they were utterly lost. Purchasing tickets at the station would entail long queues, even for mere platform tickets. All right then, what is the total cost? Very well, brother, for the peony cigarettes, you will need to purchase a whole pack at 8 yuan 50 per pack. As for the Mao Tai, we have no tickets, so it will be 15 yuan a bottle. Li Yi was taken aback. Had it not been for the throngs of people bustling about the station, he might have demonstrated his displeasure by performing a brick-breaking act right before Ma Rue. The peony cigarettes were priced at just over 5 Mao per pack, and he had inflated the price by 60%, while the Mao Tai, if ticketed, would only be priced at 8 yuan a bottle. This was nearly a complete markup. Ma Rue, astutely noticing Li Ye's dissatisfaction, promptly offered, "Brother, do not take offense at the pricing. I assured them that if I cannot deliver, I will simply return the goods by the end of the day." Li Yu cast a glance at him, silently counting the money to settle the bill. Such is the nature of today's merchants. If their hearts were not sufficiently dark, how could they possibly prosper? With the transaction complete, Li Yi and Li Daong collected their goods and proceeded to the entrance to await teacher Ku. Meanwhile, Jin Ping, leaning against Ma Rue, chatted merrily for quite some time. After Ma Rue departed, Jin Ping returned to Li Yi and assured him, "Rest easy. Whatever he has gained from us, I shall ensure he relinquishes." Li Yi replied, "In the pursuit of wealth, one should avoid bloodshed unless absolutely necessary." Jin Ping laughed. "How could that be? That Ma Rue has shown interest in our candy business. Once he is ensnared in our web, will we not guide him as we please?" Admittedly, in the ways of the world, Li Yi considered himself inferior to Jin Ping. Teacher Ku disembarked from the bus traveling from Qingshui County to the provincial capital, hastening her way to the train station, all the while inwardly lamenting her plight. Just days prior, when she had journeyed through the night, the provincial train station was far less crowded during the early morning ticket queue. As the new year approached, the congestion at the station intensified with each passing day, an unavoidable circumstance. "Please make way. I beg you, my train is nearing," she called out, urgency rising in her voice, pressing forward regardless of whether the individuals before her were elderly or children, burdened with a small bag in her arms. A large bag slung over her shoulder, and a bundle on her back, she resembled a cumbersome little bear, struggling to navigate through the throngs of people. "Make way. My train departs at 10:30. Teacher Ku's impatience grew, her voice hoarse from calling out. The earliest bus from Qingshui County departed at 8. And after a brisk journey to the provincial capital, it was nearly 10. How could half an hour suffice? Stop shouting, miss. I have been pushing for ages without making progress. No amount of shouting will help. Perhaps if you discard some of your belongings, you might squeeze through. A slender man nearby remarked, eyeing her. Teacher glanced at him, clutching her small bag tighter. Inside were the manuscript for the fire escapee and an introduction letter for her travels. These two items were her lifeblood. As for the change of clothes in her shoulder bag and the 20 large buns in her bundle, they were mere trifles at this moment, neither easily discarded nor retained. While the clothes could be set aside, she had little in the way of rations. What would she eat upon reaching the capital? Despite years of hardship toughening her resolve, survival on mere grass was not feasible without sustenance. Yet, if she missed the train and failed to reach the capital, what would become of her husband? What would happen to her son? Reflecting on the countless moments of helplessness over the years, Teacher Ku's eyes misted, obscuring her vision. No matter how resilient or strong one might be, what difference could it make? What could truly be altered? Teacher Ku suddenly. A resounding chorus of calls approached relentlessly. Teacher Ku wiped his face and stood on tiptoe, catching a glimpse of Li Ye's handsome visage and Li Dayong's bear-like physique. I am here, right here. Teacher Ku sniffed and vigorously waved his slender arms, resembling parched wild grass yearning for the impending gentle rain of the dry season. Chapter 57. Who is the adult, and who is the child? Make way, the train is about to be delayed. A bear of a man charged through the crowd, his robust arms shoving people aside with little regard. Many irate travelers turned around, ready to unleash their grievances. But upon seeing the imposing figure of Li Dayong and the fierce gazes of Jin Ping and Li Yi, they could only swallow their indignation in silence. The rudimentary boxing technique emphasizes the importance of a strong foundation, and amidst the throng, the trio of Li Yi held their ground, forming a protective triangle around Teacher Ku. Sweating profusely, they finally made their way to the platform just as the train arrived. However, upon spotting the incoming train, even the composed Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a mess." This was a transit train traveling from the bustling metropolis to the capital, having stopped at numerous stations along the way. By now, it was packed tighter than a can of sardines, and Li Yi felt that if any more passengers were to board, it might very well burst. Experienced travelers on the platform had already begun to stake their claims, their luggage poised for launch. "Let us throw our bags through the window, and then climb in," Teacher Ku suggested hurriedly. It was then that Li Yu realized that many intended to board the train through the windows. With only one door per carriage but a multitude of windows, any entry point would suffice as long as one could manage to get inside. The image of Teacher Ku attempting to climb through a window struck Li Yi as utterly ludicrous. "Teacher Ku, could you hand me your ticket?" "Oh, here. What do you need it for?" "Just a moment." Li Yi took possession of Teacher Ku's ticket and quickly pushed his way towards the rear of the train, where he hoped to find a sleeper compartment. After all, Dongshan Province was a major city, and even transit trains were likely to have sleeper tickets available. Upon reaching the back, the platform was noticeably less crowded. Li Yi began to assess the other waiting passengers. Those who walked with a steady gait and held their heads slightly elevated were accustomed to giving orders, definitely not suitable. Individuals with pens tucked into their jacket pockets were likely to be intellectuals. Some were amicable, while others were miserly, not a match. "Oh, this old gentleman has large hands and feet, calloused palms, and a face lined with deep wrinkles, a clear indication of a hard-working laborer, perhaps even a skilled craftsman." Li Yi approached him, first offering a cigarette before speaking. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask you a question? Are you heading to the capital?" The old man eyed Li Yi warily, brushing aside the offered cigarette. "Speak plainly, no need for pleasantries." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Yi quickly raised the ticket for the man to see. "Sir, I assure you, I mean no harm. Here is the situation. My relative is also traveling to the capital. She purchased a seat ticket, but as a woman traveling alone, it may be quite burdensome for her. Would you consider exchanging your ticket for some extra cash?" A woman traveling alone? The old man furrowed his brow, hesitating before giving a response. In such a cramped travel environment, no one would willingly exchange a sleeper ticket for a seat. Li Yu quickly pointed towards Teacher Ku, saying, "That big fellow over there is my brother, and the person next to him is a relative of mine. Given her condition, it's quite challenging for her on the train." At this moment, Teacher Ku's hair was tousled, and she appeared somewhat disheveled. The old man squinted and remarked, "Oh, your relative seems to be quite refined." Li Yu responded, "She is a teacher, but she has always been in poor health. The journey from here to the capital takes over 10 hours. It's unbearable for an ordinary person to squeeze in at the front." The old man nodded. "Indeed, for someone with a weak constitution, venturing out at such a time is truly a hardship." Seeing an opportunity, Li Yi swiftly pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and tucked it along with the ticket into the old man's hands. Please help us, sir. If we had any other choice, I wouldn't be asking for favors. The old man appeared somewhat displeased, reaching to return the money. But upon feeling the amount, he hesitated, feeling embarrassed. Actually, we don't need this much. My hard sleeper costs 23, and the seat ticket is 12. 5. Just give me an additional 10. 5, and that would suffice. Oh, that is not possible, Li Yi insisted, pulling the old man towards Teacher Ku, continuing. Sitting in a hard seat for over 10 hours is more exhausting than working 2 extra shifts. It would be unfair for you to let us off without any compensation. Adding 2 shifts is no big deal. You all just need more exercise. The old man, having heard Li Yi's words, felt less awkward. As they squeezed in front of Teacher Ku, Li Yi took the lead, saying, Teacher Ku, I spoke with this kind gentleman, and he is willing to graciously part with his sleeper ticket for us. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately handed the ticket to Teacher Ku, adding with a sense of duty, as gentlemen from Dongshan, we cannot bear to see women suffer. It's only right. Oh, I can't accept this. Let me reimburse you, Teacher Ku said, feeling quite embarrassed as she began rummaging through her bag. The old man waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Your young man has already taken care of it. Hurry and board the train. Li hastily picked up Teacher Ku's luggage and motioned for Li Daong and Jinping to assist the old man onto the train. Thank you. Thank you. Teacher Ku expressed her gratitude repeatedly as she followed Li Yi towards the sleeper compartment, while Li Daong and Jinping helped the old man board. The old man was quite talkative and asked, Is that young lady also your relative? Relative? Jinping paused and chuckled, Not at the moment. But who knows what the future holds? Jinping elaborated, That young fellow is my brother. In the future, he might just end up calling Teacher Ku mother-in-law. Oh, I see. The old man suddenly realized, so that is why he is so attentive. Perhaps today I've inadvertently done a good deed, fostering a romance. Because there was a ticket inspector at the entrance of the sleeper compartment, it was relatively less crowded in that area. Li escorted Teacher Ku to the door, casually handing her 2 bags filled with cigarettes and alcohol. Leaning in closer, he whispered, Teacher Ku, I asked Li Yu to help me with the proofreading, and we agreed to share a portion of the manuscript fee with her. She has yet to claim it, but this time she asked me to give it to you. Tucked away at the bottom of the bag. That is unacceptable, Teacher Ku firmly declined, but Li Yi had already stepped back. Teacher Ku, if you find you have no use for it, please bring it back. Do not deprive yourself while traveling, he continued. Teacher Ku, please take care on your journey, and if circumstances allow, send us a telegram upon your arrival. Teacher Ku, once you reach the capital, avoid small inns. Opt for a grand hostel instead, and do not fret over the expense. Having exchanged these few words, Li Yi's figure was soon lost amidst the throng of people. Teacher Ku was ushered by the ticket collector onto the train, and even as she settled into her berth, her mind remained in turmoil. I have been admonished by a mere child. A smile crept upon Teacher Ku's lips. The scene moments ago felt as though she were the one unaccustomed to the world, while Li Yi appeared as the elder offering a farewell. Chapter 58. What has become of this world? A mournful, silent whistle abruptly roused Teacher Ku from her slumber. Alas, she realized that they were nearing their destination. Hastily, she descended from the upper bunk, draping her various bags over her shoulders while chastising herself for oversleeping. In truth, it had been an eternity since she had relished a journey as leisurely as this. Though the upper berth was hardly luxurious, it was sufficiently clean and private, allowing her to escape the congestion and suffocating atmosphere of a seated carriage. The absence of queuing for the restroom also liberated her from certain concerns, enabling her to regulate her food and water intake. As she opened the leather bag that Li Yi had pushed her way, she found it stocked with sausages, cake, and biscuits, provisions that spared her the humiliation of gnawing on cold, hard buns under the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. A decade prior, she would have scorned such treatment. Yet now, it felt like a distant memory, stirring profound reflections. Will those halcyon days ever return? Observing the throngs of people beyond the train window, Teacher Ku felt a mix of trepidation and determination. Please, do not jostle. I carry fragile glass items that could cause harm. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, she cautiously safeguarded the cigarettes and alcohol nestled within her bag. Though these items might seem insignificant to the powerful, it is often the minor adversaries who prove most troublesome. Fortunately for Teacher Ku, her journey was one of departure, which proved far smoother than an arrival. After emerging from the station, her brow glistening with sweat, she hefted her leather bag and burdens, hastening forward, guided by memory. Time was of the essence. She needed to secure lodgings, freshen up, and promptly commence her visits. For some individuals might not be available after 2 or 3 attempts. She recalled a few modest hostels situated about 4 or 5 li east of the train station, collectively managed and reasonably priced, with convenient access to public transport. However, as she passed a bus stop, 2 young women alighted, similarly burdened with bags, evidently intent on catching a train. One of them glanced at Teacher Ku, suddenly halting in surprise, exclaiming, "Teacher Ku, have you come to BJ?" Gasping for breath from her exertion, Teacher Ku looked up, equally astonished. Lu Jingyao? What a coincidence. Lu Jingyao approached with delight, eager to assist with Teacher Ku's luggage. "Where are you headed, teacher? Let me escort you." Teacher Ku promptly declined. No, it's just a short distance ahead." Lu Jingyao, however, was undeterred, enthusiastically seizing Teacher Ku's bags, declaring, "If it's close, then I must accompany you. Otherwise, I would be ungrateful, wouldn't I?" Lu Jingyao's admission of her success in gaining admission to the Capital Foreign Language Institute was undoubtedly attributable to Teacher Ku's guidance, and her words rang with sincerity and heartfelt gratitude. Yet, Teacher Ku maintained her smile. "Truly, it's unnecessary. You both need to catch your train, don't you? Today, as trains are quite crowded, it took me half an hour to escape. It is quite all right, Teacher Ku. We arrived 2 hours early. Even if we must climb, we will make it onto the train." Lu Jingyao, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, smiled as she surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "Teacher Ku, last year you guided me on my path. Today, I will accompany you to the ends of the earth." Teacher Ku smiled faintly and, with a hint of helplessness, pointed to a building 100 meters away, stating, "I am heading to the Guangming Hotel." The Guangming Hotel, a tertiary service establishment affiliated with a state-owned enterprise, boasts an excellent environment and conditions that fully meet the standards expected by Li Yi for a large hotel. The Guangming Hotel? Very well. Lu Jingyao momentarily paused, contemplating a question, yet ultimately refrained from voicing it. In her recollection, Teacher Ku had always lived modestly. Could it be that she had returned to work? However, if she had indeed resumed her duties, one would expect her to be chauffeured given her position. Lu Jingyao turned to her companion, Lu Muhan, and said, "Could you please wait for me a moment? I will be right back." Lu Muhan, Lu Jingyao's roommate, chuckled. "It's just a few steps away. Why should I wait? Let's go together." The trio walked briskly and soon arrived at the Guangming Hotel. It was only at this moment that Lu Jingyao suddenly recalled something. Curiously, she asked Teacher Ku, "Teacher Ku, why didn't Xiaoyu come with you?" Teacher Ku replied, "It was inconvenient on the way, so I let her stay in Qingshui County." Lu Jingyao immediately responded, "Oh, then I shall bring Xiaoyu back to our home." No, there's no need." Teacher Ku waved her hand in refusal. "She is a grown child now and can take care of herself. That simply won't do." Lu Jingyao expressed her concern. "Xiaoyu is rather timid. You can rest assured. I promise to look after her. Really, it's unnecessary." Teacher Ku found it difficult to explain to Lu Jingyao that she had entrusted Li Yi with the care of one Liu, as she knew the two would certainly feel awkward around each other. The service at the Guangming Hotel was exemplary, and Teacher Ku quickly completed the check-in process, allowing the 2 girls to turn and head to the train station. Once outside the hotel, Lu Muhan inquired about Lu Jingyao's relationship with Teacher Ku. Lu Jingyao recounted in detail her journey to university, implicitly conveying her deep respect for Teacher Ku, akin to that of a daughter towards her mother. Lu Muhan gently furrowed her brow. Lu Jingyao and that Teacher Ku. Lu Muhan pondered, recognizing her ability to read people accurately. Although Teacher Ku always wore a cultured smile, there was an almost imperceptible distance between her and Lu Jingyao. Nevertheless, Lu Muhan was tactful and chose not to mention this to Lu Jingyao, due to the incident concerning manuscript fees. Lu Jingyao had gradually distanced herself from Yishui and others, while growing closer to Lu Muhan, a member of the petite bourgeoisie. As their friendship developed, Lu Jingyao discovered that Lu Muhan was not as difficult to get along with as Yishui and the others had suggested. Rather, they shared many common interests, such as a diligent approach to studies and a love for literature. Lu Muhan's literary interests were simply broader, and her family background more affluent. For instance, on this journey home, both took the same train, yet Lu Muhan's family had arranged for a sleeper ticket, specifically in the lower bunk, while Lu Jingyao was left to squeeze into the hard seat compartment at the front. As they were about to depart, Lu Muhan took the initiative to invite Lu Jingyao to join her in the sleeping compartment of the train. She assured her that as long as no one objected, They could occupy her berth until they reached Dongshan City. Initially, Lu Jingyao declined, believing it unnecessary to impose on others. However, after an arduous struggle that seemed to require immense effort, they finally squeezed onto the platform, and Lu Jingyao relinquished her reservations. At that moment, concerns of pride became trivial. The mere act of boarding the train was in jeopardy. During the Spring Festival, all trains were overbooked, and numerous officials from the capital, including Director Li and Section Chief Ma, were returning home to celebrate with their families. Regardless of their ranks or positions, everyone was forced to jostle alongside farmers and workers. Only upon reaching the platform did the stature of Director X begin to matter, as such a rank permitted the purchase of sleeper tickets without the need to climb through windows. Make sure to wear your badge. Despite Lu Muhan being an esteemed young lady, she displayed no airs of superiority and demonstrated considerable adaptability. She urged Lu Jingyao to properly affix her badge from the Capital Foreign Language Institute, and then politely explained to the ticket inspector in the sleeping compartment that they had been unable to board from the front. They merely wished to enter together, after which Lu Jingyao would move to the hard seat compartment. The inspector, upon observing their badges, graciously allowed them to board and even kindly suggested they could linger a little longer in the sleeping compartment. Once on the train, the compartment was already populated with civil servants from the capital returning home for the new year. Among them was a couple who, perhaps due to only one partner's rank being sufficient, shared a sleeping berth, making Lu Jingyao less conspicuous. After settling their luggage and exhaling a sigh of relief, each retrieved a book. Lu Jingyao pulled out an English book borrowed from the library, while Lu Muhan produced a brand new novel. Lu Jingyao was puzzled, for Lu Muhan typically favored foreign literature or substantial tomes. "What has drawn you to such a book?" she inquired. Lu Muhan replied, "A few days ago, I spoke with my husband on the phone, and he mentioned he was reading an intriguing novel. I was curious about what kind of story could captivate a wooden scholar like him, so I decided to purchase one and take a look." A soft chuckle escaped Lu Jingyao's lips, and she chose not to press further, instead opening her own book. A fascinating novel? Was it truly of value? Did it contain the beauty of jade or the promise of golden houses? Only textbooks held such treasures. As the train departed, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks possessed a remarkable ability to lull one to sleep. The passengers in the sleeping compartment quickly succumbed to slumber, leaving only Lu Jingyao and Lu Muhan engrossed in their reading. After completing a chapter, Lu Jingyao felt her eyes grow heavy and decided to bookmark her place and stretch. To her surprise, she found Lu Muhan immersed in the novel, her expression animated and lively. How peculiar, indeed, Lu Jingyao thought, astonished. For the Lu Muhan she knew was not one to display such overt emotions. As the night deepened, the average speed of trains these days hovered around 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, and it was still early to arrive at the provincial city of Dongshan. Lu Jingyao found it increasingly difficult to remain seated and decided to venture to her carriage. However, upon reaching the door of the hard seat compartment, she was met with a sight that prompted her to retreat immediately. The compartment was packed to the brim with passengers, with even the restroom door unable to close due to the crowd inside, leaving no room for her to pass through. Upon returning, Lu Muhan noticed Lu Jingyao's discomfort and quickly curled up to create a bit of space for her to squeeze in and rest for a while. Yet, she remained engrossed in her novel, neglecting even the dinner of egg cakes. Leaning against the bunk, Lu Jingyao dozed off in a haze, only to be startled awake in the dead of night. Meanwhile, Lu Muhan continued her reading, her eyes gleaming like those of a night owl. "Muhan, aren't you going to sleep?" Lu Jingyao inquired. "Oh, you should sleep. I'll finish this soon and then show you. It's too fascinating." As Lu Jingyao glanced at the cover of the novel, she finally discerned its title, Undercover. Is it really that captivating? Her interest was piqued at last. However, even upon arriving in Dongshan province, Lu Muhan had yet to share the book with Lu Jingyao. She noticed that after finishing it, Lu Muhan began reading it anew. After disembarking from the train and taking a bus, Lu Jingyao arrived in Chishui County by afternoon. By the time she walked the 30 miles to Luqiao Township, darkness had enveloped the sky. Despite her physical exhaustion, Lu Jingyao felt a sense of joy in her heart. Among her belongings were 2 garments. One belonged to her father and the other to her mother. A beautiful hairpin served as a gift for her younger sister, Lu Jingqi, while for her brother, Lu Zixua, she had purchased 2 invaluable reference books. These items cost her nearly 20 yuan, which meant she now owed Lu Muhan a debt that she would have to postpone until the following year. As she stepped into her familiar home under the starlit sky, Lu Jingyao's voice quivered with emotion as she called out, "Mother, I'm back. Father, I'm home. Is that you, Anira?" Has Anaya returned? Her mother hurried out from within, reaching out to take Lu Jingyao's luggage and welcoming her inside. After a closer inspection, tears welled in her eyes as she lamented. How have you lost weight? You look even thinner than when you left home. I haven't lost weight. I've gained some. Lu Jingyao quickly reassured her mother with a smile before opening her luggage to present gifts. Both her father and sister were delighted, admiring the clothes and hairpin as they gazed into the mirror of the wardrobe. Only her brother, Lu Zixue, seemed utterly uninterested in the reference books. Instead, he eagerly pulled out a stack of blank paper and a fountain pen, thrusting them into Lu Jingyao's hands. Sister, you're back. Hurry and write a novel. My bicycle depends on you. What? Lu Jingyao was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. Don't you know? The manuscript fees for Guojia have skyrocketed. You can earn thousands for a single novel. You've published articles before, right? Come on, write a novel. Lu Jingyao stood in stunned silence, her expression a blend of disbelief and amusement. Is it really that easy to earn manuscript fees? A few thousand yuan? Have you lost your mind? Lu Zixue was taken aback, gazing at his sister with reddened eyes, surprisingly angry. Their mother hurried over to mediate, addressing Lu Jingyao. You're already a university student. If high school students can write novels and earn thousands, why can't you? Lu Jingyao was utterly speechless. Back in her middle school days, when their mother heard an English broadcast, she had asked, "You can understand what foreigners are saying, right?" And during high school, a relative inquired, "After studying science for over a decade, surely you can fix a broken pump? What is the point of your education?" Lu Jingyao took 2 deep breaths, suppressing her rising frustration. High school students earning thousands from writing novels? Which high school student? I'd like to meet them. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The lively chatter ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Lu's father and mother fumbled for words, while her younger sister retreated outside. Yet, Lu Zixue remained unfazed, declaring loudly, "Sister, you still don't know? Everyone in the county knows about that old bald man from the Li family. Li Yi wrote a novel and earned several thousand in manuscript fees. If he can do it, why can't you?" Who? Li Yi? What on earth is happening in this world? Chapter 59. This is not his level subterfuge? The novel penned by Li Yi is actually titled Subterfuge? Upon discovering the name of Li Yi's novel, Lu Jingyao fell silent for the entire evening, much to the annoyance of her younger brother, Lu Zixue, who remarked that she had grown too arrogant and aloof. However, following the incident regarding her manuscript payment, Lu Jingyao had transformed. She was no longer willing to compromise her own dignity for the sake of others. She chose to ignore her brother's disdainful glances, having scarcely slept throughout the night. Lu Jingyao rose before dawn, quietly departed, and set off on foot towards the county town. The 30-mile journey would take 3 hours, and by 8 in the morning, she arrived at the Xinhua bookstore in Qishui County. She removed her scarf, rubbed her numbed face, and inquired of the sales clerk, "Hello, do you have subterfuge?" The clerk, with a blank expression, impatiently replied, No, stop asking, it's annoying." Having endured a sleepless night and a 3-hour trek only to be met with such a lack of service, Lu Jingyao felt a surge of indignation. It was true that many sales clerks today exhibited a certain arrogance, but did that mean university students were any less deserving of respect? Who was it that came asking day after day? What kind of service attitude was this? Was the motto hanging on your wall about serving the people just for show? To whom were you showing such contempt? Hey, how do you speak to people? Who are you scolding? The term showing contempt was a dialectical expression from northern China, and the homegrown salesgirl did not comprehend it, mistaking it for an insult. She immediately stood up and began to argue back with Lu Jingyao. Their quarrel soon attracted the attention of the bookstore's management. By this time, the end of the lunar month had arrived, and the streets were bustling with people preparing for the new year. If the situation was not resolved quickly, it would surely draw a crowd, a most embarrassing spectacle. Hey, stop the shouting. Xiao Hu, mind your attitude. And you, young lady, please calm down. What is going on here? The clerk was about to speak when Lu Jingyao interjected, "Sir, please adjudicate this matter. I came early to purchase a book and politely asked her if they had subterfuge, and she immediately snapped at me." The clerk hastily defended herself. "That's not true. Uncle Wu, she was insulting me." All right, I will handle this. Xiao Hu, please assist in organizing the customer's New Year goods in the back," Uncle Wu instructed. Ushering the pouting clerk away before turning to Lu Jingyao to explain, "The girl does not understand the situation. Many people have been inquiring about subterfuge recently, but we simply do not have it in stock." Her tone may have been a bit sharp. Please do not take it to heart. As he spoke kindly, Lu Jingyao felt her anger dissipate. She softened her tone and asked, "Have many people been coming to buy subterfuge these days?" "Quite a few," Uncle Wu replied. "Most are students and teachers from the first and second high schools, as well as individuals from the grain system. However, we genuinely do not have any in stock. Not even the city's Xinhua bookstore has it." "Not even in the city? Why is that?" Lu Jingyao was astonished. Although she had deduced from Lu Muhan's engrossed demeanor while reading that the book Infiltration must possess some significance, it was perplexing that it was unavailable at the Xinhua bookstore in the city. Uncle Wu explained, this book was just published at the end of the year, with an initial print run of 100,000 copies. However, the market response has been exceptionally unusual. It nearly sold out in provincial capital cities. There are hardly any copies available in city-level bookstores, let alone reaching our small county. Why don't you go to the provincial capital and see for yourself? Is it really that popular? Lu Jingyao murmured to herself as she exited the county's Xinhua bookstore. Outside, a long street stretched before her, leading east to the county No. 2 middle school and west to the bus station. After pondering for a while, she resolutely headed toward the bus station. She was determined to travel to the provincial capital to uncover the allure of infiltration, which had captivated so many and led them astray. A ticket from Qingshui County to the provincial capital cost 45 cents, enough to purchase a pound of fatty pork. Normally, Lu Jingyao would hesitate at such an expense. But today she found herself unable to resist the burning desire that stirred within her. How could Li Yi publish a novel? How could he earn thousands in royalties? His novel is still unavailable? How can that be? As someone who had submitted manuscripts herself, Lu Jingyao understood the magnitude of a print run of 100,000 copies. A renowned author. In the northern winter, the sun sets early. The last bus from the provincial capital to Qingshui County arrived at the bus station, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Passengers hurriedly disembarked, scattering in different directions as the limited transportation options in the county meant that 9 out of 10 townships were inaccessible by bus, compelling everyone to rush home before twilight faded. After a day of jostling, the bus attendant took out a broom to clean up the litter in the cabin, only to discover a young woman still aboard, lost in thought while holding a book. "Hey, we've arrived. Are you planning to stay here tonight?" Startled, Lu Jingyao lifted her gaze and realized they had reached Qingshui County. She hurriedly exited the bus, but as she stepped down, her legs buckled, causing her to stumble. "Are you all right?" The kind-hearted attendant quickly stepped off the bus to help her up. "I'm fine, just my legs went numb." Lu Jingyao replied with an awkward smile as she wobbled out of the station, making her way to a nearby noodle shop. She had left home before dawn, skipping breakfast to rush to the provincial capital. Upon her arrival, she had scoured several bookstores only to find no copies available, except for one that promised a final batch of infiltration would arrive by noon. Determined to acquire the book, Lu Jingyao resolved to wait until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. To her amusement, she found herself queuing to buy the book, despite the chaos of line cutters and backdoor deals. It took over an hour for her to finally secure a copy. In a flurry, she hurried back home, only finding the time to open infiltration once she was on the bus. However, as she lifted her head, she realized they had already reached her stop. At this moment, she began to feel a profound hunger. Thankfully, during the holiday season, the school had distributed several pounds of grain tickets to each student to facilitate their return home for the new year. Otherwise, at this hour, Lu Jingyao would find it troublesome even to crave a bowl of noodles. After consuming a steaming bowl of scallion noodles, Lu Jingyao gradually regained her composure. She held the book Infiltration in her hands, and after a long pause, she slowly shook her head. This is not his caliber. Something is amiss. Lu Jingyao was well aware of Li Ye's literary foundation. When they used to discuss poetry and prose alongside Xia Yu and others, Li Yi was merely a filler. Now, upon examining the various literary embellishments and narrative descriptions within Infiltration, she could not fathom that it was penned by Li Yi. Could it be that in just half a year apart, he is transformed into someone entirely different? The thought made her heart flutter with confusion, akin to 3 little kittens with 12 tiny claws scratching at her insides, rendering her restless. She longed to confront Li Yi directly, to inquire about the unfolding mystery. However, recalling his previous letter in which he expressed a desire to cease their meetings, she felt too embarrassed to do so. Suddenly, Lu Jingyao remembered Wen Liu. She had promised teacher Ku to look after Wen Liu, who was still attending classes at County No. 2 High School and would undoubtedly possess some insider knowledge. Instantly invigorated, Lu Jingyao made her way swiftly to the school. Upon entering County No. 2 High School, she was surprised to find students still in the classroom. As she approached, she unexpectedly bumped into Xia Yu, who was looking up. "Lu Jingyao?" Is it really you? Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight, rushing towards her excitedly. Oh, Xiaoyu, have you not yet begun your holiday? Lu Jingyao grasped Xiaoyu's hand, both astonished and elated. They had once been close friends, and their reunion after more than half a year was a cause for great joy. At this moment, embracing was not customary. Instead, holding hands and stamping their feet was the proper expression of their happiness. Not only were Xiaoyu and Lu Jingyao overjoyed, within just a few minutes, the students remaining in the repeating class had gathered around them. A college student, a real college student, Lu Jingyao, having made a remarkable leap to be accepted into the capital's Foreign Language Institute, had become a source of pride for County No. 2 High School. A living legend among the repeating students, and a pillar of their resolve to persist in their studies. Approximately 70 to 80 repeat students crowded the corridor, gazing at Lu Jingyao as if she were a celebrated star. This adulation made her previous insecurities vanish in an instant. Lu Jingyao was exceptional. She was a role model for County No. 2 High School and for all high school students in Qishui County, deserving of every ounce of pride. When the director, Tang Feiyu, also arrived upon hearing the news and warmly shook Lu Jingyao's hand, her sense of pride reached its zenith. Welcome back to your alma mater. You are a beacon for County No. 2 High School. Tomorrow, we are organizing a seminar, and we would love for you to share your experiences and inspire everyone. Lu Jingyao graciously accepted the invitation, her demeanor and interactions markedly different from that of the high school student she had been 6 months ago. She had truly become a mature adult. After the teacher departed, Lu Jingyao seized the opportunity to inquire of Xiaoyu. Where is Wen Liu? Is she not in the same class as you? Xiaoyu's smile faltered as she replied, she spends all her time with Li Yi now and hardly speaks to us. With Li Yi? Lu Jingyao asked, her surprise palpable. Why would she be with him? Xiaoyu continued, I am not entirely sure. But Wen Liu has been of great assistance to him while he writes his novels. Initially, she was merely responsible for proofreading and copying. Yet as Xiaoyu and the others reflect on it now, the situation has taken on a different hue. In an instant, Lu Jingyao's mind raced to connect the dots when Liu, Teacher Ke. The questions that had lingered in her heart suddenly found clarity. Observing the shifting expressions on Lu Jingyao's face, Xiaoyu bit her lip and whispered, Jingyao, you may not know, but Li Yi has established a study room off campus, with a furnace that burns continuously for 24 hours, serving stewed cabbage and meat for every meal, which has attracted several female classmates to him, including Hu Man, Han Xia, and Jiang Xiaoyan. All of them have been lured away. A surge of righteous indignation welled up within Lu Jingyao, accompanied by a sense of urgency. Where is Wen Liu? Xiaoyu, you must go and bring her back. Chapter 60, How Peculiar Lu Jingyao, with a sense of justice, urged Xiaoyu to summon Wen Liu. However, Xiaoyu timidly declined. I dare not go. I fear Li Yi. Why? Lu Jingyao regarded Xiaoyu with great perplexity. This friend of hers had once been a spirited little general and had served as class monitor for 3 years, exhibiting far more audacity than Lu Jingyao herself. She had never been one to shy away from challenges. Lowering her head, Xiaoyu spoke with a tone of grievance. I had a conflict with Li Yi over academic matters. I am not quite sure how he spoke to the teacher, but they compel me to call my parents before he relented. I merely wished to complete the college entrance examination smoothly. It must be noted that the experienced Xiaoyu spoke with considerable finesse. Just a few sentences were enough to construct the image of Li Yi as a formidable bully. How could this be possible? Lu Jingyao could hardly believe it. While Li Yi had displayed a temper in the past and occasionally engaged in fights, how could he stoop to such tyrannical behavior? Just then, Zhou Qingong from their class approached, beginning to lament. What Xiaoyu said is true. I inadvertently called him by his nickname, and he dragged me out in front of the entire class. When my family arrived, they nearly knelt before him. Indeed, Lu Jingyao chimed in Jin Xingli, the academic monitor, with righteous indignation. Ever since you left, Liu has transformed into a different person, treating his classmates with cold indifference. We merely wish to consult him on some exam questions, and the atmosphere in the class has become unbearable. Yes, Lu Jingyao. You must do something about Li Yi. He flaunts his status as a writer, showing utter disregard for others. Such a so-called writer, indeed. Several classmates approached Lu Jingyao, voicing their grievances, painting a vivid picture of collective outrage, and awakening in her an unusual sense of responsibility. Although she had no desire to confront Li Yi, it was evident from the sentiments surrounding her that the students had long suffered under Li Yi's tyranny, awaiting her intervention to right the wrongs. Very well, Xiaoyu, lead me to him. I shall have a word with Li Yi, Lu Jingyao ultimately resolved. Yet, Xiaoyu vigorously shook her head. She was cunning, though not foolish. After several encounters, she had come to realize that in the face of absolute power, her status as class monitor held little weight. A director as a grandfather could render Li Yi invulnerable. Yet, Xiaoyu was unwilling to yield. Over the past month, while the class appeared tranquil, her desire for vengeance had never waned. Once a woman becomes consumed by her passions, reason becomes elusive. Xiaoyu resembled a thorny wasp, biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. Now, with Lu Jingyao's unexpected return, an opportune occasion had presented itself. Xiaoyu possessed an intricate understanding of Lu Jingyao. She was indeed the nemesis of Li Yi. Moreover, Lu Jingyao was remarkably self-reliant and proud. Even if she were to clash with Li Yi, she would resolutely bear the consequences alone, ensuring that Xiaoyu would not be implicated. The relationship between Wen Liu and Lu Jingyao was unique, playing a significant role in Li Ye's narrative. Should Lu Jingyao act recklessly, she might inadvertently solidify Li Ye's reputation for plagiarism, leading to his irrevocable downfall, with his grandfather suffering the repercussions as well. Do not fear, Xiaoyu. Accompany me, and I shall assume all responsibility, Lu Jingyao assured. Yet, Xiaoyu hesitated to follow. Lu Jingyao then turned her gaze toward Jin Shengli and Zhou Qinggong, only to find them retreating in trepidation, leaving her incredulous. However, someone finally stepped forth. I will lead you. I know where Li Yi is. To her surprise, it was Yi Weiguo, having pursued her in their first year of high school. Yi Weiguo had left Lu Jingyao with an unfavorable impression. Yet, with no one else willing to guide her, she reluctantly acquiesced. Li Ye's off-campus study area was situated behind the grain shop, a fact not shrouded in secrecy, and they arrived swiftly. However, upon reaching their destination, Yi Weiguo exclaimed in astonishment. It wasn't like this before. The courtyard of the grain shop had just undergone renovations, and a guardhouse had been erected at the entrance. Within it sat a scarred-faced man in his 40s, who brusquely inquired about their purpose. We seek Wen Liu, Lu Jingyao replied calmly. The scarred man retorted. When Liu is not here, you should leave at once. At that moment, Lu Jingyao's anger flared. What sort of establishment was this? A mere grain shop now boasted a guard? Was she in a prison? Initially apprehensive about seeking Li Yi, she now felt emboldened. I am looking for Li Yi. The scarred man tossed her a registration book. Li Yi is not present. Write your name, workplace, home address, and contact information. We shall inform him upon his return. Suppressing her fury, Lu Jingyao replied indignantly. My name is Lu Jingyao, and I am aware that Li Yi is inside. You will notify him immediately. As the scarred man relayed her message, Li Yi and Hu Man were preparing for a meal. Li Yi's expression turned peculiar as he inquired, What brings Lu Jingyao here? The scarred man responded, I am unsure, but it seems she does not come with good intentions. With a chuckle, Li Yi shook his head and remarked, Gu Shu. You have listened to too many tales. There are no ill intentions behind her visit. The scarred man countered, Do not be dismissive, Li Yi. That woman is approaching with hostility. Shall I send her away? Do not. Allow her to enter. Li Yi nonchalantly declined Gu Shu's offer of goodwill. A few days prior, after Li Daong informed Li Zhengfa about the situation regarding the final examinations, Director Li took immediate action, designating the second grain store as a key protective unit. He constructed a guardhouse and dispatched Gu Jinxiang, a retired firefighter who had been injured in the line of duty. Gu Jinxiang possessed a commendable sense of discipline. As long as he denied entry, no one could gain access. However, at that moment, Li Yi remained unconcerned, for he found himself powerless to intervene. Lu Jingyao finally entered the small backyard of the second grain store, but Yi Weiguo was left stranded outside. The large yellow dog barked furiously at Lu Jingyao, instilling in her a chilling sense reminiscent of a haunted place. Yet, as Lu Jingyao lifted the curtain to enter the small warehouse, her feelings underwent a complete transformation. Inside the warmly lit room, the fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafted through the air, mingling with an indescribable scent of vegetables. Standing near the stove was Jiang Xiaoyan. Clutching a spatula tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the entering Lu Jingyao, as if poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Hu Man, Han Xia, and Fu Yingjie, who had been led away by Li Yi, turned their scrutinizing and wary gazes toward her, as if it were Lu Jingyao who were the transgressor. A tall figure, standing at 6 feet, with a straight posture, stepped in front of Lu Jingyao. Long time no see, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, yet it felt oddly unfamiliar. The icy tone and indifferent manner of Li Yi contrasted sharply with the warmth of his voice in her memories. Had it not been for his strikingly handsome face before her, Lu Jingyao might have doubted her recognition. No, he seems even more attractive. A wave of confusion washed over her, and the confidence that had earlier surged within her began to wane. In the next moment, Li Ye's words jolted her back to clarity. What do you want from me? What do you mean? What do I want from you? Wasn't it you who used to seek me out for no reason? Previously, whenever Li Yi encountered Lu Jingyao, his demeanor was filled with joy. It was inconceivable for him to question her intentions now. Yet now, his cold, detached words hung in the air, as if to cast her a million miles away. I do have something to discuss with you. Lu Jingyao attempted to steady her emotions, repeating to herself, I am a university student. I am a university student. I heard that you, Li Yi, have been using your family's wealth to lure some classmates into studying off campus, resulting in a decline in their academic performance. What does that have to do with you? Just as Lu Jingyao began to speak, her words were abruptly silenced by a single statement. The speaker was not Li Yi, but Human. Lu Jingyao stared at Human in shock, unable to comprehend her apparent dissent. She was well aware of Human's academic struggles, having failed to gain admission to university last year due to underperformance. It was disheartening to see her grades plummet even further, now dismissing the situation with what does that have to do with you? Thus, she replied sternly, classmate Human. While stewed cabbage with meat may be delicious, it pales in comparison to the significance of your academic performance. Alas, Lu Jingyao, do refrain from making such wild assertions. Li Daong, sensing the impending ire of Human, pulled her aside with a playful grin and said, we hardly indulge in braised cabbage with meat, for it lacks flavor. Our usual fare consists of pork knuckles stewed with yellow beans, sour cabbage fish, and twice-cooked pork. Lu Jingyao was left dumbfounded as she recognized her classmates. Now transformed in demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyan, wielding a spatula, lifted the pot lid and announced, today, we shall have beef stewed with radish. Li Yi has proclaimed this dish to be both nutritious and delectable, best enjoyed with rice. Would you care for a bowl? Lu Jingyao. Jiang Xiaoyan promptly replaced the lid and coldly remarked, apologies, I forgot that I have no spare bowls. He remains unchanged. Still favoring material means to corrupt the spirit of humanity. Lu Jingyao felt her body sway as unwelcome memories resurfaced. Back then, she perceived Li Yi as rather simple-minded. Yet his affluent circumstances allowed him to repeatedly win over her family with coveted resources, convincing them of his worth as a son-in-law, all while disregarding her own sentiments. Fortunately, I have broken free from fate and seized control of my destiny. Lu Jingyao felt a resurgence of strength and, with an impassive expression, addressed Li Yi. Li Yi, your affairs are no longer my concern, but I intend to take Wen Liu with me. Upon her declaration, not only Li Yi but also Human, Li Daong and others were taken aback. Who do you think you are? Li Ye's countenance grew colder as he inquired of Lu Jingyao in a low voice. What gives you the right to utter such words? Lu Jingyao raised her chin, responding earnestly, I encountered Teacher Ko in the capital, and he entrusted me with the care of Wen Liu. I cannot allow her to follow you and stray from the right path. Oh, who are you to say she would stray? They retorted. You better clarify, or we shall silence you today. Human and Han Xiao erupted in fury. And had it not been for Li Daong and others intervening, they would have surely confronted Lu Jingyao. Those from the 80s held a firm regard for marital fidelity. While some might commend Lu Jingyao's resilience, many viewed her actions as shameless, Human being among the latter. Enough. Silence. Liu interjected softly, eyeing Lu Jingyao with a frosty gaze. Are you certain that Teacher Ku entrusted you with the care of Wen Liu? Lu Jingyao nodded gravely. I am absolutely certain. In the capital, I personally escorted Teacher Ku to his lodging. That is indeed curious. Li Yi smiled faintly and turned to retrieve a telegram from his backpack. Handing it to Lu Jingyao, she cast a surprised glance at him before lowering her gaze to the telegram. I have arrived in the capital, do not worry. Please take good care of Xiaoyu. Thank you. The telegram contained but a few terse words, for it was charged by the character count. Yet, these scant figures ignited a whirlwind of thoughts in Lu Jingyao's mind. She distinctly noted that the recipient of this telegram was Li Yi. Therefore, what Teacher Ke had mentioned in the capital about having entrusted someone else to care for Xiaoyu was indeed referring to Li Yi. No wonder I always sensed something amiss with Teacher Ku. It turns out he harbored disdain for me as well. The small storeroom fell into a profound silence. Initially infuriated, Human and the others exchanged dubious glances upon witnessing Lu Jingyao's sudden pallor and the trembling of her hands gripping the telegram, uncertain whether to expel her. When Liu stepped forward, approaching Lu Jingyao's side. Come, let us step outside. I wish to speak with you. Chapter 61. The sharp-tongued Wen Liu on a winter afternoon at 5:30. Darkness enveloped the sky. The few scattered lights on the street elongated the shadows of Wen Liu and Lu Jingyao. The two had wandered aimlessly for a considerable time. neither willing to break the silence, as if engaged in a silent contest of endurance. Finally, it was the younger Wen Leiyu who spoke first. You should not have sought out Li Yi. Sending money to County Number 2 High School has already caused him substantial trouble. Now, to meet him again, is it your intention to perpetuate that scandal which has echoed throughout the school? Lu Jingyao abruptly halted, gazing at the calm and indifferent Wen Leiyu, feeling the last bastion of her resolve crumbling within her. Since leaving the grain store, her heart had been tumultuous, bewildered by the animosity from Hu Man and Han Xia, which left her both confused and sorrowful. They had once been classmates, striving together for freedom and a change in fate, yet upon Lu Jingyao's success, why was she denied the congratulations she rightfully deserved? But that was of little consequence. The resilient Lu Jingyao could dismiss the attitudes of Hu Man and others, for they were no longer of the same world and would have no further intersections. However, when Li Yu was different, she was the sister Lu Jingyao sincerely cared for. Yet now, this very sister, amidst the frigid winter, unleashed such cold and unfeeling queries. Xiao Yu, I had hoped you would understand me. We are both cast aside by fate. We must empower ourselves to alter our destinies. Lu Jingyao took a deep breath, lifting her chin defiantly. Is it wrong to strive for a change in one's fate? When Leiyu, her expression devoid of warmth, regarded the strengthened Lu Jingyao with a frigid demeanor. Changing one's destiny is your prerogative, but to wound others is your fault. Do not cloak your betrayal with the absurd notion of freedom, nor wield it as a weapon to repeatedly inflict harm upon others. Listening to Wen Lanyu's words, Lu Jingyao felt an overwhelming sense of panic, yet she quickly responded loudly. I did not intentionally harm anyone. It was Li Ye's own shortcomings. My actions are entirely lawful. The law, as stipulated by Guojia, upholds the freedom of marriage. And I have repaid all my debts to him. No. Wen Lanyu interjected forcefully, interrupting Lu Jingyao, and then raised her arm, pointing directly at Lu Jingyao's chest. You have betrayed him, betrayed the pure and sacred essence of love. Lu Jingyao seemed momentarily paralyzed, stumbling back a few steps in disarray. Love, such a noble term in literature, had been something she had deliberately evaded for over 6 months. The two fell into silence once more, and after a long pause, Lu Jingyao forced a bitter smile and said, Xiao Yu, you have only known Li Yi for a few days. How could you be so easily enchanted by him? Few days? Huh. Wen Lanyu scoffed, her voice dropping to a whisper. In truth, people are not that complex. To truly understand someone may take merely a few minutes. Lu Jingyao regarded the girl before her, sensing a peculiar change. But then Wen Lanyu began recounting an old tale. Do you remember last year when you took me to steal corn? Lu Jingyao was taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. At that time, Wen Lanyu and teacher Ku had just arrived in Luqiao Township, having become acquainted through Lu's father, who taught alongside teacher Ku. That late summer, Lu Jingyao and her brother, Lu Zixue, had invited Wen Lanyu to enjoy some sweet corn. In an era where food shortages were severe, the delightfully sweet taste of green corn was one of the few culinary treasures of the countryside. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the Lu siblings, Wen Lanyu followed them to the cornfield north of the township government, only to discover that their invitation had been a ruse to steal. In that era, stealing corn was not an uncommon occurrence. Many young intellectuals sent to the countryside had engaged in such acts. However, Wen Lanyu had never done so. What if, as fate would have it, the cornfield had been heavily ravaged, and on that particular day, someone was watching over it. The watcher was an elderly man, somewhat infirm, but he had a large dog. The inexperienced and timid Lu Jingyao was pursued by the dog, and in her panic, she failed to jump over a small ditch, tumbling right into it. Ahead, Lu Jingyao attempted to pull Wen Lanyu back, but the old man had already approached, and her brother Lu Zixue pulled her away desperately, leaving behind even their shoes in their haste. Yet that day, Wen Lanyu was not caught. Lu Jingyao only recalled returning, covered in mud, resembling a muddy monkey, her face barely recognizable. Ironically, Li Yi, who had come to find Lu Jingyao in Luqiao Township, was caught red-handed, branded as the corn thief. At that time, Lu Jingyao was perplexed and questioned Li Yi, who remained silent, as it was clearly not a matter of honor, and soon enough, everyone chose to forget the incident. However, at that moment, when Li Yu suddenly spoke, and Lu Jingyao instinctively felt that there had been an intersection between Li Yi and Wen Liu. Indeed, the previously aloof Wen Liu's eyes glistened with moisture. Do you realize that at that time, I had sprained my ankle, standing helplessly in the muddy water, unable to maintain my balance, while that large dog barked furiously above me? Do you understand the trouble that would befall my mother if someone of my standing were caught stealing? Yet, You did not return to lend me a hand. You merely urged me to flee. Am I a fool? Am I unaware that I should run? Tear after tear cascaded from Wenleyu's large, expressive eyes, trickling down her delicate face and soaking into the collar of her cotton coat, crystallizing into tiny ice flowers. She could never forget that scene. The gray dog, afraid of water, did not immediately leap into the ditch to attack her, but it circled around, barking incessantly, drawing the old man closer. Wenleyu struggled desperately, yet her efforts were in vain, and she stumbled repeatedly, swallowing mouthfuls of filthy water, her face smeared with rancid mud. At that moment, despair enveloped Wenleyu. Tears fell freely, but she dared not utter a sound. She hoped to employ this ostrich strategy to delay her capture, praying that the loose siblings would return to rescue her. However, they did not appear. Instead, a tall young man rushed over like the wind, delivering a swift kick that shattered the dog's spirit. The beast was truly vanquished, lifeless at her feet. Wenleyu wiped her tears with the sleeve of her coat and, unexpectedly, laughed. A mocking laugh. Do you recall that scene? Liu was captured and not only acknowledged the dog but also admitted to the corn cobs we had dropped by the ditch. And you, Lu Jingyao. Li's fiancée showed no concern for him. Instead, you mocked his foolishness, lamenting that he had brought shame upon your father. Lu Jingyao fell into a heavy silence. She selectively forgot that scene, yet how could she truly forget? Liu was dragged to Luqiao village, where he brazenly shoved the old man and defiantly exclaimed, "Is it just a dog I kicked dead? Is it just a few cobs I stole? I'll pay you, and it'll be settled." The villagers of Luqiao banded together, surrounding Li Yi, shouting for violence. Yet even with two blackened eyes, he remained undeterred. Ultimately, it was Lu Jingyao's father who intervened, facilitating a monetary settlement. At that time, Lu Jingyao indeed reproached Li Yi. "Aren't you skilled? Why didn't you run? Isn't your grandfather the director? Why didn't you invoke his name?" Li Yi said nothing, merely chuckling foolishly. Little did she know, it was Li Yi who had saved Wenleyu that day. Lu Jingyao bit her lip, defending herself. I wasn't mocking him for being foolish. I simply believed he could have employed a better strategy to avoid that embarrassing situation. Li Yi's grandfather had already resumed his position. Had he claimed innocence, it would have been so. However, when Liu disdainfully remarked, "If Li Yi did not steal, then who did? Do you think you are the only clever one?" Despite her younger age compared to Lu Jingyao, when Liu had encountered far more complex circumstances. Being a local, who could you possibly deceive? It may be one thing for Lu Jingyao to be a native, but for Wenliyu, an outsider, how could she possibly evade scrutiny? It can be said that had Li Yi not shielded her from all the trouble at that moment, Wenliyu might have found herself in a precarious situation. The author has experienced this firsthand. Back then, I managed to escape, yet somehow they tracked me down. I was merely returning home for summer vacation, and the unfamiliar faces were too conspicuous. After a few questions, they were certain it was me. Phew. Lu Jingyao took deep breaths, utilizing the cold air to soothe her inner anxiety and agitation. It turned out that back then, you were with Li Yi. No. Li Yi did not even know me. I was covered in mud at the time. After he had kicked that dog to death, he didn't spare me a glance. When Li Yi was certain of this, as throughout their subsequent interactions, Li Yi hardly ever regarded her with any attention. It was only this year, upon entering County No. 2 Middle School, that everything suddenly shifted. Lu Jingyao choked up once more, and after half a minute, spoke to Wenliyu in a tone befitting an adult. "Xiaoyu, you are still young and do not understand many things. There is no love without reason in this world. Every benefit comes at a price. When others treat you well, they certainly have an agenda and are seeking something in return." This wisdom was one that Lu Jingyao had only grasped after enduring humiliation from Qian Shan. However, no sooner had she spoken than when Liu retorted, "Then what did Li Yi gain from being so kind to you in the first place?" Lu Jingyao was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend when the seemingly mute Wenliyu had become so sharp-tongued. "Li Yi wishes to marry me? Isn't it obvious?" Yet, Lu Jingyao had taken advantage of the benefits while breaking off their engagement, making it difficult for her to assert this reasoning with any confidence. It was far too embarrassing. But what rendered her more uncomfortable was yet to come. When Liu directly confronted Lu Jingyao, "You constantly proclaimed self-reliance and the ability to change your fate. So how did you gain admission to university?" Caught off guard, Lu Jingyao confidently replied, "I was admitted through my diligent studies and the assistance of teacher Ku. I will never forget the kindness he has shown me." "No, that is not the case." When Liu slowly shook her head, fixing her gaze on Lu Jingyao's eyes. "You were able to attend university because I ate a piece of candy." Lu Jingyao was completely stunned, unable to fathom why Liu would utter such an unreasonable statement. Yet, in an instant, a flash of memory surged through her mind, striking her with the force of lightning and leaving her disoriented. Initially, Lu's father, Li Yi, and Lu Jingyao had visited Teacher Ku with gifts, pleading for him to tutor Lu Jingyao in English. Teacher Ku had calmly declined, rejecting their request in a manner that extinguished any motivation to persist in their plea. However, just as they were about to depart, when Liu unwrapped the gift brought by Li Yi and savored a piece of milk candy, Teacher Ku immediately agreed to assist Lu Jingyao with utmost dedication, ensuring her admission to university. Was it truly a mere piece of candy that altered the course of fate? Lu Jingyao gazed helplessly at the sky, feeling as though all her resilience, dignity, and confidence had become a mere jest. Without Teacher Ku's support, gaining admission to university, particularly to the prestigious Capital Foreign Language Institute, would have been an impossibility for her. That piece of candy belonged to Li Yi. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Jingyao managed a wry smile and asked Liu, "Do you regret eating that piece of candy?" Liu smiled softly, chose not to respond, and turned away. Regret? Certainly not. Chapter 62. Let us not transform into little fairies. Li Yi had heard of a deity, revered by devotees with an astonishing satisfaction rate of 100%. This divine being could stave off darkness, dispel fear, and alleviate cold. It could render the malevolent spirits that frighten children helpless and neutralize the vengeful spirit of Sadako that emerges from televisions. This entity is none other than the magnificent god of the comforter. On a winter's day, when temperatures plummet to -17 or 18 degrees, curling up in a warm blanket is undoubtedly the finest gift bestowed upon us by the divine, especially when one has the luxury of occupying a small heated bed all to oneself. Li Yi had such a heated bed, nestled within the back room of a small warehouse at the second grain store. Ever since his off-campus study room commenced operations, he indulged in 5 extra minutes of warmth each day. However, today, those precious 5 minutes were disrupted. Brother. The school has announced that everyone must attend Lu Jingyao's experience report meeting today. Are you going? Li Yi, feeling irritable, turned over with a scowl and retorted, "What do you think? Should I go?" Li Daong, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I think, if you don't go, wouldn't that mean you're afraid of her? Then they just make up rumors about you. Then why are you even asking? Let us go." Li Yi was not intimidated by Lu Jingyao in the slightest. He rose, dressed in his clothes, donned his thick coat, and stepped outside. "Brother, your hat, your gloves." Li Daong called out from behind, but a still groggy Li Yi had already exited. As soon as he stepped outside, Li Yi regretted his decision. The weather was truly dismal. The biting cold, the overcast sky, and the howling north wind made for a perfect backdrop for a rendition of the white-haired girl. Fortunately, the second grain store was not far from the county's second high school. A mere 100 meters was traversed in a few swift strides. However, upon entering the school gates, Li Yi was taken aback. What on earth is going on? Are they hoping everyone contracts frostbite? In such weather, the report meeting was inexplicably held outdoors. The playground of the county's second high school was lined with well over 100 benches, which were nearly filled to capacity. Due to the frigid conditions and the fierce north wind, everyone instinctively huddled together, resembling a gathering of Antarctic penguins seeking warmth. Liu inquired of Li Daong, "Why are there so many people? Aren't we on break?" Li Daong whispered. The news spread quickly. "Not only students from our school are here, but many from the entire county have come, and even a significant number from the first high school." Liu found himself at a loss for words. He could assert with absolute certainty that the dissemination of this information was facilitated by the school itself. The county's second high school in Chishui County had always been overshadowed by the first high school, struggling to gain recognition. Each year during the Educational Work Conference, the performance report from the first high school left the second high school feeling utterly humiliated. Lu Jingyao was one of the few notable figures from the county's second high school, setting aside the prestige of the capital's Foreign Language Institute. Even the mere mention of a university from the capital was enough to evoke admiration and envy from all the students in the county. Current students harbor a profound reverence for universities in the provincial capital, with the aspirations of the majority directed towards those colleges of a municipal level, including vocational and normal institutions. The universities in the capital are perceived as the true ivory towers in their minds. Hence, when Lu Jingyao returned, how could County know? To high school not benefit from her experience and enhance its prestige? Li Yi, over here. Fu Yingjia waved at Li Yi amidst the crowd, beckoning him and Li Daong to join. Their small group of 8 had secured a favorable position, somewhat sheltered from the biting cold. At the mention of Li Ye's name, a large number of students nearby turned their attention toward him. News travels fast, and within the circle of high school students, Li has certainly gained a degree of notoriety as a local figure corresponding to Lu Jingyao. Li, feigning indifference, utilized his robust physique to maneuver through the throng, eliciting a chorus of complaints. Make way, don't block the path. Li Daong, resembling a bear in stature, followed suit, causing the grumbling to quickly subside. It must be said, a 200-pound frame does indeed possess an innate ability to intimidate. As Li squeezed his way to his classmates, when Li shifted slightly to create a space for him. Ever since she became desk partners with Li Yi, she had tacitly accepted the distance of 30 centimeters that defined their relationship. Nearby, Hu Man observed Li Yi with his hands tucked into his sleeves, attempting to stave off the cold, and inquired with concern, Li Yi, why aren't you wearing a hat? Li Yi replied, how was I to know it was an outdoor assembly? I thought there would be just 70 or 80 people crammed into a classroom. As Hu Man opened her mouth to respond, she noticed when Li Yu had already unwrapped her scarf. Hu Man was taken aback. Is she really going to give it to Li Yi? How bold. Li Yu noticed as well and quickly patted Li Yu's arm, signaling her that it was unnecessary. Then, stretching out his hand, he snatched Li Daong's hat and placed it upon his own head. Ah, a woolen cap, still warm. How delightful. Li Daong stared blankly at his brother, feeling a pang of resentment. You care for her, but not for me? Hey, quiet down. The assembly was commencing, and the opening remarks from the school leaders were succinct yet impactful. For many years, our school has upheld the noble mission of educating and nurturing, producing generations of graduates. Today, we are honored to have our distinguished alumnus, Lu Jingyao, expressing her gratitude to the institution. Now, let us invite her to share her invaluable learning experiences. As Lu Jingyao ascended the podium, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. In that moment, she truly shone as a celebrated star. Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Jingyao, a native student from Qinshui County. Today, witnessing so many classmates braving the cold to attend my presentation deeply moves and comforts me. Once, I too was a child unafraid of hardships and challenges. Yet I found myself lost, unable to discern the direction of my life. It was only upon my arrival in the capital that I glimpsed the vastness of the world. Our school sends students abroad each year, venturing into broader horizons. Lu Jingyao spoke with a steady cadence, her thoughts flowing coherently, clearly having prepared diligently. She recounted her past confusions, the exhilaration of gaining university admission, and the joy of leaving her hometown to explore the expansive world beyond. The high school students listened intently, as if missing a single word could mean losing their chance at a university in the capital. Lu Jingyao spoke for over half an hour, enchanting her audience. While Li Yi, however, struggled to stay awake, having heard countless speeches before, this particular motivational talk was devoid of novelty for him. Yet, just as Lu Jingyao was about to conclude her speech, Li Ye's attention was piqued. Here, I would like to sincerely thank my alma mater, my teachers, and my classmates for their unwavering support and strength. Another pause signified a shift in her tone. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude to some friends for their assistance. Li Yi, sensing something amiss, raised his head to catch a glimpse of Lu Jingyao's dark circles and her fleeting gaze. He pondered, slightly tilting his body, and asked when Li Yu, is she referring to you? What did you say to her last night? As Lu Jingyao concluded, the audience erupted in applause, celebrating the fruitful results of our school's years of dedicated education, which not only produced university students admitted to prestigious institutions but also heralded a rising literary star. Li Yi, hunched for warmth, suddenly looked up at Principal Chang on the podium. Now, I invite our outstanding student, the renowned young writer Li Yi, to the stage. What is this? Am I to be showcased? Li Yi thought, feeling a mix of surprise and apprehension. Are you trying to pit us against each other? If you intend to leverage me for your prestige, could you not have given me a heads up? I haven't even changed my outfit or styled my hair. And now I'm merely an accessory? Regardless of Li Ye's discontent, the applause from the audience continued to resonate. The applause resonated fervently. Yet Li Yu could not shake off a hint of derision from the fervor surrounding him. Humph. With a soft snort, Li Yu rose to his feet. Do they truly believe I am a coward? Do they think that a mere 40-year gap in perspective cannot teach them humility? With a decisive flick of his wrists, he cast aside his heavy coat, revealing the green military uniform beneath. This authentic attire had been procured for him by Li Kaijian, and in the 1980s, a high school student donned in a green military uniform was indeed the most striking figure in any crowd. As he stepped away from the throng, Li chose not to resort to any brutish tactics. The crowd parted for him with ease. His upright stature, agile strides, and precise gait rendered the mocking gazes shamefully inadequate. Having participated in military training in his previous life, and now possessing such an extraordinary physique and countenance, enhanced by the benefits of his past experiences, it was a mere trifle for him to outshine a host of narrow-minded individuals. A peculiar thought took root in the minds of most of the girls present, as well as many of the boys. Lu Jingyao, what are your thoughts? Chapter 63. Show me your credentials upon taking the stage. Li Yi merely inclined his head slightly towards Principal Chang and the others before stepping up to the microphone. This was in stark contrast to Lu Jingyao's warm greetings and smiles exchanged with the teachers when she had ascended. It was inevitable. He harbored a sense of indignation. Although Li Ye's striking military posture dazzled hundreds of high school students, the abruptness of being summoned to perform without prior notice left him anything but at ease. Had he been an ordinary 18 or 19-year-old high school student, without any preparation thrust onto the stage, it would have been entirely natural for him to feel flushed and tongue-tied. Ahem, Li Yi cleared his throat, testing the antiquated sound system at County No. 2 Middle School. It produced a slight distortion, yet overall, it was adequate enough not to render his voice unintelligible. Hello everyone, I am Li Yi. Since I was unaware that I would be giving a speech today, I haven't prepared any notes. If I happen to say something inappropriate, please don't take it to heart. Just think of it as a naive youth rambling on. When I wrote that novel. Ha 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 ha. After Li Ye's initial remarks, the audience fell into silence. It was only midway through his third sentence that a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, akin to a slow-witted individual finally grasping the punchline of a comedian's joke. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, waiting for the laughter to subside before inquiring, is it truly that amusing? I too believe I am not a naive youth. Yet many insist on branding me as such. Ha 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 ha. This time, the laughter was brief, as the stern figure of director Tang Feiyu rose, casting a piercing gaze over the audience, effectively quelling the mirth. The younger teachers on stage could barely suppress their chuckles. Principal Chang, initially astonished, soon broke into a subtle smile. Embracing unconventional talent, Li Yi was indeed a unique presence, not to be assessed through the lens of ordinary standards. Thus, he leaned closer to Li Yi and suggested softly, Li Yi, why don't you share your writing experiences with everyone? Writing experiences? Li Yi glanced at Principal Chang, turning his head without immediately launching into any tales of literary wisdom. While such anecdotes could bolster his reputation, they might mislead the students who were diligently preparing for their exams. After a moment of contemplation, he set aside his playful demeanor. He spoke calmly. Many may perceive my writing of a novel and earning a few thousand yuan in royalties as an inspiring achievement. However, I implore you not to emulate me. Do not squander your energy on inappropriate pursuits during the most critical moments of your lives. Principal Chang appeared momentarily stunned. In recent days, numerous teachers from the first high school had inquired about Li Yi, their polite words betraying a hint of envy. Thus, the triumphant Principal Chang sought to have Li Yi recount his writing journey, hoping to provoke a reaction from those envious colleagues at the first high school. What is Li Yi doing? Is he being modest? Is he engaging in self-criticism? Are you the type of person who embodies humility? Regardless of others, Li Yi continued, stating that the fact everyone has gathered here in such weather is undoubtedly due to the significance of the college entrance examination, the gaokao. The importance of the gaokao does not require my elaboration. I merely wish to convey its profound meaning. The gaokao represents the most pivotal opportunity for our generation to alter the course of our destinies. Should you miss this chance, you shall carry the weight of regret for a lifetime, for once you depart from school, you will discover that no opportunity will ever be as equitable and accessible as the gaokao. Li Yi gestured casually, striking a pose reminiscent of Zhang Xiefeng. For instance, after leaving school, if you wish to become a worker, you must have a father willing to pass the baton to you. And you must persuade your younger sibling to relinquish their chance. Moreover, if you aspire to earn writing royalties like I do, be mindful that you must possess both talent and luck. However, the gaokao remains the sole opportunity entirely within your control. In the face of scores, all are equal. Your admission to university is not influenced in the slightest by whether your grandfather is a director. The audience remained in stunned silence. Even the teachers behind Li Yi appeared bewildered. In 1981, even an average comedian could not master such a stand-up delivery. Li Yi lightly tapped the microphone and inquired, shouldn't there be applause now? The crowd erupted in laughter, followed by thunderous applause. Once the laughter subsided, Li Yi solemnly declared, the purpose of my words is to make you understand that from this moment on, you must cease engaging in activities unrelated to your studies. His gaze swept over Xia Yu, Jin Shengli, and others, his tone growing increasingly stern. Do not mock others. Do not scheme against them. Do not revel in someone else's misfortune. Do not vie for power. Focus on yourself. The playground fell silent once more. Li Yi's previous bursts of humor had brought joy, yet at this moment, he instilled a sense of cold urgency. If someone has a fortunate grandfather, do you? If not, what gives you the right to remain idle? Li Yi released the microphone and turned to exit the stage. Although shedding his heavy coat was undeniably stylish, the biting northern wind left him feeling nearly frozen. Just then, a young man in the audience abruptly stood and called out, Li Yi, your novels are unavailable even in the provincial capital. With such remarkable writing skills, shouldn't you share your experiences with us so we can learn? Li Yi stared incredulously at the audacious student but ultimately returned to the forefront. I scored over 200 on the gaokao last year. Are you certain you wish to learn from me? Ha 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 ha. If you are so eager to gauge my writing prowess. Allow me to borrow a phrase from the West. When God shuts one door, he opens another window. However, should you choose to believe this sentiment now, I suggest you revisit it for solace when you face disappointment in the college entrance examination. Ha 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 ha. The sound of kind laughter erupted once more, causing the young man's face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, just as Li Yi joined in the laughter at this innocent jest, the other party unexpectedly hurled a remark that took him by surprise. Li Yi, your reluctance to discuss your novel stems from a fear that we might uncover your deceit. I have consulted several authors, and they all assert that Undercover is certainly not a work that a young person could pen. Undercover is not your creation. A whirlwind of confusion, shock, doubt, and bewilderment swept through the minds of everyone present, casting a thick veil of suspicion upon Li Yi. His expression grew solemn. The young man, whom Li Yi did not recognize, was likely not a student from the second high school. The students from that institution no longer dared to challenge Li Yi directly. Noticing Li Yi's silence and stoic demeanor, the young man's bravado surged. Why are you silent? Why do you not offer an explanation? Have I struck a nerve? Explanation? Do you truly believe you deserve one? Li Yi tilted his head, regarding the young man with disdain, and remarked, I am quite curious to know the names of the authors you mentioned, though I suspect you lack the courage to reveal them. For the vile and cowardly can only lurk in the shadows, evading the judgment of the midday sun. And you, Li Yi pointed at the young man, are free to critique my novel and question my abilities. That is your prerogative. However, if you wish to confront me directly, you must first present your own work, so I may assess your qualifications, for I fear that should I offer you an explanation, you might not comprehend it. A collective intake of breath resonated across the playground, echoing endlessly, even drowning out the howling wind. Arrogant. With just a few words, Li Yi had emblazoned that term upon his forehead. Yet while everyone recognized his arrogance, no one stepped forward to teach him humility. Even the teachers pondered whether this brash youth might somehow redeem himself. Do you wish to challenge me? Very well. Present your work, and I shall determine your merit. What merit? Is it the prestige of the publication in which one has been featured, or the amount of royalties accrued over the years? If it concerns the former, one might engage in verbal sparring. Yet regarding the latter? Apologies. But you would find none in the entirety of Qingshui County. The remuneration from Island City Blue Ocean Publishing for Li Yi was dispatched via postal service, requiring his presence to collect it. The amount he received was hardly a secret. It was nearly 3,000 yuan. Lu Jingyao had once harbored doubts about Li Yi and had contemplated inquiring about him. However, at this moment, as she recalled her modest 5 yuan and 50 cents, she felt as though Li Yi was perched upon a lofty cloud, utterly beyond her reach. Clap, clap, clap. A solitary round of applause resonated through the air. When Lei straightened her posture, her small hands rhythmically and persistently applauding. Typically, her exquisite little face exuded an air of indifference and pride, yet at this moment, it bore an expression of admiration. The applause from Wenlei lasted only a few fleeting seconds before the remaining 7 members of their small group joined in, and after a considerable time, the crowd was finally moved by the unwavering and resolute clapping, which echoed like thunder. Chapter 64. Pavlov's dog. After the report meeting at County Secondary School No. 2 concluded, Lu Jingyao acquiesced to the school's request to tutor the top students of the repeating class. The reference books she brought back from the capital became publicly utilized textbooks, meticulously copied onto the blackboard for everyone's benefit. The likes of Xiaoyu and her peers treated this as a treasure, prompting other repeating classes to flock over in competition for knowledge. In this process, however, Lia's small group of 8 found themselves excluded. Human and her companions merely attended classes as usual, while the classroom overflowed with students from 3 repeating classes, leaving them feeling somewhat marginalized. Frustrated, they returned in a huff. Li remarked nonchalantly, if they don't allow you into the classroom, isn't that fortuitous? You needn't seek discomfort there. It would suffice to study at the grain store all day. Hu Man retorted with irritation, we do not wish to study with them. We merely wanted to glimpse the peculiarities of the capital's reference books and compare them with our own. Fu Yingji added, Xia Yu and her group have formed a study group, and now with Lu Jingyao's assistance, they have secretly declared their intent to compete with us. Li Yi responded, just because a monk comes from the capital does not guarantee he knows the scriptures. Unless they receive high-level, one-on-one or small group tutoring, their improvement will be minimal, regardless of their efforts. During this period, Li Yi had observed the learning levels of Class 1 and noted that the majority were engaged in repetitive, futile work, destined to remain stagnant. Even if Lu Jingyao were willing to assist, how long could she truly help? How much progress could be made? It was incomparable to the personalized instruction Li Yu provided. Very well. When the day comes that we surpass Xia Yu and her group, I shall repay all the grievances of today, Hu Man declared. Indeed, we are like the assassins hidden before dawn, waiting for the day of the college entrance examination. As Hu Man and her friends encouraged one another, striking a combative pose, Li Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. However, what transpired next truly caused him a headache. When Li Yu, are you really not coming home with me for the new year? When Li Yu lifted her large eyes, gazing at Li Yi in silence. Sighing, Li Yi once again admired the stubbornness of this young girl. In truth, after Teacher Ke's departure, Li Yi had discussed with Wen Liu multiple times the prospect of her living with him once school was on break. Yet, she consistently refused, asserting that she could manage living alone at school. But once the school closed, the dormitory would be deserted. Aside from the elderly caretaker, Wen Liu would be entirely alone. How could that possibly be acceptable? Despite Li Yi's insistence, Wen Liu remained only reluctantly agreeable, at most consenting to share a New Year's Eve dinner with him, but absolutely refusing to stay overnight at his home. The gender norms of the 1980s truly troubled Li Yi. If Wen Liu were to stay at his home and rumors were to arise maliciously, it would not take long for the scandalous whispers to spread throughout Qing Shui County. Similarly, if Li Yi found himself at school with only one Liu, he would still find it difficult to force open the boys' dormitory door and protect her from close quarters. The rumors and slanders of the 1980s were akin to a dagger, both detestable and thrilling. Upon hearing Li Yi's sigh, Wen Liu fell silent for a few moments before softly stating, I wish to accompany you, but I cannot. There will be gossip, and it may bring you trouble. Li Yi felt a profound sensation within him, warm yet bittersweet, a hint of sweetness. After living 2 lives, he had become somewhat impervious to matters of the heart, yet in this moment, he truly experienced the essence of being moved. The young lady's reluctance to associate with him in a questionable manner was born from her concern for his troubles rather than her own reputation. Li Yi replied, however, when Teacher Ke departed, he entrusted me with your care. What if you fall ill while living in the dormitory? Wen Lei answered, it's nothing. A cold or fever won't claim a life. I've endured it many times before. Li Yi countered, but what if a large rat suddenly appears in the dormitory? Wen Lei calmly replied, I could easily crush it underfoot. Li Yi pressed on, and what if I were to stand outside the school walls in the cold wind for your safety? Wen Lei paused for a second before responding. I would join you in facing the cold wind outside. Li Yi held his breath, feeling as though he had become the lovesick protagonist in a romantic drama. Was he moved? Indeed. Was he foolish? Perhaps a little. Such trivial matters, if placed in later times, could be resolved with a modest sum at a small end. Yet at this moment, they compelled Li Yi to exert every ounce of his intellect. Clang. The sound of a gong echoed. Woof. A dog barked. Thud. A chicken bone was tossed to the ground. Crunch, crunch, the dog devoured the bone. Clang. Woof. Thud. Li Yi, holding a brass gong, squatted in the campus of the second grain shop, playing merrily with a large yellow dog. He reveled in his amusement, while others suffered. In the small storage room, Hu Man and others furrowed their brows, struggling with their papers. The cacophony of gongs and barking outside was maddening, making them want to lash out. However, considering Li Yi's formidable prowess and his serious anti-interference training, none dared to take the lead. Ultimately, Hu Man turned her attention to Wen Lei. Wen Lei had long since completed her paper and was currently engrossed in transcribing a manuscript. Observing her intense concentration, it seemed the anti-interference training had little effect on her. Wen Lei, do you know what Li Yi is doing outside? I do not. Why don't you go and ask him? Wen Lei turned her head and inquired of Hu Man, are you out of questions? Hu Man chuckled awkwardly, I truly cannot come up with any more. Could you lend a hand? Wen Lai squinted at Hu Man and the others, savoring the collective gaze of desperation from the girls, before rising gracefully to lift the curtain and step outside. As Wen Lai stepped outside, Hu Man and others eagerly leapt from their seats, crowding to the door to peek through a small gap in the curtain. There, they beheld the previously aloof and indifferent Wen Lai, now crouched beside Li Yi. Resting her chin on her hands in silence, Li Yi inquired, "What brings you out?" When Li Yi replied, "I wish to ponder the game you are playing with this dog." With a chuckle, Li Yi responded, "I am conducting a globally renowned biological experiment, aptly named Pavlov's dog." Pavlov's dog? Is that the experiment from Sui? Indeed. Li Yi began to enlighten Wen Lai, delivering a serious exposition rather than the frivolous display one might encounter in Huang Bo's Alien. The experiment's title, Pavlov's dog, could indeed be applied to various animals, such as monkeys we often see performing tricks. A flip for a slice of apple, a bow for half a sweet potato, or a push-up for a half watermelon. In no time, a clever monkey could be trained. Li Yi elaborated, captivating Wen Liu's interest. In an era before televisions became ubiquitous, itinerant circus troupes thrived across the nation, and Wen Liu had certainly witnessed the marvel of trained monkeys, their intelligence fascinating her. Now, through Li Yi's explanation, she realized that with an apple in hand, one could train a foolish monkey to become a Sun Wukong. Thus, when Liu seized the gong from Li Yi and struck it rhythmically, the large yellow dog responded eagerly, barking louder with each clang, which exhilarated Wen Liu. Of course, the language of canine beings remains incomprehensible to humans. Perhaps it was lamenting the folly of two-legged creatures, asserting that with a single roar, it could procure a bone, daring them to continue lest it claim their undergarments. After a while, when Liu returned the gong to Li Yi, urging, "Hurry, teach it to roll over." To her surprise, Li Yi replied, "No need. It only needs to bark." Confused, she retorted, "Just barking? What good is that? Every dog can bark." "Indeed, it is very useful," Li Yi asserted, pointing towards the school. "From here to your dormitory, the straight line distance is 89 meters. In case of an emergency, no matter how loud you scream, I may not hear you." He picked up the gong again, stating, "But with a single clang, the yellow dog will bark furiously, and within 20 seconds, I will be by your side." When Liu stared blankly at Li Yi, taking several seconds to grasp the implication. Liu's elaborate discourse on Pavlov's dog was merely to convey that upon the sound of the gong, he would appear beside her. Was it peculiar? Amusing? Yet, in the societal atmosphere of 1981, it seemed neither strange nor humorous at all. When Liu clasped Liu's gong tightly, her face gradually tinged with a rosy hue. However, Liu felt a twinge of shame. Alas, have I really swayed a girl's heart merely by employing a lowly tactic of a lovesick fool, sending a text to summon her? Is that not somewhat despicable? In truth, Li had contemplated the idea of having Wen Liu bring De Huang over in a few days to serve as a lookout and safeguard. Yet, does a girl alone in a foreign land truly need a boyfriend who can soar to her aid at a moment's notice, riding on the clouds of fortune? Or would a dog suffice? A dog that could be easily dispatched by a mere blow when confronted by malefactors? Chapter 65, In Business. I must have the final say on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, while Li Ye's private study room was officially closed for the holidays. He faced immense resistance. Hu Man and her companions, accustomed to the luxury of small classes and the warmth of the two-grain shop, were reluctant to leave. "Please, Li Yi. Xiaoyu and the others still have class tomorrow. Just let us stay for one more day. You don't even have to give us a test. We still haven't mastered many of the previous problems, and we can review on our own. No need to provide meals, we've had too much meat lately. I'll manage with just 2 cabbages, a simple salad will suffice." Hu Man, Han Xia, Jiang Xiaoyan, and the others looked at Li Yi with expressions of grievance, cautiously behaving as if they were attending to a debtor, afraid that he might become irate and refuse to forgive their debts. Li Yi felt quite vexed. Over the past 2 months, the camaraderie within their small group of 8 had skyrocketed, while his authority had steadily diminished. It had become increasingly difficult to persuade them to leave. Even raising his voice had no effect. Enough of this delay. Come back after the 6th day of the new year. It's already the 27th. Even the donkeys in the production team are on holiday. Can I take a couple of days off? We truly won't hold you back. Hu Man and the others persisted, but Li Yi interjected. All right. You should return home to spend time with your families, savor your mother's cooking, and help your father with his back. Show some filial piety. The girls exchanged glances. And Han Xiao whispered, "My mother's cooking isn't very good." Li Yi remained silent for a long moment before solemnly stating, once the spring festival is over, we will enter a period of intense review, and time will fly by. The pre-exams, college entrance exams, and university will arrive in the blink of an eye. In a novel, it might not even take 10 chapters to describe. But have you considered that once you're in university, longing for a meal cooked by your mother may entail crossing thousands of miles? Trust me, you will regret not spending more time with her while you had the chance. The girls were touched and began to quietly pack their belongings in preparation to return home. However, before they departed, they informed Li Yi, we three have discussed it. After we notify our families, we'll come to stay with Li Yi to keep her company. Huh? Li Yi was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected news. Having a few classmates around would surely make Li Yi's new year much more enjoyable. He clasped his hands together and expressed, then I thank you all. But rest assured, I, Li Yi, am not stingy. I will certainly return the favor. Jiang Shaoyan quickly shook her head, saying, we should be the ones thanking you. Besides, Li Yi is our classmate, and it is only right that we help her. Meanwhile, Han Xia chuckled mischievously and remarked, Li Yi, I truly admire you. To cheer up a girl, you've even devised something akin to Pavlov's dog, in a world-renowned experiment. Haha. The girls laughed heartily as they left, leaving Li Yi in a state of both amusement and exasperation. Listening in is one thing, but why do you treat my honest words as a joke? After bidding farewell to Hum Man and others, Li Yi also departed. Today, there are still people in the school dormitory, and she feels quite secure with the small bronze gong nestled in her backpack. However, Li Yi chose to retain Li Daong. As dusk descended, Hao Jian, Jin Peng, and Wang Jianxiang arrived with a cart loaded with goods. The cart was filled with many provisions that Li Yi had entrusted to Hao Jian and his companions from the provincial city, along with an inconspicuous burlap sack. Once the four entered the room and secured the door, Hao Jian opened the sack and began to pour its contents onto Li Yi's small kong. A stack of banknotes dazzled the eyes of the three men. Li Daong was taken aback. Wang Jianxiang stood agape, and even the composed Jin Peng licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is the ledger. You can verify the figures. Hao Jian arranged a pile of ledgers and handed the top one to Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at the final figure, which aligned with his expectations, and did not linger over it. What was there to see in a ledger of transactions? He gestured dismissively, saying, let us not keep the brothers waiting. Let us divide the spoils. Hao Jian discarded his cigarette, took the ledger, and divided the stacks into 3 portions. Jin Peng's share was noticeably larger, equaling the combined total of Wang Jianxiang and Li Daong's portions. Li Daong initially lowered his head, staring blankly at the stack of banknotes that belonged to him, then looked up at Li Yi, bewildered, and asked, brother, is this for me? Li Yi nodded. Yes, when you joined us with your bicycle, we agreed to share. Take your share without hesitation. I certainly won't hesitate. Li Daong exclaimed, swiftly stuffing the money into his pocket, making it bulge conspicuously. Wang Jianxiang, however, seemed slower to react and panically protested, no, brother. I don't want this much. It's too much. Far too much. In reality, it was just over 1,000 yuan. But the abundance of 1 and 2 yuan notes made it appear substantial. Since joining the group, Wang Jianxiang had either followed Hao Jian and the others to the provincial city or remained in Chunzhuang Township making malt candy, earning a mere fraction of a penny per pound for his labor. Yet, he had never encountered such a sum of money. The sudden possession of it left him utterly flustered and fearful. All right, Jianxiang, we've been saving your money for you. You don't want the money. Do you expect to work for free? But, Wang Jianxiang hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts, and ultimately burst into tears. Li Yi and the others did not mock him. This simpleton, who had grown up without affection from his grandmother and uncle, had been rejected by factories and family alike, often being scolded for wasting food. Now, having finally proven himself, he became overwhelmed with emotion, unleashing years of pent-up grievances like a torrent breaking through a dam. Eventually, Uncle Gu, who was on watch outside, came to the door to inquire if everything was all right, at which point Wang Jianxiang finally ceased his weeping. Li Yi comforted him, stating, let us not dilly-dally. This year's matters have concluded. What are your plans for next year? Hao Jian immediately interjected, I have discussed with Jin Peng, and we plan to head to Guangdong province on the 3rd day of the new year. Li Yi pondered for a moment and inquired, have you two arranged everything for the maltose wholesale? Yes, it's all set, Hao Jian replied. There's a lull in demand for about 10 days after the new year, so there won't be much to supply. Even if there is, Xiangzi and Shaoan can handle the deliveries. They are familiar with the routes and will ensure that nothing goes awry. All right then. Let us finalize the terms regarding our venture to Guangdong province, Li Yi said, looking at Li Daong, Jinping, and Wang Qiangqiang. Do you intend to invest as partners or continue earning commissions as you currently do? Without hesitation, Jinping pushed all his money towards Li Yi. Having joined later and as a silent partner, he had long envied Hao Jian's profits. Thus, it would be foolish to miss this opportunity. Li Daong, somewhat taken aback, also placed his money before Li Yi. Wang Qiangqiang, however, did not touch his share and, feeling somewhat sheepish, merely nudged it forward with an awkward chuckle. Li Yi, amused, asked Wang Qiangqiang, Qiangzi, do you understand the difference between being a partner and earning commissions? Wang Qiangqiang shook his head vigorously like a rattle, yet firmly replied, I don't understand, but I will follow my brother. Li Daong chimed in, me too. It doesn't matter if I don't understand, as long as you do. Brother. Li Yi turned to Jinping, who smiled and remarked, isn't it just about taking risks? Earning commissions means you don't worry about losing capital. But what kind of success comes from living in fear? Very well, Li Yi declared as he began distributing the money on the com. Jinping, you contribute 2,000. Qiangzi, 1,000. Daong, 1,000. Hao Jian, how much will you put in? Hao Jian, biting his lip and rapidly calculating, realized he had nearly 10,000. However, his young daughter was ill, and Jinping's earlier comment reminded him of the potential risk. I will contribute 6,000, Hao Jian decided. Then I shall contribute 10,000. Li Daong stated, his eyes widening in astonishment. It turned out that his own brother was already a substantial earner. It appeared that the 3,000 yuan Li Yi mentioned was merely a facade. The actual profit was much greater. Li Yi assisted Hao Jian in counting the money and returned the remaining funds to Jinping and the others. Wang Qiangqiang declined, indicating that his share would remain with Li Yi, who accepted it graciously, appreciating the trust placed in him. Sitting upright, Li Yi spoke with a serious tone. Our business may not be large, but we must establish rules. Contributions will be based on the amount each invests, but Hao Jian, Jinping, and Qiangzi will receive an additional share of the labor compensation, as Daong and I will not be exerting ourselves and will only partake in profit sharing. Jinping immediately retorted, Xiao Yi, what you're saying doesn't make sense. Taking a share and then receiving labor compensation isn't fair. Li Yi waved his hand and continued, money is a good thing. No one despises its weight, yet it can also be a harmful thing. As many brotherly bonds have been destroyed over financial matters. Jinping seemed taken aback, while Hao Jian felt somewhat uncomfortable, and Li Daong and Wang Qiangqiang exchanged confused glances. Not fully grasping Li Yi's intent, Li Yi remarked, in this venture, it is Hao Jian and Jinping who exert the most effort, yet I reap the greatest rewards. Over time, it is inevitable that discord may arise. However, let me be unequivocal. Should you ever find yourselves discontented, I shall withdraw my shares immediately. Yet, as long as I hold a stake in this enterprise, my voice shall carry weight. What are you implying? Hao Jian interjected hastily, we harbor no such intentions. You are our Zhuge. Without your guidance, where would we find the means to earn such substantial profits? Just a few months ago, I was shedding tears over a few coins for my daughter's medicine. Words left unspoken can lead to misunderstandings, Li Yi responded with a smile. There exists no absolute fairness in this world. By addressing matters openly, the bonds of brotherhood can endure. Indeed, Brother Yi articulates with such eloquence, I shall heed your words. The simple-minded Wang Jinxiang quickly chimed in, pledging his loyalty. The others, too, thumped their chests in affirmation of their commitment. Yet, Jinping regarded Li Yi with a smirk. And after a prolonged silence, finally spoke, Xiao Yi, are you subtly warning me? Li Yi cast a sidelong glance at Jinping and remained silent. He typically refrained from involving himself in the minutiae of business operations, and if he did not clarify matters now, when would he? But in the next instant, Jinping suddenly reached to his waist, revealing a gleaming short knife in his hand. Oh dear, I almost forgot that it is 1981. Regulations on such items have yet to be harmonized. Chapter 66. Even the foolish have their schemes. Ping. What are you doing? Put that down. Li Daong shouted in an urgent attempt to halt Jinping's actions as he brandished a blade. Wang Jinxiang hesitated only for a moment before he wrapped his arms around Jinping, stammering, no, Peng. Li Yi, reacting most swiftly, intended to retreat hastily, only to discover that Jinping's knife was aimed directly at his palm. By the time he realized the danger and leaped to intervene, it was already too late. Jinping's blade pierced through his own palm, blood flowing forth immediately. Li Yi gripped Jinping's right hand, which held the knife, tightly. Had Li Yi been just a fraction slower, Jean Ping's left hand would have been grievously injured. Suppressing his anger, Li Yi inquired in a low tone, "Ping, what is the meaning of this?" Jean Ping, however, merely chuckled and replied, "Xiao Yi, I do not understand why you doubt me, but let me assure you that I, Jean Ping, am not one to forget my roots. I have never been a well-behaved child, often bringing trouble upon my family. Though I may seem carefree and jovial, there are nights when solitude weighs heavily upon me. I worry about my mother growing old and never holding a grandchild." As he spoke, tears began to stream down Jean Ping's face. "But I no longer worry, truly, I do not. Just a few days ago, I charmed a girl. Guess how much it cost me?" Jean Ping teased, 2 packs of peony cigarettes and 3 bottles of Matai. "And I got her a job at the textile factory, where she was ready to marry me." Ha ha. Observing the blood and tears from Jean Ping, Leah's lips twisted in confusion, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He jested, 3 bottles of alcohol? Do you gift in odd numbers?" Jean Ping laughed heartily. "I bought 4 bottles, but couldn't resist sharing one with Hao Jian on the way back. It was delightful, no need for any food." Jean Ping's eyes were now red-rimmed as he declared, "If it weren't for you, Xiao Yi, could I ever savor Matai? If it weren't for you, could I ever find a wife? With such kindness, why do you see me as a heartless wolf? I swear." All right, no need for oaths. I believe you. Just hand me the knife." Li coaxed, gently taking the blade from Jean Ping's grasp. Suddenly, Hao Jian slapped the table and exclaimed, "Well said. The fact that we can gather here today is surely the will of heaven. I propose we drink a blood wine and become sworn brothers." "Indeed, Hao Jian is right. A splendid idea. I have a bottle of old baijiu in my car." Watching as Li Daong and the others scoured for bowls and sought out liquor, Li found himself momentarily bewildered. Are boys from the ADS truly this bold? In his previous life, he had encountered several uncles of his father's generation, each bearing scars from cigarette burns or tattoos that signified their place in the world. However, Li's father once remarked that these individuals were not truly of the society. They were merely products of an era plagued by spiritual deprivation, having indulged excessively in martial arts tales, which led them to adopt a juvenile mindset. Li smirked, a bitter smile escaping his lips. "How is it that my illustrious team, formed under the banner of a time traveler, consists entirely of such naive souls? Yet, despite their immaturity, when Li Daong, Wang Jinxiang, and even Hao Jian boldly opened the wound and mingled their blood for a toast, the fervor of camaraderie was palpable, intoxicating in its essence." Caught up in the moment, Li Yi toyed with his small knife, contemplating which finger would best symbolize his allegiance, eliciting a chorus of good-natured laughter. "Ha ha. It doesn't hurt at all," he quipped. "You say it doesn't hurt? How absurd." With a resigned sigh, Li Yi made a cut on his arm, letting the blood flow. Mixing it into a bowl of blood wine, he divided it among them. Li Yi spoke up first. "What if we hear a vow of not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month of the same year? Would you accept it? With the ability to traverse souls. Who knows what might happen? This is a new era. It's time to refresh our vows. Let us not speak of the same birth date. Instead, heed my words. In wealth and honor, do not forget each other, meaning that regardless of how affluent we become, we must never forget the brothers who endured hardships alongside us." Hao Jian, Jean Ping, and the others were momentarily taken aback. This new phrase was unfamiliar to them. Yet, upon hearing Li Ye's explanation, it began to resonate. But Li Yi did not allow them the luxury of contemplation. He raised his bowl earnestly and declared, "In wealth and honor, do not forget each other. Cheers." He drank deeply and smashed the bowl to the ground. "In wealth and honor, do not forget each other. Cheers." Afterward, Li Yu quickly took Jean Ping to the hospital. For the cut on his hand was not shallow. Avoiding tetanus was imperative, lest he be left with a conspicuous scar. Hao Jian initially intended to accompany them, but Li Yi insisted he go, as he would have to brave the winter night, riding 40 miles on a dirt bike. Once Hao Jian departed, Li Yi quietly inquired of Jean Ping, "Brother Ping, were you showing that to me or to him?" Jean Ping was momentarily taken aback, then replied earnestly, "I certainly wanted you to understand that I am not ungrateful. However, Hao Jian, he is quite the schemer. When I discussed who would lead the expedition to Guangdong province, he hoarded the money and was too afraid to go himself. Yet, if I were to go, he feared being left behind. Just think, without our connections, he wouldn't even be able to gather the ingredients for his sesame candy. How fortunate he has been today." Jean Ping's implication was clear. By drinking with them and establishing this brotherly bond, Hao Jian had indeed struck a significant advantage. Li Yu chuckled in silence, recognizing that given the current circumstances, Hao Jian had already proven himself a capable ally, securing loyalty through mere fraternity, a true windfall. After tending to Jean Peng's stitches and applying medication, as they were about to leave, Jean Peng suddenly brought up Wang Jinxiang. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, you must be cautious. Xiangzi's family will certainly visit the old man to pay their respects, so you should be prepared. Prepared for what? I arranged for a bicycle ticket through Marui and bought a bicycle for my wife, but if Xiangzi's family finds out, Xiangzi's mother has been pestering my mother for quite a while, so I suspect she has some ulterior motives regarding Xiangzi's family. Li pondered for a moment and called Wang Jinxiang over, inquiring, Xiangzi, do you know what to say when you go home today? Wang Jinxiang flashed a grin, brother. I won't say anything. I've just been tagging along with Peng Ge for the past few months. All right, at least he hasn't lost his wits entirely. However, Jean Ping interjected, Xiangzi's mother is quite a formidable character. Xiao Yi, you should remain vigilant, as she is indeed your elder. What can she do to me if I'm not home on the first day of the new year? Li Yi was resolute, determined to accompany Wen Liu on that day, leaving no time to attend to any elders. Yet, as fate would have it, Li had only completed his preparations for the new year when they arrived on the 29th of the 12th month. While he was busy drafting in his room, he caught sight of the Navi Wang Jinxiang being pulled inside by a short, elderly woman. Uncle is at home. Oh, you esteemed director are hanging up clothes yourself? Young lady, how could you let your elder do such chores? Oh, Xiaoyu, your coat looks exquisite. Is it made of wool? Where is the aunt? I haven't seen her in ages, and today I must have a good chat with her. Within mere minutes of entering, Wang Jinxiang's mother had familiarized herself with the Li family, behaving as if she were at her own home. Li Ye's younger sisters, Li Wan and Li Ying, upon hearing their mother being criticized by an outsider, rushed to Li Ye's room, peering out the window. As the heir of the family, Li occupied the most luminous room, while theirs lacked sufficient light to see clearly. Brother, who is that woman? Coming empty-handed on the 29th, what is her purpose? Xiangzi's mother, here to ask for money. Li felt perturbed. Arriving empty-handed just before the new year was quite stingy. Indeed, she has the audacity. Her intentions are not benevolent. As anticipated, within moments, the old man summoned Li Yi. Xiao Yi, that Hao Jian, is he your acquaintance? Now Xiangzi has done work for him, but hasn't he received payment? This matter falls upon you. Li Yi stared incredulously at the authoritative Li Zhongfa, wishing to retort with disdain. Are you unaware of Hao Jian's situation? At this moment, if you, Director Li, don't help me sort this out, will I, a mere subordinate, bear the brunt of this? There is indeed a classmate with a relative named Hao Jian, but I merely recommended him for a cooperative processing venture. The paperwork should have been handled by my sister, right? Li Yi cast a glance at his older sister, Li Yu. However, Li Yu merely pouted and replied, I have so many matters to attend to daily. How would I remember anything about Hao Jian or Li Jian? You should hurry and retrieve the money for him. Well then, it seems you all are merely reaping the benefits without contributing anything, Li Yi exclaimed in frustration. This year, he earned a substantial amount in manuscript fees, spending it in a manner that left no room for criticism. Consequently, he took his grandmother and the entire family on an excursion to the provincial capital, each adorned in a fine woolen coat or a leather overcoat. Yet now, troubles abound, and no one seems to take responsibility. Very well, you shall all wait and see. Next year, there will be not a single penny left. Li Zhongfa cast a significant glance at Li Yi and said, Is Hao Jian at home? Surely, Xiangzi requires at least 10 yuan a month, right? Why don't you advance him 30 or 20 so he can take something home for the new year? Li Yi remained silent, as if he was fully aware of his role as the affluent benefactor, deserving of this treatment. However, he held his tongue, while Wang Jinxiang's mother suddenly raised her voice, startling the Li family. 30 or 20 is hardly sufficient. Your uncle doesn't he realize that Xiangzi will be away for 3 to 4 months, laboring tirelessly? Jean Peng, who is with him, has already acquired a flying pigeon bicycle. How could my Xiangzi not manage to get a steed of 1,000 miles? Good heavens, what audacity! Liu could no longer tolerate the situation, interjecting, Auntie, a temporary worker earns merely 18 yuan and 5 jiao a month. Are you truly expecting a bicycle after 4 months? I have been working for a year and still walk. But Xiangzi's mother swiftly countered, Oh, Xiaoyu, you cannot fathom the current state of finances. Li Yi earns 2,000 to 3,000 for writing a book. My Xiangzi has been working day and night for so long. Shouldn't he receive several hundred in return? The cooperative households are managed by the grain system. We, as our own kin, must not allow capitalists to exploit us. After all, isn't the working class the most honorable? Li Yi was taken aback, finally understanding why Li Zhongfa and his sister Li Yu adamantly refrained from involvement. Was this not an instance of opportunism? Wang Jinxiang had been away from home for 4 to 5 months, and the Wang family had not even bothered to search for him, allowing him to accompany Jinping and save on food expenses. Now, witnessing Jinping's success, they expected equal treatment in return. Did grandfather and sister intend for this naive youth to step forward, to single-handedly alter the course of events? Li Yi lowered his gaze and spoke coldly. Sixth aunt, I am unaware of the nature of the work Xiangzi has performed, but over these past months, he has been provided for, with meals and lodging, and even received a leather cotton padded jacket for the new year. How then can you label him a capitalist? At this juncture, Li Yi suddenly turned to Wang Jinxiang and asked, by the way, Xiangzi, where is your leather cotton padded jacket? Are you saving it for the first day of the new year? Just days prior, Li Yi had seen Wang Jinxiang wearing the new jacket. Yet today he had switched to a tattered cotton padded coat, clearly too small and stretched tight. Wang Jinxiang shifted uncomfortably on the bench and murmured, that leather jacket didn't fit me well, so I traded it with Ergo. The Li family could no longer bear to watch. Li Zhongfa cleared his throat, stood up, and departed. With familial ties in play, it seemed impossible to navigate this situation. Wang Jinxiang's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly turned to the Li grandmother, lamenting, Auntie, you see, every family has its own burdens. When your family was struggling, did I not lend you 2 jean of cornmeal? Now your family has recovered. Yet Xiangzi's elder brother, having turned 22 after the new year, remains without a wife, lacking even decent clothing or a bicycle. The young ladies do not even cast a glance in his direction. A torrent of snot and tears thoroughly disgusted Li Yi. He could only respond, Sixth aunt, please do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned that Xiangzi might fall victim to deceit. A leather coat costs around 40 to 50 yuan. Subsequently, Li Yu solemnly inquired of Wang Jinxiang, Xiangzi, has Hao Jian ever mentioned to you how much he owes you in wages? Wang Jinxiang, with his head bowed, replied, I earn less than Pinguo, just 180. My mother said, to leave 20 for me. Li Yi was taken aback. It turned out that this simpleton harbored his own calculations. Not only had Wang Jinxiang concealed the 1,000 yuan betrothal gift, but he had also laid a trap for the remaining funds. Very well, he finally grasped the principle that a man without private savings possesses no dignity. There lies potential.